Qin Feng traversed the desolate ancient times to become the esteemed heir of the Qin family. His twin brother, the legendary Chosen One, possessed an extraordinary supreme bone, a rarity among countless souls. He initially believed that by clinging to his brother's coattails, he could ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, an unconventional system unexpectedly advised him that pursuing the path of a villain held greater promise. Ding! Extract the supreme bone from your brother to acquire the invincible Gyeongtong. Qin Feng scoffed in disbelief, exclaiming, "What nonsense! That is my beloved kin, my brother." Yet he couldn't help but chuckle darkly. "Oh, my foolish little buddy, do you feel the weight of despair?" From that moment, the entire ancient realm scorned him for his ruthless quest for power. Yet when the truth was finally unveiled, countless souls were moved to tears, recognizing the arduous journey Qin Feng had endured over the years. Chapter 1. My brother is the Chosen One. Qin Feng cursed the heavens in despair, lamenting, "Is this truly how one toys with fate?" Mere days prior, he had been diligently tightening screws, hopeful that his boss would marry a young mistress the following year. Yet, out of the blue, he found himself reborn as an infant, grotesquely developing in the womb. After several days of gathering information, he discovered that this was not his original world, but a fantastical realm known as the Ancient Wilderness. Here, demons coexisted with mortals, celestial beings mingled with the common folk, and mighty beings could cleave mountains and sever rivers, summon winds and rains, and command the very fabric of existence with a mere utterance. He had assumed that, as an unremarkable individual so inconspicuous that even dogs on the street would disregard and would barely survive 3 episodes in such a fantastical world. Yet, the surprise was utterly overwhelming. His father was, in fact, the head of the Qin family. The Qin family is renowned for its multitude of skilled practitioners and prodigies, earning the esteemed title of the foremost clan in the ancient realm. Their formidable lineage allows them to navigate the ancient world with ease. There is scarcely a predicament that cannot be resolved with a simple call to father. If that fails, one can always invoke mother. His mother, too, possesses a remarkable pedigree, being a holy maiden of the illustrious Tai by Immortal Mountain, one of the 3 sacred lands. Should a plea to his parents prove futile, the clan is fortified by 10 venerable ancestors, each an expert of unparalleled caliber, ensuring that as long as they do not provoke the eccentric protagonist who naturally commands an aura of heroism, they may conduct their affairs as they please. That a protagonist, you say? How ludicrous, he mused, having immersed himself in tales of fiction. How could reality ever mirror such absurdity, where the painstaking efforts of generations are eclipsed by the serendipitous fortune of a mere youth? It is indeed comical. Yet, little did he know, the very next moment would shatter his amusement. Today, his long-unseen mother, as was customary, consumed a bowl of the exquisite elixir meticulously concocted by the Qin family. This elixir, imbued with extraordinary powers, enhances the potential of the unborn child. The more one consumes, the greater the potential in order to ensure that this little Qin scion would commence life with an advantage, the family resorted to secretive methods to delay the birth by a century. Thus far, 97 years have elapsed, with but 3 remaining until the child's arrival. However, before Qin Feng could begin to harness the elixir's essence, the energy transformed and was absorbed by an unknown force, which, far from sated, began to ravenously siphon the energy from within him. His spirit immediately waned, feeling more exhausted than the 20 days spent alone with his girlfriend in his previous life. He also realized that he was not alone in this place. A terrifying little creature was beside him, that if he continued to absorb like this, it wouldn't be long before he met his demise. What on earth is this monster? Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of dread and yearned to distance himself from this horrifying being. Yet, in such an expansive space, he found himself with no escape, helplessly watching as the energy within him was gradually siphoned away. At that moment, a voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Ding dong. An epic-level Chosen One detected. System activation commencing. This monster is the protagonist? Qin Feng was struck with a sense of shock, a nameless panic rising within him. It is well known that the family of a protagonist often finds themselves in perilous occupations they either meet untimely and to set the plot in motion or become obstacles to the protagonist's growth, ultimately facing a tragic fate. Even if one manages to survive until the end, they're mercilessly ground down by fate, left utterly exhausted, unable to rise again. As if to validate Qin Feng's fears, he caught sight of his younger brother's protagonist halo attribute, an epic-level protagonist halo, a rarity that appears once in a millennium, devoid of any rationality in question. It's simply the way it is. Luck value enhancement, 99.99. Comprehension value enhancement, 99.99. Potential value enhancement, 99.99. Charm value bonus, 99.99. Family reincarnation rate, 50. Note, in the event of a life-and-death crisis, the aura will activate additional bonuses. The effects of the additional bonuses are as follows. Luck value additional bonus, 99.99. Comprehension value additional bonus, 99.99. Potential value additional bonus, 99.99. Charm value additional bonus, 99.99. Family reincarnation rate, 99999. What the hell? Is there any justice left? Is there any law? Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, the inner turmoil akin to a groundhog's cry. Clearly, he was the one who had traversed realms. How did his younger brother become the protagonist? What does that make him? A villain? Ding dong. Detection confirms the host is the destined great villain. The universe's super invincible villain system has been successfully activated. The air suddenly fell into silence. A certain handsome lad found himself overwhelmed by disbelief. Having a twin brother as the protagonist was already perilous enough. Now, he had to become the destined great villain. Was this not akin to searching for filth with a lantern in the restroom? Simultaneously, he was compelled to ponder his future course of action. Avoid greed, shun lust, take no disciples, establish no sect. One could survive without seeking the limelight, but not without avoiding arrogance. Neither talents nor useless individuals should be provoked, and when encountering beautiful women in peril, one should refrain from rescue, steering clear of Yilin, Qin Shao, Chu, Qin Wang, Su Feng, and Zhou. Most importantly, one must absolutely refrain from cackling sinisterly. Ding dong, a friendly reminder. Based on the analysis of the host personality, it appears that the host is avaricious, lecherous, boastful, and exudes an overwhelming flamboyance, embodying the essence of manhood. It is evident that he would never resign himself to a life of seclusion, striving instead to be an honest individual dedicated to self-cultivation. Qin Feng could no longer contain himself and erupted with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Does your conscience not ache for uttering such words? From a young age, I have been exceptionally compassionate. For instance, when I see the young lady next door bathing, I kindly assist in opening the window for ventilation. When Mr. Wang is away, I take it upon myself to look after his wife. If I encounter a homeless young woman, I provide her with a warm home. My friends often claim I possess the qualities of Chancellor. Yet all I wish for is to be the amiable boy next door, quietly aiding my neighbors in repairing their drainage systems. However, before Qin Feng could finish recounting even a fraction of his virtues, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding dong. The villain's novice gift pack has been successfully issued. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine aura, the qualities of an emperor. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine technique, the 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mythical epic item, the full-level red-haired old monster experience voucher. The emperor's qualities grant a mythical aura, which upon activation bestows a tenfold increase to all attributes. Note, the tenfold enhancement will adjust according to the original attribute increase. The 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra, a divine technique born from the cosmic explosion, possesses the power to seize and transform the heavens. The experience scroll for the fully leveled red-haired old monster, a mythical epic item, grants the user the bliss of embodying this powerful figure, capable of suppressing all who dare to claim invincibility or assert their undefeated status. Note, the effect lasts for 24 hours with a cooldown period of 10 years. Qin Feng stared blankly at the attributes of the item, suddenly contemplating that being a villain might not be so bad after all. Come at me, brothers. Yet, he hesitated. Having been raised on Confucian principles, growing up as a proper gentleman while studying the Analects, he could not succumb to the temptation of becoming a villain. Breathe, breathe, breathe. I just know how to breathe. Qin Feng noticed his younger brother still siphoning his energy and promptly delivered a fierce kick to his face. Confucius proclaimed that a gentleman who does not exert strength cannot establish authority. Note: a gentleman must act decisively, otherwise he cannot command respect. Chapter 2. My son possesses the qualities of an emperor with a decisive step forward. Not only did my second brother fail to behave, but he also retaliated with a punch. By heavens, this brother is not suitable for prolonged company. In an instant, Qin Feng's fury surged, prompting him to activate the aura of imperial potential. Ding! The aura of imperial potential commenced, bestowing a tenfold enhancement to all attributes. Qin Feng could distinctly perceive the transformation within his physique, each limb brimming with newfound strength. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng advanced once more, delivering a kick that was incomparable to the previous one. It seemed that his second brother sensed the gravity of this blow. Recognizing that Qin Feng was not to be trifled with, he promptly adopted a more submissive demeanor, refraining from absorbing any more energy from within. What a so-called chosen one! A coward who preys on the weak. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming disdain in his heart, yet he could not help but deliver another kick to his second brother. Ding! The system detected the host's kick against the chosen one, awarding 10 villain points. 10 villain points. Drawing upon years of experience from reading novels, Qin Feng attempted to summon the system shop within his mind. In the next moment, a dazzling system shop materialized in his consciousness, its treasures shimmering with a brilliance that could dazzle even the most discerning eyes. The aura of the turtle is truly formidable, with a mere twitch of its lips. It exudes an overwhelming presence that compels men to brave fiery trials and embrace death without hesitation. It captivates women, leading them to unwavering loyalty and the acceptance of polygamy. Even the most devoted spirit companions become frenzied, vowing to follow it unto death. Not even the essence of tools can resist acknowledging it as their master. Priced at an astounding 99,999 villain points. The Heart of Darkness, a supreme ability, allows one to exponentially amplify their power based on their wrath. Also priced at 99,999 villain points. The Celestial Sacrifice Law, a passive divine skill, can be activated when a beloved is slain, granting unparalleled strength to annihilate gods and Buddhas alike, disregarding levels, with a price tag of 99,999 villain points. All of these abilities appear exceedingly potent, yet the cost is daunting. Qin Feng, while professing indifference, cannot deny the allure of such power, despite the multitude of ellipses that suggest otherwise. As a gentleman well-versed in Confucian philosophy, one must learn to surmount obstacles. Confucius stated that reviewing the past leads to new understanding. Thus, one can become a teacher. Note: it is essential to engage in practice, even against the same opponent, to garner fresh insights, enabling one to be their own mentor. Suddenly, Qin Feng sensed his younger brother's mischievousness returning. With a swift kick, he struck Qin Feng's face. Ding dong! The system detected the host's kick against the chosen one, awarding him 10 villain points. However, as Qin Feng remained in a state of immature development, his vigor waned quickly, prompting him to summon the system in preparation for practicing the 33 Heavens Creation Technique to restore his energy. Ding dong! The 33 Heavens Creation Technique has commenced infusing. Thunderous rumblings ensued. In an instant, a vast torrent of information inundated Qin Feng's mind, as the pathways within his body vividly materialized in his consciousness. The intricacies of the technique's operation appeared to be inscribed in his memory, indelibly etched and impossible to forget. Is this technique formidable? At present, Qin Feng remained oblivious to the cultivation system of the ancient world, and thus could not discern the merit of the technique. He commenced his practice according to the method that unfolded in his mind. Boom! Qin Feng swiftly entered a state of meditation, his mind enveloped in ethereal tranquility. The surrounding energy was drawn into his being with the ferocity of a tempest, causing his younger brother to cower in the corner of their mother's womb, trembling in fear. At last, the little one fell silent. The matriarch of the Qin family, once the holy maiden of the Taibai celestial mountain, Yunxia, regarded her burgeoning belly with eyes full of tenderness, gently caressing it. The little one had been quite mischievous within, leaving her utterly exhausted. Suddenly, Yunxia sensed something amiss. The child within her was absorbing spiritual energy in a remarkably rhythmic manner, almost as if engaging in a form of cultivation. Innate technique. The phrase flashed in her mind. and the joy on her face was impossible to conceal. In the ancient world, techniques are categorized into 6 tiers, ranked from lowest to highest as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and divine. The 4 levels of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow are the creations of martial masters, allowing practitioners to attain the pinnacle of perfection. Above the saint level and the divine level, one must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth to create such realms. However, apart from the pioneers, no one can cultivate to the pinnacle of perfection. At most, they can only approach it infinitely, which implies an inability to unleash 100% of one's potential damage. One can only view the world from the shoulders of giants. To grow stronger, one must forge a unique practice to attain the ultimate realm of perfection. The unborn child exists in a state of innate purity, said to be capable of sensing the presence of the laws within the universe. Yet, in this moment, the child remains in a state of unconsciousness, lacking the initiative to cultivate. Those fortunate enough to possess a companion technique are indeed a rarity in a millennium. However, once the child begins to cultivate, they will start with at least a saint-level technique, boasting a perfect compatibility, naturally endowed with a head start, undeniably a prodigious talent. This is precisely why the Qin family is willing to expend such significant resources to employ secret methods to delay the birth of Qin Feng by a century. Not only does this ensure the child's advantage at the starting line, but it also enhances the probability of success, wagering on this rare occurrence. Oh, my child, you truly bring glory to your mother. Yun Xie, filled with immense joy, realizes that her position within the Qin family is unassailable. Even the ancestors would greet her with respect, referring to her as a benefactor. Her child is in the process of creating a technique surpassing the celestial tier, an existence that undoubtedly signifies the continuation of fortune for the great family, akin to a treasure that safeguards the clan. Soon, several elders of the Qin family receive the news and cease their seclusion to extend their congratulatory warmth. Xie, you are a great benefactor of our Qin family. Do not bear any psychological burden. Feel free to express any request you may have. The Qin family can conquer any challenge, be it in the heavens or the seas. If you find the living arrangements uncomfortable, I shall immediately command the recreation of Taibai Immortal Mountain in perfect detail, ensuring you feel at home. Is a mere bowl of divine elixir insufficient for each day? Should the Wang family next door see this, they might think the Qin family cannot afford more. Let us have another bowl, 1 per hour. Just as the esteemed ancestors were engaged in their animated discussions, a sudden cold snort reverberated in their ears. Return to your cultivation at once. If you frighten the young one, I shall hang you from the crooked neck tree at the entrance of the Qin family. At once. The several ancestors scattered like startled birds, akin to unruly children confronted by a strict teacher. Despite their advanced ages, the youngest among them being several millennia old, this individual is the second elder of the Qin family, rendering them mere children in his presence. The thought of being suspended from the crooked neck tree would be utterly humiliating for them. Salutations, ancestor. Yun Xie hurriedly prepared to kneel in reverence, astonished that even the second elder had been stirred. Yet, before she could lower herself, a gentle force held her back. You are with child. Such formalities are unnecessary. Focus on nurturing the fetus. The techniques gleaned from the laws are extraordinary, brimming with infinite potential. I perceive great imperial qualities within him. The second elder did not make an appearance, leaving only his authoritative voice resonating. Simultaneously, the entire Qin family commenced their operations, summoning countless elite disciples and formidable experts to encircle Yun Xie with layers of protection, ensuring that even a mere mosquito passing by would be thoroughly investigated for its gender. My son possesses the potential of an emperor. Beside Yun Xie stood a robust man who couldn't help but beam with a foolish grin. He was none other than Qin Tian, the current head of the Qin family and the father of Qin Feng. What a sight! Yun Xie cast a captivating glance at him, nearly causing Qin Tian to lose his composure, as he contemplated teaching his son the lesson that filial piety is often born from discipline. However, considering the significance of this little one to the family, he had to suppress his paternal authority, hoping that his son would understand his father's predicament and emerge from his seclusion promptly. Yet, Qin Feng showed no inclination to step out, leading a monotonous life that revolved around 3 daily routines: eating, sleeping, and tormenting his younger brother. Chapter 3. There is a traitor, trading prohibited, madam. Exert yourself. 3 fleeting years have passed, and at last, The day of Qin Feng's birth has arrived. The entire Qin family is in a flurry of activity, with all the elite disciples standing ready. For this momentous occasion concerns the addition of another prodigy to the Qin lineage. Any suspicious individuals will be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Why is it taking so long? Qin Tian anxiously paces outside, his heart aching at the heart-rending cries emanating from within. Do not be anxious, everything will be fine. Several venerable ancestors of the Qin family, seasoned in experience, remain calmly seated in the courtyard sipping tea, though their occasional glances towards the door betray their composed facade. Though the accompanying cultivation methods are rare, the Qin family, as the foremost ancient clan, is still capable of procuring a few tomes. What they truly value is Qin Feng himself. The ability to comprehend accompanying cultivation methods in utero and to be born possessing extraordinary skills, reaching the pinnacle of mastery, marks him as an invincible entity of his caliber. He is akin to a nuclear deterrent. No family would consider such a powerhouse excessive. Moreover, in a world like that of the ancients, where strength reigns supreme, the prosperity and endurance of a family naturally benefit from an abundance of such talents. They harbor great hopes for this unborn little one. At this moment, Qin Feng discovers that his younger brother harbors ambitions to usurp him, inciting his wrath to the extent that he delivers a swift kick, sending him sprawling aside. Since he activated the aura of the destined emperor and began cultivating the 33 days of creation technique, he has relentlessly asserted his dominance over his younger brother every single day, successfully establishing his authority as the elder sibling. Now, the little one, upon sensing his slightest movement, immediately retreats to a corner, trembling in fear. Every day, he consumes the celestial liquid first, only daring to partake of the leftover scraps after he has satiated himself. Moreover, his points for villainy have accumulated to over 33,200 after 3 years of unyielding discipline towards his brother, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to spend them lavishly. With the 3-year period having come to an end, it is time for me to emerge. Qin Feng could almost envision the radiant future ahead, impatiently yearning to step into the world. Yunxia lay on the bed, struggling incessantly, her small hands gripping the sheets tightly, nearly driven to madness by this little imp. With a sudden cry piercing the air, Yunxia finally reached her breaking point, and Qin Feng emerged, proclaiming his arrival into this ancient world with a resounding announcement. However, at this moment, he was unable to articulate any sound. To others, it merely resonated as a loud wail. Wah, wah, wah. I have been born. My son Qin Feng has come into the world. Outside, Qin Tian was overwhelmed with excitement, his words tumbling over one another. The great weight in his heart finally lifted. Whether it was fate or some other force at play, after deliberation among the Qin family, they decided to name him Qin Feng. Ding dong, the system detected the birth of the destined great villain, and a unique celestial phenomenon was set in motion. Boom. Suddenly, the sky darkened as flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder erupted. The once clear blue expanse transformed into a tumultuous mass of ominous clouds. An eerie blood-red moon emerged, casting an unsettling glow. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens, heralding the rise of a prodigy. The signs from the cosmos indicated that my son, Qin Feng, indeed possessed the potential of a great emperor. Qin Tian, overwhelmed with excitement, gazed skyward, laughing heartily as if to proclaim this joyous news to the world. The surrounding disciples of the Qin clan stepped forward, offering their congratulations to the patriarch on the birth of such a remarkable son. Yet, the elders of the Qin family, who should have been rejoicing, gazed gravely at the blood moon above. With the appearance of the blood moon, calamities were foretold. The emergence of this ominous celestial body signified the decline of nations, a portent of despair and turmoil. A change in the moon's hue heralded impending disasters: green for famine and worry, red for strife and warfare, yellow for fortune and joy, white for drought and loss, black for deluge and illness leading to death. This omen indicated a waning of righteousness among humanity, a surge of malevolent forces, and a potent atmosphere of resentment and hostility. The winds of change were upon them, mountains and rivers weeping, and the world teetering on the brink of chaos. Flames igniting everywhere. This child might well bring forth a calamity upon the ancient realm. The elders of the Qin family exchanged solemn glances, fully aware that abandoning their promising young scion was not an option. Faced with an inevitable catastrophe, they resolved to confront it head-on. Other factions within the ancient realm, 2. Observe the blood moon with trepidation, hastily dispatching their subordinates to discern the origins of this prodigy while simultaneously strategizing for the looming crisis, stirring the seemingly tranquil ancient realm into a turbulent undercurrent. At this moment, Qin Feng had been cleansed and was now cradled before Qin Tian. "This is my rather unsightly father." Upon seeing him, Qin Feng's dreams of becoming a handsome man were utterly shattered. With such a rough and burly figure, he couldn't help but wonder if his mother had borne him out of some form of revenge. However, gazing at his pale-faced mother lying on the bed brought him a modicum of solace. With brows like emerald feathers, skin as delicate as snow, a waist as slender as silk, and teeth resembling pearls, she was undoubtedly the most exquisite beauty in ancient attire he had ever encountered. It seemed that his own future looks would not be too dismal. Making a living based on his appearance should pose little challenge. Ah, indeed. My son Qin Feng possesses the potential of a great emperor. After examining his son's innate qualities, Qin Tian could hardly contain his joy. It was inevitable. His son's foundation was truly astonishing, surpassing that of other newborns by several folds. Furthermore, he had unconsciously begun cultivating while still in the womb, arriving in the world with the remarkable cultivation of the 6th level of Qi and blood realm. Even the most gifted children of the same clan, despite their years, could not be compared to his son. At that moment, the midwife suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, madam, there is another one in your belly. It's twins." Twins. The Qin family members instantly became agitated. They had always assumed Yun Xia was expecting a single child, and the revelation of twins was utterly unexpected. Reflecting on the firstborn's extraordinary attributes, comprehension of celestial level techniques, the manifestation of heavenly phenomena, and the potential of an emperor, it seemed that the brother sharing the womb would also possess equally formidable qualities, wouldn't he? As anticipation filled the air, the midwife shook her head after her examination, indicating that the second child was reluctant to make an entrance. It was not a matter of asserting individuality. Rather, the child aimed to reclaim the nourishment it had lost, asserting its claim over this domicile. What could this reluctance signify? Qin Tian, unable to maintain his composure, extended his robust right hand and firmly grasped the midwife's collar, insisting that she deliver the second child at all costs. The midwife found herself in a perplexing predicament. She had already conducted her assessment. The second child was still too small and evidently malnourished. Forcing a delivery at this stage would result in a premature infant, fundamentally deficient and requiring at least 3 more years of nurturing. 3 years. 3 long years ahead. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was utterly despondent, unable to fathom the prospect of waiting an additional 3 years. However, despite harboring 100 reservations, he had to consider the greater good and resorted to his secret technique to delay the birth of the second child by 3 years. This fantastical scenario seemed rather absurd. Could one indeed leave half behind and take half away? Qin Feng, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. There was an insider. "Quickly, return me to where I belong. I still wish to continue my pursuit of my younger brother." Chapter 4. Aspiring to become the fastest man, dear son, call me father. Qin Tian playfully teased the swaddled Qin Feng, relishing the joys of newfound fatherhood. However, Qin Feng showed no regard for this amusing old man. Whenever prompted to utter the word father, he would merely respond harmlessly, much to the chagrin of his father, while his mother laughed heartily. Nevertheless, the old man remained undeterred, insisting on coaxing his son dozens of times each day. Such a childish fool, Qin Feng thought, choosing to ignore his comical father and instead summoned the system to open the system's marketplace. Ever since his birth, he had noticed a deceleration in his cultivation speed. According to the system, the rapid growth he experienced in the womb was attributed not only to the elixir of immortality, but also to the guidance of his skillful mother. Now that he had entered the world, he realized that he must rely solely on his own abilities. However, with merely over 30,000 villain points, he found himself unable to purchase any effective methods for swiftly enhancing his cultivation. Suddenly, the system suggested that he acquire the insight aura, which would significantly elevate his comprehension. By grasping the profound principles of the first level of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, his efforts in cultivation would yield remarkable results. The insight aura would amplify the host's comprehension 100-fold, available for the cost of 30,000 villain points, with effects lasting 1 month. 100-fold comprehension? Even a pig would be considered a genius with such an enhancement, let alone someone like him. a super talent marinated in elixir for a century. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng nodded in agreement to the exchange. In contrast to his desire for rapid ascension and cultivation, he yearned to swiftly comprehend the 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra. According to the records within his mind, mastering the entirety of the 33 Heavens Transformation Sutra would render him an indestructible entity. Even if he were to be slain, he could resurrect with a drop of blood. This was, after all, a requisite skill for a villain who committed murder for profit and coveted other spouses. How absurd. He was a gentleman of Confucian propriety, well versed in the Analects. How could he willingly descend into villainy? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a month of perceptual enhancement. Boom. Qin Feng felt as though a thunderous explosion had erupted in his mind, and his soul experienced a disorienting sensation akin to leaving his body. Many aspects of cultivation that had previously eluded him suddenly became clear and effortless to grasp. As spring gave way to autumn, 3 fleeting years passed. Qin Feng, now 3 years old, had blossomed into a charming little darling. With his innocent demeanor and the social graces he had acquired in his previous life, he greeted everyone with a smile. He thrived within the Qin family, enchanting both single young ladies and married women alike, who would eagerly lift him up and plant a kiss on his cheek. As a gentleman of Confucian virtue, he naturally understood the principle of reciprocity. Thus, after each young lady kissed him, he would return the gesture with a kiss. Yet, the system unjustly accused him each time, claiming he was taking advantage of the young ladies and insisting on awarding him 1 villain point. Was he truly that kind of person? Even if he possessed the intention, he lacked the means to commit the act. Furthermore, he has a fated younger brother, the chosen one, who is far too preoccupied with trivial matters. Ever since his younger brother took sole possession of the double room, he has soared in confidence, akin to a cow flying in the sky. Not only has he successfully grasped the laws of the universe, but he is also in the process of devising his own unique techniques beyond the heavenly tier. Occasionally, ethereal dragons and phoenixes encircle him in the sky, accompanied by resounding roars and cries. The commotion surrounding his birth far eclipsed his own. This joyful revelation has brought immense delight to the entire Qin family, as they never anticipated the emergence of 2 prodigies from a single lineage. It even stirred the long-secluded ancestral figure, who personally bestowed the name Qin Hao upon his younger brother, a man who dares to challenge the heavens even before his birth. Faced with such an unreasonable younger brother, Qin Feng dared not relax for even a moment over the past 3 years, seizing every fleeting second to enhance his cultivation. While others might perceive him as a peerless genius on par with his brother, those within the family understand the truth. He failed to comprehend the accompanying techniques while still in the womb, only managing to grasp the pathway of external enhancement. In essence, he has not yet achieved the pinnacle of the 33 Heavens creation technique, leaving him incapable of attaining invincibility among equals. From the outset, he has already fallen significantly behind his brother, and in his desire to avoid being sacrificed or eliminated, he must hasten his cultivation. Currently, he has comprehended the first layer of the 33 Heavens creation technique, and his cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of vitality, standing just a step away from breaking into the Kaiyuan realm, where he can establish a dantian to store his innate spiritual energy. At the threshold of the 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm, a moment that promises to shatter ancient records is upon us. The breakthrough into Kaiyuan is imminent. Let it be shattered. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes with a fervent shout, channeling all the spiritual energy within him to strike at his dantian. Boom! A terrifying sound reverberated within Qin Feng's body as a dim starry sky materialized within his dantian. The surrounding spiritual energy surged in like a tidal wave, transforming into a luminous force that illuminated the somber expanse of stars, suffusing it with an inexhaustible essence of creation. With a deep exhale, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power, significantly stronger than before. Since comprehending the first layer of the 33 Heavens of creation, his recovery ability had transcended that of his peers by leaps and bounds, bringing him closer to his invincible state. Calculating the time, his younger brother should be born soon. Qin Feng gazed at the moon, murmuring to himself, increasingly nostalgic after 3 years apart. Ever since his brother had claimed the twin room 3 years ago, the source of his villain points had dwindled. Although the system's villain rules state that bullying others can still yield points, the rewards were pitifully meager, utterly incomparable to the wealth amassed from his brother, the Chosen One. For instance, after being taken advantage of by the young ladies of the Qin family for 3 years, he had only managed to earn a little over 1,000 points, a meager sum compared to the bountiful gains from confronting his brother. My foolish Adudu. Do you have any idea how my brother has spent these past 3 years? Qin Feng gazed at the system display showing 4,300 villain points, painstakingly accumulated over the years. He had not dared to use a single point, fearing that his younger brother's halo of destiny might suddenly activate, leading to some catastrophic fate for their family. Fortunately, his younger brother was soon to be born, and it was about time for him to enhance his own abilities. Eagerly, Qin Feng opened the system store, having long set his sights on a divine movement technique known as Phantom Carefree. However, his current points were limited, allowing him only to purchase the first volume. As for why he did not choose to cultivate the family's techniques, having already activated the system and choosing to waste time studying seemed foolish. Why not directly exchange for something more beneficial? The first volume of Phantom Carefree, upon completion, would grant him the grace of a swallow. Leaving no trace upon the snow, exchange price for 1,000 villain points. In preparation for his unreasonable younger brother, the Chosen One, he was determined to become the fastest man of the ancient era. Should he sense any danger, he would be able to flee at once. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 4,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for the first volume of Phantom Carefree. In an instant, a figure appeared before Qin Feng. Moving swiftly with exquisite footwork, the changes in its form dazzling and elusive. He had taken yet another step closer to becoming the fastest man of the ancient era. Chapter 5. What malicious thoughts can a child possess the following day? The news of Qin Feng's breakthrough into the open-source realm reverberated through the entire Qin family like thunder. At merely 3 years of age, achieving such a feat was indeed unprecedented. Splendid, splendid, splendid. My son, Qin Feng, truly possesses the qualities of a great emperor. Qin Tian's exuberant laughter echoed throughout the household, as he eagerly proclaimed his son's extraordinary potential to anyone who crossed his path. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Feng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Memories flooded back of a villainous father who incessantly boasted of his son's imperial talents, ultimately drawing the attention of the protagonist. Fenger, you are remarkable. Yunxia, her belly round with child, approached with affectionate grace, gently ruffling Qin Feng's hair. Her adoration for this diligent and sensible eldest son was boundless. Since his birth, he had never caused her a moment's worry. While other children might wail and fret, her son remained calm, even reminding her of his needs. As he grew, his dedication to cultivation was unparalleled, a model child indeed. Qin Feng could not suppress a roll of his eyes, his mind racing with a frantic outcry. Was it a dream or a responsibility that a 3-year-old prodigy could toil day and night for 3 years to break through into the first level of the open-source realm? Shattering ancient records? Neither. It was all due to his unreasonable younger brother, and he wished to avoid being burdened by the specter of an early demise. Just as the family of 3 basked in harmonious joy, with paternal affection and filial piety enveloping them, Yunxia suddenly donned a mask of anguish, feeling an intense turmoil within her belly. Concurrently, a tempest erupted outside, with fierce winds howling, lightning flashing, and thunder reverberating through the air as dark clouds gathered ominously. The sounds of dragons and phoenixes echoed through the void, and the once ethereal images of these mythical creatures began to solidify. The lady was about to give birth. The members of the Qin family, recalling their previous experience, immediately grasped the situation. The well-trained maidens sprang into action, while the elite disciples of the Qin family assumed a state of heightened vigilance to prevent any threats to their family's future hope. Oh, foolish Adudu! You are finally about to make your entrance. Qin Feng's excitement quickened his breath as he eagerly anticipated meeting his second younger brother. Even their father, Qin Tian, was exhilarated, feeling a mix of joy and frustration towards this second son. He was frustrated that his son did not comprehend the hardships of parenthood, insisting on delaying his arrival by 3 years. Yet, he was also delighted at the prospect of having another strong son, wondering if he possessed the potential of an emperor. Boom! The sky crackled with lightning and thunder, while Yunxia's cries of agony filled the room. The second son showed no signs of emerging, and the dragon and phoenix figures hovered anxiously in the air, as if foretelling some impending misfortune. With this being a second childbirth, why was it still so arduous? Qin Feng soon realized the gravity of the situation, suspecting that his younger brother's ominous aura had been activated. Once this aura awakened, it signaled the departure of loved ones. Boom. Once again, a thunderous clap resonated, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that descended upon the crowd, making them feel as though an immense mountain weighed down upon them, thereby exacerbating the difficulty of their endeavors. Who dares? Qin Tian erupted with rage, a torrent of violent energy surging forth from within him. While the disciples of the Qin clan were instantly filled with fury, pooling their energies to withstand this overwhelming force. Yet, this pressure was exceedingly formidable. Even the combined strength of the Qin clan could not match it. Just as they appeared on the verge of collapse, the Qin clan unleashed 7 or 8 terrifying waves of pressure. A cold voice from the second ancestor followed. Old slippery one, do you wish to provoke a war? Huh. I merely sought to test the cultivation of my esteemed nephews. A white-haired elder adorned in a dragon robe materialized in the air. Were it not for the demonstration of his earlier prowess, one could scarcely associate his benevolent demeanor with any ulterior motives. A dragon robe? The emperor of the Great Xia. Qin Feng was no longer a mere novice. Over the past 3 years, in addition to his cultivation, he had garnered some understanding of the ancient wilderness. Within the ancient wilderness, myriad factions intermingled, families, sects, tribes, gangs, and countless schools of thought, all vying to enhance their power and seize greater resources for cultivation, often forming alliances to establish nations. For instance, the Great Xia dynasty, the largest nation in the ancient wilderness, was composed of innumerable families, with the Qin clan being the most formidable among them, thus earning the title of the foremost family in the ancient wilderness. In the era of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the term referred to the powerful and influential families that were perceived as thorns in the ruler's sides. Upon recognizing the identity of the individual before them, it becomes evident why he acted as he did. The Qin family had produced 2 extraordinary talents in succession, a fact that could not escape the notice of the royal family of the Great Xia. This individual must be the eldest son of the Qin family, correct? The emperor of Great Xia appeared unfazed, descending from the heavens with a smile, and could not resist reaching out to touch Qin Feng. With a swift whoosh, Qin Feng immediately employed his ethereal technique, retreating rapidly to maintain a safe distance. Given his earlier murderous intent towards his younger brother, he dared not make contact, for fear of being ensnared by the aura of his brother's charm, which could lead to his own demise. This is a remarkable agility. The expression on the emperor's face shifted dramatically, his heart disturbed by the revelation. For a master of his caliber, Qin Feng's agility was not particularly impressive. He could have easily struck him down with a single blow regardless of how skillfully he dodged. However, the alarming fact remained that he was merely 3 years old. Achieving a breakthrough to the opening origin realm at such a tender age was unprecedented, and to master such fluid movement was nothing short of astounding. This child possesses the makings of an emperor. Simultaneously, he recalled the blood moon from 3 years prior, which heralded the emergence of a prodigy. It was said that the arrival of such an aberration signified the decline and exhaustion of a nation, plunging it into despair, representing a latent threat to the Great Xia dynasty. Could this prodigy be the eldest son of the Qin family? When did he? Qin Tian was initially taken aback, but soon felt an overwhelming joy, as he had not anticipated that his precious son had mastered the art of movement. Although this technique did not originate from their Qin family, he could discern its profoundness at a glance. It was undoubtedly a celestial-level skill, derived from the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Forgive me, the child is rather shy. The elder ancestors of the Qin family appeared and casually offered a remark, instinctively protecting Qin Feng as if he were a cherished treasure. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. The emperor of the Great Xia cast a deep gaze at Qin Feng, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. At this moment, seeing that he had support, Qin Feng immediately revealed his true self. Is that your majesty? I have long heard tales of your brilliance in martial prowess, your noble character, your selflessness, your unwavering determination, your arduous endeavors, your indomitable spirit, your vast capacity for tolerance, your integrity, your fearlessness in adversity, and your unparalleled greatness. Today, seeing you in person, it is indeed as the legends foretold. With a demeanor akin to that of an idol worshipper, Qin Feng lavished compliments in a cascade of flattery, then shifted the conversation back to his majesty. As the illustrious and mighty ruler that you are, Surely you would not visit without bringing a token of goodwill, would you? Upon finishing his words, Qin Feng blinked his innocent large eyes, exuding an air of youthful naivety, as if to convey that being just a child, he could harbor no ill intentions. Chapter 6. The Selection of Talents. All children must be included. The Emperor of the Great Xia felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing that this little rascal was exceedingly mischievous. To assert that he was not visiting the Qin family as a guest, wasn't that tantamount to admitting he had come to seek trouble? With so many ancestors of the Qin family present, what difference would that make to courting disaster? Yet, if he claimed to be a guest, he had not prepared any gifts. It would be absurd to present his divine artifacts as offerings, would it not? Upon noticing the lack of response from the emperor, Qin Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed, "No way, no way." The esteemed emperor of Great Xia truly arrived empty-handed as a guest. The elders of the Qin family reveled in this spectacle, showing no inclination to come to his aid. Given the earlier display of his reckless use of pressure that nearly caused Yun Xia to suffer complications in childbirth, it was evident that the imperial family had begun to target the Qin family. Had it not been for the potential consequences of a hasty confrontation, they would have been tempted to rush forward and make him unrecognizable. At the same time, this incident served as a wake-up call. Some matters needed to be planned well in advance, lest the Qin family find themselves in peril when the imperial family truly wielded the sword of slaughter. Of course, a guest should bring gifts. The Emperor of Great Xia felt a wave of embarrassment at Qin Feng's remarks. Observing the lack of support from the Qin family, he could only muster a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown, painfully producing a small wooden box. Upon opening it, 9 exquisite small swords, each resembling a finger, were revealed, each imbued with a formidable aura of sword energy. The 9 swords of Chong Kong. The elders of the Qin family were somewhat moved and inadvertently revealed the origin of the 9 swords. These swords were once wielded by a legendary figure from a millennium ago, the sword god of Chong Kong. The swords were divided into 9: Zhuxian, Shashan, Mifo, Fumo, Jiangyao, Zhansheng, Zuihan, Duopo, and Pujuan. Each sword is an extraordinary weapon, rarely seen in the world, and when united, they rank among the top 10 ancient divine weapons. They can also be separated to form a sword array, wielding the power to rival thousands of troops. However, following the demise of the sword god of Chong Kong, the 9 swords scattered across the ancient lands, and it was unexpected that this old mudfish had managed to collect them all. The Emperor of the Great Xia wore a conflicted expression, reluctant to part with any of them. These 9 swords had required immense human, material, financial resources, and time to gather, and he had yet to truly appreciate them before being compelled to give one away. Yet, if he refrained from parting with a sword, he would have to sacrifice his own divine armor. The balance of power must be weighed. Thus, he resolved to close his eyes and relinquish one. The Emperor of the Great Xia, resigned to his fate, prepared to allow Qin Feng to select a sword from the collection. Moreover, he was confident that before long, this sword would return to him, for the Qin family had produced 2 remarkable talents in succession, threatening the imperial authority and disrupting the equilibrium among the noble clans. In this world bustling with activity, all come for profit, and in this world of turmoil, all depart for profit. The pie is only so large. Should these 2 prodigies grow in strength, the resources obtained by other clans would inevitably be depleted. Can the other families bear such a fate? Before the Emperor of the Great Xia could even utter a word allowing Qin Feng to make his own choice, Qin Feng, sporting an innocuous smile, swiftly seized the small wooden box containing the 9 swords, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing the 9 swords." Although Qin Feng was still unaware of the origins of these swords, it was evident from the expressions of the elders of the Qin family that they were indeed treasures. Such remarkable items are reserved for the discerning, while a child would naturally claim them all. The Emperor of the Great Xia hastily interjected, intending to clarify that he would bestow but 1 sword. However, it appeared that the esteemed elders of the Qin family possessed little restraint, immediately showering the emperor with effusive praise. "Your Majesty is truly generous, presenting the esteemed 9 swords with such grace." One elder proclaimed, "Your regard for our Qin family moves me to tears. I would gladly transform into a maiden to express my gratitude. This precious gift is far beyond what our Qin family can repay." Another elder chimed in, "Your Majesty is a true dragon among men, prosperous across the seas. Surely you do not concern yourself with such trifles." Indeed, To discuss monetary matters with your majesty would be an affront, as the saying goes. A token gift carries deep sentiment. We merely wish to convey our intentions. Your majesty understands. Our Qin family shall unwaveringly follow your majesty's lead. Should anyone dare speak ill of you, we shall be the first to oppose it. Have you no decorum, you impudent boy? Hurry and bow thrice in gratitude to his majesty. In compliance, Qin Feng dutifully bowed 3 times, akin to a ritual of reverence during a festival. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for embodying the spirit of villainy, boldly seizing the rare divine weapon, the Long Kong 9 swords, and earning 1,000 villain points. Boldly seize. Who has seized anything? Do not slander the virtuous, for it was clearly a gift bestowed upon him. Qin Feng vehemently condemns the system, advising silence to those who cannot speak wisely. This family, the emperor of the Great Xia, was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, discovering that the Qin family possessed no sense of shame whatsoever. Whether it was to validate his suspicions or because Qin Feng had tasted the sweetness of success, he gazed up innocently at him. Your Majesty, have you ever heard of a rule in the martial world? When elders first meet juniors, they customarily present a token of greeting. The emperor of the Great Xia almost spewed forth a mouthful of vintage blood from 1982, declaring he had never encountered such shamelessness. It seems there is indeed such a custom. The esteemed elders of the Qin family, relishing in chaos, made it clear they intended to collectively confront the wealthy today. Such audacity. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. After residing in the Qin household for so many years, they had failed to grasp the ultimate essence of the Qin family. Qin Feng once again exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Heavens above! The first and foremost power of the ancient world, the Great Xia dynasty's leader, is reluctant to offer a greeting gift to a junior. By heavens! Can this little rascal not possess even a shred of dignity? Were it not for the presence of the esteemed elders of the Qin family, he assuredly would have dealt with this shameless wretch." The emperor of the Great Xia felt a twinge of regret. He had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today, which led him to encounter such an audacious little rascal. Not only had this impudent creature extorted the Long Kong 9 blades from him, but it audaciously sought to extract yet another treasure. However, in consideration of his imperial dignity, he reluctantly retrieved a delicate jade gourd from his waist, intricately adorned with golden threads etched in the likeness of auspicious clouds, exuding an air of grandeur. The heavenly treasure gourd. The elders of the Qin family were momentarily dazzled, marveling at the wealth of the royal lineage. This gourd was not a weapon or a defensive artifact. Rather, when worn, it served to cultivate tranquility and focus. During the practice of cultivation, it effectively prevented one from veering into madness and accelerated the pace of training, solidifying one's abilities swiftly. Particularly in times of combat, it facilitated rapid recovery of energy, making it an object of desire for every cultivator. However, the cost of crafting such an item was exorbitant, with a dismally low success rate. Even the esteemed Qin family refrained from attempting its creation lightly. The 5 remaining heavenly treasure gourds within the family were all acquired through various other means. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Feng cheerfully stepped forward, shamelessly accepting the gourd. Ding. The system detected the host's willingness to assist others and stored the heavenly treasure gourd for free, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, encouraging the system to express itself more freely. Chapter 7. Finding an excuse to punish the younger brother, please. No need for formality. The emperor of the Great Xia wore a smile that was more akin to a grimace, truly reluctant to part with the Tianbao gourd. Yet, alas, it had become the least valuable treasure in his possession. He could hardly bestow upon this lad the divine artifact painstakingly crafted over many years. Wait a moment. Why did that boy's gaze seem so familiar? A sudden tremor coursed through the emperor's heart as he caught sight of Qin Feng gazing at him with an expression of utter innocence, reminiscent of his previous request for a welcoming gift. How outrageous! How could one be so shameless? Having already bestowed upon him 2 treasures, this boy still seemed insatiable. The elders of the Qin family also found themselves somewhat embarrassed, inwardly lamenting their state of utter exasperation. To have gifted him 2 precious items, and yet he remained so demanding. They could not help but ponder when they might collectively escort Qin Feng to the imperial city of Great Xia, visiting each household in turn. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family watched in envy, seemingly grasping a profound truth. In the world of martial arts, One's face is but an external matter. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had led the Qin family disciples astray, earning 200 villain points. This is possible. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had unlocked a new method. At that moment, the Emperor of the Great Xia was genuinely intimidated by Qin Feng. Seizing the opportunity while the lad was momentarily distracted, he transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, exclaiming, "I suddenly remember. I have urgent matters to attend to. Your Majesty, I have the leisure to visit you with my younger brother. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Please do not prepare any extravagant treasures. A few volumes of sacred and divine techniques will suffice. As for the heavenly treasure gourd, a dozen will be adequate. I must inform you, should there be more, I shall decline, for as a mere child, possessing such abundant treasures serves no purpose for me." Qin Feng regained his composure and called out towards the direction of the departing figure, and faintly, the crowd seemed to witness the golden light lose its balance, nearly plummeting from the sky. Such audacity! The entire assembly felt an overwhelming embarrassment, expressing their impatience. "What are you all staring at? Have you never seen the most handsome of the ancient times?" Qin Feng tossed his head proudly, embodying the essence of an idol. "My dear child, you are still young. I shall safeguard this sword for you." Qin Tian approached with a mischievous grin and snatched the small wooden box from Qin Feng's hands. As one of the top divine weapons of the ancient era, no one could remain indifferent to the Longkong Nine Swords. Not even the head of the foremost family of antiquity. "What is this?" The surrounding disciples of the Qin family felt a wave of shame, astonished by Qin Tian's conduct as the family patriarch. Was this truly safeguarding? He was merely coveting his son's precious possessions. He professes his love for me, yet he steals my treasures. Qin Feng, embodying the spirit of a dramatist, wept as he threw himself into the embrace of an elder ancestor, seeking solace. What a disgraceful creature, snatching even his own son's treasures. The ancestral figure tenderly embraced Qin Feng, offering solace while not forgetting to deliver a kick to Qin Tian, aiding in the retrieval of the Longkong Nine Swords. This act served as a solemn proclamation to all that the Longkong Nine Swords rightfully belonged to Qin Feng. Regardless of how aggrieved Qin Tian, the so-called father, felt, the surrounding disciples of the Qin family could only gaze on with envy. A mere 3-year-old child wielding a weapon ranked among the top 10 of the ancient era, adorned with the exquisite Tianbao gourd, a supreme auxiliary treasure. Should word of this spread, countless cultivators would undoubtedly be consumed with envy. Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens once more, as the ethereal image of a dragon and phoenix surged downwards, bursting into the chamber where Yunxia was in labor. Instead of the anticipated cries of a newborn, a young maid emerged, joyfully announcing the news. "It is born. A young master, mother and child are safe." Qin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart, as the sudden oppressive force had nearly terrified him, worrying that his younger brother's fateful aura might suddenly manifest. Soon, the second brother was brought forth, cleaned and swaddled. Qin Feng leaned in for a closer look. He bore an uncanny resemblance to their father, unlike Qin Feng, who had inherited their mother's stunning beauty. Yet, such details were trivial now. What mattered was that his younger brother was now in his grasp, unlike when he was nestled within the womb. Now, he could engage in playful antics for an entire day. Alas, the younger brother seemed to sense Qin Feng's presence, instinctively becoming a bit restless. If he could articulate his thoughts at that moment, he might have exclaimed, "I can't see you. I can't see you." Or perhaps implored, "Don't come near me." The little one. The elders of the Qin family could not help but furrow their brows, sensing an unusual and mysterious aura emanating from the second brother. Despite having lived for several millennia, they found themselves at a loss for an explanation, requiring a return to ancient texts for clarity. As the group gathered around the second brother in contemplation, Qin Feng finally discovered a reason to chastise his younger sibling. "Why aren't you crying, dear brother? Surely nothing is amiss." The others soon realized that the child was indeed silent, which was starkly different from the customary uproar accompanying a newborn's arrival. Just as they prepared to investigate, a small hand reached out. With a sharp smack, the sound of a crisp slap resonated through the room. Qin Feng had raised his tiny hand and delivered a hearty smack to his younger brother's bottom. The vivid red imprint clearly indicated that this was an act of an older brother, and the force was anything but gentle. Wah! The second brother, feeling the sting, erupted into a resounding wail. "How could you strike your brother?" Qin Tian admonished Qin Feng sternly, hastily lifting the second brother to soothe him. I was merely concerned for his well-being. Qin Feng's face was a portrait of grievance, yet internally, he was reveling with delight. Ding. Detected that the host has spanked the chosen child, earning 100 points. Ding. Detected that the host's action caused the chosen child to cry, resulting in the release of a portion of innate ancestral energy, equivalent to 3 years of arduous cultivation, earning 30,000 points. Ding dong. A detection has revealed the host's disruption of the fated child's opportunity, granting a chance to draw a lottery. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the concept of innate ancestral energy. The system elucidated that one must receive the essence of heaven and earth to be born, implying that a period of vital energy cultivates prior to conception. This is what is known as innate ancestral energy, the refinement of which is equivalent to 3 years of arduous cultivation. Upon grasping this revelation, Qin Feng's mind was filled with disbelief. Had he known that this so-called innate ancestral energy was so formidable, he would not have acted so arrogantly at his birth. Perhaps this distinction delineates the protagonist from the antagonist. Yet, how could his younger brother possibly be aware of such matters? Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng observed his weeping younger brother, suspecting he might be a reincarnation of some mighty being. However, after several days of scrutiny, he found no signs of wisdom. The child behaved like any other infant, alternating between eating, sleeping, and incessant crying. This incessant wailing nearly drove their father to madness, promptly extinguishing any thoughts of a third child. Not all infants are named Qin Feng. Yet, the gaze his mother cast upon their father was unmistakably peculiar, as if to convey that her reason for marrying him was solely to bear several sons in retribution. That evening, the candlelight crackled intermittently. From the adjacent room, Qin Feng faintly heard someone softly reciting Ode to the Goose. Chapter 8. Ignoring the words of the elderly, rejoicing for years on this day, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his quaint courtyard, immersed in his cultivation. Ever since he ascended to the first layer of the Kaiyuan realm, his progress had significantly slowed, primarily due to his inability to keep pace with the 33 Heavens Creation Sutra. It was akin to acquiring a new vehicle that, though vastly superior, was hindered by an outdated engine that lacked power. He needed to swiftly comprehend the second layer to truly advance. Fortunately, my foolish companion, Edudu, had been born, granting me the freedom to pursue my ambitions. Qin Feng accessed the system, revealing a total of 32,400 villain points, along with a solitary opportunity for a lottery draw. According to the system, only by disrupting the fortunes of the chosen one could one earn a chance to draw, and the rewards were nothing short of extraordinary, divine physiques, unique supernatural abilities, and exceptional martial arts techniques awaited. With eager anticipation, Qin Feng summoned the system to commence the draw. With a resounding whoosh, a grand spinning lottery wheel materialized before him, adorned with a myriad of prizes: the supreme physique, the celestial titan body, the battle saint body, the chaotic saint body, the dual pupils, the supreme bone, the true dragon treasure technique, and the transformation into the unfettered heavens. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the celestial slashing sword technique. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated in Qin Feng's mind, as if his very soul had transcended to another realm. A cloaked figure emerged, offering no superfluous words. With a nod, the figure drew its sword. A crisp and resonant sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the heavens and the earth, as a stunning beam of sword light appeared, standing apart from the world. A chilling aura engulfed the entire realm. The sword light danced like a startled swan and soared like a wandering dragon, seemingly intent on cleaving the sky in two. That fearsome strike was etched deeply into Qin Feng's mind, captivating him to the point of obsession. How terrifying! Upon regaining consciousness, Qin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. True swordsmanship does not require flamboyance. A sword drawn from its sheath can annihilate the heavens and the earth, determining victory and defeat. However, although the technique of cleaving the heavens is formidable, given Qin Feng's current cultivation and age, even if he comprehended its use, he could not execute it yet. He needed to enhance his cultivation and improve his physical prowess. Time for training was of the essence. In his heart, Qin Feng called upon the system to exchange for a month of enlightenment aura. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a month of enlightenment aura. After 3 years, Qin Feng once again experienced that ethereal sensation, akin to his soul departing from his body. Many aspects of cultivation that had once eluded him were now effortlessly grasped. Just then, an elder appeared in Qin Feng's courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it was the 10th ancestor of the Qin family, who, in terms of lineage, was Qin Feng's great-grandfather, the biological grandfather of his father. As for his biological grandfather, it was said he had gone out to train, and for centuries there had been no news of him, leaving the family in constant debate over whether to hold a banquet in his honor. "Dear great-grandson, your grandfather has come to see you," the 10th ancestor, with a face full of affection, lifted Qin Feng into his arms, expressing immense fondness for this obedient, sensible, and diligent great-grandson. Ever since Qin Feng broke through to the open origin realm, the elders of the Qin family were both astonished and elated. Their joy stemmed from the emergence of a remarkable prodigy in their lineage, while their astonishment arose from the fact that Qin Feng had achieved this breakthrough without any guidance, a perilous endeavor that could have led to catastrophic consequences. Consequently, after much deliberation, the elders decided to send the 10th ancestor to mentor Qin Feng in his cultivation. Mentorship? Qin Feng felt it was entirely unnecessary. He possessed the complete version of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, with explicit instructions clearly outlined. As long as he adhered to these guidelines, he believed there would be no unforeseen mishaps. As for learning martial skills and body techniques, he would be better off borrowing his younger brother's bottom for 2 days. Regardless of how challenging the skills and techniques might be, he was confident he could master them within that time frame. It is imperative for cultivators to remember, pride must never take root in their hearts. The 10th ancestor sensed a hint of arrogance in Qin Feng and prepared to impart a stern lesson, ensuring he understood that beyond the mountains, there are higher mountains. And beyond the towers, there are brothels. One must advance in the path of cultivation or risk falling behind. With a deep breath, the 10th ancestor focused his energy, stamping his foot forcefully on the ground. Leaves scattered into the air, and with a swift gesture of his fingers directed towards a nearby 10-meter-high rock formation, he unleashed a powerful strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fallen leaves transformed into fearsome weapons, instantly slicing the rock formation into fragments. The esteemed 10th ancestor imparted his profound wisdom, revealing that this was the first celestial martial art mastered by his revered forebear. As leaves danced in the air, it was through years of diligent practice, marked by humility and perseverance, that he achieved perfection, earning great renown upon stepping into the world. Before he could fully bask in the glory of his accomplishments, he observed Qin Feng imitating him. With a deep breath, Qin Feng gathered his energy, forcefully stamping his foot, causing several leaves on the ground to flutter into the air. He then pointed decisively at a distant stone table with his 2 fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves soared forth like razor blades, embedding themselves into the stone surface. Had it not been for his nascent cultivation at the first level of the open origin realm, he could have certainly matched the 10th ancestor's prowess as a formidable cutting machine. Did this truly require a decade of painstaking practice? Qin Feng perceived no difficulty whatsoever, confidently believing he could reach perfection within a month. It remained unclear whether this was due to his current 100-fold comprehension aura or the enchanting allure of the fluttering leaves, which seemed to resonate with the essence of martial arts in this fantastical realm. Regardless of the cause, the celestial art appeared trivial in comparison, while the allure of exchanging the second brother's punishment for divine martial skills was undeniably enticing. At this moment, the 10th ancestor stood silently by, feeling a profound sense of injury. Particularly, Qin Feng's remark about the necessity of years of arduous training inflicted unprecedented emotional damage upon him. "I need to remain calm." The 10th ancestor continuously reassured himself, refusing to succumb to anger, reminding himself that this was his own child. Ding dong. The system detected that the host has shown disrespect towards his elders, earning him 100 villain points. How have I disrespected my elders? Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether the system had malfunctioned. Soon enough, the system provided an explanation, ignoring the words of the elderly equated to disrespect. Qin Feng found himself speechless, recalling a similar incident from before. In this modern age, how could one still consider the sayings of the elderly as sacrosanct? Are the elders always right? Oh well, it is a system, and whatever it proclaims must be true. If disrespecting elders leads to such consequences, let it be known, ignoring the wisdom of the aged can lead to years of joy. At that moment, several esteemed ancestors of the Qin family walked past Qin Feng with grave expressions, heading without a glance towards the small courtyard where his parents resided. What could be happening? Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng followed them. Upon entering, he found the elders surrounding his second brother, comparing ancient texts with him. Within mere moments, the elders could no longer contain their excitement, bursting into laughter that echoed towards the heavens. The Supreme Bone indeed. That mysterious aura was none other than the legendary Supreme Bone, a rarity among thousands. This child is a born supreme. Truly, the heavens have blessed our Qin family. The brilliance of this revelation left Qin Feng feeling utterly disheartened. The chosen one truly defied all rationale. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering an epic mission of destiny. Unearth the supreme bone of his brother, with the reward of an invincible dual pupil. Chapter 9. A heart full of anxiety in a moment of sheer disbelief. Qin Feng nearly expelled a mouthful of aged blood from 1982, increasingly convinced that this was not a legitimate system. These were his cherished friends and beloved brothers. The system seductively suggested that the supreme bone could be broken to be reborn anew. Broken to be reborn. The thought stirred something within Qin Feng. However, he quickly dismissed it. If he were to truly extract the supreme bone from his younger brother, his parents would surely flay him alive, and the reputation he had painstakingly built over the years would be utterly shattered. Inflicting harm upon his adversary would only result in self-damage. No, I must find tranquility. Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of the supreme bone, Qin Feng retreated to his humble courtyard to commence his cultivation. He had initially believed that after defeating his brother's innate ancestral energy, he would enjoy a period of respite. Little did he know that his brother had inexplicably manifested another piece of supreme bone. He needed to cultivate relentlessly, lest he be dragged down to the depths of despair. In the courtyard, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, swiftly entering a state of meditation. Unlike the comprehension required for the first level, the second level was evidently far more intricate. Yet the results were strikingly apparent. Not only did his cultivation speed increase, but his recuperative ability also grew significantly stronger. Simultaneously, the heavenly treasure gourd hanging around his neck emitted a gentle glow. It not only aided him in focusing his mind and preventing him from succumbing to madness, but also fortified his cultivation in the first realm of the opening yuan stage, accelerating his progression towards the second realm. It can be said that with the celestial gourd in hand, the speed of cultivation has at least doubled. What remarkable speed of meditation! The 10th ancestor stood nearby, his face expressing astonishment, increasingly favoring Qin Feng. He did not allow himself to become arrogant due to the century-long gestation that enhanced his potential, nor did he bask in the satisfaction of having comprehended the profound techniques beyond the innate level. Instead, he continued to practice with unwavering diligence and perseverance. This young man's future is indeed promising. As spring fades into autumn, 5 years have swiftly passed. At the age of 8, after grasping the second layer of heaven, Qin Feng's cultivation surged forward like a rocket, breaking through to the 9th level of the opening yuan realm in just 5 short years. Now only a step away from the extraordinary realm. Unlike the opening yuan realm, which involves the opening of the dantian and a body as light as a swallow, the extraordinary realm allows for the external release of spiritual energy, capable of striking down foes from 1,000 meters away. At this moment, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in a specially prepared medicinal bath, a privilege bestowed upon him by the Qin family to aid in refining his physique and solidifying his foundation. Suddenly, a sharp pain caused Qin Feng to involuntarily furrow his brow as he attempted to project his spiritual energy. With a resounding bang, a deep thud resonated from within him, and with a shudder, a terrifying gust of energy erupted from his body, sending objects in the room scattering chaotically. Had he truly broken through? The 10th ancestor stood by, utterly dumbfounded, gazing in disbelief at the young prodigy in the bath. An 8-year-old in the extraordinary realm, once again shattering ancient records. However, the 10th ancestor quickly regained his composure, not due to a heart cultivated over a millennium, but rather because of the unparalleled prowess of Qin Feng's younger brother. Qin Hao. At merely 3 years of age, Qin Feng set the record for the fastest breakthrough into the opening origin realm, only to have it shattered by his brother at the tender age of 2. Now, despite being just 5 years old, Qin Hao has already reached the 5th level of the opening origin realm, and it seems almost effortless for him to break Qin Feng's record for the fastest breakthrough into the extraordinary realm before he turns 8. It is evident that neither of these brothers is ordinary. The 10th ancestor felt a profound blow to his self-confidence. realizing that compared to these two, his own existence seemed trivial. With a mighty roar, Qin Feng stood up and unleashed his spiritual power, shattering the bathtub. Though he was only 8 years old, he was as tall as a child of 12 or 13, and his young physique boasted 8 perfectly defined abdominal muscles, radiating a primal, explosive energy. The first order of business after his breakthrough was to confront his second brother. Despite sharing the same father and mother, and their ancestral lineage being intertwined, it did not dissuade him from delivering a thrashing. Over the past 5 years, he had frequently seized the opportunity to grapple with his brother under the guise of sparring, repeatedly pinning him to the ground and accumulating villain points to the tune of over 240,000. However, it must be noted that his brother was indeed becoming increasingly formidable. Despite being merely at the 5th level of the opening origin realm, he could still challenge Qin Feng, who was at the 9th level, proving the terrifying nature of achieving great perfection, rendering him truly invincible among peers of the same rank. He inquired of the system about the means to attain the realm of great perfection. The system's response was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to purchase a card for the great perfection realm, priced at a modest 1 million villain points. To expedite the process, it would be prudent to deal with his younger brother sooner rather than later. This child, the 10th ancestor, rubbed his temples in exasperation, fully aware that chaos was about to ensue. However, he harbored no intention of intervening. His brother, instead of losing heart in failure, was diligently honing his skills. Even if the elder brother emerged victorious, he would relentlessly spur himself to improve. This positive cycle was one they both relished. Young master, the disciples of the Qin family greeted Qin Feng with smiles. Yet, as they sensed the unstable fluctuations of energy emanating from him, a tempest of astonishment surged within them. Surely this must be a jest. Had he truly broken through to the extraordinary realm? In their understanding, even prodigies typically achieved such a breakthrough by the age of 15 or 16, at which point they could begin to make a name for themselves in the ancient world. Yet here was Qin Feng, achieving this at merely 8 years old. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare to believe it? A true prodigy. The Qin family disciples swallowed hard, awestruck by Qin Feng's innate talent. Unfazed by their astonishment, Qin Feng was singularly focused on finding his younger brother to deliver a good thrashing. Ultimately, through 5 years of experience, Qin Feng successfully located his younger brother at the entrance of the Qin family residence. There, he spotted a small figure soundly asleep upon the gnarled tree known for its crooked neck. Indeed, he was right here. Qin Feng circled the tree in bewilderment, recalling how his brother often nestled there for a nap. While he might consider it mere playfulness in other children, with his unreasonable younger sibling, he sensed an extraordinary opportunity lay hidden within this scenario. The seemingly inconspicuous often harbors the pivotal moment for the protagonist's resurgence. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Qin Feng scrutinized the surroundings, but discerned no hidden significance, his gaze inevitably drawn to his slumbering brother. To others, it might appear as a picture of tranquil existence. Yet to him, it felt as though his brother was enticing him to unearth the supreme essence. Originally, his aspiration was to be a carefree scion, indulging in a life of excess and extravagance. Yet this little creature compelled him to strive for self-preservation through diligent cultivation. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Raising his hand high, with a resounding slap, Qin Feng struck his brother's small backside, startling the little one awake. Upon seeing Qin Feng, rather than exhibiting anger, he joyfully called out brother. Even after countless playful swats, he still delighted in playing with his elder sibling. In response to this, Qin Feng felt a surge of panic within. It is a well-known adage that the more heartwarming the memories of childhood, the more tragic the fate in adulthood. Aside from the female protagonist, anyone who interacts with the main character seems to depart all the more swiftly. Once the halo of time is activated and the King of Hell smiles, the inevitable arrival unfolds. Dear brother. Chapter 10. The Promising Youth Brother. Let us venture outside. Qin Hao gazed at Qin Feng with eager anticipation, hoping he would take him out for some amusement. Outside, Qin Feng could not help but roll his eyes, feeling that his brother was overestimating his own importance. As the future hope of the Qin family, both brothers were afforded comprehensive protection, leaving the 8-year-old Qin Hao yet to step beyond the confines of their ancestral home. Of course, there was no necessity for him to venture forth. It was not that the venerable ancestors forbade him from doing so, but rather that the Qin estate was simply vast beyond measure. The Qin family's ascent to becoming the foremost lineage of the ancient world was not solely due to ancestral protection. It was also bolstered by their extensive bloodline, numbering in the millions, all residing within a single city. Coupled with a family ethos steeped in martial tradition, every member of the Qin clan possessed considerable prowess, thus solidifying their title as the preeminent family of the ancient age. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, there was little reason to leave the Qin estate. Furthermore, the Qin family's formidable power rendered them the true sovereigns of the eastern territories of the Great Xia dynasty. Those who sought their fortunes in this land might remain oblivious to the imperial family, yet they could never be ignorant of the Qin clan. Such is the inherent flaw in the shared dominion between the royal family and noble houses. "Brother," Qin Hao pleaded, shaking Qin Feng's arm with a pitiful demeanor, attempting to elicit sympathy to achieve his desire. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was impervious to such tactics. Had it been a younger sister, the outcome might have been different. However, in order to ensure that his younger brother could enjoy a complete childhood, he nodded in agreement to his request, allowing him to wait outside the city while he went to inform their mother. How wonderful! Qin Hao, blissfully unaware of the treachery of human hearts, joyfully skipped away. "Mother, my younger brother has run away from home." Qin Feng, transforming from a gentle older brother into a cunning boy, dashed into the house to report to Yun Xie. Ding dong. Upon detecting the host's slander against the Chosen One, he was awarded 200 villain points. The surrounding guards remained expressionless, having long since grown accustomed to such antics. Over the past 5 years, Qin Feng had devised one scheme after another against his brother. If they were not mistaken, the young master would soon present their mother with a feather duster. Before long, Yun Xie, resembling someone carrying a little chick, angrily brought Qin Hao back. Qin Feng transformed once again into the gentle older brother, stepping forward with concern to explain, "Mother, please do not be angry. It was I who promised to take my younger brother out to play, not that he wanted to run away from home." Yes, yes. Qin Hao nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at his elder brother. Yet, the more Qin Feng insisted, the less his mother believed him. Suspecting that the eldest son was merely trying to shield his brother from punishment by taking the blame upon himself, she simply could not comprehend how, despite being twins born of the same parents, there existed such a stark contrast between them. The elder brother had always been sensible and obedient, while the younger one was a perennial troublemaker, the kind that would wreak havoc if left unchecked for 3 days. "Why can't you learn from your brother? You spend all your time being mischievous." Yun Xie activated her strict maternal mode, launching into a lecture directed at Qin Hao. However, she failed to notice that behind her, Qin Feng was making a face at his younger brother, providing a source of amusement that was far too advanced for a 5-year-old to bear. Finally, he could no longer suppress his laughter, which reignited Yun Xie's dwindling frustration, prompting her to engage in a cycle of self-reassurance. "This is my son. I am his mother. I must not lose my temper with him, nor can I resort to physical punishment. If I strike him, I must comfort him. If he gets hurt, I must heal him. It has not been easy raising him. He is the result of a near life-threatening delivery. His mistakes must stem from my shortcomings, my failure to educate him properly, my lack of capability, my flawed methods. A filial child emerges from discipline, while a rebellious one arises from neglect. To endure this moment is to open a vast horizon. To retreat is to stoke further anger. I can no longer contain the tumultuous force within me." Observing Qin Hao still grinning foolishly, Yun Xie lamented her failed attempt at self-reassurance. Mother, my younger brother is still just a child." Qin Feng hurriedly stepped in to play the peacemaker, albeit awkwardly clutching a willow branch in his hand. "Stand aside, today. I must teach him a proper lesson." Yun Xie, in her vexation, seized a willow branch, finding it utterly necessary to strike this mischievous child a couple of times to quell her anger. A willow branch. The expressions of the surrounding guards shifted slightly, realizing that it deviated from their expectations of a feather duster. Just as Qin Feng awaited the antagonist's account to be settled, a melodious sound suddenly resonated from the sky. In the distance, a grand procession approached, led by 9 formidable beasts pulling an opulent carriage, while the trailing entourage soared through the air on their own extraordinary mounts. If a 10 enhancement were to emit light, this entourage could be deemed at least a 20. The Lin family of Tianqin City. Qin Feng instantly recognized their origins, acknowledging them as the undeniable rulers of the western region of the Great Xia. Unlike the familial governance of the Qin family, the Lin family of Tianqin City operated as a regional lord, assembling numerous talented individuals to serve their cause, backed by an army of 1 million armored soldiers, firmly asserting control over the Western territories. I shall deal with you later. Yunxia shot Qin Hao a glare, ushering her brothers back home. Concurrently, the sounds of bells and drums heralding a warm welcome resonated throughout the Qin city, as hundreds of thousands of adept disciples emerged to greet the esteemed guests from Tianjin City, simultaneously showcasing the formidable heritage of the Qin family. The Qin brothers were also dressed in formal attire by Yunxia, accompanying their esteemed father, Qin Tian, as he personally ventured out to welcome the guests. Unlike his usual playful demeanor, today, Qin Tian exuded an imposing aura, standing there like an invincible war god. Brother Qin Tian, it has been years since we last met. I have missed you dearly. A middle-aged gentleman clad in splendid attire stepped down from the carriage, immediately approaching Qin Tian with an enthusiastic embrace, clearly embodying the cunning nature of a seasoned fox. Brother Lin Hao, I have also been longing for our reunion. Qin Tian let out a hearty laugh, though it was uncertain how much sincerity accompanied it. These two must be the twin brothers of the Qin family, born 3 years apart, right? After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Hao's gaze shifted toward the two brothers, Qin Feng and Qin Hao. His journey across great distances to the Qin residence was primarily motivated by these two brothers. To be precise, the Qin family sought to forge an alliance with Tianjin City, intending to select one of them as a suitor for his beloved daughter. Following the emergence of two prodigies from the Qin family and their successive breaking of ancient records, the imperial family of the Great Xia was thrown into a state of urgency. In a bid to secure their power, they began to reach out to various prominent families, preparing to take action against the Qin family. In light of their own interests, the Qin family was compelled to seek allies. Indeed, this is the elder brother, Qin Feng, who possesses the potential of an emperor, while the younger brother, Qin Hao, is endowed with unparalleled supreme bones. Qin Tian proudly introduced his remarkable sons. While it is already a monumental achievement for any family to produce a single prodigy, his family had remarkably given rise to two extraordinary talents. The existence of supreme bones is well documented in ancient texts, but the authenticity of the emperor's potential remains uncertain. A haughty little girl emerged from behind Lin Hao. She was none other than the little princess of Tianjin City, Lin Xiner. Though she was merely a 6 or 7-year-old girl, her eyebrows resembled emerald feathers. Her skin was as pure as snow, her waist delicate as silk, and her teeth were like pearls. It was evident that she would blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. Shiner, do not be rude, Lin Hao admonished, urging her to be mindful of the occasion. Yet, the proud little girl paid no heed to such decorum. Her gaze towards Qin Feng was filled with provocation and challenge. She snapped her fingers, summoning a handsome youth of about 14 or 15 years. He is my newly acquired servant, Lin San. Do you dare to face him in a duel to prove your worth? Lin Shiner shot Qin Feng a challenging glance. Lin San, Qin Feng mused, observing the young man before him, who appeared remarkable and was undoubtedly not an ordinary character. Chapter 11. In a world of great strife. Is he not Lin San of the City of Heavenly Hearts? Immediately, whispers erupted around, clearly indicating that Lin San was a figure of some renown. It is said that this individual possesses an extraordinary talent, with swordsmanship that is exceptionally accomplished. Experts have even remarked that he may well be the foremost swordsman a century hence. Ding dong. The chosen one has been discovered, with an epic-level rating. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart brimming with joy. Due to Qin Hao being his younger brother, he had never been able to unleash his full potential. Fearing that he would not be able to explain himself to their parents, resulting in having accumulated only 240,000 villain points over more than 5 years. Now, faced with someone unrelated to him, he could finally indulge in the thrill of battle. If his memory served him correctly, his second brother was also an epic-level chosen one. At this moment, both sets of parents exchanged awkward smiles, yet they showed no intention of halting the impending duel. Although Lin Hao had come to forge an alliance, he harbored no desire for his daughter to wed a weakling. Qin Tian, eager to secure the alliance, naturally wished for his eldest son, Qin Feng, to demonstrate his prowess. Should he lose, it would not be a great matter, as he was merely 8 years old, while the opponent was already 13 or 14, possessing an extraordinary level of cultivation at the 3rd tier of the transcendent realm. However, if he were to triumph, it would certainly bring great honor. Very well. Let us engage in this contest. Qin Feng comprehended his father's intentions, which aligned perfectly with his own desires, as a robust aura surged around him, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to gently levitate. He had reached the first tier of the transcendent realm. The expressions of Lin Hao and the other experts from the city of Tianqin transformed dramatically, as they internally acknowledged the extraordinary potential of this young prodigy. An 8-year-old at the extraordinary realm, a feat unparalleled in history. Particularly remarkable was his ability to levitate falling leaves, if their observations were accurate. This was indeed the renowned technique of the 10th ancestor of the Qin family, known as falling leaves in flight. Who would dare to believe that someone so young could master such a formidable skill, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Simultaneously, Lin Hao finally comprehended why the royal family of the Great Xia had been targeting the Qin family relentlessly. Should these two young talents reach their full potential, they could easily usurp the royal family's position at any moment. Please offer your guidance. Lin San, a staunch advocate of martial ethics, reminded everyone before engaging. However, he clearly overestimated Qin Feng's sense of honor. Faced with the Chosen One, he never dared to be complacent or adhere to martial decorum, especially considering that his opponent's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his own. Before Lin San could react, he witnessed Qin Feng point decisively, causing the leaves to transform into sharp blades, rapidly hurtling toward him from all directions. Hey, do you have no sense of martial ethics? Lin Xianer urgently reprimanded Qin Feng for his actions. Not only did he initiate the conflict without warning, but he also unleashed his full power right from the start. Employing a formidable technique, such behavior was utterly despicable and shameless. With a resounding clang, Lin San calmly drew his sword, thrusting it forth. The blade shimmered gently, producing a subtle sword shadow as it gracefully descended like moonlit water, deftly striking down the incoming leaves, which then shattered into fragments. Once again, a sword thrust forth, unleashing a fierce wind that caused the falling leaves to lose their tether and drift aimlessly. Lin San's figure, wielding his sword, flickered in and out amidst the chaos. With a resounding thud, Lin San unleashed a streak of sword light, scattering the leaves that Qin Feng had conjured. Although his movements were ostentatious, several scratches marred his body, and the rising and falling of his chest attested to the considerable energy expended in that single strike. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng, adhering to the principle of striking when the enemy is vulnerable, swiftly approached Lin San, employing the enigmatic shadow dance, and closed the distance without granting his opponent a moment to react. With a fist the size of a sandbag, he aimed a punch directly at Lin San's face. Lin San let out a pained cry as he was sent flying. Brother, that was magnificent. Qin Hao exclaimed joyfully, dancing in celebration of his brother's anticipated victory. However, this exuberance irked Lin Xianer, who yelled loudly to encourage Lin San. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have struck the Chosen One, earning 200 villain points. Upon seeing the villain points credited, Qin Feng was immediately invigorated, ready to continue his onslaught for the entire day. Yet, he had clearly underestimated Lin San's combat prowess. Before he could initiate a series of attacks, Lin San swiftly regained his footing, darting forward like a startled swan slicing through the sky, a dark, water-like glow emanating from his sword. Sword intent, gasped Qin Tian and the others, their hearts racing as they internally exclaimed at the prodigious skill on display. The essence of sword intent is a concept that every sword practitioner yearns to comprehend. Once grasped, the power of their swordsmanship ascends several levels, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. However, a sense of foreboding enveloped Qin Feng as he recognized the formidable nature of this strike. He had no intention of confronting it head-on and swiftly sought to evade. Yet, Lin San had transitioned from a passive stance, bolstered by his 2-tier advantage over Qin Feng and the supremacy of sword intent. Like a gentle breeze, he unleashed a sword strike, conjuring numerous sword shadows that surged towards Qin Feng. Even though Qin Feng's shadowy steps were remarkably profound, he felt akin to a small vessel navigating through tumultuous waves, with the ever-present risk of capsizing. Well done, Lin San. Teach this brat a proper lesson. Lin Xianer clapped joyfully from the sidelines, playfully sticking her tongue out at Qin Hao in disdain. Brother, go for it. Qin Hao, his face flushed with anger, shouted fervently in support of Qin Feng. The others paid little heed to the two children, utterly astonished by their exuberance. Reflecting inwardly, they realized that at 8 years of age, they could not have transcended the extraordinary realm, nor could they grasp sword intent at the age of 13 or 14. The younger generation indeed pushes the older generation forward. A collective sentiment of awe resonated among the audience, as they understood that the era of great contention was likely approaching once more. Whenever these prodigies emerged, it heralded a reordering of the ancient world. At this moment, Qin Feng was hardly preoccupied with thoughts of the impending strife. His singular focus lay in how to defeat this young adversary and earn his villain points. Incredulous. Is this the sensation of the antagonist being subdued by the protagonist? Qin Feng was forced to retreat repeatedly, completely at a disadvantage, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. There was no recourse. The atmosphere had been meticulously cultivated. He could not afford to lose to this individual. He had no choice but to unleash his trump card, summoning the system to exchange for Volume 2 of Phantom's Wandering. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for expending 10,000 villain points to redeem Volume 2 of Phantom's Wandering. 10,000 points. The anguish in Qin Feng's heart was indescribable. How many days would he have to toil against his second brother to accumulate such a sum? His path to achieving perfection seemed even more distant. No. Today he must reclaim his honor by defeating this Lin San. As Qin Feng's consciousness danced with the image in his mind, he transformed, gliding like a gentle breeze through the dark, watery sword light, effortlessly soaring several hundred meters with ease. What? The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, recognizing that Qin Feng's agility had surpassed its previous limits during the battle. His speed was evidently swifter than before, and his footwork had become even more exquisite, easily evading the formidable sword strikes unleashed by Lin San. Excellent, excellent, excellent. My son, Qin Feng, possesses the potential of an emperor. Qin Tian could not contain his joy, nearly shouting into a megaphone at Lin Hao's ear. Remarkable. Lin San exhibited an unprecedented seriousness, realizing that without revealing his true abilities, he could not hope to overcome his opponent. Only then did he notice the corners of his garments fluttering without a breeze, producing a resonant sound. The sword in his hand, dark as the depths of water, danced in the wind, as the air was torn apart, emitting waves of mournful wails. Qin Feng also sensed that Lin San was about to unleash his full power. Raising his hand and shouting into the void, "Sword, come forth." Chapter 12. Love him, and stab his heart buzz. The crisp sound of swords resonated throughout the city where the Qin family resided, as 9 beams of sword light streaked across the void like shooting stars. The 9 swords of the long sky. Lin Hao and his companions, being discerning individuals, immediately recognized the origin of the 9 swords. They had heard tales of the hurried visit of the emperor of the Great Xia 5 years prior, and how the shameless eldest son of the Qin family had tricked him into parting with the 9 swords of the long sky and the heavenly treasure gourd. Initially, it was thought to be mere hearsay, yet it turned out that the individual was indeed shameless, insisting on possessing the 9 swords to embody that very essence of disgrace. The 9 swords unite. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand seal, directing a point towards the incoming 9 swords. Buzz. The sword winds surged forth, swirling dust and debris. As the momentum of the 9 swords grew increasingly formidable, echoing like roaring waves across the emptiness. When the sword winds subsided, a gleaming long sword, shimmering with a frosty light, hovered before Qin Feng. This was the sword of the long sky sword deity from a millennium ago, one of the top 10 divine weapons of the ancient era, the long sky divine sword. Since acquiring the 9 swords of the long sky, Qin Feng, with the aid of the 10 ancestors over the past 5 years, had successfully refined them. While he could not claim to replicate the splendor of the long sky sword deity, nor completely master the 9 swords, they were undoubtedly formidable in combat. The 9 swords of the long sky. Lin San's eyes sparkled with fervor, and his breath quickened. There was no remedy. The sword technique he employs is derived from the legendary sword god of the long sky. Specifically, he has inherited the legacy of this ancient master. Should he acquire the 9 swords of the long sky, he would undoubtedly regain the majestic prowess of the sword god of yore. However, he is acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Qin family. A brazen act of theft would be tantamount to courting death, leaving him with no choice but to wait for the opportune moment to strike. Even with the divine sword's empowerment, it is implausible for one to rival me. Lin San possesses unwavering confidence in the inheritance of the sword god of the long sky. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, he strikes with ferocity, unleashing a brilliant flash of sword light that cleaves through the void, creating ripples of turbulence. The long sky sword art. This divine sword technique, gleaned from the very laws of heaven and earth by the sword god, possesses the might to vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. Reigning supreme in the ancient world with no equal, it is Qin Tian and Lin Hao, both titans in their own right, instantly recognized the long sky sword art. Little did the sword god of a millennium ago anticipate that, 1,000 years hence, his own sword technique would confront his cherished blade. A crisis looms. Qin Tian's complexion shifts dramatically as he rushes forward to intervene. Though his eldest son, Qin Feng, is imbued with the potential of an emperor, he is but 8 years old. How can he withstand the sword god's technique? Yet before he can utter a word, he observes his son, eyes sharp and resolute, assume the stance of drawing his sword. Heaven-slaying sword technique. With a nod, the sword is drawn. A resounding and melodious clang of the sword echoes through the heavens and earth, as an astonishing sword light emerges, standing alone in its splendor. A chilling aura envelopes the scene. The sword light dances like a startled swan and glides like a roaming dragon, as if intent on cleaving the sky asunder. What manner of sword technique is this? The assembled crowd, all seasoned veterans, had never witnessed such a move from Qin Feng. Could it be a creation of his own? Lacking any embellishments, it solely sought the pinnacle of an invincible strike. When the sword was drawn, it could cleave the heavens and devastate the earth, determining victory or defeat in an instant. Boom! 2 beams of sword light collided violently, unleashing a thunderous roar accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept outward. Mother, father, Qin Hao and Lin Xian'er, due to their lower cultivation, clutched their parents' garments to avoid being swept away by the gale. How is this possible? Lin Xin stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, unable to fathom that an 8-year-old child could master such a sword technique. He had assumed his cultivation was superior. Armed with the legacy of the Longkong sword god, and having comprehended the essence of the sword, defeating an 8-year-old brat would be effortless. Yet, unexpectedly, the child delivered a lesson that revealed his sword was not the strongest. With a resounding crack, the sword in Lin San's hand shattered instantly, unable to withstand the sharpness of the Longkong divine sword. He possessed the Longkong sword art, while Qin Feng wielded the heavenly cleaving sword technique. He had grasped the essence of the sword, while Qin Feng held the divine longsword. Though Lin San's cultivation surpassed Qin Feng by 2 minor levels, the latter possessed the extraordinary potential of a great emperor multiplied tenfold, along with the rejuvenating powers of the heavenly treasure gourd. How could he possibly lose? What? The expression on Lin San's face was one of utter disbelief. He had actually been defeated by an 8-year-old child. Throughout his journey, he had consistently triumphed over the strong with his own weakness, gradually forging an indomitable spirit. Yet today, he found himself defeated by an 8-year-old child, causing a crack to appear in his once invincible resolve, plunging him into a realm of self-doubt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing a fissure in the invincible spirit of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. A mere fissure is worth 100,000. If I were to plunge a knife into his heart, wouldn't that amount to billions in an instant? At this moment, Qin Feng was brimming with fighting spirit, his feet dancing upon the ever-changing shadows, as the sword in his hand pierced towards Lin San's chest like a wraith. To love him is to pierce his heart. Alas! Though Lin San's indomitable spirit was beginning to take shape, he was merely a child of 13 or 14. After receiving a lesson from Qin Feng, his rhythm fell into disarray, and he found himself retreating step by step. With each new sword scar upon his body, Qin Feng's affection for him grew deeper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for wounding the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for wounding the Chosen One, earning another 500 villain points. Due to the fact that Qin Hao was his younger brother, he had never experienced such exhilaration as he did today. My brother is the best. Qin Hao proudly lifted his little head, wishing to proclaim to the world that this was his brother. Lin Xian'er, standing to the side, was so incensed that she stamped her feet, eager to rush over and teach that mischievous child a lesson. But she was instead scooped up by Yun Xia, who held a fondness for the little girl. The outcome has been determined. Indeed, Brother Qin's son possesses the qualities befitting a great emperor. Lin Hao chuckled heartily, waving his hand as he swiftly pulled Lin San back, just as Qin Feng was about to strike at his heart. How absurd! Lin San is hailed as the foremost swordsman of the century. He cannot be allowed to fall victim here. Umph. Qin Feng was quite displeased with Lin Hao's intervention, having his score enhancer taken away so easily. Yet he refrained from voicing his grievances, for one must recognize the enigmatic nature of the chosen ones. Forcibly retaining them is likely to invoke the intervention of some formidable figure. It is better to withdraw gracefully than to invite trouble upon oneself. Ha! Qin Tian, hearing praises directed towards his esteemed son, could not help but laugh. Realizing that the alliance and union were nearly assured, the welcoming ceremony proceeded. Qin Tian guided Lin Hao into the Qin family estate. Rows of profoundly skilled Qin family disciples left Lin Hao filled with envy. Given the choice, he would rather invest additional resources in cultivating a bloodline relative than in nurturing someone entirely unrelated, unless that individual displayed unwavering loyalty. Yet, who can truly ascertain loyalty? Before long, the parents from both families began to discuss their children's matrimonial prospects. It was anticipated that Lin Hao would choose Qin Feng, who had just demonstrated his imperial potential, but to everyone's astonishment, he opted for Qin Hao, who had been quietly observing the proceedings, as his son-in-law. Goodness gracious! Upon hearing the news, Qin Feng erupted with a curse, gaining a newfound understanding of the irrationality surrounding the chosen one. A battle fierce as a tiger. Yet discussions of marriage and engagement do not include me. Chapter 13. The new usage of the chosen one. However, Qin Tian and Yun Xie exchanged astonished glances. Logically speaking, Qin Feng had just demonstrated his formidable prowess. It was inconceivable for an 8-year-old child to possess such terrifying combat strength. In contrast, while Qin Hao was endowed with the rare supreme bone, its potential remained dormant, leaving his true capabilities shrouded in mystery. Lin Hao merely smiled, refraining from elaborating. His choice of Qin Hao was far from arbitrary. It was a decision made after careful consideration of the pros and cons. It is well known that Qin Feng and Qin Hao are twins, and their talents are unlikely to differ significantly. The fact that as soon as elder brother Qin Feng shattered various records, younger brother Qin Hao was poised to surpass them, indicates that Qin Hao's innate gifts are evidently superior to those of Qin Feng. Given that they received identical education and came from similar backgrounds, Lin Hao naturally leaned towards the brother with the supreme bone. Most importantly, there has been a persistent rumor in the ancient world that the Blood Moon prodigy born 8 years ago is none other than Qin Feng. A significant concern for the royal family of the Great Xia. Investing in Qin Feng poses substantial risks. Thus, backing his brother Qin Hao appears to be a more prudent choice. Should any misfortune befall the Qin family, Qin Hao would then be bound to join forces with them in Tianqin City. Well then, Qin Tian refrained from pressing further, as his primary objective was to forge an alliance through marriage. As long as the two dominant powers of Eastern and Western Daxia join forces, even the royal family of Daxia, in alliance with other clans, must consider the consequences. If it can grant these two young ones the time they need to grow, the Qin family will deem it a victory. Ultimately, through a tacit understanding between the parties involved, a union based on mutual interests was thus established. Yet, at this moment, the two parties remained blissfully unaware that Lin Shiner was exploring the Qin family's territory in the company of the two brothers, accompanied by Lin San. I can't shake the feeling that my life could end at any moment. Qin Feng, as a fated villain, felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Even within the protective confines of the Qin family's stronghold, surrounded by millions of relatives, he feared that they might unleash their powers simultaneously, thereby packing the entire family away. Wow, it's so lively here, Lin Shiner exclaimed as they arrived at the Qin family market. Unlike the mundane markets where commoners sell vegetables, this was a marketplace for cultivators, filled with treasures such as spiritual herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts for cultivation. Given that the Qin family is the undisputed ruler of the Eastern Daxia, the safety of the Qin family stronghold is beyond question. Every day, a multitude of external cultivators come here to trade, and the Qin family relies on these transactions to strengthen their disciples, gradually fostering a free trade marketplace. Oh, both Qin Hao and Lin San's eyes brightened simultaneously as they were drawn towards a weathered small cauldron. Suddenly invigorated, Qin Feng felt as though he had unlocked a new skill. Rather than worry about being bested by these two chosen ones, he thought it wiser to utilize their unpredictable fortune to seek treasures. To have the attention of both chosen ones simultaneously suggested that the small broken cauldron must possess extraordinary qualities. I saw it first. Qin Hao and Lin San glared at each other, each unwilling to relinquish their claim on the small cauldron. However, amidst their standoff, Qin Feng transformed into the opportunistic fisherman and inquired of the seller the price. Originally set at 1,000 spirit stones, the vendor cautiously proposed 888 spirit stones if the young master was interested. He carefully gauged Qin Feng's reaction, as if a mere frown from him would compel an immediate price reduction. After all, as a local power, who would dare to offend the Qin family? The price of 888 spirit stones drew the attention of passing cultivators, who exclaimed that the stall owner must have lost his senses. It is important to note that the value of a single spirit stone could sustain a commoner for a lifetime, and for a cultivator, it equated to a week of arduous training. Thus, the audacity of pricing a modest cauldron at 888 spirit stones was astounding. The vendor, now increasingly anxious, had no intention of viewing Qin Feng as a naive fool. Rather, the origins of this small cauldron were simply too extraordinary. He was a minor leader of the Tiger Head Gang, commanding a following of over 10,000. One day, the gang leader discovered the location of a relic and led his vast entourage to excavate it. As a result, over 100,000 followers lost their lives. Yet they finally delved into the depths of the ruins. Contrary to the imagined scene of resplendent gold, there lay only a small, battered cauldron enshrined upon a stone platform. The leader, whether due to prior grievous injuries or some other reason, suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood and perished, inexplicably becoming the sole survivor. The meager cauldron, purchased at the staggering price of 888 spirit stones, was a paltry reward for the sacrifice of 100,000 followers. Very well, I shall accept the 888 spirit stones. Qin Feng, fearing that the night might prolong his uncertainties, instructed the vendor to fetch the money from the Qin family. As the eldest son of the illustrious Qin clan, it was only reasonable that he did not carry currency with him. Thank you, young master. The vendor expressed his gratitude profusely, hastily handing the small cauldron to Qin Feng. Lin San was left astonished, utterly taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. Without even glancing at the item or negotiating the price, he had simply accepted the transaction at 888 spirit stones. Surely, one would not squander money so recklessly, would they? Yet, inexplicably, Lin San felt an unsettling sense of loss. Though he was unaware of the cauldron's purpose, his intuition, which had guided him thus far, whispered to him that it was indeed a valuable treasure. Ding! Congratulations, host, for disrupting the fate of the chosen one and earning a chance for a lottery draw. What a true gem this is. Qin Feng accepted the small cauldron and examined it closely, yet he could discern no extraordinary qualities. Goodness, must one be treated so differently? Why does the protagonist instinctively discern that it is a treasure when, in reality, he merely perceives a small, shabby cauldron in his grasp? He is unconvinced, and so is the antagonist. Brother, can I have it, please? Qin Hao began to shake Qin Feng's arm, attempting to elicit sympathy and charm his way into acquiring the small cauldron. However, Qin Feng had never fallen for such antics. Only his sister had the potential to sway him. Nevertheless, he genuinely could not fathom any remarkable attributes of this dilapidated cauldron, though perhaps the second brother, this chosen one, could activate it. Very well, Qin Feng stated earnestly, I just spent 888 spirit stones to procure this small cauldron. As your elder brother, I will offer you 2 eighths. If you can provide the remaining 8, I shall lend it to you for a few days. How does that sound? Brother, you are so kind. Qin Hao, clearly still processing the situation, joyfully produced a cloth pouch. It was a storage bag commonly utilized by cultivators, containing the pocket money he had saved over the past few years, which Qin Feng had long coveted. Before long, under Qin Feng's persuasion, Qin Hao retrieved an 8, equating to 800 spirit stones. The onlookers surrounding them were utterly speechless. Anyone with even a kindergarten diploma would not have fallen for such a ruse. Chapter 14. The Joy of the Villain Ding Dong. The system has detected that the host has deceived the unsuspecting chosen one, earning 500 villain points. Qin Feng, with great satisfaction, tucked away the 800 spirit stones and kept his promise to lend the small cauldron to his younger brother for a few days. As long as the cauldron was successfully activated, he would reclaim it. In this regard, Qin Hao felt not the slightest sense of loss. Rather, he believed he had come out ahead. His elder brother spent 88, while he only spent 8, a difference of a whole 80. Truly, what a foolish ado-do. Observing his dim-witted younger brother, Qin Feng could not fathom why a villain endowed with high emotional and intellectual intelligence would ultimately find himself at the mercy of someone so simple-minded. What use is this small cauldron anyway? Lin Xiner, curious, leaned in to examine the cauldron's peculiarities. However, Qin Hao, acting as if guarding against a thief, swiftly concealed the cauldron in his embrace, showing no regard for his future wife, much to Lin Xiner's frustration, causing her to stamp her feet in exasperation. As the little princess of Tianqin City, no one had ever dared to treat her with such blatant disrespect. I don't even care, she huffed. Lin-san, let us depart. Lin Xiner epitomized the archetype of a tsundere little girl. In her lexicon, the concept of asking for favors was utterly non-existent. She continued to saunter through the Qin family market with Lin-san in tow. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, Qin Feng shamelessly followed suit, keeping a watchful eye on Lin-san's expressions. Why does this young master of the Qin family keep stealing glances at me? Lin-san felt a chill creep down his spine, his heart racing with anxiety. As a servant to the little princess of Tianqin City, I am naturally aware that some nobles harbor peculiar preferences, particularly for delicate and tender-skinned attendants like myself, especially those aristocratic scions who appear exceptionally distinguished. Their indulgences behind closed doors are astonishing. Could it be that Qin Feng is one of these individuals? It seems as if to validate his suspicions. Whenever his gaze lingers for even a fleeting moment on any item, this young master from the Qin family indiscriminately purchases it all with extravagant flair. It's akin to a domineering CEO indulging his charming wife during a shopping spree, showcasing his wealth by acquiring everything she lays her eyes upon. This defies logic. Qin Feng gazes perplexedly at the multitude of items he has amassed, none of which can rival the value of the small cauldron. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing the Chosen One's celestial herb, gaining 300 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Chosen One's elixir, gaining 300 villain points. Although these treasures are rare and bestow villain points, Qin Feng is evidently more eager to obtain the system's lottery opportunities. I refuse to believe that in such a vast marketplace of the Qin family, I cannot uncover a genuine treasure. In the ensuing days, Qin Feng relentlessly dragged Lin San along for shopping excursions, undeterred by the rain or shine. This left Lin San in a state of trepidation, his skin crawling with unease. Increasingly convinced that Qin Feng was lusting after him, he spent sleepless nights, sword in hand, ever vigilant, terrified that a moment of inattention might cost him his virtue. He is determined to be an exemplary servant, not a mere object of desire. Is this truly the eldest son of the Qin family? The people of the Qin family market pointed and whispered about Qin Feng, for the reputation of this young master was indeed formidable. Previously, they had only heard tales of his imperial potential but had never witnessed his prowess firsthand, until the arrival of talents in Tianqin City allowed them to truly appreciate his terrifying capabilities. At the tender age of 8, he broke through to the extraordinary realm, demonstrated remarkable agility in battle, and created the unparalleled sword technique of Heaven's Severance, defeating the disciple of the sword god of the vast sky with a single stroke. In the entire ancient wilderness, it is unlikely that any other prodigy could boast such an impressive record. His imperial potential is indeed well-deserved. Simultaneously, keen observers noted the items Qin Feng purchased. Those with discerning eyes could instantly recognize them as rare treasures, without a single oversight. Remarkable. The crowd was filled with astonishment, their admiration for the young master of the Qin family reaching new heights. Accurately identifying so many treasures requires not only formidable cultivation, but also extensive knowledge and years of genuine practice. The fact that an 8-year-old child could achieve such a level of discernment was nothing short of astounding. A few days later, the Qin and Lin families announced their engagement to the world, signifying an official alliance between the Qin family and Tianqin City. Lin Hao, accompanied by a large entourage, prepared to return to Tianqin City. Brother Qin, we part ways here. Lin Hao clasped his fists, his expression filled with reluctance. Brother Lin, travel safely. Qin Tian also looked back with a heavy heart, wishing to accompany him for several hundred more miles. As he departed, Qin Feng cast a lingering gaze towards Lin San. Filled with reluctance, his dual-core treasure-seeking device was now left with but a single core. Although the dual-core device had only unearthed an obscure little tripod for him, the other treasures had nonetheless amassed him a considerable fortune. Presently, tales of his exploits echoed throughout the entire Qin family marketplace, with many eager to uncover the secrets behind his ability to discern treasures. Lin San, sensing the weight of Qin Feng's reluctant gaze, felt overwhelmed, yearning to distance himself from this man, fearing that prolonging their interaction might lead him to be swayed. That very night, Qin Feng found himself unable to sleep. Lin San's presence had bestowed upon him the joy of embodying a villain, extracting an astonishing 150,000 villain points from him in just a few short days. Along with a chance to draw a prize, an exhilaration his younger brother could never provide, compelling him to contemplate running away in search of Lin San. But first, let us draw a prize. Qin Feng shook his head and summoned the system. With a resounding whoosh, the spinning prize wheel materialized before him once more, its surface brimming with an array of rewards: Supreme Body, Celestial Dominance Body, Battle Saint Body, Chaotic Saint Body, Dual Pupils, Supreme Bone, True Dragon Treasure Technique, and Transcendent Freedom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Divine Level Buddhist Technique, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated in Qin Feng's mind, as if he had transcended into another realm. Roar! A magnificent golden dragon, stretching an impressive 100 feet in length, spiraled through the sky, emitting a resonant roar that stirred the very air around it. Wherever it passed, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, showcasing the formidable presence of the king of beasts. Before Qin Feng could fully comprehend the spectacle, the dragon surged toward him, penetrating directly into his being. Gasping and drenched in cold sweat, Qin Feng awoke to find a golden dragon pattern emblazoned upon his body, while his mind was flooded with newfound techniques. When wielded in conjunction with the dragon's insignia, he could unleash the divine Buddhist art known as the Great Celestial Dragon. This powerful technique not only possessed immense strength, but also inflicted double damage upon the demon race, rendering it a veritable nemesis to such creatures. Furthermore, it fortified his own defenses and endowed him with the ability to discern between humans and demons with a mere glance. Creak! The door to Qin Feng's room swung open. His younger brother, Qin Hao, peeked in, and upon seeing that Qin Feng was still awake, he gleefully embraced his small pillow and scampered onto the bed, declaring his desire to sleep alongside his brother that night. While it is customary for younger sisters to seek out their brothers in fear during the night, here was a brother, a chosen one at that. Qin Feng gazed in bemusement at his sibling, who had already dozed off, feeling somewhat disrespected as a villain, as though he were being lured by the allure of supreme talent. Chapter 15. A storm approaches within the grand palace of the Daxia Empire. The emperor presided over the morning court. The assembly of ministers and generals had received news of the alliance between the Qin family and the city of Tianqin, and they were equally informed of the remarkable achievement of the Qin family's eldest son, who, at merely 8 years of age, had transcended to the extraordinary realm and developed the unique technique of the heaven-slaying swordsmanship, defeating Lin San, the esteemed disciple of the sword god of Chong Kong, renowned as the finest sword in a century. This indicated that the growth of the two prodigies from the Qin family was far more rapid than anyone had anticipated. The alliance between the Qin family and the city of Tianqin blatantly disregarded the authority of the court. Such treachery must be met with retribution. A minister proposed an immediate military response, suggesting that while the alliance was still in its nascent stages, they should strike decisively to obliterate this threat. Do you truly believe the Qin family and the city of Tianqin are as fragile as paper, easily vanquished? Another minister countered. If they were so easily subdued, would the court have allowed them to dominate the eastern and western regions for so many years? Another voice called for diplomacy, emphasizing the recent celestial phenomena and the impending era of great conflict. We cannot afford to squabble among ourselves. The Yin dynasty, after undergoing reform a century ago, has grown increasingly formidable, their ambitions no longer concealed. Recently, they have even appointed 2 prodigies as their holy sons, who pose the greatest threat to our daxia. The emperor observed the division among his ministers, uncertain of which course of action to pursue. To combat the invasion of the Yin dynasty, the various esteemed families of the Great Xia dynasty must unite. However, this unity has afforded the Qin family's 2 prodigies the time to grow. If only the royal family of Great Xia could produce a few exceptional talents, such a predicament would be unnecessary. The emperor of Great Xia, lamenting the twilight of heroes, recognizes the root of the issue. While the passage of time is inevitable, it is disheartening to see the previous generation fade away without successors emerging. In the Qin family, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in his modest courtyard, enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual energy. Since his breakthrough into the extraordinary realm, he found that the 33 Heavens creation technique could no longer keep pace. Thus, he resorted to spending 30,000 villain points to activate a month-long enlightenment halo to comprehend the third level of the technique. What astonishing perceptiveness! The 10th ancestor, standing nearby, was visibly astonished, sensing the profound changes within Qin Feng's body. This transformation stemmed from his mastery of the cultivation method. As one penetrates deeper into the essence of the technique, it manifests physically. Now, not only has Qin Feng's physique grown increasingly formidable, but it also possesses remarkable self-healing capabilities. While one might not claim true resurrection, the regeneration of severed limbs appears to be well within reach. What cosmic laws did this child comprehend in his early days? The 10th ancestor expressed that he had never encountered such a technique. Merely grasping the third level allowed for limb regeneration. Should he fully comprehend it, would he not become immortal, capable of rebirth from his own blood? With a resounding crash, a deep, resonant sound emanated from within Qin Feng as radiant golden runes erupted around him, signifying a formidable surge in his aura. This transformation indicated not only his comprehension of the third level of heaven, but also a breakthrough into the second tier of the extraordinary realm. What a prodigy! The 10th ancestor could not help but exclaim, reminiscing about the moment of Qin Feng's birth. Indeed, he was a blood moon prodigy capable of stirring the very winds and clouds of the world, a level of genius beyond ordinary imagination. Clang, clang. The resounding chimes reverberated throughout the entire Qin family city, causing the countenance of every individual to shift dramatically. This was the urgent bell of the Qin family, which had not tolled for centuries, signifying that the family faced a grave crisis. All clan members were required to prepare for an immediate state of combat. A battle that would determine the survival of the Qin lineage was imminent. What has transpired? The 10th ancestor's expression turned grave as he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The survival of the family? I suspect this matter is closely tied to my second brother. Qin Feng seized upon yet another opportunity to chastise his younger brother, Qin Hao, and rose to seek him out. In truth, he did not desire such circumstances. His original aspiration was merely to lead the life of a debauched scion, indulging in revelry and extravagance. Yet, due to this little nuisance, he was compelled to diligently cultivate for self-preservation, and now he faced the threat of annihilation. It was indeed difficult to quell his anger without delivering a sound reprimand. Within the grand hall of the Qin family, seated in a position of authority, Qin Tian, the head of the family, presided over a gathering of 13 leaders from various branches of the Qin clan, collectively referred to as the 13 guardians of the Qin family. Reports from their informants within the Great Xia imperial palace indicated that the emperor, after much deliberation, had resolved to take action against the Qin family. To hell with it. Let them come. Who is afraid? Exclaimed a robust leader, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement, his great sword eager for the fray. Logically, they had just forged an alliance with the city of Tianxin, and with the shadow of the Yin dynasty lurking ominously, it seemed ill-advised for the Great Xia royal family to act so recklessly. A scholarly-looking leader furrowed his brow and voiced his concerns, apprehensive about the impending conflict. Should they resort to warfare to secure victory, the outcome would inevitably result in mutual destruction, thereby allowing the Yin dynasty to reap the benefits. The most prudent approach would be to buy time, granting the brothers Qin Feng and Qin Hao the opportunity to grow stronger. The Great Xia royal family was indeed severing its own limbs. Qin Tian, with a grave expression, articulated that with the Qin family's prestige in the Great Xia, once they matured, they could supplant the current rulers. Thus, the emperor intended to strike before the Qin family could fully develop, aiming for a swift resolution. Should they become embroiled in a protracted conflict, they could still defend their territory. For the sake of the throne, they were truly willing to risk everything. The 13 leaders exchanged solemn glances, understanding that this battle was now unavoidable. However, warfare cannot simply be instigated at the behest of the emperor of the Great Xia. It necessitates first securing the cooperation of influential clans, promising them certain advantages, for who would willingly sacrifice themselves for him otherwise? This implies that, in the short term, war is unlikely to erupt, granting them ample time to prepare for the impending conflict. Is war truly on the horizon? Qin Feng could distinctly sense the transformation within the Qin family, enveloped in a foreboding atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm. Previously, each member of the Qin family wore expressions brimming with confidence, yet now they appeared solemn, devoid of any semblance of emotion. The streets, once animated by the graceful figures of young ladies and brides, were now lined with formidable warriors clad in armor. Is victory attainable in this battle? Qin Feng was no mere child. He was astute enough to analyze the current predicament. Although the alliance between the Qin family and Tianqin City granted them dominion over half of the Great Xia, the powerful clans under the emperor's command were not to be underestimated. Even if they were to achieve a stroke of luck and emerge victorious, they would still face the looming threat of the Yin dynasty. Most crucially, they possessed a so-called chosen one. It is well known that a chosen one does not require the backing of a formidable family at the outset, even if born into a powerful lineage. Various circumstances may lead to their departure from it. Whether through the family's demise or a rupture in relations, the chances of victory in this battle appeared virtually non-existent. Thus, a pressing question arose. Should he hastily flee? No, they are my dear friends, my beloved kin, my brothers. Qin Feng quickly shook his head, embarking on a contemplation of how to turn the tide in his favor. The ultimate solution, of course, lay in confronting the formidable level-capped red-haired old monster. However, a sudden epiphany struck him as he recalled the system's quest to excavate the supreme bone of his younger brother. Perhaps he could, with utmost righteousness, unearth the supreme bone from his brother. Chapter 16. Almost moved to tears in the ancestral hall of the Qin family, which venerates the heroic spirits of their forebears who fought for the clan. There are over 100,000 tablets densely arranged. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, sits cross-legged on a mat. He is the first ancestor of the Qin family. Behind him stand 9 other revered ancestors, along with Qin Feng's adoptive father, Qin Tian. Ancestor, this is how the matter stands. Qin Tian kneels respectfully on the ground, recounting the events leading up to the current situation. Without turning his head, the first ancestor slowly speaks. Since this battle is unavoidable, then let us engage in combat. Indeed, the others respond solemnly, pledging to fight to the death. Just then, a youthful voice disrupts the grave atmosphere. Ancestor, no. Fenger, step outside. Qin Tian, upon seeing Qin Feng dash in on his short legs, hastily reprimands him to leave. It is utterly disrespectful to question the ancestor's decision in the ancestral hall, especially amidst such a cacophony. Silence. Rather than admonish the child, the ancestor rebukes Qin Tian, then turns with a broad smile, beckoning to the rushing Qin Feng. Yes, Qin Tian feels utterly aggrieved. How can there be such a disparity among descendants of the same ancestors? Is it merely because he lacks the potential of an emperor? Fenger, what did you mean by saying no just now? The ancestor gazed at Qin Feng with an expression of indulgent affection, deeply fond of this junior, who had shown remarkable consideration since childhood, frequently bringing him delicious treats. Unlike other unfilial descendants, who only sought to provoke him into combat, Qin Feng's small face bore a solemn expression as he declared that only fools would think victory could be achieved through warfare. Winning would deplete their vital energy, and losing would spell doom for the Qin family. Fools. The elders present collectively turned their gaze towards Qin Tian, as if to convey that they would not shoulder the blame for this. You are the head of the Qin family. Qin Tian felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye, a sense of disbelief swelling within him. How could one claim to possess a method of triumph without resorting to war? The ancestor's interest was piqued, eager to hear the insights of this 8-year-old child. It was not the Qin family that sought to instigate conflict. Rather, it was the royal family of the Great Xia that intended to take action against them. A war driven by self-interest, where right and wrong were irrelevant, and the prospect of negotiation was non-existent. Indeed, Qin Feng asserted with confidence, the root of the matter lies in my brother and my emergence, which disrupted the balance and made the royal family feel threatened. If we can devise a way to conceal both myself and my brother, there would be no justification for the continuation of this war. Is that all? Such is the mindset of a child. Even if they were to hide the 2 brothers, the royal family of Great Xia would never relent, unless the brothers were to perish or be rendered incapable. Precisely, incapacitated. Qin Feng's delicate face bore an unusually grave expression as he produced an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age. This was a volume he had exchanged for Through the System, containing detailed descriptions of rare physical constitutions. Among its contents was a clear account of the supreme bone and the precise method for its awakening. To excavate the bone and then rebuild it. The elders present could not help but gasp in astonishment, taken aback by the daunting approach to the supreme bone, while others might treat such a treasure with reverence. Who would be so cruel as to extract a child's supreme bone, only to rely on immense willpower to endure pain and attain the supreme position? The ancestor remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking, declaring the method feasible. What? The elders gasped in unison, astonished that the ancestor had consented. I oppose this. Qin Tian exclaimed urgently, his voice rising in protest. He is merely 5 years old. He is still a child. And this suffering is beyond what he should bear at his age. The ancestor replied in a calm manner that achieving the supreme position required more than just the supreme bone. It also demanded great will and ambition, with fate playing its own hand. Fate playing its own hand. The elders exchanged glances, questioning whether the ancestor had glimpsed some profound truth. However, Qin Tian understood the reasoning, yet when it came to his own son, he found himself unable to proceed. The ancestral figure paid no heed to Qin Tian and, with great interest, turned towards Qin Feng, inquiring how he intended to conceal himself in order to one day reveal his imperial potential, just as Howard could hide through the excavation of his supreme bones. Qin Feng resolutely declared that the eldest son of the Qin family, consumed by jealousy of his younger brother's talents, had callously extracted the supreme bones of his sibling for his own gain. Upon being discovered by the Qin family, he fled, inciting the wrath of the ancestral figure who declared Qin Feng a traitor, banishing him from the family forever and issuing a death warrant across the ancient wilderness. As these words echoed in the air, shock enveloped the audience. They could scarcely fathom that this child, merely 8 years of age, was not only ruthless towards others, but even more so towards himself. If Qin Hao merely endured physical agony from the bone extraction, Qin Feng faced a dual torment, both corporeal and spiritual. Not only was he branded a traitor to the Qin family, but he also lost their protection, subjected to relentless pursuit until the day Qin Hao matured and could restore his honor, a day that hinged on his survival until then. Despite this, Qin Feng felt no pressure, for the veteran red-haired elder was no trifling figure. No, as a father, Qin Tian could never accept such a fate for his sons. The eldest must bear the weight of the family's expectations while struggling to survive in the world, and the youngest must endure unspeakable torment to grow stronger. No parent would wish such suffering upon their children. To act heroically, to bear the scorn of generations for the sake of the family, I am willing, Qin Feng proclaimed, his head held high, nearly moved to tears by his own conviction. In just a few succinct words, the ancient ancestor, who had lived for thousands of years, was rendered momentarily speechless. He was merely 8 years old, a mere child. Yet, for the sake of his family's freedom from war, he resolutely embraced the burden of infamy, undeterred by the scorn of future generations. With such a descendant in the Qin family, what concern could there be for their future prosperity? Ding dong. Such a hypocritical villain deserves applause. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a personal space. Qin Feng immediately sensed the expansive area. Approximately 1,000 square meters, an indispensable asset for both domestic life and adventurous escapades. The ancestor struggled to maintain his composure, yet his voice trembled as he stated, "The ancestral spirit recognizes your goodness, but do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? You will not have the chance to regret." "I do not regret," Qin Feng replied with clarity in his eyes and determination in his gaze. "The edge of the sword is sharpened through perseverance. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. Without experiencing storms, how can one behold the rainbow?" Yet, within his mind, tumultuous thoughts raced. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past 5 years? Enough of this chatter. Let me excavate the supreme bones. I must complete my quest. I desire the power of the invincible double pupils, not to remain at home as a well-behaved child. I wish to leave the novice village and seek beautiful maidens and charming wives. Very well. The ancestor reluctantly uttered a single word, as if it had drained every ounce of his strength. He understood that the plan proposed by Qin Feng was the most optimal, capable of minimizing the losses to the Qin family. Even in the direst of circumstances, it would only result in the sacrifice of Qin Feng alone. However, if he could endure until that day, the Qin family would emerge even stronger because of him. "Ancestor, I beseech you." Qin Tian hastily knelt down and bowed his head, his eyes filled with humble supplication. He simply could not bear to watch his beloved son being hunted while he himself had to feign indifference. This was unbearably painful and cruel for a father. "Rest assured, Father, I will return safely." Qin Feng, moved, helped his adoptive father to his feet, and, for the first time in 8 years, sincerely called him father. This utterance was not only a promise, but also a vow that he would return to personally remove the oxygen tube for him. Chapter 17, The Supreme Bone. I accept. As nightfall descended, the Qin residents lay enveloped in profound silence. With the urgent tolling of the war bells, all nocturnal activities were suspended, as each member busied themselves in the pursuit of enhancing their cultivation. Only the strongest would endure the impending conflict. Creak. The door to Qin Hao's chamber was gently pushed open, and Qin Feng sauntered in with nonchalance. Bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he beheld his younger brother, cradling a small broken cauldron, lost in a deep slumber. The innocence etched upon his face rendered it nearly impossible to act against him. Brother, I am doing this for your own good. Qin Feng continually reassured himself in his mind, acknowledging the desperation that compelled him to take such measures. Only by extracting the supreme bone from his younger sibling could he safeguard the vital essence of the Qin clan. Retreating into the shadows while allowing his brother to endure trials that would expedite his growth and assist him in fulfilling his mission. Most significantly, their father would no longer be able to declare, "My son Qin Feng possesses the potential of an emperor," a singular act yielding 4 advantages. Forgive me, my foolish little being. Brother. Qin Hao groggily rubbed his eyes open, only to discover Qin Feng standing at the foot of his bed. Yet, before he could joyfully leap into his brother's embrace, an agonizing pain surged through his chest. Glancing down, he was met with the horrifying sight of Qin Feng's hand embedded within his own body. Brother. Qin Hao's incredulity was palpable as he lifted his gaze, no longer seeing the warm smile of his elder brother, but rather the visage of a cold and unyielding figure. The supreme bone, I shall accept it. In a moment of resolve, Qin Feng extracted the supreme bone with unwavering determination. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for injuring the chosen one, teetering on the brink of death, and earning 800,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for unearthing the supreme bone of the chosen one, disrupting their fate, and receiving a chance to draw a lottery. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for excavating the supreme bone of the chosen one, completing an epic mission of destiny as a villain, and acquiring the invincible dual pupils. The cascade of rewards left Qin Feng in a daze. Simultaneously, a transformation occurred in his eyes, as his pupils split into 2, seemingly capable of perceiving the very essence of the world. Yet he could effortlessly retract the dual pupils to appear as an ordinary person at will. Crash! The small cauldron in Qin Hao's hands tumbled to the ground, and he himself collapsed onto the bed. Is this the invincible dual pupils? Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the small cauldron. Unlike the last time he observed it, he now perceived a frail soul residing within, presumably the exclusive spirit of the protagonist's grandfather. This must be a deception. It cannot be true. Qin Hao struggled on the bed, utterly refusing to believe that his brother could betray him in such a manner. However, no matter how vehemently he denied it, reality remained unchanged, leaving him to witness helplessly as his brother clutched the supreme bone, departing without a backward glance. As for the small cauldron, Qin Feng chose not to take it, setting aside the question of whether the grandfather would acknowledge him as the master. Even if he did, it would be unnecessary. His system was far more formidable than the grandfather's. Better to leave it for his younger brother. A bone exchanged for an elderly gentleman, and he profits. After Qin Feng departed, a sigh emanated from the small cauldron. The dual-eyed being, once invincible on the path, no longer required the bones of others. Upon concluding this thought, the cauldron emitted a gentle glow, enveloping Qin Hao in a healing embrace. At that moment, within the chamber of Qin Feng's parents, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded. No, please, no. Yun Xie wept as she learned of her 2 sons' fates, shaking her head in despair. She implored Qin Tian not to allow this. As a mother, she could not bear to witness her children suffer in the world outside. He is merely 8 years old. He is still a child. Moreover, the truth of their circumstances could not be revealed to her younger son, Qin Hao. This meant that she might one day witness her 2 sons engage in a tragic conflict against one another, a cruelty too harsh for any mother to endure. We must believe in him. Qin Tian struggled to contain his emotions, holding his wife tightly in his embrace. He understood all too well the unbearable pain of parenthood. Yet as the patriarch of the Qin family, he could not simply stand by and watch his kin march to their demise. Nor could he permit the family to descend into mutual destruction. The current dormancy of the Qin family was merely a prelude to their future ascendancy. Thud, thud. Thud. Outside the door, 3 resounding knocks echoed, signaling Qin Feng's arrival as he prostrated himself before his parents' door. Fenger. Yun Xie could no longer contain herself, yearning to open the door for one last glimpse of her son. However, he was intercepted by Qin Tian. Now, allowing Yun Xie to meet Qin Feng would undoubtedly lead to chaos. At that moment, attracting onlookers would render all previous efforts futile. Father, mother, I shall take my leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng rose and departed from the Qin family, not looking back. My son. Yun Xie wept bitterly in Qin Tian's embrace, relentlessly pounding her fists against his chest. That was a piece of her own flesh, and now she had to witness him suffer, being pursued by countless adversaries. How could she possibly endure such anguish? Upon reaching the entrance of the Qin residence, Qin Feng felt the cool night breeze and took one last glance at the Qin family. Having spent 8 years in this world, he had experienced the warmth of home and the affection of relatives and friends. To protect this family, he must now leave. Ancient ruins. My lady, my dear wife, Qin Feng has arrived. Suddenly, Qin Feng was taken aback by the crooked tree at the entrance. Similar to the small cauldron, it had seemed unremarkable before. But now, with the aid of his dual pupils, he perceived an exceedingly terrifying energy emanating from it. Desolate and barren, it appeared to belong to another realm, transcending hundreds of epochs. Good heavens, the Chosen One truly defies reason. Qin Feng gazed speechlessly at the supreme bone in his hand. In comparison to the small cauldron and the mysterious crooked tree, the supreme bone seemed to hold a place of insignificance. At that moment, the voice of the ancestor echoed in Qin Feng's ear. Child, dawn is approaching, and the order for your assassination from the Qin family will soon spread throughout the ancient wasteland. Where do you intend to go? To the Yin dynasty. Qin Feng declared with righteous resolve, indicating his determination to venture into the most perilous territory. Since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century ago, it had transformed into a system reminiscent of a presidential regime, no longer hereditary, but rather based on merit. As a traitor of the Qin family, he believed they would undoubtedly find him intriguing. Most importantly, the Yin dynasty had grown increasingly powerful after its reforms, inevitably seeking to challenge the once dominant Xia. By infiltrating as a spy, he would be ensuring a safeguard for the future of the Qin family. As for the fact that 3 of the 4 legendary beauties of the ancient world hailed from the Yin dynasty, he professed to harbor no interest whatsoever. Child, you must return alive. The ancestor struggled to suppress his emotions, deeply moved by Qin Feng's selflessness. He was merely 8 years old, always considering the family. How could they let him down? Ding dong. Such a hypocritical villain. Applause is warranted here. Congratulations, host. Your spatial capacity has doubled. Who is being hypocritical? He is the hope of the Qin family. Qin Feng scoffed inwardly at the system, wishing it would remain silent. Just then, an alarmed voice from the Qin family echoed. Someone quickly. The second young master has been attacked. Chapter 18. Expulsion from the Qin family. The once tranquil night was suddenly filled with uproar. Upon learning that the second son, Qin Hao, had been attacked, the entire Qin family immediately suspected that the royal family of the great Xia was behind the ambush. Enraged, they armed themselves, intent on dismembering the perpetrator. When they finally laid eyes on Qin Hao, their fury surged to unprecedented heights. How could there exist such a heartless individual in the world, one who would mercilessly extract the supreme bone of a 5-year-old child? This was not merely cruelty. It was the obliteration of their family's future hope. Such indignation was intolerable. However, when the name of the assailant was revealed, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Qin Feng. How could this be possible? Who among them did not know that the eldest son of the Qin family was known for his politeness, elegance, diligence, and outstanding character? From a young age, he had exhibited remarkable grace, making him the indisputable choice for the next family head in the eyes of all. How could he commit such a heinous act, personally extracting his younger brother's supreme bone? Preposterous, absolutely inconceivable. The members of the Qin family shook their heads vehemently, refusing to accept that it could be Qin Feng. Although he often teased Qin Hao, they regarded it as normal sibling rivalry. The two brothers were typically quite close. How could he possibly engage in such barbarity? It was he, this ungrateful wretch. Qin Tian's face was a tumultuous blend of pain and rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. Originally, he possessed a blissful and harmonious family, yet due to the machinations of the Daxiao royal family, he was cruelly separated from his son. He could only helplessly watch his 8-year-old son struggle to survive in the outside world, unable to offer any assistance. While his 5-year-old son endured the excruciating pain of betrayal and the agony of rebuilding after devastation. As a father, how could he not be enraged? With a sudden eruption of emotion, Qin Tian could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. As the head of the Qin family, he had borne an overwhelming burden, yet he could not share his suffering with others. He was compelled to shoulder this weight alone. Head of the family, the members of the Qin clan were taken aback, finally convinced that it was indeed Qin Feng's doing. As the patriarch of the esteemed Qin family, known as the foremost family of the ancient era, Qin Tian's cultivation was undoubtedly profound. Yet, the severity of his anger had driven him to such a state, revealing the depth of his anguish. The ties of blood that bound them were both tender and fraught with conflict. Even the strongest of parents could not withstand such turmoil. At that moment, the voice of the second ancestor of the Qin family resonated, declaring that Qin Feng, consumed by jealousy, had committed an unspeakable crime by usurping the supreme bone of his brother for his own gain. Not only did he fail to show remorse upon his exposure, but he also wounded the guards and fled from the Qin family. In the name of the second ancestor of the Qin family, I hereby announce the expulsion of the ungrateful Qin Feng from the clan and issue a decree for his pursuit, with no regard for life or death. Expelled from the family? With no regard for life or death. The members of the Qin family gasped in shock, hoping that the second ancestor might show leniency. Now that Qin Hao's supreme bone had been rendered useless, if they were to lose Qin Feng, who possessed the potential of an emperor, what hope would the Qin family have of triumphing in the great struggle for supremacy? This child, with such character, is unworthy of being a disciple of the Qin family. The second ancestor spoke the most insincere words of his life, his voice trembling with restraint. If Qin Feng is unworthy, then who among them can be deemed deserving of the title of a Qin disciple? At that moment, the sun gradually rose above the horizon. The ancestors of the Qin family stood atop the high tower, watching the distant figure of the child. He would depart bearing the hopes of the entire Qin clan, enduring countless trials, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, where a moment's carelessness could lead to his utter destruction, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Yet, they were powerless to assist him. Everything rested upon his own slender shoulders. Was this decision not overly cruel? He is but 8 years old. The 10th ancestor could no longer contain his emotions, tears welling in his eyes. As the great-grandfather of Qin Feng, he had raised him since childhood, and their bond was undeniably profound. To witness the child struggling to survive in the outside world felt like a dagger to his heart. Throughout history, great talents have often faced adversity. True, he is only 8 years of age, but his intellect and cultivation far surpass that of an ordinary child. The first ancestor gazed steadfastly at the vanishing figure, confident that this child would return safely, bearing the expectations of the Qin family and bringing back unparalleled honor. Rest assured, let us not forget that he was born under the blood moon. The second ancestor spoke to comfort them, evoking memories of the scene at Qin Feng's birth. The emergence of the blood moon heralds chaos in the ancient world, and the era of great conflict is soon to unfold. Soon, the tragedy of the Qin family spread, leaving the world in utter disbelief. The eldest son, consumed by jealousy of his younger brother's prodigious talent, ruthlessly excavated the supreme bone, and thereafter, without a hint of remorse, was expelled from the family and subjected to an ancient assassination order. This explosive news, as shocking as a boulder cast upon a tranquil surface, swiftly reverberated throughout the vast wilderness. It even reached the ears of the emperor of the Great Xia, who promptly convened his civil and military officials. Could it be true? Was the Qin family merely staging a cruel ruse? The news was confirmed. The second son of the Qin family had indeed had his supreme bone extracted, leaving the family head, Qin Tian, in a state of fury, spitting blood and utterly despondent. The eldest son proved to be ruthless, willing to turn against his own flesh and blood. In the harsh realm of cultivation, where the strong prey upon the weak, what does it matter if he is a brother? The two outstanding talents of the Qin family were left in disarray, one rendered useless and the other in flight. Truly, heaven has favored the Great Xia. With the Qin family no longer a threat, war could be averted. Yet, the eldest son still lived, with his supreme bone. He remained a danger that must be extinguished for true safety. This individual posed little concern. The moment he extracted the supreme bone, he sealed his fate. ensuring he could never reach the pinnacle of power. Indeed, he now harbored doubts about his own strength, his once unassailable resolve shattered, thus rendering him inconsequential. The emperor of the great Xia sat upon his dragon throne, as if ensconced in a dream. Last night, discussions were underway with the esteemed ministers on how to swiftly dismantle the Qin family. Who would have imagined that by morning, the Qin family would collapse of its own accord, and the two prodigies would simultaneously descend from their lofty pedestals, while the royal family of the great Xia continued to flourish. Haha, splendid. The emperor of Great Xia could not contain his laughter and decided to select a consort to celebrate this momentous occasion. At this moment, Qin Feng was leisurely riding his little donkey on the way to the Yin dynasty. At last, he had amassed a total of 1,000,000 villain points. Qin Feng gazed at the system display showing 156, 500 villain points and decisively spent 1,000,000 points to exchange for the perfect harmony card. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points to exchange for the perfect harmony 100 card. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for using the perfect harmony 100 card. The 33 Heavens transformation technique has achieved a 100 compatibility. In Qin Feng's mind, it was as if thunder had struck, plunging him into a state of profound awareness. He could distinctly perceive the laws governing the universe and gained a deeper understanding of the 33 Heavens transformation technique. In simpler terms, he had previously been able to harness only 60% of his power. Now, he could wield a full 100%, representing a qualitative leap in strength. Is this the realm of perfect harmony? Qin Feng, coming back to his senses, couldn't help but marvel, finally experiencing the joy of being the chosen one. If he were to confront Lin San again, he possessed the confidence to render him utterly unrecognizable without resorting to the celestial blade technique, provided he had not encountered any significant opportunities during this period. Just then, a cacophony of sinister laughter echoed from ahead. Little girl, do not be afraid. If you allow us brothers to engage in a brief respite upon your form, we shall grant you your freedom. How does that sound? Huh? A hero saving a damsel in distress? Qin Feng found himself momentarily paralyzed, contemplating the privileges afforded to a villain such as himself. Chapter 19. Release the girl. With a swift motion, Qin Feng leapt from the back of his small donkey, landing gracefully atop a grand tree several hundred meters away. In the distance, he beheld a group of burly men encircling a young girl clad in violet. Her features were exquisite, radiating beauty, and her gown of violet silk flowed like moonlight cascading upon the ground, revealing her delicate and fair legs. To his astonishment, Qin Feng felt a surge of nostalgia. Nearly moved to tears, it had been years since he had encountered such attire. Since his arrival in this fantastical realm, he had not seen a young lady dressed in such a refreshing manner, reminiscent of the charming figures he once observed online. A cacophony erupted as the violet-clad girl initiated her attack, executing a taiji-like palm technique. However, the anticipated impact fell short. It merely forced one of the men to stagger back a couple of steps, inflicting no significant harm. Third level of the extraordinary realm. One of the men sneered, his robust frame charging towards the girl. This was dire. The young girl was evidently too inexperienced, her youth betraying her in the face of such aggression. Overwhelmed by the ferocity of her opponent, she found herself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Just as Qin Feng prepared to make his entrance with a cry to release the girl, a sharp sound echoed, the resounding ring of a sword being unsheathed, accompanied by a fierce wave of sword energy. The familiar sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed in the air. An inexplicable image of Lin San surfaced in Qin Feng's mind, reminiscent of the resonant chime when he drew his sword. But that couldn't be right. Lin San had departed with Lin Xiner to Tianqin City. How could he still linger in the eastern regions of Daxia? Suddenly, a shadow dashed through the air, and where the sword light passed, hot blood splattered, as a burly man was caught off guard and met his demise on the spot. When the shadow descended, it indeed turned out to be Lin San. It was truly him. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart exclaiming, "Lin San, I adore you." He had anticipated a prolonged period of despondency after leaving the Qin family, for the chosen one was not as easily obtainable as a cabbage on the roadside. Yet, under the halo of the antagonist, the protagonist had voluntarily presented himself. Wait, this phrasing sounds rather peculiar. In broad daylight, beneath the vast expanse of the sky, how could they dare to bully a young girl? Lin San, wielding a 3-foot sword, struck a pose of an excessively self-righteous hero. standing atop the moral high ground to denounce the scoundrels before him. Dare to harm my brother. The fury of the other burly men surged instantly, prompting them to charge forth, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrade. Roar! They descended like fierce tigers down a mountainside, their assault remarkably swift and forceful. Seeking death. Lin San's gaze was piercingly sharp, and his long sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! The long sword transformed into a streak of brilliance, piercing through the chest of a burly man. The terrifying force erupted at the sword's tip, and the razor-sharp sword energy cleaved through flesh, blood gushing forth. The acrid scent of blood quickly permeated the air, inciting even greater fury among the other burly men. Yet, Lin San exhibited no fear, charging forward with determined strides, withdrawing his long sword to continue his slaughter, causing several more columns of blood to erupt. In the shadows, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Lin San had experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. Furthermore, his swordsmanship had sharpened, becoming swifter than before, indicating that he had not idled during this period. However, he found himself perplexed as to why Lin San had not returned to Tianqin City with Lin Xiner, pondering what he aimed to achieve by remaining on the territory of the Qin family. You truly have exceeded our expectations. The remaining 3 burly men finally reacted, understanding that they had encountered a prodigy, one capable of challenging opponents far beyond their level with the ease of drinking water. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio consumed a pill, the frenzy pill. Lin San's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward with his sword. He was aware of the frenzy pill's effects. It could double a person's combat prowess, but at the cost of 10 years of lifespan. Originally, these men possessed only a slight edge in cultivation over him, and with the protagonist's aura, defeating them should not have been a challenge. However, should they consume the frenzy pill, even a victory would come at a grave cost. He had to eliminate them all before the effects of the pill took hold. At that moment, a sword chi, seemingly capable of severing the heavens and earth, surged forth, the fierce wind striking Lin San's face with ferocity. Before Lin San could react, Qin Feng's figure darted past, akin to a solitary swan gliding across the sky, wielding the Longkong divine sword that erupted with a dark, water-like brilliance. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's sword was sheathed once more. You! The pupils of the 3 burly men constricted sharply as their formidable forms collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 3 individuals, earning 300 villain points. What a terrifying sword technique. A bead of sweat trickled down Lin San's forehead. Even though it was not his first encounter with the celestial severing sword technique, he could still feel the overwhelming dread it evoked. Had Qin Feng aimed that strike at him, he likely wouldn't have had a moment to react. In truth, Qin Feng had contemplated eliminating Lin San for a significant reward, but the probability of unforeseen circumstances was far too great. It was far safer to remain by his side, occasionally striking at opportune moments. Brother Lin, what a coincidence. Qin Feng turned with an air of nonchalance, revealing an innocuous smile. Brother Qin, I did not expect to see you again so soon. Lin San, evidently unaware of Qin Feng's recent exploits, naturally clasped his fists in greeting. Thank you, gentlemen, for your timely rescue. This humble girl, Ziyuan, expresses her heartfelt gratitude. The young woman in purple hurriedly approached to convey her thanks, offering a deep bow, her gaze towards Lin San imbued with a sense of instant attraction. As for Qin Feng, he chose to disregard the matter, pondering what a mere child could possibly comprehend. Goodness, this is quite the disparity in treatment, isn't it? Qin Feng found himself utterly speechless, gaining a fresh perspective on the protagonist's unreasonable behavior. Miss Ziyuan, you are being too courteous. It is our duty as cultivators to rectify injustice encountered on the road. Lin San struck a pose of righteous indignation, eliciting an eye roll from Qin Feng. Yet Zhen seemed captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly on the verge of declaring her undying devotion. Suddenly, a robust figure, not yet fully defeated, loosed a piercing arrow into the sky, which exploded in a resounding display of a large character for tiger, visible for hundreds of miles around. This was the emblem of the Weihu gang. As a beacon of hope for the Qin family, Qin Feng was well acquainted with the local factions. The Weihu gang, a minor force within the Qin family's territory, boasted a following of several thousand, with their leader possessing extraordinary prowess, transcending into the realm of spiritual martial arts. Due to their annual tributes to the Qin family, the latter had little interest in engaging with them. Amidst the blood spilling from his lips, the robust man laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Our leader is of the third tier in the realm of spiritual martial arts. No matter who you are, all shall perish." Third tier of spiritual martial arts. Ziyuan's gaze filled with trepidation, longing to depart from this perilous place. "Fear not, Miss Ziyuan, we shall be unscathed," Lin San asserted confidently, thumping his chest in assurance. Had he not encountered Qin Feng, he might have hastily fled with Ziyuan. However, now that he had met the eldest son of the Qin family, there was no thought of escape. Instead, he awaited their arrival, ready to kneel and seek guidance. "So, you are quite bold, aren't you? Go for it." Qin Feng resolutely denied the chosen one the opportunity to show off, as he swiftly took Miss Yuan's hand and made his escape. Chapter 20. My achievements are entirely my own. Lin San stood awkwardly in place, uncertain of what to do. To refrain from action would be boastful, yet to proceed would be akin to delivering oneself to peril. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin San prioritized his own safety and, with a thickened skin, chose to flee alongside Qin Feng. Witnessing this, Ziyuan's eyes filled with disappointment. There exists no maiden who does not harbor youthful infatuations, nor any who does not admire heroes. She had initially believed she had encountered her destined partner, only to discover he was merely a braggart. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have interrupted the chosen one's pretentious display, preventing him from gaining the goddess's favor and earning 500 villain points. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Qin Feng immediately perked up, as if a new level of potential had been unlocked. Lin San attempted to salvage his image, inquiring, "Brother Qin, I do not understand why. Given your status, you would choose to run away?" "Quite simply," Qin Feng replied earnestly. "I am not the type to bully others due to my privileged background. Living off the remnants of my ancestors does not constitute true manhood. Everything I have achieved today is solely the result of my own efforts. I aim to carve out my own destiny with my own hands." Brother Qin. Lin San felt a burgeoning admiration for Qin Feng, as he recognized a type of second-generation individual he had never encountered before. Ziyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light. She had not anticipated that this young lad harbored such lofty ambitions. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the ancestors of the Qin family were convening a meeting. Since the departure of Qin Feng, they discovered that the 30 million spiritual stones in the storeroom had vanished. These were not ordinary stones. They were exquisite spiritual stones, each worth 1,000 regular stones. Even the Qin family, the undisputed rulers of the eastern region of Daxia, would require 5 years to accumulate such a fortune. According to the report from the 10 ancestors, the storeroom caretaker stated that only Feng had visited the storeroom that day. It must have been him. The patriarch bore a stoic expression, clearly having anticipated the perpetrator's identity. The 10 ancestor, perplexed, inquired how he could have possibly transported away 30 million exquisite spiritual stones. For that was akin to moving a mountain. Even the largest storage bags would require hundreds to contain such a quantity. If he lacked the necessary prowess, he would never have dared to devise such an audacious plan. The patriarch chuckled and waved his hand, suggesting they let it be, as it was ultimately for their own child's benefit, and there was no need to make a fuss. Indeed, the 10 ancestor nodded in understanding but hesitated, adding that there was another matter. After Xiaodian had coughed up blood, his spirit had remained in a state of despondency, and Xie had been weeping incessantly. Alas, the trials of parenthood weigh heavily upon them. The patriarch sighed, contemplating that given Xiaoyan's current mental state, he would struggle to fulfill the responsibilities of the family head. It would be wise to find someone to assume Xiaoyan's position, allowing them to live in peace without disturbance, with the hope that they would soon recover. "I shall take care of this immediately." The 10 ancestor nodded and turned to depart. Soon, the Qin family announced the new heir, leading everyone to believe that the matter was closely tied to Qin Feng. The family had suffered the loss of 2 prodigies, and Qin Tian, as both father and patriarch, could not escape responsibility. The once vibrant family courtyard had grown eerily desolate, with no visitors daring to grace its threshold anymore. "Great tree, I have come to see you." Qin Hao, with a pale countenance, approached the gnarled tree. His tenacious spirit had finally prevailed, and he appeared slightly more mature than before, his eyes now reflecting a newfound resolve. He was determined to demonstrate to his brother that he was mistaken, profoundly mistaken. True strength lay not in doubt of one's own abilities, but in the unwavering belief in oneself. "Look, I assent that the useless second son?" A few young children spotted Qin Hao, and could not suppress their derisive laughter. The former Qin Hao had been an unattainable figure for them, but now that he had fallen into disgrace, they felt emboldened to mock him. A flame of anger ignited within Qin Hao, and he yearned to confront these taunting children. Yet, he suddenly recalled his brother's words. Even a dragon in shallow waters is still a true dragon, destined to soar once more into the skies. Brother, why? Qin Hao pouted, on the verge of tears, as memories of that fateful night flooded back. At this moment, Qin Feng could not contain his curiosity and inquired of Lin Xin why he had not returned to Tianxin City with Lin Xiner. I plan to undergo some training before heading back, Lin Xin promptly replied, as if his words had been rehearsed. Training? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly disbelieving the fabrications before him. As a seasoned bibliophile with a decade of experience, he could confidently assert that the protagonist's words were mere illusions. They professed a desire to venture forth for training, yet their true intentions lay in the pursuit of relics, treasures, and charming maidens. Without fail, they always returned from their excursions laden with spoils. I, too, have come out for training, Ziyuan declared, her voice tinged with uncertainty. You training? Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance, skepticism evident in his demeanor. From his extensive reading, he knew that women rescued by the hero were often nothing more than headstrong young ladies who had run away from home, possessing a plethora of frivolous attributes that rendered them incapable of self-sufficiency. It was precisely because the protagonist was unwavering in his support of these inept heiresses that he later boasted the audacity to indulge in a life of ease. The day is waning. Let us find a place to rest for the night, Lin Xin remarked, noting Qin Feng's reluctance to depart. Thus, they sought refuge in a nearby cave for the night. Wonderful. Ziyuan clapped her hands in delight. Having witnessed the malevolence of the world, she became acutely aware of her own limitations. Yet, she harbored a tenacious spirit of adventure, compelling her to cling stubbornly to the company of these two companions, an archetype of naivety entwined with a thirst for exploration. Soon enough, as night descended, the campfire was ignited. As the chosen one, Lin Xin naturally exuded an air of aloofness. After capturing an unknown chicken, he commenced roasting it alone, completely disregarding the fact that Ziyuan was utterly incapable of taking care of herself. While Ziyuan stood awkwardly, twirling her fingers in uncertainty, Qin Feng presented her with the roasted chicken, transforming into a warm-hearted gentleman as he said, "Enjoy my chicken." "Thank you," Ziyuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as she disregarded any semblance of ladylike decorum and devoured it hungrily. Clearly, she was truly famished. Anything tasted delightful at this point. Having consumed my chicken, could it be that I might indulge in her future favors? Qin Feng felt a sense of anticipation regarding this investment. He then activated his system, preparing to utilize the lottery opportunity obtained from the supreme bone of his younger brother. With a resounding whoosh, the lottery wheel reappeared before him, beginning to spin languidly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the divine skill of theft, remote object acquisition. Qin Feng's expression began to drift into a daze. He could distinctly sense the shifts in the surrounding space, as if he could effortlessly grasp whatever he desired, even items heavily guarded. Was this an epiphany? Lin San, noticing Qin Feng's transformation, was genuinely astonished. He had always considered his role as a servant to be a mark of life's carefree attitude, for he was an unparalleled prodigy, endowed with his own sense of pride. Yet, since meeting this young master of the Qin family, he had come to realize how ludicrous his pride truly was. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for diminishing the confidence of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng appeared oblivious, lost in thought. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered that Lin San and Ziyuan had already finished their meal and were now seated on the ground, meditating in repose. Whether driven by curiosity or a desire to test a newfound ability, he reached out towards Ziyuan, and in an instant, a red belly band embroidered with a duck materialized in his hand, still radiating warmth. Chapter 21. The Seizing of a Head. Qin Feng immediately straightened up, asserting that he was not the kind of person who would act frivolously. At that moment, Ziyuan's body trembled slightly, as if she sensed the absence of something. Concerned for his reputation as a gentleman, Qin Feng casually tucked away the embroidered belly band adorned with ducks into his spatial pocket, subsequently feigning a dazed expression as if he were deep in contemplation. Upon opening her eyes, Ziyuan, in a state of panic, clutched her chest. What is happening? Why has my intimate garment vanished without a trace? In the cave, apart from her, There were only two men, Qin Feng and Lin San. Naturally, Qin Feng could be dismissed as a suspect, being merely an 8-year-old child with no comprehension of such matters. Moreover, given that Qin Feng was currently in a state of meditation, it was even less likely to be him. Thus, the only possible culprit was Lin San. How dare he continue to feign innocence? Zi Yuan glared at the meditating Lin San, her anger surging uncontrollably, and a flush crept onto her delicate face. A mix of feminine shyness and indignation. She could hardly believe he was such a despicable person. Shameless, rogue, return what you have taken from me. Zi Yuan's small universe ultimately erupted, and she rose, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Lin San. What on earth? Lin San, bewildered, awoke, utterly confused as to why Zi Yuan had struck him. Sister Zi Yuan, what has Brother Lin taken from you? Qin Feng also stirred, wearing an innocent expression as he inquired. Zi Yuan found it difficult to articulate her feelings regarding the situation. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and fled the cave, vanishing into the night. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for framing the chosen one successfully, inciting the disdain of young women, and earning 500 villain points. Fortunately, my wits saved me. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief, increasingly convinced that the system was rather frivolous. Despite being aware of his upright character, it bestowed upon him such unseemly skills, seemingly intent on tarnishing the illustrious image he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Zi Yuan's scream echoed, unmistakably signaling danger. This is bad, something has gone awry. Lin San could hardly ponder why Zi Yuan had lashed out at him. He seized his sword and dashed out of the cave with haste. No way. Just as disdain arrived, an opportunity for heroism and enhancing favorability presented itself. Qin Feng was left speechless by the Chosen One's unreasonable nature. He decided to abandon pretense, propelling himself forward with a powerful push, his figure shooting out of the cave like an arrow released from its bow. Aspiring to be the fastest man of the ancient era, his speed was no mere boast. Even if Lin San sprinted 100 meters ahead, he would easily catch up. What kind of movement technique is this? Lin San was utterly astonished, watching as Qin Feng soared above him. Normally, extraordinary movement techniques merely enhance speed, yet Qin Feng's technique was not only as agile as a swallow, leaving no trace upon the snow, but also enabled him to glide several hundred meters through the air, deftly leveraging his footwork to propel himself even further. One could say that Qin Feng's agility has begun to exhibit the semblance of flight. A powerful roar resonated through the night sky, stirring the air and even causing the ground to tremble slightly. A beast of monstrous proportions? Qin Feng furrowed his brow as he perched atop a tree. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed ahead and beheld a scene unfolding 100 meters away. The purple kite was being relentlessly pushed back by a ferocious beast resembling a tiger. This creature measured 2 zhang in length, its jaws adorned with 2 half-meter-long fangs that glistened with a metallic sheen, evidently razor-sharp. Most notably, the beast's long fur appeared as tough as steel. It was a toothed tiger, a formidable, large tiger-like beast, its aura suggesting an extraordinary strength at the 9th tier. Brother Qin, we must unite our efforts. Lin San finally arrived, his expression grave as he observed the toothed tiger. Due to differences in physiology and habitat, beasts of the same rank generally surpass humans significantly, especially carnivorous creatures, which not only exceed practitioners in strength, but also exhibit greater ferocity. With Lin San at the extraordinary 4th tier, Qin Feng at the 2nd tier, and an ineffectual young lady of the 3rd tier, facing off against the toothed tiger at the 9th tier would undoubtedly pose a dire challenge. Must we truly join forces? Qin Feng had no intention of merely playing the supportive role for the Chosen One, especially given his penchant for turning the tide and impressing the ladies. Moreover, his great might Heavenly Dragon was a divine technique that served as a bane to the demon race. There was no need for deliberation. He would simply charge forth and resolve the matter directly. With a graceful leap, Qin Feng descended from the tree, landing deftly before the enchanting Miss Zi Yuan. Qin Gongzi. Zi Yuan's voice trembled with excitement, and as she gazed upon the figure before her, her previously tumultuous heart inexplicably found tranquility. A fearsome roar erupted from the toothy tiger beast upon spotting Qin Feng, its chilling presence surging through the forest like a relentless tide directed towards him. Suddenly, as if sensing imminent peril, Qin Feng wrapped his arms around Zi Yuan's slender waist, and with a powerful thrust of his feet, he ascended like a wild goose to land atop a nearby towering tree. Boom! The colossal body of the toothy tiger beast leapt into the air, crashing down onto the spot where Qin Feng had just stood, splintering the surrounding trees, each as thick as a person's waist, into flying shards. What a terrifying speed! Ziyuan couldn't help but swallow hard. Had it not been for Qin Feng's timely embrace, she might have become the beast's midnight snack. The toothy tiger beast, now enraged by its missed target, lunged fiercely towards Qin Feng once more. "Qin Xiong, please don't act recklessly," Lin Xin shouted urgently from the sidelines. "Only by joining forces can we hope to defeat it." "How bothersome you are," Qin Feng retorted, his gaze fixed on the beast, which loomed like a colossal mountain. A frostiness began to seep into his dark eyes. Where once his gaze was sharp as a blade, it now glimmered with the venomous intensity of a serpent. At the moment when the sharp claws of the toothed tiger demon beast were about to strike Qin Feng, the Longkong sword in his hand unsheathed with the swiftness of lightning. The sword technique of heaven slaying. The resounding clang of the blade echoed through the forest, and the brilliance of the sword momentarily illuminated the darkness, rendering the charging toothed tiger demon beast seemingly frozen in time. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng could not help but inhale deeply, his arm beginning to tremble uncontrollably. A deep wound, revealing bone, erupted on the body of the toothed tiger demon beast, with blood gushing forth in a frenzy. However, due to the immense disparity in their levels, this strike did not slay the beast, but rather fully provoked its ferocity. With a furious roar, the toothed tiger demon beast stirred the air into a tumult, its massive form charging relentlessly toward Qin Feng. Trees, as thick as a person's waist, shattered along its path, instilling a profound sense of oppression. "Young Master Qin, be careful," Ziyuan exclaimed in alarm, her heart racing. "Brother Qin, do not panic, I am coming." Lin San, wielding his sword, swiftly leapt forward, clearly intent on claiming the kill. "Damn it, trying to steal my kill." Qin Feng cursed inwardly, no longer concealing his prowess as he formed rapid hand seals. Great power of the heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store. Chapter 22. Betraying allies. A resounding roar akin to that of a dragon reverberated through the woods, illuminating the night sky with a golden radiance. Suddenly, with a forceful strike, Qin Feng unleashed a palm attack from his dantian, resulting in a thunderous echo resonating through the forest. The charging toothed tiger beast plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, crashing down amidst a flurry of fallen leaves. After a few violent convulsions, it ultimately succumbed to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for thwarting the Chosen One's pretense, preventing him from garnering the favor of the female, and earning 500 villain points. What kind of technique is this? Lin San's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered a specter. He had initially believed that Qin Feng's sky-slaying sword technique was already formidable enough, yet this great dragon technique proved to be even more terrifying, capable of dispatching a beast of extraordinary level 9 with a single blow. Even though the toothed tiger beast was already gravely injured, the notion of a being of extraordinary level 2 effortlessly vanquishing one of extraordinary level 9 was a staggering revelation for him. Especially as the foremost sword wielder of a century, Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Ziyuan's eyes shimmered with admiration, her fondness for him growing exponentially. Ding! Congratulations to the host for thwarting the Chosen One's pretense, preventing him from gaining the favor of the goddess, and earning 500 villain points. Phew, these 500 points were indeed hard-earned. Qin Feng let out a deep breath, completely exhausted and collapsing onto the ground. The great dragon technique inflicted significant damage upon the demonic race, yet the toll it took was equally daunting, akin to enduring a series of prolonged cold wars with an ex-girlfriend, leaving his legs weak and feeling as if he were floating. A resounding applause echoed, immediately prompting the three individuals to adopt a cautious stance. Emerging from the thicket was a scar-faced man accompanied by a cadre of henchmen, their attire unmistakably marking them as members of the Weihu gang. "Young hero, your skills are truly remarkable," the scar-faced man remarked, his gaze sweeping over the trio. With a chilling tone, he inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you are the ones who have slain a disciple of my Weihu gang. If you do not provide an explanation today, it appears you may find it difficult to leave unscathed." Explanation? Before Lin San could respond, Qin Feng arrogantly interjected. "You expect my elder brother Lin San to give you an explanation? Surely you jest. Allow me to clarify, we conduct our affairs in this manner." Lin San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, dismayed at how little he knew Qin Feng. "Elder brother, I shall take my leave for a moment to rest." These trifling opponents are yours to handle." With that, Qin Feng grasped Ziyuan's hand and turned to depart, not forgetting to raise a defiant middle finger as he left. Such audacity! The scar-faced man's expression darkened instantly, his inner turmoil rising uncontrollably. Initially, upon witnessing Qin Feng's battle against the formidable toothed tiger beast, he recognized the young man as an unparalleled prodigy. He had anticipated that a mere formality would suffice, granting him the opportunity to save face before his subordinates. However, not only did the young man fail to show him any respect, but he had also publicly humiliated him in front of his lackeys. This was a slight too grievous to bear. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Lin San hastily clarified. "Indeed, this brother of mine is well known to you. He is none other than your master, the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Feng." "Qin Feng. Qin Feng. He is Qin Feng," the members of the Weihu gang immediately exclaimed. As a minor force in the eastern region of Daxia, they were certainly not privileged enough to witness the true visage of the eldest son of the Qin family. Yet they had long heard of Qin Feng's illustrious feats, tales of his imperial potential, heralded as the future hope of the Qin family. Spread like wildfire, breaking through to the extraordinary realm at the tender age of 8, he had devised the slashing heaven sword technique, triumphing over the disciple of the sword god of the long sky. Each of these accomplishments underscored his formidable potential. Perhaps the most notorious account was that of him excavating the supreme bone of his brother and subsequently defecting from the Qin family. Presently, the Qin family had issued a decree for his extermination. Any who could slay Qin Feng would be rewarded with 1,000,000 premium spirit stones upon presenting his corpse, and a celestial treasure gourd for those who could capture him alive. Upon the release of this news, a fervor ignited throughout the ancient realm. Now, anyone who deemed themselves somewhat capable was making their way here, unaware that they had stumbled upon this plump target. What does this mean? Lin San pondered anxiously, sensing that something was amiss. Upon hearing the illustrious name of Qin Feng, they displayed no inclination to kneel and seek guidance. Instead, their eyes sparkled as if they had encountered an unparalleled beauty. "This one is mine. You all pursue Qin Feng." The scarred man gazed intently at Lin San, his expression grave. Having witnessed Qin Feng's terrifying prowess in decisively vanquishing a formidable 9-tiered beast, he dared not harbor any underestimation of these extraordinary talents. Moreover, the fact that he was referred to as brother by the prodigious heir of the Qin family only hinted at the sheer magnitude of his combat strength. To hunt a lion, one must exert their utmost effort. Thus, the disciples of the Weihu gang swiftly set off in pursuit of Qin Feng and his companion. A palpable aura of dread emanated from the scarred man, causing the surrounding air to quiver, as a spectral image of a roaring tiger seemed to materialize behind him. In disbelief, Lin San muttered a curse. The man was at the 3rd tier of the spirit martial realm, and he was the leader of the Weihu gang. Without granting Lin San a moment's respite, the scarred man propelled himself forward with a sudden lunge, launching an assault against Lin San. The tiger descends from the mountain. Though a common maneuver, the scarred man executed it with remarkable finesse, instilling a profound sense of dread with his simple yet powerful technique. As he advanced, sand and gravel swirled, and fissures spread across the ground in his wake. A resounding clash echoed through the forest as steel met steel, the air vibrating with intensity and a cacophony of sounds reverberating around them. Lin San swiftly drew his sword in defense, but the violent collision sent a jolt through his right arm, causing his sword to slip from his grasp. Indeed, he was no ordinary practitioner. The scarred man was utterly astonished to think that a being of the 4th tier could withstand his strike from the 3rd tier of spiritual martial arts. He immediately intensified his efforts, vowing to conclude the battle swiftly. "This is insufferable. He is far too formidable. Am I left with no choice but to resort to that move?" Lin San, consumed by rage towards Qin Feng, could hardly comprehend the treachery of such a backstabber. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for outsmarting the chosen one, earning 2,000 villain points. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was sprinting through the forest, hand in hand with Ziyuan, fervently wishing that Lin San could muster some resilience and buy them more time. "What are we to do if we continue like this? What of young Master Lin?" Ziyuan's face was etched with concern, deeply opposed to the notion of betraying their comrade. "Fear not, he shall be fine." In stark contrast, Qin Feng was unreserved in his willingness to sacrifice a teammate, expressing that he would face several chosen ones without any trepidation. However, Ziyuan wished to voice her thoughts, but suddenly, a resounding clash of swords erupted from behind. Accompanied by a blinding flash of sword light, and a fierce gust of sword energy that swept through the forest. Neither the pursuing members of the Weihu gang nor Qin Feng and Ziyuan had time to react before being struck by the tempest of sword energy. With a gasp, Ziyuan coughed up blood and fainted in Qin Feng's embrace. To use this as an assessment of the cadre, Qin Feng gazed at the unconscious Ziyuan in his arms, feeling overwhelmed and collapsing to the ground, unwilling to move an inch. Soon, the forest once again faded into the embrace of night, while the grass beneath the trees began to teem with vibrant life. Small creatures frolicked and played, producing faint rustling sounds. By morning, a few delicate white flowers would emerge, and with the gentle caress of the wind, one might occasionally glimpse the tender crimson centers, the very essence of life's palette. Chapter 23. Transplanting the supreme bone. The following day, sunlight filtered through the branches, casting its warm glow upon Ziyuan's delicate face. She stirred, smacking her lips and rubbing her eyes awake. However, in the next moment, she froze, plagued by the suspicion that she was caught in a bewildering illusion. There she lay, nestled in Qin Feng's embrace, in a decidedly intimate posture, with his hand resting in an inappropriate place. If her memory served her correctly, and it should, her little duckling was not clad in anything. A piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning, startling the birds and beasts of the forest. Why such a loud outcry? Qin Feng awoke from his sweet dreams, utterly oblivious to the impropriety of the situation. What could a mere child understand? What malice could he possibly harbor? Ziyuan struggled to articulate her thoughts, feeling utterly exasperated, and indeed, she found herself at a loss against this mischievous little boy. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have taken advantage of the girl and earned 200 villain points. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing someone's approach. He swiftly covered Ziyuan's mouth and pulled her into the dense underbrush. Recalling the blinding sword light that had appeared the previous night, he still felt a shiver of dread. It harbored an aura of terrifying sword intent, as if it belonged to another realm altogether. Was it Lin San's trump card? In Qin Feng's mind, a sense of unease arose. He inexplicably felt that it was Lin San. It is widely acknowledged that Lin San inherited the legacy of the Sky Sword God, and it is only reasonable to assume that he would leave behind some means of protection for the safety of his disciples. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. 5 members of the Tiger Gang rushed over, but unlike the previous night, they bore various injuries, clearly indicating that they too had been struck by the sword energy storm. The leading member spoke, suggesting that it must be the young girl from last night, and surmising that they had not strayed far, they should hasten back to summon reinforcements. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng erupted from the underbrush like a springing tiger. Having fully recovered overnight, his energy was restored, and he was ready to unleash his prowess once more. With a nod, he drew his sword. The clear, resonant sound of the blade being unsheathed echoed through the forest, and a chilling aura swept across the glade. A dark streak of sword light flashed ahead, cutting through the air with a fierce gust. In an instant, 5 jets of blood erupted as the 5 figures plummeted to the ground, akin to kites severed from their strings, their eyes widening momentarily before fading to a lifeless pallor. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for slaying 5 individuals and earning 500 villain points. Is he truly just a child? Ziyuan watched in shock, astonished by the ease with which he dispatched 5 foes without even a flicker of hesitation. We must leave at once. Qin Feng grasped Ziyuan's delicate hand and swiftly departed, fully aware that the Weihu gang would soon initiate a comprehensive manhunt for them. At that moment, not far off on a hillock, the gang leader, known as Scarface, wore an exceedingly grim expression. His right sleeve fluttered in the wind, unmistakably empty, for he had lost his most trusted aide. When Lin San unleashed that fateful strike, Scarface finally comprehended the true meaning of a prodigy. Had he not decisively sacrificed his right hand, he would have met with an untimely demise. These prodigies were utterly terrifying. A shiver of fear coursed through Scarface, yet an inexplicable exhilaration also surged within him. The worth of Qin Feng was undeniably significant, and Lin San possessed an extraordinary legacy. Acquiring it would secure him a place in this ancient realm. As for Ziyuan, wealth, power, and of course, a beautiful companion were essential. With a gamble, victory was not guaranteed, but the stakes were enticing. Scarface wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before deciding to take the plunge. Should he win, he would embrace beauty and revel in freedom. Should he lose, his life would be forfeit, left to her whims. A subordinate rushed in to report to the leader that they had located the young man named Lin San, with brothers witnessing him activate a relic. And he had already entered. There was a relic here. Scarface was utterly dumbfounded. Having ruled this mountain for decades, he had never heard of any relic. Why had this Lin San discovered one upon his arrival? Did he not deserve to possess such fortune? Soon, the scarred man summoned all the disciples of the Weihu gang, leading a portion of his underlings to inspect the ruins, while the remainder scoured the forest in search of Qin Feng and Zi Yuan. Why do I feel as though they harbor a certain disdain for me? Qin Feng, accompanied by Zi Yuan, encountered only a motley crew of minor adversaries along their journey. The most formidable among them barely reached the extraordinary 7th or 8th realm, lacking any celestial attributes. Even the heavenly slash technique was unnecessary, as the 10 ancestors' falling leaves could effortlessly dispatch them. Zi Yuan remarked that it was likely due to Lin Gongzi's sword strike from the previous night that diverted their main forces to confront him. Lin San. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, recognizing a flaw in their strategy. Logically, the scarred man should have concentrated all efforts on capturing him for the Qin family's bounty. Yet he was instead directing his main forces against Lin San, which seemed illogical. Unless, at this moment, Lin San possessed greater value. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips as he murmured that if he was not mistaken, Lin San's aura must have activated. And the reason he stayed behind instead of returning with Lin Xiner to Tianqin City was likely for these treasures. What are you mumbling about? Zi Yuan inquired curiously. Nothing. Let us proceed. Qin Feng, eager to validate his hypothesis, grasped Zi Yuan's hand and began retracing their steps. For he needed to locate Lin San swiftly before his aura fully manifested. Hey, are you out of your mind? Knowing they are hunting us, you still wish to return. Zi Yuan quickly reminded him, but Qin Feng, undeterred, wrapped his arms around her slender waist and glided through the forest with an ethereal grace. Zi Yuan, utterly powerless to resist, could only acquiesce to the whims of this impish youth. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the very spot where he had encountered the scarred man the previous night. The trees within a 1,000-meter radius had been severed at the trunk, and the ground bore a deep gash, several meters in depth, revealing the terrifying might of Lin San's hidden prowess. Could this truly be the work of young Master Lin? Zi Yuan swallowed hard, unable to fathom the magnitude of such power. The Chosen One is far more formidable than I had imagined. Qin Feng silently rejoiced at his decision to avoid a direct confrontation with Lin San. Otherwise, even with the advantage of he might not stand a chance against him, unless he resorted to using the experience scroll from the red-haired old monster. No, I must find a way to strengthen myself. Qin Feng retrieved the supreme bone of his second brother from his spatial pocket, its surface pulsating with mysterious runes, hinting at the profound force of nature contained within. By grafting it onto himself, he could harness this celestial power. What is this? Zi Yuan gazed curiously at the supreme bone, eager to inquire about its nature. Yet, before she could utter a word, she caught sight of Qin Feng's gaze, sharp as a blade, as he unsheathed the Longkong divine sword and plunged it into his chest, excising his original bones to implant the supreme bone in its stead. Even as blood flowed incessantly, one gritted their teeth and endured in silence. Yu. Zi Yuan was stunned by the scene before her, unable to fathom how a mere child could be so ruthless towards oneself. Chapter 24. Let the bullets fly for a while as brothers of the same mother. The supreme bone should not reject me, should it? Qin Feng's face contorted in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood that to continue wandering through this world, one must be ruthless not only towards others, but even more so towards oneself. If he could not endure this modicum of suffering, how could he roam freely in the future? Have you lost your mind? Who would stab themselves with a sword? Zi Yuan finally snapped out of her shock and hurried to bandage Qin Feng's wounds. However, before she could even begin, the injuries on Qin Feng's body began to heal at a visible rate, completely mending within 10 minutes, leaving no scars behind. Since mastering the 3rd level of the 33 Heavens creation technique, Qin Feng's self-healing abilities had become increasingly extraordinary. While he could not claim to regenerate severed limbs, regrowing a finger was well within his capabilities. What on earth are you? Zi Yuan was left astounded, her heart unsettled for a prolonged period. It was one thing for an 8-year-old child to challenge opponents beyond his level. It was another to wield the terrifying techniques of the Celestial Sword and the Great Destruction Dragon. Now, he possessed an exceptionally potent self-healing ability. Goodness, Any one of these capabilities would cause ancient monsters to tremble in embarrassment. Yet, all these extraordinary powers were concentrated in the form of a mere 8-year-old child. Reflecting on Lin San's terrifying sword strike from last night, it was evident that an era of great turmoil had truly arrived. The current generation of extraordinary talents possesses an overwhelming strength. You are indeed a monster, and your entire family embodies monstrosity. Qin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, embarking on a pursuit of Lin San's fleeing traces from the previous night. Wait for me. Ziyuan hurriedly followed, unwilling to venture alone. It was imperative that she remained close to Qin Feng, ensuring she could readily cling to his coattails. Before long, the duo evaded the search efforts of the Weihid gang's disciples and arrived before a stone wall nestled within the forest. Upon the wall, they beheld a black whirlpool, resembling a black hole capable of devouring all. An ancient relic. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his heart racing with excitement. He had heard tales from the 10 ancestors about such relics, which were small worlds created by powerful beings, often housing their legacies and the artifacts they once wielded. Even in the absence of legacies or artifacts, these realms could nurture rare treasures. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a villainous quest. Seize the fateful treasures of the Chosen One, with a reward of a golden treasure chest. No wonder they ignored me and rushed to find Lin San. Qin Feng couldn't help but reflect on the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One, as if heaven itself were tirelessly providing sustenance, while he, as a villain, could only rely on his own efforts to complete tasks. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten inside. Ziyuan expressed her exhilaration. As a wandering heroine, how could she possibly resist the allure of an ancient relic? Yet, she recognized that this was not the opportune moment. Qin Feng lifted his gaze to check the time and sought a secluded spot to sit in meditation. As a seasoned bibliophile with a decade of experience, he could assert with confidence that embarking on a dungeon quest alongside the protagonist was far more arduous than transcending the heavenly tribulations. Allies were easily sacrificed, and foes were mere pawns. Once the aura was activated, distinctions between friend and foe dissolved. It was prudent to allow events to unfold before taking action. Haste would lead to missteps. What does that mean? Ziyuan hastily inquired, pursuing him. However, Qin Feng had no intention of responding, as he had already entered a meditative state, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy that began to flow gently into his being. The supreme bone, previously implanted within him, showed no signs of rejection. The mysterious runes that coursed along its surface began to traverse within him, giving rise to a divine ability known as the celestial calamity light. Is this the divine power contained within the supreme bone? The month-long enlightenment aura he had exchanged for earlier still lingered, prompting him to delve into the comprehension of the celestial calamity light within the supreme bone. Boom! The void trembled as the vast forces of nature surged toward Qin Feng, rendering all things in existence minuscule in comparison. He found it difficult to breathe, akin to a climber struggling upward. Each step forward met with multiplied pressure, his footing tenuous and his form swaying. Yet, with this struggle came a deepening understanding of the forces of nature, and the clarity of insight within his heart grew ever sharper. While the celestial calamity light of the supreme bone was indeed formidable, it could only serve as a supplementary means. Qin Feng did not invest excessive energy into the supreme bone. Instead, he directed his focus toward his unparalleled. Presently, due to his limited cultivation, many of his capabilities remain undeveloped. Aside from the ability to perceive the essence, he has only unlocked 2 powers: action disassembly and speed reduction. Do these prodigies have nothing else to occupy their time besides training? Ziyuan, feeling discontent, propped her chin on her hand and sat aside, contemplating her desire to venture into the ruins but lacking the courage to do so, thus waiting for Qin Feng to awaken and take her inside. Gurgle. Her stomach betrayed her with a growl, rekindling her craving for Qin Feng's chicken. Within the ruins, Lin San held his sword with vigilance in one hand while navigating with a map in the other. Initially, he intended to return to Tianxin City with Lin Xiner. However, midway, he inadvertently acquired a tattered map that fortuitously complemented the one he possessed, leading to a target ruin located within the Qin family's territory. What a stroke of luck! Adhering to the principle that the first to discover claims it, he decided to venture alone in search of the ruin depicted on the map. Yet, he encountered Qin Feng along the way. Considering the Qin family's considerable influence in the east, he hesitated to enter the ruins, fearing that the Qin family might monopolize the opportunity. Fortunately, last night, Qin Feng had fled with Zi Yuan, granting him the time to explore the ruins. Ah! In the distance, a chorus of anguished screams echoed. Lin Sen merely cast a casual glance back, knowing that the members of the Weihu gang had already entered the ruins. Unlike the Qin family, who wield absolute power in the east, the poses no substantial threat to him. The traps within the ruins alone would suffice to ensnare them effectively. He must hasten his pace. Being discovered by the Qin family would spell trouble. Guided by the map, Lin Sen successfully navigates through the various traps, making his way directly to the treasure site within the ruins. Outside the ruins, Qin Feng has been meditating for an extended period, and the spiritual energy within him has reached a critical threshold. With a resounding thud, a deep sound resonates from within, accompanied by a surge of energy that sweeps forth. It is over. His training has concluded. The once lethargic Ziyuan instantly perks up, eagerly anticipating the roasted chicken Qin Feng will prepare for her. With a deep exhale of stagnant air, Qin Feng feels a marked transformation in his body. Where once his spiritual energy could only extend 5 meters beyond him, having broken through to the third level of the extraordinary realm, it can now project 10 meters, with significantly enhanced power. It is akin to a middle-aged man, once limited in his abilities, suddenly transformed into an exuberant youth, capable of feats previously unimaginable. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupts, and thousands of disciples emerge from all directions. This is bad. They have been discovered. Ziyuan, her face etched with panic, pulls Qin Feng to flee swiftly. Even with his exceptional potential, he cannot withstand the onslaught of such a multitude. Chapter 25. This is a place of great misfortune, ladies and gentlemen. We have no grievances from the past, nor enmity in recent days. It need not come to this. Ziyuan surveyed the multitude of over 1,000 members of the Weihu gang surrounding her, realizing that the chances of escape were non-existent. She could only strive to maintain a smile, indicating that they had not slain any Weihu disciples. It was all the doing of Lin San. Yet, this mattered little. Our objective is Qin Feng. The eyes of the 1,000 Weihu disciples sparkled with fervor as they gazed upon Qin Feng, akin to moths drawn to a flame of extraordinary beauty. Why do they target you? Ziyuan, hidden behind Qin Feng, was puzzled. It was a trivial matter to eliminate the Weihu disciples, yet they had assembled such a multitude to besiege Qin Feng. Qin Feng pondered and concluded that it must be due to his striking appearance. Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes, surprised by the child's unabashed vanity. The leading squad captain spoke up. Young Master Qin, you find yourself encircled with no avenue of escape. I advise you to surrender promptly, lest you face the inevitable consequences of our blades. Are you certain it is you who has surrounded me? Qin Feng remained unfazed in the face of the 1,000 extras before him, even feeling an inexplicable thrill. Ever since he had refined the Chong Kong 9 swords with the assistance of the 10 ancestors, he had exclusively wielded the Chong Kong divine sword against his foes, neglecting the fact that it could also be divided into 9 swords for group combat. Is this child unwell? The 1,000 Weihu disciples could not suppress their laughter, finding the notion that this young master of the Qin family believed he was truly encircled to be utterly ludicrous. Could it be that he single-handedly surrounded thousands? Since they refused to surrender, let us advance. With a commanding shout, the squad leader led the throng of 1,000 into a formidable charge towards Qin Feng. This is the end. Ziyuan, in despair, shut her eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow, especially as her stomach growled. It seemed she would not even have the chance to taste Qin Feng's chicken before her demise. Buzzing. A cacophony of piercing sword sounds erupted abruptly. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand gesture, causing the Longkong divine sword before him to split into 9 diminutive blades, which floated in the air, encircling him. The 9 swords unleashed. Qin Feng executed another gesture, pointing towards the advancing legion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A continuous barrage of slicing winds filled the air, as the 9 swords streaked through the void like meteors, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, directly harvesting heads with ruthless precision. What in the world is this? The crowd quickly realized something was amiss, their fear escalating as they witnessed more and more of their number fall. Due to the compact and elusive nature of the 9 swords, defense proved futile. Within moments, over 100 heads had been claimed, with none able to approach Qin Feng. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for slaying 1 foe, earning 100 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for slaying 1 foe, earning 100 villain points. As the heads continued to fall, the system notifications rang incessantly. Run. He is a devil. Finally, someone could no longer bear the terror within, turning in fright to flee, realizing that the ferocity of the Qin family's eldest son had nothing to do with his age. The rapidity of his swordplay rendered the number of assailants irrelevant. Once the first individual fled, the second and third soon followed. The atmosphere of fear began to spread. No one was concerned with the Qin family's bounty anymore, only wishing to escape from this great demon. Heavens! Ziyuan gasped, her hand covering her mouth, utterly astonished by the scene before her. Is this truly the legendary prodigy? Even when besieged by thousands, he is not a foe to be trifled with. Huff! Qin Feng exhaled deeply, beckoning the 9 small swords back to him. While he dispatched these minor characters with the ease of cutting chives, the exertion of controlling the 9 swords was considerable. Even with the heavenly treasure gourd replenishing his energy swiftly, it could not last indefinitely. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for slaying a total of 232 individuals, earning 200 villain points. Huff! Qin Feng released another breath, striving to calm his emotions. Though the gains from slaughter were indeed substantial, the act of killing could become an addiction, easily leading one down a dark path. Thus, practitioners often exercised great restraint to avoid succumbing to depravity. Of course, some would willingly choose to embrace that darkness for the sake of power. He possesses both a compelling background and formidable external support. Yet there is truly no necessity for him to don a smoky eye that renders him neither human nor ghostly. At that moment, a multitude of figures emerged in the sky, gracefully hovering on flying swords. Cultivators at the entry realm. Ziyuan could not suppress a gasp, bewildered by the sudden appearance of these masters. The entry realm cultivators are formidable beings, transcending the spirit martial realm. Their very title indicates their profound understanding of the Tao, marking their genuine entrance into the pursuit of immortality through cultivation. We've located you, Qin Feng. The group of entry-realm cultivators cast their gazes upon Qin Feng, their eyes reflecting the same admiration one might reserve for a peerless beauty. What brings you here again? Ziyuan hastily concealed herself behind Qin Feng, acutely aware of the hostility emanating from the newcomers. It was evident that Lin San had been brazenly using his name to deceive others. Analyzing the situation from the perspective of a seasoned bookworm, Qin Feng was all too familiar with the shameless tactics of protagonists who, unable to confront their foes directly, resorted to tarnishing their reputations by invoking the names of villains to foster animosity against them. He would never admit to being a wanted criminal. To his astonishment, Lin Gongzi was of such a character. Ziyuan, still naive to the treacheries of society, had unwittingly fallen for the words of this grand antagonist. We must leave, Qin Feng exclaimed, glancing at the approaching entry realm cultivators. He swiftly pulled Ziyuan into the ruins, intending to present Lin San with an added challenge, nay, to bestow upon the protagonist a veritable arsenal of formidable swords. Ruins. A dozen cultivators were instantly captivated, showing no resistance towards the relics, hastily propelling their flying swords into the depths of the ruins. As the world spun around them, Qin Feng and Ziyuan found themselves within the ruins, which bore no distinction from the external realm, featuring mountains, rivers, forests, and the alternation of day and night. Could this truly be a space crafted by a powerful being? Qin Feng was astounded by the scene before him, unable to fathom what level of cultivation could conjure such a miniature world. We must hasten, for those pursuers are nearly upon us. Ziyuan, unfazed by the surroundings, grasped Qin Feng's hand and swiftly dashed into the forest. Simultaneously, the cultivators who had come in pursuit of the Qin family's bounty arrived one after another, effortlessly gleaning Qin Feng's whereabouts from the fleeing disciples of the Weihu gang, as well as discovering the ruins. In no time, the news of the ruins spread, attracting countless treasure-seeking cultivators. Old man, I foresee great misfortune in this place. Qin Feng, observing the throng of individuals entering the ruins in search of treasure, knew without a doubt that the difficulty level of this dungeon was exceedingly high. Coupled with Lin San's protagonist aura, the likelihood of survival for any individual was dismally low. Can you truly predict fortunes? Ziyuan inquired with curiosity. Not at all. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Ziyuan. This is indeed a place of great peril. Chapter 26. Do not be soft-hearted, are you still pretending? Ziyuan couldn't help but cast a scornful glance at Qin Feng, her youthful demeanor already exuding an air of captivating charm. You do not understand. Qin Feng harbored unwavering confidence in himself. In every instance where the protagonist entered a dungeon, an influx of participants would invariably lead to unforeseen perils. Ultimately, only a scant few would manage to escape, haunted by the experience and eager to recount the protagonist's audacious exploits. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a fierce battle erupted nearby. It was evident that individuals were vying for treasures. Given the prolonged seclusion of this ancient site, it had become a haven for a plethora of rare materials. Upon entering the forest, Qin Feng and Zi Yuan had already stumbled upon some. Yet they were merely of mundane quality, far from warranting a skirmish. Shall we take a look? Qin Feng inquired tentatively, to which Zi Yuan responded with enthusiastic nods of her small head. To ensure they remained unrecognizable, Qin Feng smeared some dust across his face and clothing, presenting himself as a weary traveler rather than the scion of a wealthy family. Before long, the duo stealthily approached the scene, where several factions were embroiled in a frenzied battle, the ground littered with dozens of corpses, and the earth itself stained crimson with blood. Not far from them, a vine bore clusters of small, tomato-like fruits, glimmering with a red luminescence. It was blood bodhi, Zi Yuan nearly exclaimed in excitement, managing to restrain her emotions by pinching Qin Feng's arm. Indeed, one cannot blame her expression. The blood bodhi is exceedingly rare. If celestial treasures were to be classified into the 4 categories of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, then the blood bodhi would undoubtedly be in the heavenly tier, and among the rarest of its kind. Consumption not only heals wounds, but also augments one's innate abilities, offering benefits such as solidifying the foundation and nurturing essence. Remarkably, it can be used without restriction. There is no diminishing effect after the first use, making it a coveted treasure for cultivators. However, once harvested, the vine of the blood bodhi withers rapidly, preventing cultivation or transplantation, which is a significant reason for its extreme scarcity. How excessive! Qin Feng glanced at his reddened arm, asserting that he bore no grudges, typically seeking immediate retribution for any offense. It hurts, be gentle. Before Zi Yuan could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Feng had already pinched her thigh. With several factions engaged in fierce combat ahead, she could only stifle her cries, casting a pitiful glance at Qin Feng, conveying her sincere regret and promising never to pinch him again. I shall let you off this time. Qin Feng released his grip, noting that the sensation was indeed quite pleasant. Ahem, I digress. Currently, the strength of the various factions is formidable. Not only are there spirit martial realm practitioners, but also those of the Dao entry realm. Even with his recent breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm, utilizing all his trump cards such as the Supreme Bone and the Invincible Heavy Pupil, he would still be no match for them. Unless one employs a fully leveled experience scroll, utilizing such a resource against this band of insignificant characters is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What an insufferable younger brother, Zhuan muttered in distress, tears nearly spilling from her eyes due to the pain. Yet, in the next moment, she completely forgot her discomfort. Before her, Qin Feng's gaze was fixed upon the blood bodhi. With an outstretched hand, he grasped the air, and astonishingly, a blood bodhi was drawn towards him. How did you accomplish that? Ziyuan hurriedly rubbed her eyes, ensuring she was not mistaken, and when she looked at Qin Feng again, her sparkling eyes were filled with wonder. It's a secret. Qin Feng had no intention of elaborating. After confirming the effectiveness of his telekinetic grasp, he began to fervently collect the blood bodhi, and the once flourishing vines, laden with the precious fruit, visibly diminished before her eyes. Yet, Ziyuan sensed something amiss. The technique felt eerily familiar. As a realization struck her, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. For the scene before her bore a striking resemblance to that night's incident involving the disappearance of her undergarment. This indicated that the true culprit from that evening was not Lin San, but rather the mischievous Qin Feng. Initially perceived as a naive child, it now appeared he possessed a deeper understanding than she had anticipated. What a lecherous younger brother. No wonder her aunt remarked that no man is without fault. With her cheeks aflame, Ziyuan let out an indignant huff, and her mind inexplicably wandered to her aunt's next phrase about men having a redeeming quality, the meaning of which eluded her. What are you talking about? Qin Feng inquired, turning his head. It's nothing. The delicate face of Ziyuan flushed crimson as she nonchalantly remarked, Is it truly acceptable to take so much? Do not be overly lenient. Qin Feng, embodying a mindset of seizing every opportunity, had no intention of sparing even a single one. Wait, Stop the fighting. The various factions engaged in battle sensed something amiss. They observed that the once abundant blood Bodhi vines had dwindled to mere remnants, showing no signs of cessation. Before their very eyes, the numbers diminished until the last one vanished, causing the vines to wither away. Who was responsible for this? The factions were consumed with fury, their suppressed rage now boiling over. After such a lengthy struggle, with brothers sacrificing so much, the realization that not a single blood Bodhi had been procured was intolerable. Who are you people? A group soon discovered the fleeing Qin Feng and Ziyuan, swiftly surrounding them in a grand display. It turned out they were merely two minor practitioners of the extraordinary realm. The onlookers exchanged glances of disappointment upon recognizing the duo's cultivation level, doubting that such individuals could have plundered every last blood Bodhi right under their noses. Wait. One individual furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the dirt-smeared Qin Feng, an uncanny sense of familiarity washing over him. What are you staring at? Do you know who my elder brother is? Qin Feng remained unfazed, exuding arrogance as he declared, I could frighten you with his name. My elder brother is none other than the illustrious inheritor of the sky's sword god, Lin San. We are brothers, though born of different mothers. Lin San, a group of onlookers exclaimed, clearly familiar with him. Revered as the foremost swordsman of the century and the successor of the Longkong sword god, he had recently engaged in a battle with Qin Feng, the young master of the Qin family, who possessed the potential of an emperor. He was undoubtedly a prodigious youth whose fame resonated across the land, a prominent figure in an era of great contention, bolstered by the support of Tianqin City. Indeed, he was not to be trifled with. Half-brother? Ziyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing that Qin Feng was truly capable of nonsense. As the atmosphere grew tense, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to stoke the flames further, declaring, Let me not forget to inform you that this relic was activated by my elder brother 3 days ago, and the blood Bodhi was rejected by him. Should you offend me, you may ponder the consequences for yourselves. The crowd exchanged glances, choosing to overlook the last statement. They had learned from the disciples of the Weihu gang that it was indeed a person named Lin San who had opened the relic, thus affirming the truth in Qin Feng's words. Could it be inferred that Lin San had discovered unparalleled treasures within the relic, deeming even the blood Bodhi unworthy of his attention? With a sudden commotion, the crowd dispersed like startled birds, scouring the relic in search of Lin San. Chapter 27. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. What a troublesome younger brother. Ziyuan stood by, utterly speechless, unsure of what offense Lin San had committed. Soon enough, news of Lin San acquiring an extraordinary treasure spread throughout the ruins, prompting all cultivators to seek his whereabouts. Much to Lin San's exasperation, he cursed under his breath, wondering who had the audacity to speak the truth. Achio. Qin Feng couldn't help but sneeze, suspecting that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. However, his attention was swiftly captured by the blood Bodhi he had acquired, a total of 32 pieces. As he consumed one, an immense surge of energy erupted within him. The effect of consolidating his foundation and enhancing his essence immediately stabilized the somewhat shaky base he had just established after breaking through to the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm. Truly impressive for such a rare, heavenly-grade treasure. After Ziyuan also ingested one, she was taken aback by the results. Just then, a woman dressed in ancient white attire appeared, her gaze towards the blood Bodhi in Qin Feng's hand filled with complexity. Sister, do you need something? Ziyuan inquired curiously. Sister. Qin Feng abruptly pulled Ziyuan behind him, his expression cold as he exclaimed, You are clearly not human. Not human? Then that makes you a monster. Ziyuan gasped in surprise, hurriedly retreating behind Qin Feng. Unlike the toothy beast they encountered previously, this creature, capable of assuming human form, is undoubtedly a formidable demon among its kin, its strength nothing short of terrifying. Indeed, she is a demon. Since mastering the great might of the celestial dragon, Qin Feng has acquired the ability to discern between humans and demons. And he is unequivocally certain that the woman in white before him is a transformed great demon. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. The woman in white expressed her astonishment that Qin Feng could so readily identify her as a demon. Do you truly expect us to believe that? Qin Feng remained vigilant, fingers poised in the intricate gestures of the great might of the celestial dragon. He had long heard from the 10 ancestors that in the ancient era, myriad races coexisted, yet none were as fiercely opposed as the human and demon races. It was certainly not a matter to be resolved over a friendly drink simply because one claimed to bear no malice. After a moment of hesitation, the woman in white spoke. In truth, I have entered the relics to seek heavenly materials for my newborn child. However, I am still weak from childbirth and unable to compete with others for the blood booty. I require only 10, nothing more. Upon finishing her plea, her eyes shimmered with earnest supplication directed at Qin Feng. As a transformed great demon, revealing her recent childbirth was an exceedingly perilous act. It is essential to recognize that great demons are treasures in themselves. Should outsiders become aware of her vulnerability, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture her, either to skin her alive for crafting magical artifacts or concocting elixirs. Encountering beast tamers would be even more dire, as she would be shackled with a beast collar and stripped of her freedom. Thus, she is wagering that Qin Feng is not that kind of person. Gazing into the pleading eyes of the woman in white, Qin Feng momentarily saw a reflection of his mother. Over the past 8 years, Yuan Xie's affection for him has been meticulous. Now, as he chooses this path, it is likely that the one who will be most hurt is this mother figure. In the spirit of profound maternal love, I am willing to grant you 10. Qin Feng shifted his tone, adding, however, as a mother, you would not wish for your child to harbor the notion of unearned gain. Let us settle for a token gesture. I shall accept 1 blood booty in exchange for 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. Puff. Ziyuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that Qin Feng was exceedingly cunning. While he proclaimed humanitarianism, his heart was filled with mercantile intentions. I have no spirit stones. The woman in white displayed a troubled expression, genuinely lacking funds. No money? That is of little consequence. We can negotiate resources. Qin Feng smiled benignly, taking out a small notebook, confident that a metamorphosed great demon would possess something of value. For instance, there are places abundant with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, sites of ancient powers, and secrets that certain individuals wish to keep hidden. The woman in white remained in a state of great difficulty, finding no merit in the resources Qin Feng mentioned. Good heavens, I have encountered impoverished beings before, but I have never seen a great demon as destitute as you. Qin Feng was utterly astonished, bewildered as to how she had managed to transform into a great demon. At that moment, a distant exclamation pierced the air, revealing that they had located Lin San and unearthed an extraordinary treasure. Such swift discovery. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily beckoned Ziyuan to accompany him. Before departing, he could not resist casting a glance back at the woman in white, noticing in her gaze a blend of uncertainty about the future and maternal remorse. Ultimately, he succumbed to impulse and bestowed upon her a small parcel. It was not merely the awakening of his own spirit, but rather an instinctual recognition of potential gain that compelled him. The woman in white opened the parcel, her face illuminating with joy as she beheld it filled to the brim with blood booty. Unlike the 10 she had mentioned, Qin Feng generously provided her with 15. The additional 5 would enable her to swiftly regain her vitality. Thank you, she called out towards the direction Qin Feng had departed, then joyfully turned and hastened away from the ruins. Is that all you're giving her? Ziyuan questioned, perplexed. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, Qin Feng replied, offering no further explanation. Even if a great demon in its transformed state found itself destitute, its terrifying strength remained intact. Rather than embellishing the future, he preferred to provide aid in times of need. Perhaps, on some unforeseen day, this act of kindness might save his life. Before long, Qin Feng and the others located Lin San. He was surrounded by a throng of people, and not far behind him stood a stone platform encased in a barrier, upon which rested an exquisitely crafted jade box. It is evident that the treasures within are the most valuable relics, and they represent Lin San's ultimate objective for this expedition. However, it appears that he is unable to retrieve them. Qin Feng attempted to use telekinesis, but his insufficient cultivation prevented him from penetrating the barrier to grasp the jade box. Cursed be this predicament. As the crowd continued to swell, Lin San's frustration grew exponentially. With the advantage of the map, he had initially planned to effortlessly collect the treasures from the ruins. All that was needed was to breach this barrier and secure the final treasure, allowing him to retire in triumph. Yet, it seemed that some misguided individual had disseminated information, mobilizing the entire ruin to seek him out. Just as he was about to act and dismantle the barrier, he was discovered, making it clear that solitary success was now unattainable, even if he revealed all his hidden cards. He could not contend with so many spiritual martial realm and Tao initiation realm cultivators. He could only rely on cunning. Lin San, this treasure is beyond your reach. Dozens of Tao initiation cultivators, having noticed the absence of anyone from Tianqin City, hovered above on their flying swords, urging Lin San to depart with a sense of foreboding. Very well, then. Lin San chose to say nothing further and quietly retreated to the sidelines. Wait a moment. When did the Chosen One become so accommodating? Based on his decade-long experience as a bibliophile, if the Chosen One did not exhibit a strong reaction when someone attempted to seize their prize, it often indicated that someone was about to face grave misfortune. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple, and discreetly pulled Ziyuan back behind the crowd. Chapter 28. The Sixth Elder, Qin Feng, heir of the Celestial Sword, the foremost sword of the century. A multitude of cultivators, having entered the Tao, could not restrain their scornful laughter, deeming the accolades bestowed upon Lin San to be grossly inflated. Were it not for the backing of the City of Heavenly Hearts, they assuredly would have stripped him bare, leaving him with naught but his undergarments. Esteemed colleagues, to seize the treasure, we must unite our forces to breach this barrier. One proposed, suggesting they collaborate to dismantle the barrier, after which they could each vie for the jade box contained within. Agreed. Agreed, echoed the voices of the other cultivators, all too aware that if they did not swiftly join forces to break the barrier, they would lose their chance to act once stronger adversaries arrived. Commence. A leader gestured, forming a decisive hand seal, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that erupted from within. Witnessing this initiation, the others followed suit, and in an instant, a myriad of energies plummeted from the skies like meteors, causing the void to tremble violently, rippling outwards in waves. Boom. Their combined assaults struck the barrier with unerring accuracy, producing a deafening roar. Yet, contrary to their expectations of shattering destruction, the barrier astonishingly absorbed the myriad energies, transforming into a resplendent tapestry of colors. This is bad. The assembly gasped in horror, their eyes widening as they sensed the energy converging and swelling ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly assumed a defensive stance. A resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the energy amassed within the barrier was unleashed, accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that engulfed the entire ruin. Destruction reigned wherever it passed. Particularly for those in the front row, the onlookers, those of considerable strength managed to survive with barely half their lives intact, while the weaker ones met their demise on the spot. It was utterly terrifying. Ziyuan's heart raced in fear as she tightly clutched Qin Feng's hand, unwilling to let go. Had it not been for Qin Feng pulling her back behind the crowd, her frail frame would have been no match for such a brutal onslaught. I always knew this fellow harbored ill intentions. Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at Lin San, who wore a smug smile on his face. Damn it, damn it. Dozens of cultivators in the realm of Tao shouted in exasperation, shocked to discover that this barrier possessed a retaliatory effect. To forcefully break it, they would need to output energy that reached the threshold of the barrier's endurance. Clearly, they were incapable. Just then, the barrier suddenly split open with a series of gaping, menacing cracks that continued to spread, while the void above bore a web-like network of fissures. It was evident that this was a trial left by the master of the ruins. If no one could unravel the barrier through their own abilities and resorted to brute force instead, it would trigger the self-destruction of the ruins. His treasures were meant for the gifted, not to be inherited by the inept. Alas, the ruins are on the verge of collapse. Panic-stricken, the crowd hurriedly fled. Damn it! The dozens of Tao realm experts were infuriated, feeling as if they had been tainted after missing out on a feast. Yet, it was too late for lamentations. To avoid death, they had to escape swiftly. Why are you still standing there? Let us hasten our departure. Ziyuan urgently pulled at Qin Feng to leave, but he showed no inclination to budge, his gaze fixed intently on Lin San. Qin Feng. Lin San was taken aback by Qin Feng's presence, leading him to suspect that the schemer behind his troubles was none other than Qin Feng himself. However, there was no time for verification. He needed to swiftly breach the barrier and obtain the jade box. With a swift motion, Lin San formed a seal with his fingers and forcefully struck the corner of the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered like glass, radiating a blinding light and enveloping the entire ruins with a divine aura. The barrier had been breached. The Tao realm cultivators, who had just prepared to depart, immediately turned back and rushed towards the jade box on the stone platform. Yet, they were evidently too far away to reach it in time. A smirk appeared on Lin San's lips as he grasped the jade box and produced a yellow talisman inscribed with runes. A space teleportation talisman. The dozens of Dao Realm cultivators cried out in alarm, unleashing their most potent attacks in a desperate attempt to thwart him. However, the distance remained insurmountable. Lin San had already activated the spatial teleportation talisman, and his body was encircled by a myriad of glowing runes. He did not forget to wave goodbye to them with a sense of triumph. Now is the moment. Qin Feng fixed his gaze intently on the jade box, summoning the power of telekinesis with a forceful grasp. He did not seize the jade box from Lin San's hands, but rather the treasure within it was drawn toward him, regardless of its nature, and was promptly cast into his personal space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the antagonist task and obtaining a golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for disrupting the Destined Child's opportunity, earning a chance for a lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the Destined Child's treasure, garnering 1 million villain points. 1 million villain points. Qin Feng could not suppress a shiver of excitement within. He could vividly imagine the extraordinary nature of this treasure. Merely the rewards amounted to 1 million villain points. If exchanged through the system, it would surely exceed 100 million villain points. Boom. The attack from the entry-level realm finally arrived, yet it was merely a solitary echo. For Lin San had long since fled using the spatial teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman could not take him far. Pursue. Dozens of entry-level realm cultivators shouted in exasperation, never anticipating that so many of them would be outmaneuvered by a mere fledgling. We must leave quickly. After securing the treasure, Qin Feng did not linger, urgently pulling Ziyuan toward the exit. The ground around them continued to collapse, replaced by an abyss of darkness. Falling would mean being torn apart by the forces of space. Help! The ruins echoed with anguished cries, as countless souls were devoured before they could escape. Once again, his words rang true. This place was indeed a harbinger of doom. Ziyuan swallowed hard, terrified, having witnessed numerous trials of humanity along the way. Some would stop at nothing to survive, even sacrificing their companions as stepping stones, while others chose to perish alongside their loved ones, and couples led each other into the abyss. Boom! Just as Qin Feng and the others were about to reach the exit, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed, causing them to lose their balance and fall. Ah! Ziyuan immediately screamed, hiding her face in Qin Feng's embrace, too frightened to open her eyes. Damn it! Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, employing the shadowy freedom technique to its fullest as he climbed atop the falling stones. Unfortunately, the surroundings were crumbling, leaving him with no escape. It was a pity to waste such a dramatic moment without charming the ladies. With determination, Qin Feng forcefully hurled Ziyuan towards the exit, while he himself fell with a smile, ready to engage the formidable red-haired elder for self-rescue. Qin Feng. Ziyuan's heart-wrenching cry echoed as she reached out for the plummeting Qin Feng, but the distance between them only grew, stirring within her an unfamiliar emotion towards this little rascal. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly dashed into the ruins, swiftly pursuing the falling Qin Feng. Chapter 29. Purely out of necessity, it is she. The delight on Ziyuan's face was unmistakable, as the visitor was none other than the formidable shapeshifter. You truly are my long-lost sister, arriving at the most opportune moment. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He almost used the red-haired old monster's experience token, which would mean he could not roam freely for the next decade. With a whoosh, the woman in white effortlessly soared through the air without any magical artifacts, seizing Qin Feng and swiftly escaping the entrance of the ruins, which subsequently collapsed with a thunderous roar, vanishing into the void. You scared me to death, little brother. Ziyuan rushed over with tears in her eyes, enveloping Qin Feng in a tight embrace. Having endured so much together, her willingness to sacrifice her own chance of survival for him transformed their relationship irrevocably. Ding dong. The system detected the host deceiving the goddess of love and taking advantage of her, earning 1,000 villain points. Who took advantage of her? Qin Feng vehemently condemned the system's absurdity, for it was Ziyuan who was taking advantage of him, holding him so tightly that he could hardly breathe, his entire head buried in her embrace. At that moment, Qin Feng inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up to find that only a few hundred had survived. Some were expressing relief at their narrow escape, while others gazed at him with peculiar looks. Indeed, he was Qin Feng. A sudden cry from an unknown source instantly captured the attention of the crowd. The image of Qin Feng had circulated widely, and their true purpose for gathering here was to apprehend him, only to coincidentally witness the opening of the ruins. Although Qin Feng appeared disheveled at that moment, a closer inspection would reveal that it was indeed him. "Do you wish to capture me? Come on, come on," Qin Feng taunted, standing confidently before the woman in white, reveling in his audacity. Just moments ago, everyone had witnessed the woman descend to rescue him. Not only were they powerless to call upon such a formidable ally, but even if they attempted to summon help, it would be futile. How infuriating! The survivors could not restrain their exclamations upon witnessing Qin Feng's insufferable demeanor. They had hoped that surviving such peril would grant them the opportunity to seize Qin Feng for a reward. Yet now they realized he was under the protection of a powerful guardian, capable of crushing them as easily as one would squash an ant. Enough of this. We must leave at once. Zi Yuan urgently urged Qin Feng, signaling him to cease his provocations. Leave? Why would we do that? Qin Feng retorted, glancing back with discontent, only to notice beads of sweat forming on his half-sister's forehead, a clear indication of her frailty after recently giving birth. It was no wonder she had remained silent, quietly observing him as he flaunted his bravado. Some among the survivors began to take note of her condition, their minds stirring with restlessness. Third brother, I do not wish for this situation either. It is purely a matter of necessity. In his heart, Qin Feng silently apologized to Lin San. Yet he maintained his haughty demeanor and declared, "What are you staring at? Let me inform you that there is no need for my sister to intervene. I have an elder brother, Lin San, who is not of the same mother. He has already seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to breach the barrier and obtain the treasure. His strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights." Lin San has acquired the treasure. Upon weighing the pros and cons swiftly, some individuals turned without hesitation in search of Lin San. While they remained uncertain of Qin Feng's sister's combat abilities, they were certain that no such sister existed to assist Lin San in battle. As they observed others departing, the rest grew increasingly indecisive, none daring to risk their lives as the initial pioneers, especially with Qin Feng having illuminated a path to wealth for them. This indicated that they even had a way out. How could they recklessly confront Qin Feng? "We shall depart." Qin Feng disregarded these individuals, turning to leave the vicinity. After a moment of internal conflict, no one dared to obstruct him, merely watching helplessly as Qin Feng and his companions made their exit. However, just as the crowd prepared to disperse, a figure descended from the sky, positioning itself before Qin Feng and his companions. With a resounding thud, the figure's descent stirred a cloud of dust. "It is him." Qin Feng furrowed his brow, recognizing an old acquaintance. He was once the local tyrant, the scarred leader of the Weihu gang. Unlike his previous exuberance, he now bore the scars of battle. His right hand was lost, his left eye was blind, and numerous wounds marred his body. It was evident that he had fared poorly not only at the hands of Lin San, but also within the ruins, where he had hoped to uncover treasures. "Young Master Qin, today you shall not escape." The scarred man's gaze was fierce, clearly prepared to fight to the death. He had anticipated that entering the ruins would lead him to riches, but Lin San, that shameless trickster, had led him into traps, resulting in the loss of many lives without a single treasure in sight. Just moments ago, he had faced a collapse within the ruins, which had claimed even more victims. Now, with anxiety coursing through him at the sight of Lin San, he felt he had no choice but to gamble everything on Qin Feng. "In your current state, you still wish to capture me?" Qin Feng scoffed dismissively, hardly regarding the scarred man as a threat. Had he been at full strength as a third-tier spirit martial realm practitioner, Qin Feng might have considered seeking assistance from Sango, but now, he was merely a cripple, severely injured, rendering any help unnecessary. "I can handle you alone." Suddenly, the scarred man's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing as a terrifying aura surged around him, causing the air to tremble. Behind him, a phantom tiger roared, evoking the power of the wilderness. Impressive. The onlookers instinctively held their breath, their gazes shifting towards the woman in white, eager to ascertain whether she had sustained any injuries and to what extent. Yet, Qin Feng did not afford them such an opportunity, as a mysterious aura surged around him. "What is this?" The onlookers quickly sensed something amiss and turned their gazes towards Qin Feng, a figure of imperial potential. However, Qin Feng appeared as if in a stupor, standing motionless with his eyes closed, while the scarred man tightened his massive fist, preparing to strike. Just as the scarred man's fist was about to descend upon Qin Feng, and the crowd believed he was doomed to be crushed, Qin Feng S eyes suddenly flew open, unleashing a radiant golden light from within him. Celestial calamity light. The brilliance was as sharp as a sword capable of slicing through gold and stone, striking towards the scarred man with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the silence, and the charging scarred man seemed to be suspended in time, gradually collapsing to the ground like a mighty mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. The crowd stared in wide-eyed astonishment. A tumult of voices erupted. What was that light? What martial technique? It was astonishing, capable of obliterating a practitioner of the third level of spiritual martial arts. A mere bumpkin. That was not a martial technique, but a divine ability. Divine ability? Such powers are reserved for those with extraordinary physiques. If I am not mistaken, this is the divine ability contained within the supreme bone. Terrifying indeed. No wonder he could lay hands on his own brother. After witnessing the formidable prowess of Qin Feng, no one dared to obstruct him any further, allowing the three of them to depart unchallenged. On the other side, Lin San was seething with anger, inwardly cursing the treacherous scoundrel who had plotted against him, spreading the news of his breach of the barrier to acquire the treasures far and wide. Chapter 30. Impossible, absolutely impossible in the Qin family. Any news regarding Qin Feng would be promptly delivered to the 10 ancestors and others. The annihilation of the Tiger Gang's leader in an instant left the 10 ancestors utterly astonished, struck by the sheer terror of Qin Feng's prowess. They were aware of his exceptional talent, yet they had not anticipated it to reach such staggering heights. Transcending the third tier of the extraordinary realm to obliterate the third tier of the spirit martial realm was nothing short of astonishing. Truly, he was a prodigy destined for greatness. However, in stark contrast to the elation of the other ancestors, the founding ancestor was engulfed in concern. According to the reports received, Qin Feng had harnessed the power of the supreme bone. If he were to become infatuated with this external force, it could significantly impact his character. That shouldn't be the case. The 10 ancestors contemplated, having guided Qin Feng for so many years. I believe this child possesses a unique pride and has always been convinced of his own strength. He is unlikely to be easily swayed by the allure of the supreme bone. Let us hope so, the founding ancestor mused, though a sense of unease lingered. After all, Qin Feng was merely an 8-year-old child, and his mindset could shift at any moment. Yet, with no turning back once the arrow is loosed, they could only place their trust in him. At that moment, Qin Feng and Ziyuan followed the elder sister of the great demon to a concealed thicket. There, the elder sister gently parted the grass, revealing a bamboo basket containing 3 newly born pure white rabbits. The rabbits were somewhat different from those in Qin Feng's memories. They resembled the anthropomorphized rabbits seen in cartoons, capable of walking on 2 legs with adorably round heads and large, expressive eyes. How utterly charming these little rabbits were. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with affection as she could not resist the urge to embrace one. This is my child. The elder demoness wore an expression of pure bliss, observing that the little creatures were utterly devoid of fatigue. Child. Qin Feng was taken aback to discover that the creature was actually a rabbit demon. He wondered if it could transform into a rabbit-eared maiden. If he fancied one, perhaps he should adopt one. The elder demoness gazed at Qin Feng with earnest pleading, selecting the plumpest rabbit to place in his hands. Both Qin Feng and Ziyuan were rendered speechless. They merely complimented the adorableness of the offspring. Yet the mother immediately offered them a child. Were they simply unfamiliar with local customs? Or was it that the rabbits were fearless and capable of reproduction? Before Qin Feng could utter a word of refusal, the elder demoness hoisted a bamboo basket and soared into the sky. As she departed, she cast a lingering glance back at the little creature in Qin Feng's hands, filled with reluctance, but ultimately steeled herself to part ways. As a mother, who would willingly give away their child unless compelled by dire circumstances? Only by relinquishing this one could she ensure the survival of her remaining 2 offspring and herself. The little creature seemed to sense its abandonment, calling out plaintively in the direction of its departing mother. However, when Qin Feng placed a blood bodhi in front of it, the creature promptly forgot it had a mother and began to relish the delicacy. What is happening? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, inexplicably thrust into the role of a caretaker. He had heard of people nurturing stray cats and dogs, but he had never encountered anyone raising a formidable demonic rabbit. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had acquired a young demonic beast with epic qualifications, and the binding was successful. Although this rabbit did not possess the fate of a protagonist, its potential was astonishingly on par with that of his younger brother. Qin Feng immediately perked up, resolving that even if the elder sister of the demon returned, he would not relinquish it. Yet, he quickly found himself regretting this decision. This little creature was no ordinary beast, but rather an exceptionally rare variant among demonic beasts. Unlike other younglings, it did not consume milk, but rather feasted on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with a single blood body sustaining it for merely a day. My heavens, it was nothing short of a glutton. Qin Feng mournfully counted the remaining blood body, realizing there were only 7 left. He had consumed but 1, while the rest had been devoured by this little glutton. Simultaneously, he finally understood why its mother had entrusted it to him, as well as why she had been scouring the world for precious materials with her frail body shortly after giving birth. Even a wealthy household could not afford its sustenance. From this day forth, you shall be named Glutton, Qin Feng declared, earning a significant eye roll from Ziyuan. Call it Bunny. Not acceptable. Rice Bucket. Call me Abayo. No. Rice Bucket. Call me Xiaobai. Very well. I shall be known as the Great White Rice Bucket. Regardless of what Ziyuan may say, the name Rice Bucket has been firmly established by Qin Feng, impervious even to the arrival of Jesus himself. Suddenly, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an influx of people surrounding him. It was evident that they had come for the bounty on the Qin family. With the departure of the great demon sister, the intimidation factor had dissipated, and it would not be long before a fierce pursuit commenced. I must enhance my strength. Qin Feng swiftly led Ziyuan to shake off their pursuers and took refuge in a concealed cave, where he activated the system. This time, he not only amassed 1,000,000 villain points, but also acquired a golden treasure chest, an opportunity for a lottery draw, and a precious artifact within a jade box. Let us first open the golden treasure chest. Qin Feng summoned the system and opened the golden chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained sword intent. A chill suddenly enveloped him, and before Qin Feng's eyes, a figure seemed to materialize. He inclined his head and drew his sword. Buzz. The crisp sound of the sword reverberated in Qin Feng's mind, carrying an air of solitary elegance and stunning brilliance. Standing apart from the world, it was magnificent yet not ostentatious, ethereal yet undeniably refined. It captivated the soul, rendering one unable to extricate themselves. Qin Feng could not help but feel as though he had transformed into a moth, yearning to break free from the cocoon before him in order to emerge as a butterfly. Until the very end, Qin Feng's aura surged dramatically, sharp as a sword unsheathed, capable of cleaving gold and stone, causing the surrounding weeds to crumble. The essence of the sword. Ziyuan gasped in astonishment, her heart exclaiming that Qin Feng was no ordinary being. If her memory served her correctly, Lin San was renowned as the foremost swordsman of a century precisely because he comprehended the essence of the sword at the tender age of 12, shattering records from the ancient past. Yet now, this record had been eclipsed merely 2 years later by Qin Feng, a mere 8-year-old child. Heavens! The current era of competition was replete with prodigious talents. The essence of the sword. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly widened, his ink-black gaze igniting with a brilliance that seemed almost tangible. With the addition of the sword essence, his sky-cleaving sword technique had become even more formidable. However, he was not yet satisfied and called upon the system to exchange for a perfect match. Though he had mastered the sky-cleaving sword technique, its effects had not yet reached the pinnacle of perfection, thereby limiting his ability to unleash its utmost destructive potential. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000,000 villain points to exchange for the perfect match card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the perfect match card. The sky-cleaving sword technique has now reached the pinnacle of perfection. Qin Feng's expression began to drift into a trance as he attained a deeper comprehension of the sky-cleaving sword technique. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin San, having exerted great effort to shake off his pursuers, opened the jade box with a heart full of excitement. Lin San's expression instantly froze, realizing that he must have opened it incorrectly. Close it. Open it. Close it. Open it. He repeatedly checked, but it was empty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin San could not accept reality at all, pondering which step had gone awry. Chapter 31. Do you really believe such nonsense? Within the cavern, Qin Feng's enhancement was far from complete, as the calling system initiated a lottery. With a resounding clatter, the grand prize will reappeared, beginning to spin languidly. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Invincible Sword Heart. The Invincible Sword Heart represents the ultimate form pursued by sword practitioners. Devoid of worldly distractions, the wielder becomes a divine force, inflicting tenfold damage with their swordsmanship. Qin Feng's garments began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and his aura transformed instantaneously, resembling a snow lotus standing proudly against a cliff, exuding an awe-inspiring strength. What is happening? Ziyuan quickly rubbed her eyes, inexplicably sensing that she could influence Qin Feng's sword-drawing speed. Sword intent, sword heart. Qin Feng realized that he indeed shared a profound affinity with the sword, consecutively unlocking two buffs that amplified sword technique damage. Coupled with the 100% compatibility acquired earlier, he could hardly fathom the terrifying prowess of his sky-slaying sword technique at this moment. He longed to find someone to test his sword skills. Suppressing the eager stirrings within, Qin Feng waved his hand and retrieved a scroll from his spatial pouch. This was the treasure obtained from Lin Sanyu's box, utterly devoid of inscriptions, yet emanating an aura that instilled tranquility and focus. Could this possibly be the sage's bamboo scroll? Ziyuan, her expression grave, took the scroll and examined it meticulously several times for confirmation. Indeed, it is the sage's bamboo scroll. It is said that the sage bamboo scrolls were passed down by ancient sages, comprising 3 volumes dedicated to heaven, earth, and humanity. Those who are destined may glean profound truths from these scrolls, while the unworthy see naught but blankness. Is this truly the sage bamboo scroll? Qin Feng had heard mention of it from the 10 ancestors and understood its immense value. Each appearance in the mortal realm incites a tempest of bloodshed. Those who extract wisdom from it are invariably renowned figures of unparalleled strength throughout history. Yet, after hours of contemplation, he realized he had derived nothing. This defied all logic. Qin Feng was perplexed. His aura of comprehension had not yet expired within the month, and with his astute intellect coupled with 100-fold insight, how could he fail to grasp its essence? Ziyuan replied that the sage bamboo scrolls require not merely high comprehension, but also a fateful connection, akin to the Buddhist notion of karmic ties with the Buddha. Nonsense. Qin Feng gazed at the sage bamboo scrolls with disdain. Anything he could not utilize was deemed worthless. Yaya. Little Bai seemed to sense something, wobbling over on its tiny legs, before resting on the sage bamboo scrolls with a look of utter contentment. Using the scrolls as a cooling mat, the little creature displayed remarkable creativity. Qin Feng made no attempt to intervene, allowing Little Bai to treat the scrolls as a mere mat. Ziyuan, observing the scene, was rendered speechless. This precious artifact, fiercely contended for by many, was being used as a resting place for a rabbit. Ding! Ding! Outside the cave, a cacophony of combat echoed, with faint cries calling out the name Lin San. What a coincidence! Qin Feng instantly perked up, filled with longing for Lin San. Ever since their parting that day, he had been consumed with thoughts of Lin San, neglecting both food and rest. Let us go and see. Qin Feng placed Xiao Bai and the sage's bamboo scroll into a basket, slinging it over his shoulder, and pulled Ziyuan along to investigate the situation. Before long, they arrived at the scene. Under the moonlight, Lin San was besieged by a group of extraordinary cultivators, who were pressing him to surrender the jade box he had acquired from the ruins. I have said it many times, the jade box is empty. Lin San, having endured numerous battles, was battered and bruised, yet, bolstered by his formidable protagonist aura, he stood firm and retaliated against his assailants. Do you think we would believe such deceitful words? One of the attackers scoffed, intensifying their onslaught. This young Master Lin truly speaks nonsense with his eyes wide open. Ziyuan shook her head in disbelief, appalled that he would risk his life for a treasure. Qin Feng, with utmost seriousness, replied, I find Lin San's words to be quite sincere. The jade box is indeed empty. Do you genuinely believe such nonsense? Ziyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing how naive Qin Feng truly was. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air, signaling a shift in the dynamics of the confrontation. Suddenly, 2 figures charged into the fray. One delivered a fierce punch, while the other executed a sweeping kick, sending Lin San flying through the air and crashing into several trees before coming to a halt. It was the Shiman brothers, De Lang and Erlang. The surrounding extraordinary realm cultivators were filled with resentment. Having finally encountered Lin San, they were on the verge of defeating him, only to be interrupted by the unexpected arrival of 2 formidable fighters. Both were at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm, leaving the onlookers powerless as they watched their hard-earned victory slip away. Damn it! Qin Feng could not help but curse as Lin San landed beside him. It's Qin Feng. The Shimin brothers' eyes lit up, their hearts rejoicing at the prospect of fortune. They had joined forces to send Lin San flying, inadvertently revealing the presence of Qin Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines. I'm not really familiar with him, just passing by. Do you believe that? Qin Feng asked weakly. What do you think? The Shimin brothers, as if captivated by an unmatched beauty, rushed forward to encircle the two. Lin brother, let us join forces. Qin Feng spoke earnestly. I'm afraid of being sold out. Lin San replied, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had long suspected that the scheming old Lu behind his back was Qin Feng. Qin Feng vehemently protested. This is an injustice. Lin brother, I have always regarded you as my dear brother, despite our different parents. What benefit would I gain from betraying you? This. Lin San found himself inexplicably convinced by Qin Feng's reasoning. After all, who would reward someone for bullying him? With a swift motion, the Shimin brothers propelled themselves forward, their figures darting towards their opponents in an instant. Aware of the formidable reputations of these two prodigies, the brothers did not dare to underestimate them, immediately unleashing their respective ultimate techniques. How unprincipled! Qin Feng could not help but curse, his form gliding through the air like a wild goose over several paces. If a battle were to ensue, then let it commence. A glint of madness flickered in Lin San's eyes as the long sword in his hand shimmered with a blinding light. In an instant, a torrent of lethal sword energy surged through the forest, turning the falling withered leaves into mere dust. Dozens of overwhelming sword strikes rushed forth towards the Wu family's second son. Was this the fabled sword from that night? Qin Feng's heart raced involuntarily, acutely aware of the terror emanating from this strike. Swish, swish, swish. The fierce sword energy enveloped the surroundings, tearing through the air as if it were being ripped apart, leaving devastation in its wake, a spectacle of immense grandeur. Alarmed, the second son of the Shimin family felt his complexion drain of color as a wave of terrifying energy surged around him. Boom! The two forces collided violently, creating a tempest of sword energy that swept through the forest. Gulp! The second son of the Shimin family spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Is this truly the legacy of the sword god of the long sky, the foremost sword of a century? The extraordinary realm surrounding them swiftly defended against the tempest of sword energy, yet was still significantly intimidated by Lin San's terrifying presence. Heaving with exertion, Lin San cast a triumphant glance towards Qin Feng, as if to convey that his previous defeat at the Qin family was merely an act of courtesy, a concession made out of respect for societal norms. In response, Qin Feng retreated behind Lin San, taunting Shimin Jiadong with a provocative challenge. Come now, you little brat. Dare to spar with my elder brother? He claims he could take on 10 opponents. Chapter 32. Suppressing the contemporary Lin San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood from 1982, utterly astonished by Qin Feng's utter lack of decorum. They had agreed to join forces against their foes, yet here he was, merely vocalizing his intentions without taking action. Did he truly believe his grand technique was devoid of a cooldown? Even when the cooldown period elapsed, each utilization demanded a sacrifice of 10 years from his lifespan, rendering it a reckless display of bravado. He would never resort to such a measure unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Cursed be it, the scion of the Shimin family, having witnessed his brother's injury and Qin Feng's provocation, felt his rage surge to an unprecedented level. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within him, causing the very air around him to ripple with intensity. With a swift motion, his fingers transformed into talons as sharp as those of an eagle, producing a piercing sound that sliced through the wind. Every strike aimed directly at Lin San's vital points, ruthless in its execution, as the veins in his arms surged with a palpable, oppressive force. Under the weight of this aura, the air within a several-meter radius became stiflingly dense. Damn it! Lin San could not restrain his expletive as he hastily raised his sword for defense. Clang! 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 The clash of sword and claw resonated like the meeting of metal, with sparks flying in every direction. Yet, having just exhausted his ultimate technique, and with a significant disparity in their cultivation levels, he could only endure for a mere 3 seconds before succumbing. Gushing forth, blood sprayed as the eagle's talon struck true. Lin San's countenance contorted in agony, his body marred by numerous lacerations. Has it come to an end? The onlookers held their breath, uncertain whether Lin San had any hidden cards left to play. Qin Feng, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly. Lin San staggered backward, each step revealing more wounds upon his form. Do you really expect Qin Feng to intervene? Shimin Jialong, either lost in delusion or simply brazen, mocked him, asserting that without the Qin family, he was nothing more than a foolish man, flaunting his brother's supreme lineage. It appeared that if he did not exhibit some prowess, there would be a distinct lack of respect towards him. Qin Feng's attire began to flutter autonomously, and his entire aura shifted instantaneously, standing as proud as a snow lotus against the wind on a sheer cliff, exuding an overwhelming force that resonated deeply. As the fabric danced, an unparalleled sword intent surged forth around him, and the Longkong divine sword erupted with a dazzling brilliance, coalescing into a torrent as magnificent as the Milky Way. This is sword intent. The crowd gasped in disbelief, scarcely able to trust their own eyes. An 8-year-old child has comprehended sword intent. Incredible. 4 years earlier than Lin San, who is 32. Is there no respite left for ordinary cultivators? Yet, what no one anticipated was that Qin Feng's enhancements had yet to fully accumulate. A formidable and unyielding sword aura erupted from within, rampaging through the forest with a ferocity akin to countless blades slicing across the faces of the onlookers. This was the essence of the invincible sword heart. Some present recognized this sword heart and gasped in disbelief. While one may strive to comprehend the sword intent, grasping the sword heart is an arduous feat. Countless individuals have dedicated their lives to mastering the sword, yet fail to perceive its intent. Many more have spent a lifetime understanding sword intent, but cannot coalesce that invincible sword heart. If understanding sword intent allows one to become a renowned sword of the age, then manifesting the invincible sword heart elevates one to the status of an ancient sword deity. Throughout the myriad ages of antiquity, the number of individuals worthy of the title sword deity is exceedingly rare, yet each has been a formidable force capable of subduing contemporary prodigies. The most recent being the Long Sky sword deity from a millennium past. Since the demise of the Long Sky sword deity, the realm has known no sword deity. To their astonishment, they were witnessing the splendor of a sword deity today, embodied in a mere child of 8 who had already grasped the sword heart. Sword intent. Sword heart. How could this be possible? Lin San was utterly dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. As the heir to the Long Sky sword deity, he had attained sword intent at the tender age of 12, earning accolades as the foremost sword of the century. Yet, in the presence of this 8-year-old prodigy, all his titles paled in comparison. Flee. The Shimin brothers were consumed by panic, turning to escape from this extraordinary phenomenon. As a disciple of Confucianism, I wish to impart this wisdom to you both. When one arrives, one must find peace. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Qin Feng's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. The resonant sound of the blade being drawn echoed like a celestial river cascading from the vast expanse of clouds, imbued with an endless intent of swordsmanship that descended upon the forest. What manner of sword technique is this? Shimin Jialong's pupils abruptly constricted, and he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence as his fingers, sharp as an eagle's talons, conjured a piercing gust of wind. Clang! The powerful clash of metal reverberated in the air, sparks flying as dry leaves were sent swirling amidst an astonishing tempest that erupted overhead. A dazzling flash of sword light slicing through the atmosphere. Drip! Amidst this overwhelming momentum, a drop of blood fell from the divine sword. As the last leaf settled, a series of crimson blossoms erupted from the bodies of the Shimin brothers, who collapsed heavily into a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 2 adversaries, earning 200 villain points. Since you have come, let it be your final resting place. Qin Feng cast a casual glance at the scene, retrieving the brothers' storage bags. Within, aside from throwing darts and other concealed weapons for traversing the Jianghu, lay a manual titled Concave and Convex. How utterly despicable! Qin Feng, with a critical gaze, stowed the items away, shouldered his bamboo basket, and led the still-dazed Zi Yuan away. Gulp! Surrounding onlookers swallowed hard, none daring to pursue Qin Feng any further. This is the prodigy who has comprehended the invincible sword heart. To offend him is tantamount to offending the future sword deity. No force can withstand the wrath of a sword deity. Shortly, explosive news regarding Qin Feng spread, igniting fervor throughout the ancient wilderness. Good, good, good. Upon receiving the news, the ancestor of the Qin family erupted into hearty laughter from his bed, having initially feared that Qin Feng's use of the supreme bone would impair the invincible heart. Little did he expect such delightful surprise to come so suddenly. The invincible sword heart, the emblem of the sword deity, capable of suppressing the present era. Now, all that remains is for Qin Hao. The elders of the Qin family are no longer anxious about Qin Feng. Instead, they worry whether Qin Hao can emerge from the shadows and rise anew to attain the supreme position. In the grand palace of the great Xia, the emperor was joyfully selecting concubines, feeling youthful and capable. However, before his merriment could commence, he was urgently summoned by a group of ministers for a meeting. Initially, he found the old minister's panic rather unbecoming. But when he learned that Qin Feng had slain a third-layer practitioner of the spirit martial realm with a single sword strike and had comprehended the sword heart and sword intent, he could no longer remain composed. After all, Qin Feng is a member of the Qin family. His return to the Qin family is not a certainty. Comprehending the invincible sword heart can overshadow even the gravest of transgressions. The supreme bone, the invincible sword heart, and the essence of an emperor converging in one individual. Such a thought leaves the old ministers in sheer astonishment. Currently, the Qin family's order to hunt down Qin Feng has yet to be rescinded, granting us the legitimacy to eliminate him. Your Majesty, indecision may yield chaos. The emperor of the great Xia exhibited a myriad of expressions before ultimately decreeing, at any cost, the execution of Qin Feng. Chapter 33. A gathering of influential figures beside a small stream. Lin Xin gazed contemplatively at Qin Feng, who was playfully frolicking with Ziyuan. He could hardly fathom that an 8-year-old child had surpassed him in the art of the sword, mastering the terrifying combination of sword intent and the essence of sword heart in the sky-slaying sword technique. It was worth noting that his own ultimate move derived from the revered sword god of the vast sky, while Qin Feng had independently created the sky-slaying sword technique. How could he not succumb to self-doubt? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for instilling self-doubt in the chosen one, thereby earning 100,000 villain points. Is that truly 100,000 points? Qin Feng immediately perked up and turned to Lin with a beaming smile, asking, "Brother Lin, your swordsmanship is so formidable. Could you teach me the foundational techniques?" Foundational techniques. Lin San was instantly incensed, bellowing, "Qin Feng, enough. You have even grasped the invincible sword heart. Yet you asked me to teach you the basics? Is this not a humiliation to me? Sister Ziyuan, he is being mean to me." Qin Feng pouted, tears welling in his eyes as he buried himself into Ziyuan's embrace, feeling utterly aggrieved. "I truly do not know any foundational techniques. I only know how to draw my sword." Draw the sword? The sky-slaying sword technique. The corners of Lin San's eyes twitched involuntarily, and he felt an inner howl akin to that of a groundhog. Goodness, must one be so ruthless in their disparagement? A person who possesses only rudimentary swordsmanship, lacking even the most basic techniques, astonishingly comprehends the legendary invincible sword heart. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the chosen one, instilling self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San, why do you look so fierce? He is merely a child. Ziyuan's gaze, akin to that of a protective mother tiger, grew increasingly disdainful towards Lin San. It would be one thing to lack gentlemanly manners, but to acquire a treasure and yet refuse to acknowledge it, while also desecrating ruins and causing the deaths of many, only to then bully her future husband whom she intends to raise herself. Does he truly believe that the backing of Heavenly Heart City grants him the liberty to act as he pleases? While others may fear him because of Heavenly Heart City, she has never regarded it with any trepidation. That was not my intention. Lin Sin felt he had spoken too harshly, his mood quite vexed as he lamented. I simply did not expect that he could comprehend the invincible sword heart, yet still lack basic sword techniques. It is indeed hard to believe. Qin Feng approached with comforting words. Brother Lin, there is no need for such a grim expression. You are the foremost swordsman of 100 years hence. I am confident you too shall grasp the invincible sword heart. Look at me. I merely passed gas last night and attained it. Oh, so that is the reason for your peculiar demeanor last night. Merely an attempt to mask your flatulence. Ziyuan's face was filled with disdain, and she began to playfully tussle with Qin Feng. She paid no heed to Lin Sen's feelings. It was one thing to flaunt their affection while tormenting a single soul, but why must they come to console him? And why invoke the title of the greatest swordsman of 100 years hence? Does he even deserve it now? What a trivial matter it is to describe the comprehension of the invincible sword heart. How outrageous. One cannot help but feel as though salt is being rubbed into an open wound. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shattering the confidence of the chosen one, instilling self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. By the way, Brother Lin, Qin Feng turned his head to say, the sword intent I grasped last night came before the invincible sword heart. It is actually quite simple. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for diminishing the confidence of the chosen one, causing self-doubt, and earning another 100,000 villain points. Lin Sin picked up his long sword and silently turned to leave. He needed to distance himself from this mischievous child. If he lingered any longer, he feared his heart could not withstand it. Brother Lin, where are you going? Qin Feng hurriedly ran to the shore, donned his shoes, and chased after him. What a jest! Earning 400,000 villain points with just a few words, he could not allow Lin San to escape so easily. He must embody the spirit of an adhesive plaster, clinging on tenaciously. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted across the heavens as the clouds surged like a tide, sweeping across the sky. In an instant, the void spanning thousands of miles was filled with a terrifying pressure, causing the air to tremble violently. Under the command of the Emperor of the Great Xia, the Long Day Marquis, Chang Kuan, had come forth to claim Qin Feng's head. A formidable figure rode an unknown beast, floating effortlessly in the air, accompanied by thousands of well-trained armored guards, their presence commanding and overwhelming, causing even the divine beings to retreat. Lord Chang Kuan. Nearby, the cultivators who were pursuing Qin Feng gasped in astonishment at the scene before them. They were well acquainted with Chang Kuan, the leader of the Imperial City Guard, a personal protector of the Emperor of the Great Xia, whose formidable prowess defied description. Now, the entirety of the Imperial City Guard had mobilized, personally led by Chang Kuan, all to confront an extraordinary cultivator of merely the third realm, who was only 8 years old, Qin Feng. What a spectacle it was! Qin Feng realized that the situation today could not end peacefully. He prepared himself to summon the maximum power of the red-haired old monster at any moment. With a thunderous roar, another earth-shattering sound reverberated across the sky as yet another group descended, riding the clouds with an overwhelming aura that swept across the realm without reservation. The immense pressure radiated from the Imperial City Guard. Qin Feng is of the Qin family. There is no need for the royal family to intervene. The Qin family, as the local power in the east, was naturally the first to learn of the Imperial City Guard's arrival and their intentions. Hence, the 10 ancestors personally led the 13 protectors to the scene. If their anticipated plans could not proceed, they would ensure Qin Feng's safe return to the Qin family. Chang Kuan harbored no fear, nor did he wish to sully his hands. However, Qin Feng's audacity in harming his own kin filled him with apprehension that the Qin family might falter in their resolve, which is why he had taken it upon himself to intervene. Who asserts that the Qin family lacks the fortitude to act? The elder's gaze was piercing as he declared, "Today, I shall return him to face the family's laws. Enforce the family laws." Chang Kuan scoffed without reservation. Had the Qin family truly possessed such intent, Qin Feng would not have survived to this day. I suspect you either indulge in dark conspiracies or harbor secrets best left unspoken. Say what you will. The elder ceased his prattle and lunged to seize Qin Feng. Do not even think about it. Chang Kuan's eyes turned fierce, revealing a battle spear in his grasp as he urged the beast beneath him to charge forth. With a thunderous clash, the two forces collided, unleashing a tempest of energy that engulfed the heavens and earth. The ground trembled violently, fissures spreading ominously in all directions. Run for your lives. The nearby onlookers fled in terror, witnessing the clash of titans where the innocent bore the brunt of divine conflict. I had foreseen that the Qin family would not yield easily. Fortunate for me, I was prepared. A cold smirk graced Chang Kuan's lips as he produced a cloud-piercing arrow and launched it into the sky. Boom! The arrow detonated aloft, revealing the grand character for Kuan. Thunder rumbled ominously. A chilling pressure descended relentlessly as banners representing various formidable factions emerged: Dongchang, Xichang, the Jinyue, and numerous prominent families, gathering at least hundreds of thousands. What? The faces of the 10 ancestors changed dramatically, astonished by the sheer number of arrivals. It was evident that if Qin Feng were to survive today, the drums of war would surely sound. Qin Feng, today I am resolute in my intent to end your life. No one can intervene. Chang Kuan, exuding an aura of dominance, brandished his war spear, declaring the death sentence of Qin Feng to the entire ancient realm. Chapter 34. I acknowledge my gambling tendencies, alas. The crowd around trembled in fear, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle. to eradicate a single Qin Feng. The emperor of the Great Xia mobilized such a formidable force, illustrating his profound apprehension towards this heir of the Qin family, endowed with imperial potential. What an imposing display! The clouds above churned ominously, and a chilling laughter echoed from afar, growing ever closer. On the distant horizon, a multitude of over 100,000 approached relentlessly, each step causing the earth to quake. Leading this formidable assembly was a black flag emblazoned with the character for Qin, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Simultaneously, 5 figures joined the 10 ancestral guardians of the Qin family, namely the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th ancestors. The scene before Lin San was utterly overwhelming. He had thought his own commotion substantial, yet in comparison to the uproar stirred by Qin Feng, it appeared as mere childish play. In that moment, both sides were poised for confrontation, tension palpable in the air. Chang Kuan sneered. It seems your Qin family is determined to protect Qin Feng at all costs. Having violated clan regulations, he must be brought back to face punishment, retorted the 5th ancestor, the highest-ranking individual present, dismissing Chang Kuan and his imperial city guards with disdain, rendering the eastern and western censors and the Jinyui utterly inconsequential. Merely a fade established by the imperial family of the Great Xia. These intimidating institutions hold little significance in a realm governed by noble clans. No clan regards these entities with any seriousness. They merely seek validation among the common folk. It is only the clans present that elicit their utmost trepidation. What further deliberation is needed for these beasts who harm their own kin? Let them be executed forthwith. One clan boldly voiced their thoughts. Their intentions and schemes regarding the Qin family remain shrouded in mystery. Yet they are acutely aware that the present moment is optimal for the demise of Qin Feng. Failure to act now would render future opportunities scarce. However, to take direct action themselves is a notion they dare not entertain. The reputation of the foremost clan is not to be trifled with. Instead, they incite the imperial family to lead the charge, while they merely rally and cheer from behind. Harming one's own kin. Ziyuan furrowed her brow slightly, wholly skeptical of such claims. In the days spent in Qin Feng's company, she had heard rumors about the extraction of his younger brother's supreme bone. Yet she found herself far more inclined to trust her own observations. In her eyes, Qin Feng, when faced with an unfamiliar great demoness seeking aid, he unhesitatingly offered 15 blood bodhi to assist her. When confronted with life and death, he chose to spare a chance at survival for her. Furthermore, when the great demoness entrusted her child to his care, he harbored not a word of complaint, instead tending to Xiao Bai with utmost diligence. Each instance serves as irrefutable evidence that Qin Feng is, indeed, a person of pure and benevolent nature. She firmly believed that Qin Feng had been falsely accused and resolved to devise a plan to rescue him, vowing that he must not fall into the hands of the Daxia royal family or the Qin clan. This matter need not trouble you. The 5th ancestor exhibited an extraordinary assertiveness, preparing to forcefully take Qin Feng away. If Qin Feng were to survive this day, a confrontation between the two factions was inevitable. Chang Kuan's gaze flickered with a chilling light, and a terrifying energy surged around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The war spear in his hand radiated a blinding cold light. Fight, fight, fight. The thousands of guards behind Chang Kuan shouted in unison, coalescing a palpable aura of lethal intent that enveloped the arena, evoking a sensation akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Perhaps influenced by Chang Kuan and his comrades, the elites from the eastern and western departments, as well as the imperial guards, also entered a state of combat readiness, poised to charge at a moment's notice. In contrast, the masters of the major clans exchanged glances, each discerning the notion of biding their time. Let the royal family take the lead. If they succeeded in eliminating Qin Feng, all would rejoice, and afterward, they could join hands to feast at the Qin household. Should they fail to vanquish Qin Feng, they would have no choice but to engage themselves, subsequently marching shoulder to shoulder to dine at the royal banquet. They would have to gamble it all. The several elders of the Qin family sharpened their gazes, bracing for an all-out war. Initially, they intended to follow Qin Feng's strategy of temporarily concealing 2 of their family's prodigies until they amassed absolute strength to confront their adversaries. However, they had not anticipated that the Daxia emperor harbored such profound apprehension towards their clan. In a bid to eradicate the threat posed by Qin Feng, an astonishing number of skilled fighters were mobilized, compelling the Qin family to respond. Is this truly happening? As the two factions poised for battle, Qin Feng's mood plummeted. After 8 long years of being the obedient child, he had finally managed to break free from home and embrace his independence. Yet, if conflict erupted now, he would inevitably face the wrath of the formidable red-haired old monster and be forced to return home, donning the mantle of the dutiful child for another decade. So let the battle commence. Chang Kuan urged his beast to charge towards Qin Feng. The air was filled with the thunderous cries of kill, 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 as both armies surged forward, driven by a frenzied thirst for blood. In the midst of it all, Lin San and his companions trembled, their thoughts rife with curses. True, Qin Feng was indeed a harbinger of misfortune, but they were entirely innocent. Let's see who dares to harm Qin Feng, Ziyuan declared resolutely. Positioning herself defiantly in front of him, clutching a purple jade token tightly in her grasp. The life token. A collective gasp rippled through both sides, and they immediately ceased their hostilities. The life token, bestowed by a powerful being upon their successor, was akin to a royal decree, symbolizing the emperor's presence. The sole difference being that while the emperor's authority relied solely on intimidation, the shattering of a life token would summon the attention of the granting entity, who could then tear through the fabric of reality to intervene. I concede that there was an element of gamble involved, yet I never anticipated that fortune would favor me. Qin Feng felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing he had struck gold. His future of relying on others for sustenance seemed secure at last. It is merely a life token. Chang Kuan stubbornly held his ground, dismissing the threat posed by Ziyuan. While such tokens are crafted only by formidable masters, it does not imply that the Great Xia lacks individuals of such caliber. The current sovereign of Great Xia, the reclusive Grand Emperor, and the foremost ancestors of the Qin family are all experts of this level, indeed among the elite. Is that so? Ziyuan, unwilling to indulge anyone, hurled the life token to the ground. With a resounding crack, the token shattered. By heavens! Chang Kuan exclaimed an expletive, expressing his astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. Although they were adversaries, could they not at least sit down and discuss matters? Was it not a bit hasty to resort to such drastic measures over a mere disagreement? A deep, resonant roar suddenly erupted, as a colossal claw descended from the void, shrouding the sky and earth. Thunder raged, and ancient patterns emerged upon it, intertwining to form the trajectories of cosmic laws, radiating a dazzling brilliance as if torn from the fabric of primordial time and space. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic sound reverberating throughout the heavens and earth, with a force immense enough to plunge the very realm into oblivion, crushing all existence beneath it. As the true form of the gigantic claw materialized, all present were rendered breathless. A colossal tortoise enveloping the entirety of the world, more accurately described as the legendary divine beast, Xuanwu. Upon the head of the Xuanwu, there stood an enchanting fairy maiden, adorned in a flowing red gown. Her gaze was languorous, lips slightly parted, exuding an irresistible allure. With every subtle smile and frown, she radiated an infinite charm. Chapter 35. The fated confrontation in the Shadow Moon Dynasty, the Moon Goddess. Chang Kuan and his companions' pupils dilated in astonishment, for they never expected the arrival of none other than her. The Moon Goddess ranks among the top 5 masters of the Shadow Moon Dynasty, and with her ancestral divine beast, the Xuanwu, even the Emperor of the Shadow Moon Dynasty must engage with her respectfully. Moreover, the Moon Goddess is one of the 4 renowned beauties of the ancient era, attracting numerous suitors, including many formidable experts. This exemplifies the pinnacle of ancient power. Lin San was struck by the terrifying prowess of the Moon Goddess, realizing just how far he still had to go on his journey. With her solitary strength, she dominated the presence of hundreds of thousands, including those of the Qin family's ancestral level. The several ancestors of the Qin family exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered at how Qin Feng had befriended such a remarkable young lady capable of summoning the Moon Goddess. Nevertheless, this suited their intentions perfectly, allowing them to send Qin Feng to study abroad in the Shadow Moon Dynasty without pretense. How lively it is! Observing the multitude below, the Moon Goddess gently parted her crimson lips, her sultry voice sending ripples through the hearts of all the male beings present. Moon Goddess, this is the territory of the Great Xia. You shall not act with impunity. Chang Kuan's voice boomed, jolting the assembled men back to reality, their hearts racing, unable to withstand the allure of the legendary beauty. Indeed, as one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient world, her mere breath nearly ensnared them in enchantment. I am filled with trepidation. The moon goddess displayed an air of delicate grace, raising her slender hand to lightly flick at Chang Kuan. With a sudden gasp, Chang Kuan expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, crashing heavily to the ground from midair. His breath was faint, teetering on the brink of life. The audience was taken aback, their eyelids twitching in response to the moon goddess's formidable prowess. A mere disagreement led to such violence. Even the head of the Imperial Guard of the Great Xia could not withstand her casual strike. My lord, the members of the Imperial Guard rushed forward, hastening to render aid to Chang Kuan. It's hopeless. The prominent families murmured nearby, preoccupied with thoughts of the banquet awaiting them at the Imperial Guard. Ziyuan, where are you going? The moon goddess cast a glance below, noticing Ziyuan attempting to sneak away with Qin Feng. With another flick of her delicate hand, the two were instantly suspended in midair. It was over. Ziyuan realized escape was futile. Fidgeting with her clothing like a child caught in mischief, she called out, "Aunt." What aunt? This was clearly an elder. Qin Feng couldn't help but observe the moon goddess, internally lamenting his lack of ambition. One must cast a long line to catch an elder. Are you even aware that I am your elder? The moon goddess tapped Ziyuan's small head, indignantly exclaiming, as if running away from home wasn't enough. You even went to the great Xia dynasty to evade me. What will I tell my sister and brother-in-law if anything were to happen to you? And I was wrong. Please stop, please stop. Ziyuan quickly pleaded for mercy, pulling Qin Feng over to divert the attention. My gains this time are substantial. His name is Qin Feng. Not only has he comprehended the essence of the sword, but he has also grasped the indomitable sword heart. Qin Feng. The moon goddess halted mid-motion, gazing at Qin Feng with keen interest. The news of a remarkable prodigy from the Qin family with the potential to become an emperor had already reached the Yin Moon dynasty. Recently, they also learned of Qin Feng's endeavor to unearth the supreme bone of his younger brother, which led them to issue a bounty for his capture. Initially, they believed this child to be doomed, his indomitable spirit lost and thus insignificant. Little did they expect him to have comprehended the even more formidable indomitable sword heart. Qin Feng, with utmost seriousness, addressed the moon goddess, Sister Moon. Do you believe in love at first sight? Such a young lad understands love at first sight? The moon goddess could not help but cover her mouth in laughter, remarking, I see you are simply infatuated. How do you know? Qin Feng earnestly replied, Indeed. I am infatuated. I have decided to marry you when I grow up. What ambition? The elders of the Qin family silently cheered, urging Qin Feng to win over the moon goddess. Ideally, they hoped to offer the ancestral divine beast, the black tortoise, as a dowry. If that proved unfeasible, they would even consider sending it as a gift when Qin Feng becomes their son-in-law. The moon goddess could no longer contain her laughter, her joy radiant. As one of the four great beauties of the ancient times, she had countless admirers. Yet being publicly confessed to by an 8-year-old was a first for her. The moon goddess laughed. The entire assembly of male beings was utterly captivated, feeling as though there were no regrets left in their lives. Ziyuan, puffing her cheeks in frustration from the sidelines, wished she could kick Qin Feng down. How foolish she had been to worry so much for this insufferable younger brother, even expending her precious life token. Yet he had the audacity to be infatuated with her aunt. The moon goddess chuckled and inquired, Little brother, I see you may be small in stature, yet your confidence is quite formidable. Qin Feng replied with utmost seriousness, A man's confidence does not stem from his height, but from an unyielding spirit within, and whether or not he possesses the skill to wield a staff that descends from the heavens. Such a little rogue. Yet, the sister found it endearing. A knowing smile graced the moon goddess's lips, her interest in Qin Feng growing ever stronger. At that moment, the ancient voice of the progenitor of the Qin family echoed from afar. The moon goddess graces us with her presence. It is truly regrettable that we do not extend a warmer welcome. However, given that Qin Feng has harmed his kin, I implore you to show some favor to the Qin family and hand him over. And what if I refuse? The moon goddess narrowed her beautiful eyes, clearly indicating her reluctance to release him. Setting aside Qin Feng's questionable character, his exceptional talent alone warranted any power to roll out the red carpet for him. Even the Yin Moon dynasty would not be an exception. Thus, do not blame this old man for withholding his hospitality. The progenitor suddenly materialized on the scene, devoid of any dazzling effects that typically accompany the entrance of other prominent figures. He appeared to be merely an ordinary old man nearing the end of his days. Yet no one dared to underestimate this venerable elder. The ancestor of the Qin family was indeed one of the founders of the great Xia dynasty, as well as its foremost warrior. Had it not been for the insufficient foundation of the Qin family, the royal house of Great Xia would undoubtedly have belonged to them. Eager to witness the prowess of the greatest warrior of Great Xia, the moon goddess's enchanting eyes sparkled like lightning, and the edges of her garments began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. A deep roar suddenly reverberated through the air, emanating from the divine beast Xuanwu. The terrifying pressure it exuded swept across the realm, causing the faces of the hundreds of thousands below to turn pale, as if their very lives were hanging by a thread. At that moment, a youthful voice pierced through the tension. "Wait, ancestor." Curiosity swept through the crowd as they turned to see a pale-faced little figure, accompanied by Qin Tian, making his way to the battlefield. This was Qin Hao, another principal character in this tragic event. "Ancestor, I wish to fight this battle myself, though still young." Qin Hao's gaze was resolute as he looked up at his elder brother, confident that he could triumph even without the supreme bone. "Are you certain?" The ancestor's voice was light, yet his heart soared with joy akin to that of a 200-pound man. Not only had he successfully sent Qin Feng abroad for studies, but he had also ignited Qin Hao's fighting spirit, thereby averting a conflict and laying a solid foundation for future ambitions of usurpation. "I am certain," Qin Hao emphatically nodded, declaring, "I will show my brother what true power is." Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on triggering the fateful confrontation. The level of the task shall be determined by the psychological shadow cast upon your younger brother, with the potential to attain mythic and epic rewards. System, I must say, you are quite audacious. Qin Feng initially intended to decline, yet the offerings presented were simply too alluring. The mightiest power. In an instant, Qin Feng immersed himself in the role, revealing a maniacal grin reminiscent of the Uchiha 4. The supreme power is the very strength that I possess. At the pinnacle of immortality, I reign supreme. Wherever there is Qin Feng, there is heaven. His maniacal laughter echoed through the cosmos, and Qin Feng ceased to feign humility, laying it all bare. The essence of the sword astonished the onlookers, while the heavenly calamity cast a pall over their faces. The invincible sword heart elicited gasps from the crowd, and when they beheld the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, madness enveloped them entirely. Chapter 36. Foolish Odo. Do you feel despair? The ancient dual pupils. The eyes of the entire assembly widened like brass bells, their hearts in turmoil and unable to find tranquility. Good heavens! Is there no respite? Born with the potential of an emperor, breaking through the extraordinary realm at the tender age of 8, comprehending the essence of the sword, and consolidating the sword's heart, he possesses the potential to surpass the contemporary prodigies. Yet, astonishingly, this is not even the extent of his power. With the supreme bone coupled with the ancient dual pupils, the very thought sends shivers down the spine. What manner of prodigy is this? The moon goddess was left speechless, her heart resolutely declaring that no matter the means, this young child must be brought back to the Yin Moon dynasty. The ancestors of the Qin family were utterly bewildered, questioning whether they were still ensnared in slumber. 8 years. Qin Feng had been with the Qin family for a full 8 years. They had remained oblivious to his extraordinary physique, a rare ancient dual pupil bearer. Upon this realization, the Qin ancestors simultaneously turned their gaze towards Qin Tian, who wore a similarly astonished expression. Instantly, they devised a plan to subject him to severe punishment, hanging him from the crooked tree for his negligence. Good heavens! While it is somewhat excusable for the ancestors to be unaware, how could his own father remain ignorant? Such negligence is utterly inexcusable. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Below, Lin Sen shook his head in disbelief, unable to fathom that Qin Feng possessed yet another hidden card. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt, and earning 100,000 villain points. Quite intriguing. Qin Feng cast a glance at Lin Sen below, unexpectedly discovering an unforeseen gain. What is happening? Below, Qin Hao's body began to tremble, overwhelmed by the psychological shadow cast by his brother. It felt as if a giant were pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless, while he remained helplessly at the mercy of his brother's whims, appearing utterly insignificant. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating strength, intensifying his brother's psychological burden, and advancing the task progress to 90. Only 10 more points are needed for completion. Only 10 more. The mythical epic level rewards are on par with the experience scroll of the red-haired old monster. How could Qin Feng easily relinquish this opportunity? Channeling the spiritual energy within, He immediately summoned a surge of golden runes that danced around him. Only by cultivating a divine-level technique to the pinnacle of perfection could one forge such golden runes. Divine-level pinnacle technique. The eyes of everyone present widened once more, teetering on the brink of madness. They had long heard tales of the eldest son of the Qin family grasping accompanying techniques even in the womb. But never had they anticipated it to be the most formidable divine-level technique. They would fight tooth and nail for a mere heavenly tier technique, while he comprehended a divine accompanying technique from the very start of his existence. It dawned on them that what they could only aspire to achieve in a lifetime was merely a starting point for him. How could the chasm between individuals be so vast? Astonishment surged within Qin Hao, causing his body to tremble even more violently. Although he had comprehended the accompanying cultivation technique while still in the womb, his current level was merely at the saint rank, necessitating further cultivation to ascend to the divine rank. In stark contrast, his brother emerged with an innate divine technique, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your task completion rate has reached 95. What the hell? They're leaving me with no trump cards. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly, fully committing himself and unleashing a resplendent golden sword imprint. This golden imprint could only be formed by mastering the supreme sword technique at its pinnacle, symbolizing that his sky-slaying sword art also belonged to the divine rank. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Is this truly an 8-year-old child? While others yearn for a singular divine technique, he has independently created two, complemented by various buffs. Not only could he suppress his contemporaries, but he could also dominate throughout the ages without the slightest difficulty. Oh foolish Abudu, do you sense the weight of despair? A wicked smile tugged at the corners of Qin Feng's lips, barely restraining himself from erupting into a maniacal laugh. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have instilled an indelible psychological shadow in your brother's mind. Task progress has reached 100. Reward, mythical epic treasure chest, to be claimed upon victory in the fateful duel. How could this be? Qin Hao gazed at Qin Feng with a visage marred by sheer terror, instinctively retreating several paces. The power was overwhelming, so formidable that it extinguished any flicker of resistance, leaving no glimmer of hope for triumph. With a resounding clap, Qin Tian reached out, placing a hand upon Qin Hao's shoulder, wordlessly conveying a smile that spoke volumes of belief in his potential. I can, I will, I shall surely conquer you. As Qin Hao felt the warmth of paternal love envelop him, his small face flushed crimson as he boldly declared to the world, his voice diminutive yet imbued with unwavering determination. However, the crowd shook their heads in unison, harboring little faith in Qin Hao's prospects. Not only had his supreme bone been extracted, but even in its absence, the likelihood of overcoming a monster like Qin Feng seemed exceedingly bleak. Nevertheless, the elders of the Qin clan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. They had finally ignited the child's fighting spirit, rendering their collective effort to support him worthwhile. Especially Qin Feng's performance, which was nothing short of exceptional. Those unaware would genuinely mistake him for an irredeemable villain. Qin Feng. Ziyuan looked at him in disbelief, sensing an unfamiliar aura about him. The Qin Feng she knew was gifted yet pure-hearted, but this incarnation seemed willing to resort to any means necessary for power, even betraying his own brother. What manner of person is he? This incited a fierce curiosity within her, compelling her to delve deeper into the enigma that was Qin Feng. Thunderous roars echoed around them. Once again, a terrifying pressure descended, tearing apart the void from which emerged two elderly figures clad in dragon robes, none other than the current emperor and the grand emperor of the great Xia dynasty. The arrival of these two ancient beings signified trouble. The moon goddess furrowed her brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. If it were merely the ancestral figure of the Qin family, she could effortlessly whisk away Qin Feng. However, with the two imperial sovereigns involved, even with the divine beast Xuanwu at her side, she would be forced to kneel and sing a lament of despair. Old Qin, does your lineage intend to betray the great Xia? The Grand Emperor leveled a grave accusation, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. The ancestral figure of the Qin family responded calmly. Qin Feng has harmed our kin and is no longer of the Qin family. His actions are of no concern to us. Excellent. That is precisely the affirmation I sought. The Grand Emperor wasted no time, launching a fist that struck like lightning, the sound resonating like a cataclysmic tide, each blow succeeding the last, piercing the void and seemingly threatening to shatter the very fabric of reality. Boom! The earth-shattering roar echoed. As the surrounding void appeared to collapse, ripples of space surging forth. "I shall join the fray," declared the Emperor of the Great Xia, resolutely determined to capture Qin Feng. "Wait for me, you two ancient ones." The moon goddess, her teeth gritted in frustration, could only strategically withdraw. Meanwhile, the instigator, Qin Feng, took the opportunity to cling to the moon goddess's leg, pleading, "Sister moon goddess, save me." Chapter 37. The music resumes. The dance continues. This fellow. Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes, her mind swirling with sarcastic remarks. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed himself the pinnacle of immortals, the pride of the world. And now he was pleading for his aunt to rescue him, exhibiting a complete lack of integrity. Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted abruptly. The Supreme Emperor of the Great Xia and the current sovereign radiated boundless brilliance, resembling ancient deities, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the moon goddess. Roar! The deep growl of the divine beast Xuanwu suddenly resonated, swiftly tearing through space with the moon goddess and her companions, as thunderous forces parted the heavens for their passage. The divine majesty stood tall between heaven and earth, overlooking all living beings, causing the very cosmos to tremble. "Everyone, why do you hesitate to act?" The Supreme Emperor of the Great Xia and the reigning monarch were frantic, fully aware of the dire consequences should Qin Feng escape. The Great Xia dynasty was on a downward spiral, and allowing Qin Feng to return to the Qin family would pose a threat to their throne, granting the Yin dynasty the opportunity to secure the safety of the perilous Great Xia. Thus, it was imperative that Qin Feng did not see the dawn of tomorrow. However, the major families remained inactive, each calculating their own interests. This Qin Feng was a ruthless individual capable of turning against even his own brother for the sake of power. If they could permanently eliminate him today, it would be fortuitous. Yet, should he manage to escape, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon them. Moreover, what connection does the succession of dynasties have with their esteemed families? A change in sovereign does not hinder their ability to continue performing music and dancing. Contemplating this, the prominent families eagerly engaged in battle, executing their maneuvers with remarkable agility. Yet their damage output was a mere 0.5, having completely mastered the art of idleness. They successfully fulfilled the imperial command while also rendering a favor to the Qin family. These cunning old foxes, the ancestors of the Qin clan, though aware of the underlying motives, chose to remain silent, evidently having indulged in similar idleness in the past as leaders of their families. What on earth do these old fellows intend? The moon goddess cast a glance at the ancestors of the Qin family, noting their lack of intent to engage. This alleviated some of her pressure. Facing 3 of them would be daunting, but 2 would be manageable. Damn it. Although the 2 emperors fought desperately to obstruct her, they found themselves somewhat powerless against the moon goddess, primarily due to Xuanwu's formidable defense. Despite relentless bombardment, it withstood all attacks, and with a group of idle allies, it would indeed be a rarity if they managed to impede her. Ultimately, they could only watch helplessly as Xuanwu tore through the void and elegantly vanished from sight. Let us depart. The Emperor of the Great Xia wore a grim expression as he departed with the Royal City Division, the Eastern Depot, the Western Depot, and others. Although he yearned to issue an immediate declaration of war against the Qin family, he understood that the likelihood of conflict was exceedingly slim. Let us not even dwell on the absence of justification. Even with unfounded charges, those illustrious families may not lend their support. In the past, the Qin family could boast of having produced 2 prodigies, using the promise of shared benefits as a pretext. However, now that the second son of the Qin family has fallen from grace and the eldest has ventured abroad, the notion of sharing benefits has become moot. It would be a wonder if anyone were to offer their allegiance. We should take our leave. The progenitor cast a lingering glance towards the direction in which Qin Feng had departed. Henceforth, his journey within the Yin dynasty would be a solitary one. And even if they wished to assist, they would be powerless to do so. "Brother, I shall surely triumph over you." Qin Hao's countenance was exceptionally grave, fully prepared for the arduous path of relentless cultivation ahead. "Qin brother, I shall not be bested by you." Lin San's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented resolve. The next time they met, he was determined to surpass this extraordinary man. In the moon god palace of the Yin dynasty, the moon god returned, riding the Xuanwu and tearing through the void, accompanied by Qin Feng and Ziyuan. "We welcome the moon god and the divine maiden." The entire palace, filled with women, bowed deeply in reverence towards the moon god and Ziyuan. Divine maiden? Qin Feng could not help but glance at Ziyuan, who proudly lifted her chin, as if to declare, indeed, she was the divine maiden of the moon god palace, the next generation of the moon god. It is finished. The moon god palace is destined for decline. Qin Feng recalled the scene of Ziyuan in battle, akin to a fervent fistfight against villains, and could hardly fathom what would become of the moon god palace under her stewardship. What are you saying? Ziyuan exclaimed, stomping her feet in frustration. Vowing to teach this little brat a lesson today, the two of them then began to chase each other around the moon god palace. The female disciples of the moon god palace were astonished. The moon god had actually brought back a young boy. Since the establishment of the moon god palace, men had been strictly forbidden entry, let alone a boy personally brought in by the moon god, which was truly remarkable. Enough of this. The moon god intervened, stopping the two rascals with a radiant smile. Qin Feng, how about you join my moon god palace from now on? Of course. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly, stating, according to the rules of the martial world, you saved me, so I should indeed marry you. This guy. Ziyuan gritted her teeth in anger, surprised that this little brat had actually set his sights on her aunt. He. The moon god chuckled with delight. You truly are an amusing little fellow. I hereby officially appoint you as the divine son of the moon god palace. Your Excellency, moon god. The entire moon god palace exclaimed in unison, reminding the moon god of the regulations against accepting male disciples. I know what I am doing. The moon god fixed her sparkling gaze upon Qin Feng. Anyone who had witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary talent would be inclined to break the rules for him, and the moon god palace was no exception. What do you intend to do? Feeling a sense of trepidation under the gaze of the moon goddess, Qin Feng began to suspect whether she was deceiving him into joining the moon palace for nefarious purposes, perhaps even to harvest his kidneys without anesthesia. In the Great Xia Imperial Palace, upon his return, the Emperor of Great Xia was seething with fury. Ever since the reforms of the Yue dynasty a century ago, its rapid development had emerged as a significant threat to the Great Xia dynasty, and now with the presence of Qin Feng, an unparalleled prodigy, the situation felt all the more dire. Merely contemplating this made his scalp tingle and robbed him of sleep. The ministers below commenced their discussions, asserting that the moon goddess's ability to aid Qin Feng in his escape rendered the Qin family primarily responsible. The Qin family, clinging to their ancestral ties, still held out hope for Qin Feng's eventual return to the fold. They were deemed a menace that could not be tolerated. While it was easy to speak of extinguishing the Qin family, the reality proved far more complex. An elderly minister risked his life to present himself before the emperor, imploring him to seek out talented individuals from humble beginnings to cultivate the next generation of heroes for Great Xia. Though the call for recruiting talented commoners sounded straightforward, it threatened to undermine the foundations of the aristocracy, which would undoubtedly resist such measures. The influence of the aristocracy had penetrated deeply into the very marrow of society, necessitating a surgical approach to restore hope to Great Xia. Your Majesty, the minister continued, the common people have suffered under the aristocracy for far too long. The Emperor of Great Xia regarded the loyal ministers before him, fully aware that their words held truth. Yet, dealing with the aristocracy was no simple task. Their allegiance was contingent upon the benefits he could provide them. However, should you deprive them of their vested interests, they will not hesitate to overthrow you and support the emergence of a new regime. At that moment, a young eunuch approached the sovereign, bearing news that Princess Nanfeng had sent word of a fascinating young man she had recently encountered, one who possessed the means to unravel the secrets of noble families. Chapter 38. Men, there are men in the moon goddess palace. Ever since Qin Feng officially joined, all the young ladies have gone into a frenzy. A man. They now have a man in the moon goddess palace. Why do I feel they are even more excited than I am? Qin Feng felt as though he had entered a den of spider spirits, needing to repeatedly check that the door was locked before going to bed each night. With a leap, Little White hopped onto Qin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling him like a kitten. The message was unmistakable. It was time for a meal. Even the landlord's household could not withstand such an appetite. With a sigh, Qin Feng retrieved a small pouch, which contained only a single blood bodhi fruit. Once consumed, he would need to spend his own money to purchase more or venture into the wild forests to search for them. However, the wilderness was the domain of fierce beasts, and even if there were precious treasures, formidable monsters would guard them, making acquisition exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, the system interjected, informing the host that he could redeem pet food from the system. The exclusive food for the rabbit-shaped spiritual pet, the carrot, could enhance various attributes with prolonged use. Priced at 10 villain points each. 10 points for one. Qin Feng inwardly lamented the extortionate prices, feeling as if he were being robbed. Given the voracious appetite of his pet, consuming at least 4 or 5 each day, that would amount to 40 to 50 points daily, translating to 400 to 500 points every 10 days and over 10,000 points in a year. He had never been so generous to his own parents. The present is unlike the past. Before encountering the next victim, or rather, the chosen one, the villain points ought to be utilized sparingly. Qin Feng opened the system, currently possessing 692,500 villain points, as he had yet to reach 1 million. He was unable to exchange for the ultimate perfection card to elevate several divine martial arts to their zenith. However, spending 30,000 points each month to activate a 100-fold comprehension aura posed no difficulty, sufficient for 1 or 2 years of use. He earnestly hoped that within this span, he would encounter the chosen one. Qin Feng snatched the last blood bodhi from Stibai, tossing the creature a carrot that he exchanged for 10 villain points from the system. Rabbit, no, I want to eat this, Xiao Bai exclaimed in frustration, the words spilling forth in indignation. While the carrot was indeed edible, it paled in comparison to the blood bodhi, akin to dog food when juxtaposed with succulent ribs. Could they possibly belong to the same category? A child's picky eating habits are often a product of indulgence. Qin Feng brandished the Longkong divine sword against Xiao Bai's throat, prompting the little creature to eat with remarkable alacrity. Within moments, the carrot was devoured, leaves and all. Excellent. Qin Feng, satisfied, sheathed the Longkong divine sword and swallowed the final blood bodhi in one gulp. Boom. Qin Feng's body trembled violently as he hastily sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of cultivation. The energy, birthed from the blood bodhi, surged within him like a torrential river breaching its banks, wildly merging into his flesh and blood. Yaya, feeling aggrieved, let out a soft whimper and waved her hand to produce the sage's bamboo tablet. This was her inherent, independent space, and she nestled beside Qin Feng, cradling the tablet as she drifted into slumber. In the city of Heavenly Heart, Lin San, having endured numerous tribulations, finally returned safely, bearing with him the complete form of Qin Feng. Sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, ancient heavy pupils, along with self-created divine-level techniques and sword arts. Upon hearing this, the city lord, Lin Hao, could not help but lament, his heart filled with profound regret. Had he chosen Qin Feng as his son-in-law back then? Given his current predicament of being cornered by the Qin family, he would have surely found refuge in Qin Feng's embrace. Alas, it was too late. Qin Feng had already been taken back to the Yin Moon dynasty by the Moon Goddess. Moreover, his originally favored son-in-law, Qin Hao, had been rendered a mere shell of his former self, his supreme bone stripped away. Rumor had it that the position of the Qin family's head had been usurped, leaving the entire family in a state of desolation. I married off my daughter for the sake of benefits. How can I possibly proceed with the marriage now? Lin Hao felt an overwhelming headache, torn between the desire to call off the engagement and the fear of doing so. The Qin family was, after all, the foremost clan of antiquity. Seeking to annul the engagement would be akin to slapping the Qin family in the face. For a family of such stature, reputation held greater value than life itself, and missteps could easily lead to open conflict. Yet, he was unwilling to marry his daughter off to a worthless individual. Time flew by. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, prodigies continuously emerged, and the competition became increasingly fierce, revealing talents that were terrifyingly formidable. The records set by Qin Feng, such as breaking through the extraordinary realm at the age of 8 and comprehending the essence of the sword, were successively shattered by numerous gifted individuals. Since Qin Feng was appointed as the son of the Moon God Palace 7 years ago, he has remained low-key, rarely appearing in public, and no news of his battles has circulated. However, the sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, and ancient double pupils he displayed during his time in the Great Xia dynasty had astonished the entire ancient era, earning him the title of the foremost prodigy of that age. Even after 7 years of absence, no one could shake the reputation of being the greatest prodigy of the ancient era. At this moment, behind the Moon God Palace, a colossal waterfall cascaded like a silver river. A young man, with a piercing gaze and elegantly arched eyebrows, exuded striking handsomeness. Bare-chested and adorned with a golden dragon tattoo, he sat cross-legged beneath the waterfall, allowing the torrential waters to crash upon him, creating a rhythmic thud that echoed around. This individual was the 15-year-old Qin Feng, whose cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. It was not merely the alluring beauty of the Moon God Palace that had weakened his resolve. Rather, it was a deliberate effort to solidify his foundational strength. Indeed, it was all for the purpose of reinforcing his own foundation. Although his cultivation had not significantly improved, other abilities had undergone profound development. The celestial tribulation light had intensified, and aside from the basic abilities of slowing speed, deconstructing actions, and perceiving the essence, the dual energies of yin and yang had also illuminated his understanding. With numerous lethal techniques at his disposal, eliminating Taoist realm practitioners had become effortless. The sole regret was that in the past 7 years, he had not encountered a chosen one. With nearly 700,000 villain points, no matter how frugally he managed, they had long been exhausted. Now, he could only engage with the maidens of the Moon God Palace to earn meager villain points to barely make ends meet, which made him increasingly nostalgic for Lin San, to the point of nearly succumbing to lovesickness. Over the past 7 years, he had been harmed by indulgence, resulting in a significant decline in his cultivation. From this day forth, he resolved to abstain from alcohol. Qin Feng secretly vowed to give up drinking. Although he had hardly indulged, he was certain that alcohol was the culprit. "Don't crowd, let me see." A group of maidens from the Moon God Palace nearby were sneaking glances, and upon seeing Qin Feng's abdominal muscles, they erupted in excited screams. The only man of the Moon God Palace had finally matured. Buy tickets, buy tickets. If you purchase a ticket, you can see the man for 5 minutes. A youthful voice rang out, and upon closer inspection, it was a charming little white rabbit, the pet Qin Feng had raised for 7 years. Ever since Qin Feng had fed it carrots 7 years ago, it had learned to raise rabbits itself in hopes of tasting authentic heavenly treasures. Initially, things did not proceed smoothly. Acquiring rare treasures from heaven and earth is no simple feat, however, under the tutelage of Qin Feng over the years. It soon discovered a lucrative opportunity. Men were a scarce commodity in the Moon Goddess Palace. Thus, whenever Qin Feng came to practice beneath the waterfall, it would commence selling tickets, charging 1 spirit stone for 5 minutes, ensuring fairness for all. Naturally, Qin Feng did not frequently display his physique by the waterfall, so it would often resort to auctioning off the unwashed garments he had worn to supplement its household income. Chapter 39. Transitioning to a life of a flower thief? I, the rabbit, truly embody the virtues of thrift and diligence. With great delight, Xiaobai counts the spirit stones earned and retrieves the unadulterated underwear stolen last night. Selling it will afford a rare treasure from the heavens. The starting bid for Qin Feng's youthful undergarment is set at 20 spirit stones. I bid 25 spirit stones. The maidens of the Moon God Palace take their pursuits seriously, and the appearance of the unwashed underwear immediately incites a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Whoosh! A sharp, slicing sound reverberates through the vast forest as Qin Feng, beneath the waterfall, abruptly opens his eyes, revealing a fierce determination, with invisible sword energy emanating from his being. Crash! The intangible sword energy instantaneously rends the waterfall, colliding with the incoming energy, causing the water to explode in a shower of droplets. 2 enchanting beauties, one tall and one petite, materialized by the waterfall, the Moon Goddess and Ziyuan. Unlike the youthful Ziyuan of 7 years past, she now exudes a captivating elegance with each subtle movement. Rumor has it that during these years spent training alongside the Moon Goddess, she has mastered formidable techniques exclusive to women. Indeed, your comprehension of sword intent and heart has deepened remarkably. The Moon Goddess gazes at Qin Feng with palpable satisfaction. Her choice to defy palace regulations and appoint him as the godson of the Moon God Palace surely vindicated. This young man will undoubtedly fortify the palace's future. After all, without strength, how could one hope to marry the Moon Goddess? I possess at least that level of awareness. Qin Feng, with a playful lift of his brow, showcased his physique before the Moon Goddess. With a sudden splash, Ziyuan, incensed, advanced and kicked Qin Feng into the waterfall, exclaiming, "You've been pining for my aunt since childhood. How can you not notice such a stunning beauty beside you?" Indeed, she was quite remarkable. As Qin Feng resurfaced, he observed the undeniable growth Ziyuan had experienced over the years, a size that was beyond what one could grasp with a single hand. Rascal! Ziyuan's cheeks flushed crimson from the teasing, and she soon found herself playfully tussling with Qin Feng once more. Enough of your antics. The moon goddess, accustomed to Qin Feng's flirtations, interjected calmly. In a few days, it will be the decennial death elimination tournament of the Yin Moon dynasty. Are you not interested in participating? The death elimination tournament? Qin Feng's brow furrowed at the mention of this contest. He had heard of it before. Since the reforms of the Yin Moon dynasty a century ago, the death elimination tournament had become a pivotal event for its ascendancy. It could be likened to an academic examination, where the various factions of the dynasty would present their most talented individuals for evaluation. Those who succeeded would receive focused cultivation and support from the dynasty, an abundance of esteemed mentors and ample resources for training, truly a treasure trove. The only distinction from a traditional examination was that, while many might traverse the narrow bridge, those who faltered in the death elimination tournament, as its name suggests, would not merely fail, they would remain forever in the arena, leaving many behind for eternity. Regarding life and death, Qin Feng remains indifferent. What truly matters to him is the chance to encounter his beloved chosen one. At that moment, jubilant cheers erupted from a nearby maiden. Seemingly celebrating her acquisition of a pair of undergarments with 100 spirit stones, the white rice bucket, Qin Feng gracefully descended like a dragonfly, landing softly behind Xiaobai. Upon hearing that name, Xiaobai immediately became incensed, exclaiming in exasperation, "I am Rabbit, known as Qin Xiaobai. From now on, anyone who dares to call me Rabbit White Rice Bucket shall face my wrath." "Very well, White Rice Bucket." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he had no intention of altering his habit. He lamented the mysterious disappearance of his undergarments, only to discover that this rabbit had brazenly put them up for public auction. "It is the moon goddess." A group of maidens, startled as if they had encountered a stern teacher, swiftly fled the scene. "Xiaobai, you are being excessive." Zi Yuan indignantly reproached Xiaobai's actions from the sidelines. "I, too, do not desire such a situation, but I am hungry." Xiaobai displayed a pitiful expression, lamenting the hardships of life. Although previously devoid of precious resources, there had at least been a steady supply of carrots. However, recently, for reasons unknown, even the carrots had ceased to arrive. If she did not procure something to sell soon, the rabbit would surely starve. Alas, Qin Feng let out a resigned sigh. Not out of reluctance to feed the rabbits, but simply due to the lack of villain points. His current life was particularly arduous, and if he failed to find a suitable victim, no, rather, a chosen one, he was contemplating a career change to become a flower thief. Though the earnings would be modest, it would suffice for survival. Just then, a young lady approached to inform him, "Your Excellency, there is a prodigy outside who wishes to challenge you." Here we go again. Qin Feng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Ever since he had been hailed as the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, challengers had incessantly flocked to the Moon God Palace, yet none of them were the chosen ones he sought, leaving him utterly disinterested. The young lady continued, "Your Excellency, this individual is no ordinary contender. He is a disciple of the emperor from the great Xia dynasty." A disciple of the emperor. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. Familiar with the term. If his memory served him correctly, during the Tang dynasty, the imperial examination system and the establishment of imperial disciples had effectively ended the era of feudal dominance, significantly bolstering the power of central authority. What could the emperor of Great Xia be scheming now? Did he intend to undermine the power of the aristocracy? Soon enough, Qin Feng located the pertinent documents. 7 years prior, the emperor of Great Xia had suddenly declared his intention to take disciples, and anyone chosen would become an imperial disciple. Upon the announcement, the entire realm of the Great Xia erupted in fervor. The emperor's disciple felt an unparalleled sense of honor. Even the prestigious families found it difficult to resist the allure of the title disciple of the Son of Heaven. Thus commenced a grand selection for the emperor's disciples. And as anticipated, the elite from noble families triumphed. Yet a multitude of talented individuals from humble origins also emerged. The emperor of Great Xia remained true to his word, accepting the talented scions of noble families as his disciples, while also acknowledging the gifted from humble backgrounds as prospective disciples of the Son of Heaven. This cunning old man was indeed targeting the noble families. Qin Feng discerned the emperor's ulterior motives at once. The title disciple of the Son of Heaven, though seemingly exalted, was in fact a mere instrument of the Great Xia Emperor. The talented individuals from humble origins, lacking a powerful backing, would inevitably have to align themselves with the emperor. becoming his sword against the noble families. The disciples from noble lineages, having established their master-apprentice relationship, would be deemed traitors for disobedience, and morally speaking. The Emperor of Great Xia had already claimed victory. At the same time, he was deeply intrigued as to who was orchestrating the Emperor's strategies from behind the scenes. With his decade of experience as a voracious reader, he surmised that this person was likely the fabled chosen one he had sought for 7 long years. A thunderous sound reverberated from the front hall, accompanied by the curses of the so-called disciple of the Son of Heaven. Qin Feng, you have the audacity to be a traitor. Come forth if you dare. I know you are at home. Do not cower in silence. Chapter 40. The fracture at the scene outside the Moon Goddess Palace. A group of young ladies clad in white emerged, their faces etched with fury as they encircled a robust man. This individual was none other than Zhu Tu, a disciple of the Celestial Gate, who had come to challenge Qin Feng. Observing that Qin Feng had yet to appear to accept his challenge, he audaciously resorted to smashing the gates of their Moon Goddess Palace and vociferously berating their divine son in the streets. Did he truly believe he was still within the Great Xia dynasty, with its emperor backing him? This was the Yin dynasty, where a mere disciple of the Great Xia had no authority to wreak havoc. Such insolence! The young ladies of the Moon Goddess Palace wore icy expressions, their long swords drawn and aimed at Zhu Tu. What? Qin Feng is too afraid to face the challenge, resorting to overwhelming numbers? Zhu Tu maintained his arrogant demeanor, showing no regard for his opponents. After all, he was a member of the Great Xia Envoy, here under imperial command to observe the decennial life and death elimination tournament of the Yin dynasty. To slay him, a disciple of the Celestial Gate, would be tantamount to declaring war on the Great Xia dynasty. Ah, the Great Xia Envoy is indeed formidable. This divine maiden shall teach him a lesson. Ziyuan, clearly unable to tolerate this affront, rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage in battle. Wait. Qin Feng raised his hand to halt Ziyuan, pondering aloud whether it was possible that he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. A pawn? Ziyuan, not one to be easily deceived, furrowed her brows and inquired, "Are you suggesting that someone is setting a trap for you? Not for me, but rather for the aristocracy of the Great Xia." Qin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating deeply, and the more he pondered, the more he felt the likelihood of such a scenario. Currently, the Emperor of the Great Xia has introduced the concept of Sons of Heaven, ostensibly elevating the aristocratic families to a position of supremacy. Yet, it is evident that he intends to elevate the talented commoners to usurp the aristocracy's dominance. The conundrum of how to manage these noble scions has become a source of considerable vexation for the Emperor. One potential solution could be to assemble them into a delegation and send them to the Yin dynasty to observe the brutal death matches. Should any complications arise, the blame would inevitably fall upon the Yin dynasty, and should this provoke a conflict between the aristocracy and Yin, it would serve the Great Xia imperial family splendidly, as they would reap the benefits of a war between them. A trap set for the Great Xia aristocracy? Ziyuan's mind was filled with questions, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's musings. Why not simply test the waters to find out? Qin Feng lightly pressed his feet against the ground and drifted out of the Moon God Palace, intent on compelling this enigmatic figure to reveal themselves. Perhaps even the fabled chosen one he sought. Qin Feng, it is Qin Feng. Outside the Moon God Palace, a throng had gathered, and upon his emergence, they erupted in excited screams. Ever since Qin Feng displayed his full powers to the world 7 years ago, everyone has yearned to witness the combat prowess of this ancient prodigy. Regrettably, after ascending as the son of the Moon God, he had never accepted any challenges. But today, he has arrived, striding forth with an air of undeniable charisma. All hail the sun. The ladies in white reverently bowed, their gazes towards Qin Feng laden with an unusual intensity. At this moment, Qin Feng had shed the innocence of his youth, inheriting his mother's striking beauty. Undeniably a handsome young man, coupled with his extraordinary talent that suppressed the ages, and being the sole male in the Moon God Palace. He was undoubtedly the object of admiration for all the female disciples. Qin Feng, you have finally emerged, Zhu Tu exclaimed, nearly letting out a pig-like squeal in his excitement as a robust energy erupted around him, transforming into a fierce black boar with sharp tusks. He brandished a hefty butcher's knife with a flourish. With a resounding crash, the butcher's knife struck the ground, causing the floor to shatter instantly. Qin Feng, with a look of disdain, remarked, "I thought you were some formidable expert. Turns out you're merely a 4th-level spirit warrior." And what's wrong with being a fourth-level spirit warrior? Zhu Tu retorted defiantly. I am a disciple of the Son of Heaven. Even a fourth-level spirit warrior is more formidable than a ninth-level spirit warrior. The onlookers nodded in agreement, finding Zhu Tu's reasoning sound. Yet, in comparison to Qin Feng, this so-called disciple of the Son of Heaven seemed to fall significantly short. 7 years prior, Qin Feng had already reached the third level of the extraordinary realm, and with his prodigious talents, no one could ascertain how far he had progressed now. Had he entered the Tao? Or perhaps transcended it to reach the celestial sect? After much deliberation, Zhu Tu inquired, what level of cultivation do you possess? He was already prepared to concede should Qin Feng reveal a breakthrough into the Tao. Extraordinary ninth level. Qin Feng proclaimed proudly, making sure to showcase his formidable prowess. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as all present gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, their minds echoing with the cries of a startled groundhog. How could this be? The so-called greatest prodigy of the ancient era, who was supposed to dominate the ages, had only reached the ninth level of the extraordinary? On average, it took over a year to break through a minor level. What had he been doing all these years? Could it be that he was ensnared in the floral embrace of the Moon God Palace? Zhu Tu was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend where Qin Feng derived his confidence from, given that he was merely at the fourth level of spirit marshal while Qin Feng was at the ninth. Qin Feng then inquired how Zhu Tu wished to proceed. Was it to be a duel or a group battle? Naturally, Zhu Tu was inclined towards a duel, albeit confused. Understanding dawned upon Qin Feng, who signaled to the ladies present, indicating they could engage Zhu Tu in a one-on-one confrontation. The onlookers collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable, as the reality diverged dramatically from their expectations of the greatest prodigy of the ancient era showcasing his prowess. In an instant, the ladies in white disregarded notions of fairness, solely committed to executing their master's command, as their gleaming swords shimmered with dark, watery ripples, lunging towards Zhu Tu. Furious, Zhu Tu exclaimed, Qin Feng, you are shameless. What happened to our duel turning into a group assault? Indeed, you are challenging us as a lone warrior against our numbers. Qin Feng feigned innocence, flashing a grin that revealed his teeth, as if to assert his own existence. The onlookers were utterly speechless, astonished to discover that Qin Feng was such an individual, devoid of any semblance of the idol persona associated with the legendary figure of the ancient era. With a resounding thud, Zhu Tu was no match for the white-clad maidens, swiftly brought to the ground in mere moments. I refuse to accept this, Zhu Tu exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. What you think is of no concern to me, Qin Feng retorted, rolling his eyes at what he perceived as an absurdity. He then produced a golden abacus, larger than that of Xiao Bai, and began calculating the compensation owed for the damages inflicted upon their Moon God Palace, totaling an astounding 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Zhu Tu could hardly believe his ears, exclaiming 1 million? And top-tier spirit stones? All of it combined wouldn't amount to even a single spirit stone. With an expression of utmost sincerity, Qin Feng replied, Indeed. My intention is for you to compensate me with an additional 99,999,999 top-tier spirit stones. The crowd fell into a profound silence once more. Good heavens! What a remarkably honest response. They were momentarily at a loss for words. This is robbery. I have no money, Zhu Tu vehemently protested, still clinging to a semblance of resistance. No money? That's quite all right, Qin Feng remarked with a mischievous smile. We can settle this in kind. Chapter 41. The Sow Goes Mad. Meat compensation? The expressions of those around turned peculiar, as uncertainty loomed over whether they were contemplating the same notion of meat compensation. Before long, Qin Feng stripped Zhu Tu of his garments, binding him to a cart for public display. A placard dangling from him detailing Zhu Tu's credentials as a disciple of the emperor and his identity as the future heir of the illustrious Zhu family. Qin Feng, you have humiliated me beyond measure. The Zhu family shall not let this go unpunished, nor will his majesty. Zhu Tu, unaccustomed to such indignity, struggled fiercely, intent on confronting Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng dismissed his threats with utter contempt, parading through the streets, banging drums, and calling out to the crowd. Don't miss out, folks. Authentic, robust men from the Great Xia. No need for 998 or 888. For merely 98 spirit stones, you can take one home for breeding. The passers-by had never witnessed such a spectacle, converging to gawk at the brawny men from Great Xia. Oh my, a disciple of the emperor, a true prodigy. He is indeed a scion of a noble family, remarkable. I have a friend who has longed for a healthy child, yet has faced challenges in conceiving. 98 is not steep, it is a worthy investment. Indeed, if a boy is born, he could inherit the family fortune. The moon goddess sun vouches for it. How can one not trust? As time progressed, the throng of spectators continued to swell. In a world where both immortals and mortals coexist, many individuals find themselves unable to cultivate their abilities. To enhance their family's lineage, affluent patrons often beseech exceptionally gifted practitioners to bestow upon their families a chance for immortality, typically through a union with their daughters. Naturally, such arrangements are only deemed acceptable if the daughters possess remarkable beauty. Currently, Qin Feng has placed a clear price on this opportunity, stirring the interest of wealthy individuals whose daughters may not meet the beauty standard. Your Excellency, please look at my daughter. A wealthy man tremblingly bowed to Qin Feng, presenting his daughter, who weighed over 200 pounds but was likened to a flower. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Any person with a conscience would find such a proposition unacceptable. This is rather excessive. Qin Feng struggled to maintain his composure and swiftly shifted the conversation, stating, "It will require additional funds." "Not a problem." The affluent man eagerly nodded, affirming he would add any amount necessary. After a lifetime of hard work, he realized that no matter how much wealth one accumulates, encountering a practitioner renders one as submissive as a dog. With just a gesture, the practitioner could demand money without hesitation. This experience imparted a valuable lesson. Only those with strength can safeguard their riches. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Zhu Tu fought desperately, proclaiming his unwavering defiance. Observing Zhu Tu's fervent resistance, Qin Feng remarked, "Do not wear such an expression. This is a carefully selected, pleasantly plump girl for you. Remember, a pleasantly plump figure is truly exquisite." Pleasantly plump. The crowd's eyes twitched incessantly, a collective urge to inquire, "Does your conscience not ache?" In pursuit of this business deal, he audaciously referred to a 200-pound woman as merely slightly plump. "Qin Feng, you shall not succeed." Zhu's entire being was infused with spiritual energy, rendering mortals incapable of approaching. The wealthy man displayed a countenance of disappointment, recognizing that celestial opportunities cannot be forced. "Fear not. I conduct my business with the utmost integrity." Qin Feng reassured the affluent individual with a smile, producing a small jade vial inscribed with the striking words, "Crazy for Souse." This concoction was crafted from a formula he discovered in the Tome of Peculiarities, designed to accelerate the cultivation of the peculiar. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, and they hastily retreated several paces. Good heavens, is that truly the fabled supreme aphrodisiac, crazy for sows? It was rumored that a mere touch from a man could render even a sow as enchanting as Jiao Chan in his eyes. Concurrently, the way the crowd gazed at Qin Feng transformed entirely. He was no longer merely the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, but rather the premier libertine of antiquity. Brazenly carrying such an item, with an expression of feigned innocence, Qin Feng exclaimed, "What is with your expressions? It is only reasonable for someone who traverses the martial world to carry a few protective items." "Reasonable, my foot. What respectable person would carry such things through the martial world?" The entire assembly rolled their eyes in disbelief at Qin Feng's absurd claims. Fully aware that he was not to be trifled with, possessing strength, talent, and a formidable background, yet utterly shameless. "Thank you, esteemed son of God, for your benevolence." The plump girl, resembling a flower, was in a state of ecstatic frenzy, joyfully departing with her companion Zhu Tu. "Qin Feng, brother Feng, I implore you, spare me. Spare me. I will compensate with 1,000,000 exquisite spirit stones. I was wrong, I was wrong." Zhu Tu, having shed his previous arrogance, cried out, beseeching Qin Feng for forgiveness. Yet, Qin Feng remained indifferent, focused on awaiting the emergence of the hidden mastermind. Should he truly eliminate Zhu Tu, he would unwittingly fall into the adversary's trap. Not only would he have removed this prodigious heir of the Zhu family, but he would also have successfully drawn the enmity of the Zhu clan upon himself. Conversely, if he chose not to kill Zhu Tu and instead subjected him to various humiliations, the shadowy figure would be compelled to intervene. As they were both sent on a mission to the Inu dynasty, what rationale could there be for not assisting a comrade in distress? Still, there was no chosen one in sight. Perhaps I am merely overthinking this. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, yet received no system notification. No, no, please don't come near me. Zhu Tu's pitiful cries echoed from the courtyard, prompting the onlookers to silently mourn for him for 3 minutes. As a prestigious disciple of the Great Xia dynasty, a scion of noble lineage, it is utterly humiliating to be so disgracefully treated by a mere mortal. The psychological trauma inflicted by this experience may forever remain insurmountable. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for degrading another's dignity, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng immediately perked up, as if he had unlocked a new skill. Clang. A resounding copper gong echoed, heralding the arrival of a grand procession in the distance. Enormous, opulent carriages, accompanied by attendants and guards, undeniably underscored the formidable status of the approaching individuals. Leading the charge were a dozen furious men and women, clad in the same attire as Zhu Tu, garments reserved exclusively for the disciples of the Great Xia Emperor. The Princess of the South has arrived. As the carriage came to a halt, the guards proclaimed her title, the beloved youngest princess of the Great Xia Emperor, Princess Ninfeng, who also represented the Great Xia in the diplomatic mission to the Yin dynasty. Princess Ninfeng. Qin Feng's gaze fixated upon the lavish carriage. Sensing that more than one individual resided within, the heavy breaths emanating from inside suggested the presence of a relatively young man. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for discovering the chosen one, classified at the epic level. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with fervor. After 7 long years, destiny had finally orchestrated their encounter. Whether someone was scheming against him from the shadows had become inconsequential. What truly mattered now was that he was ready to devise his own plans concerning this chosen one. A chilling voice emanated from the carriage. Qin Feng. As a traitor of our Great Xia dynasty, how dare you so brazenly humiliate a disciple of our sovereign? What punishment do you deserve for such an affront? Chapter 42. Kneel down, the princess of the Great Xia. How imposing her authority is. Qin Feng could not help but sneer, questioning the son of the moon god in the territory of the Yin Empire. Am I merely ignorant, or has the Great Xia already conquered the Yin Empire? As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of those around him turned icy, feeling that the Great Xia princess had overstepped her bounds. To utter such words in their territory was tantamount to disregarding the Yin Empire entirely. Presumptuous. Princess Ninfeng, enraged and humiliated, commanded, bring forth the executioner, and have Qin Feng beheaded. Yes, the princess's guards swiftly drew their long blades, and the elite members of the entourage brandished their weapons as well. Who grants you the audacity to kill in my domain? Qin Feng found himself rather admiring the protagonist, ever loyal to his comrades. Before he could speak, dozens of maidens from the Moon God Palace emerged from all directions, surrounding the adversaries. This promises to be entertaining. The onlookers brightened with anticipation, hastily retreating to maintain a safe distance while enjoying the spectacle. Alas, a man sigh emerged from within a carriage. He lifted the curtain and stepped out, adorned in splendid attire. With cupped fists, he addressed the assembly. You must be the renowned Qin Feng, Brother Qin. I apologize, the princess has just misspoken. I am the esteemed Changdai princess, here to offer my apologies to all. It is he. Qin Feng recognized him at once as the chosen one. Based on his decade-long experience as an avid reader, this individual is distinctly different from the archetypal servant-like protagonists such as Lin San, as well as the passionate and inspirational figures like Qin Hao. He resembles a favored courtier of an emperor, one who either marries a princess or cultivates her into an empress-like character. This only reinforces his belief that the offspring of the emperor is indeed his creation, and the one orchestrating events behind the scenes is undoubtedly this person. Qin Feng showed no inclination to spare the other's feelings, entering into full-blown criticism, exclaiming, I once thought the princess of the Great Xia was a paragon of virtue, yet it turns out she is merely a promiscuous wretch hiding a man in her carriage. The crowd was nearly taken aback, almost spitting out blood at his audacity. Qin Feng truly dared to voice such sentiments. To openly declare that the Great Xia princess is a wretch, and to do so in her presence without a hint of restraint, was nothing short of shocking. Say that again if you dare. Princess Ninfeng, who had never endured such indignity, furiously emerged from the carriage. Clad in resplendent attire, she exuded grace and nobility. Her brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, and teeth like pearls. Indeed a breathtaking beauty. Goodness! It had been years since he had encountered a woman of such extraordinary caliber. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the protagonist's discerning eye. He obediently reiterated, his face a mask of sincerity, "I said you are a wretch. Impudent." Princess Ninfeng was utterly incensed, drawing her sword and lunging towards Qin Feng. Before her sword could reach Qin Feng, it was deftly deflected by the lady in white from the Moon God Palace, while several blades were poised threateningly at her throat. It seemed that with a mere command from Qin Feng, she would be ruthlessly pierced through. "Humph, if you possess the courage, then go ahead and slay this princess." Princess Nanfeng's eyes sparkled with disdain, utterly unconvinced that Qin Feng would dare to take her life. After all, she was representing the great Xia dynasty in her mission to the Yin dynasty. Should Qin Feng choose to kill her, it would ignite a conflict between their nations, rendering his status as the scion of the Moon God Palace irrelevant. Such audacious demands were truly unprecedented. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Qin Feng's gaze, and an intense aura of sword energy surged around him. "This is bad." The expression of Feng Chang shifted drastically as he hurriedly summoned his spiritual power to shield Princess Nanfeng. Boom! The invisible sword energy struck Feng Chang, sending him hurtling back several paces before he could regain his footing. He is serious." Princess Nanfeng trembled involuntarily, acutely sensing Qin Feng's lethal intent. Had Feng Chang not interposed himself, she would likely have been pierced by his intangible sword energy by now. But how could this be? She was a princess of the great Xia, the representative of this delegation. What audacity did Qin Feng possess to kill her? He was clearly an unpredictable individual. Feng Chang's expression grew solemn, realizing that he must now regard Qin Feng with the seriousness he deserved. He has always believed that he could manipulate the ancients at will. Indeed, the ancients. He hails from a planet called Red Star, living amidst modern civilization, and by a twist of fate, he traversed into the primordial past. Despite the fantastical nature of this world, he effortlessly ascended to become the chief advisor to Princess Nanfeng, leveraging the advanced theoretical knowledge acquired in his modern era to propose strategies for the emperor of the great Xia to vanquish the aristocracy. Initially, he anticipated that everything would unfold according to his design, but little did he know he would encounter Qin Feng, an unpredictable individual who defies convention. In an attempt to deceive Zhu Tu into confronting him, they sought to use him as a pawn for their ulterior motives. Yet he opted to sell Zhu Tu for profit, forcing them to intervene. When tasked with delivering an apology on behalf of Princess Nanfeng, a rational individual would choose to defuse the situation. However, he instead unleashed a torrent of words, unabashedly disregarding the diplomatic tensions between their nations, daring to execute the envoy princess of the great Xia in broad daylight. Should one deem him arrogantly blind to the consequences? Or should one acknowledge that he has seen through it all? Indeed, there exists someone unafraid of death. Qin Feng's gaze was electrifying as his right hand slowly rested upon the hilt of his sword, visibly irked by Feng Chang's attempts to thwart his lethal intentions. What? Feng Chang's body suddenly stiffened, a wave of inexplicable panic washing over him. At that moment, he felt akin to the Monkey King in the hands of the Buddha, struggling futilely against the inescapable grasp of the Five-Finger Mountain. Enough! An ancient voice reverberated in the ears of the crowd, and an old man flickered into view, his gaze directed at Qin Feng, imbued with an unmistakable command. Clearly, this individual was the hidden expert among the envoy. "Old fool, who do you think you are?" Qin Feng continued to show no respect, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Kneel down." Preposterous. The old man's fury surged to its zenith, unleashing a terrifying energy from within. Thunder rumbled ominously, shattering the energy the old man had gathered, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens. The force bore down upon the old man, causing him to spit blood and collapse before Qin Feng. It seemed he could no longer protect Princess Nanfeng, forced to retreat and recuperate at home. The Moon Goddess. It is the Moon Goddess. The onlookers, akin to fervent devotees, hastily knelt in reverence towards the direction of the Moon Goddess Palace. The old man, indignantly, bellowed, "Moon Goddess. Is this how you treat your guests in the Yin Moon dynasty?" The Moon Goddess's cold voice resonated through the void then. "Is this how you of the Daxia dynasty conduct yourselves when visiting, by destroying the gates of my Moon Goddess Palace?" "Aye." The old man was rendered speechless, at a loss for words. Feng Chang quickly interjected, "Great Moon Goddess, Zhu Tu's actions are his own and do not represent our envoy. I am willing to apologize on his behalf and bear all consequences." If apologies were sufficient, then what need would there be for the authorities? Qin Feng stood by, fanning the flames. What do you wish to do? Princess Nan Feng, suppressing her rage, was acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. Kneel. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon Princess Nan Feng, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Chapter 43. Kneel or die. How dare you demand that I kneel? Princess Nan Feng seethed with fury, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. As a dignified princess of the Great Xia, she found it utterly preposterous to bow before the Qin family, especially when Qin Feng was a traitor to his own clan. Even though he now held the esteemed title of the son of the Moon God Palace, he was unworthy of her submission. Kneel or die? The chilling intensity in Qin Feng's crystalline gaze was unmistakable. His right hand slowly rested upon the hilt of his Long Kong divine sword, a clear indication that he was not jesting with Princess Nan Feng. Should she utter another word, he would not hesitate to unleash the celestial slashing sword technique. With the invincible sword hard empowering him, he had already dismissed all thoughts of women, save for those beautiful, wealthy patrons willing to indulge him. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence, as everyone present sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the ancient prodigy. This was a stark contrast to the earlier frivolous demeanor. At this moment, Qin Feng embodied the tyrant, proclaiming that those who aligned with him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. Simultaneously, a palpable anticipation coursed through the crowd, eager to witness the full manifestation of Qin Feng's power. With his current extraordinary ninth-level prowess, the disparity between him and his contemporaries was insurmountable. It appeared that revealing his complete form was the only means to secure victory. Gulp. Princess Nan Feng could not help but swallow hard, acutely aware of the terrifying pressure that Qin Feng exuded. However, when it comes to the pride of the princess of the Great Xia dynasty and the dignity of the imperial court, how could she possibly kneel before Qin Feng so easily? Yet, Qin Feng's words were unmistakably clear. It was either kneeling or death. Moreover, the moon goddess showed no inclination to mediate, which implied her tacit approval of Qin Feng's actions. Feng Chong stepped forward, speaking with righteous indignation, asserting that even if they were at fault, demanding Princess Nan Feng to kneel and apologize was excessive. The princess represented the face of the Great Xia dynasty. Such humiliation could potentially incite a war between both parties. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the heavens and the earth as Feng Chang's words hung in the air. With a swift motion, Qin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword, and the long-sealed Chongkong divine sword surged forth like a dragon, its might akin to thunder, casting a cold gleam that sent shivers through the crowd. A sense of dread washed over Feng Chong as his pupils dilated. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's overwhelming arrogance. Ignoring their diplomatic rebuke, he was prepared to draw his sword and initiate conflict at the slightest provocation. Faced with the terrifying presence of Qin Feng, who had comprehended the invincible sword heart, Feng Chong dared not underestimate the situation. He immediately summoned his most formidable defensive technique, manifesting a golden bell that enveloped his entire being. This was an ancient Buddhist skill he had inadvertently acquired. If mastered, it would culminate in an indestructible golden body. He firmly believed that this technique could withstand an attack from someone at the extraordinary ninth level with relative ease. The Buddhist teachings. I am a Confucian. Confucius once said, I have yet to encounter one who is unbreakable. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly as the half-drawn sword emitted a radiant light, crashing towards the golden bell shield. Bang! The golden shield surrounding Feng Chong shattered instantaneously, as if struck by a tremendous force, sending his body tumbling to the ground. The sword returned to its sheath, and the chilling aura dissipated. The entire street fell silent, the fluttering edges of garments rustling in the breeze. What just occurred? Before they could even grasp the situation, Qin Feng had already concluded it. How was this possible? Feng Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng, unable to fathom how a mere half-drawn sword could breach his proudly held Buddhist golden bell shield. Feng Chong, are you all right? Princess Nan Feng rushed forward in a panic, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming his safety. These two indeed share a secret. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood how to deal with Feng Chong. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the Chosen One, earning 5,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for unraveling the Chosen One's scheme, earning 5,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for thwarting the Chosen One's pretense, earning 5,000 villain points. At last, a substantial influx of villain points. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. It had been 7 years since he had seen such a bounty of villain points. Maintain a low profile. Maintain a low profile. The image of the male god must not be tarnished. Though Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement, he maintained an exterior of cool indifference. This demeanor left the maidens of the moon god palace enraptured, their eyes sparkling with adoration as they yearned to proclaim to the world that this was their esteemed divine son, whom they had watched grow over time. Qin Feng, you are too much. We are the Daxiao envoy. The other prodigies within the envoy seethed with indignation, astonished by Qin Feng's audacity. Kneel or perish. Qin Feng, however, spared no further words, his hand resting firmly upon the hilt of his sword. An intense aura of murderous intent emanated from him, palpable to all present. Should anyone dare utter dissent again, it would not merely be a matter of half-drawing the sword, but rather the demonstration of the true sword technique of heaven's severance. The legendary first prodigy of ancient times was indeed deserving of his reputation. The onlookers trembled with palpable excitement, taken aback by Qin Feng's formidable prowess. Possessing a cultivation of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, in their hearts, they fervently urged the Daxiao envoy to stand with dignity, resolutely refusing to believe that Qin Feng would truly dare to draw his sword. The princess, a treasure beyond measure, cannot kneel before you. I shall kneel in her stead. Feng Chang, embodying loyalty and valor, knelt before Qin Feng in place of Princess Nin Feng, his gaze reflecting a modern spirit of defiance against kneeling to heaven or earth. There was no choice. He discerned that Qin Feng would not relent today, and being in the Yin Moon dynasty, even with several hidden trump cards, they could not hope to contend with the moon gods silently supporting Qin Feng from the shadows. Feng Chang, Princess Nan Feng was deeply moved, her hatred for Qin Feng skyrocketing to an astonishing 99999. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have compelled the chosen one to kneel, earning 100,000 villain points. The ability to endure and adapt, rather than being merely a passionate chosen one, revealed him to be a strategist instead. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming increasingly wary of his opponent. It is not the chosen one's fervor that one should fear, but rather the treachery of the protagonist who might strike from behind. As Qin Feng pondered his next move, a voice of ancient authority resonated through the air. The farce must come to an end. Princess Nan Feng, manage your diplomatic entourage. Should anyone continue to disregard the rules, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The mere utterance of this emperor astonished the gathered crowd. It was none other than the six-path sovereign of the Yin Moon dynasty, who had elevated the empire to glory within a mere century. All hail the sovereign. The crowd fell to their knees in fervent worship, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Qin Feng had long heard of this illustrious figure, but had yet to encounter him. However, despite his formidable prowess, obstructing Qin Feng's business dealings was an undeniable transgression. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng pulled out a small notebook and recorded, "On this day, the 6 paths sovereign obstructed my trade. Compensation of 1,000,000 supreme spirit stones is required. Let us depart." Princess Nan Feng shot a furious glance at Qin Feng before ascending the carriage, leading her entourage back to the foreign envoy's lodge. Meanwhile, several disciples of the great Xia swiftly rushed into the courtyard, rescuing their companion Zhu from his plight. However, at that moment, he appeared disheveled, his gaze vacant, embodying the expression of one who has endured profound trauma and lost all will to live. Alas, how cruel! The onlookers shook their heads in sorrow, unable to fathom the horrific scene that had transpired. Chapter 44. Annulment of Engagement? Damn Qin Feng, I shall see you torn to shreds. Upon returning to the foreign envoy's guest house, Princess Nan Feng was consumed by rage, hurling anything within her reach. Throughout her life, she had never endured such indignity or humiliation. I underestimated Qin Feng. I never anticipated his audacity. Meanwhile, Feng Chang seethed beside her, yet he struggled to contain his emotions as he pondered the reasons for their failure. He had presumed that Qin Feng, who dared to excavate even his own brother's supreme bone, would undoubtedly eliminate Zhu Tu without a second thought in the face of provocation. It would have been even better if several prodigious heirs from noble families had perished, allowing him to return and openly elevate a few talented individuals from humble backgrounds, thus orchestrating a scheme to incite animosity between the aristocracy and Qin Feng. However, he was utterly unprepared for Qin Feng's behavior. At times when arrogance was warranted, he refrained. Yet in moments when it was unwarranted, his hubris knew no bounds, even daring to slay the princess of the Dachau envoy in broad daylight. What now? Once Princess Nanfeng regained her composure, she inquired about their next course of action. Ever since Qin Feng revealed his complete form 7 years ago, her father had been unable to sleep, plagued by fears that Qin Feng would grow powerful enough to aid the Yinyu dynasty in obliterating the Dachau dynasty. Thus, her mission to the Yinyu dynasty was not only to weaken the influence of noble families but also to seize the opportunity to eliminate Qin Feng, thereby enhancing her standing in her father's eyes. It is rare for Qin Feng to leave the Moon God Palace, and when he does venture outside, he is accompanied by several protectors, with the Moon Goddess ever vigilant over him. The prospect of assassinating him within the Yin Moon dynasty is as daunting as reaching the heavens. Feng Chong remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. He had heard that Qin Feng would participate in the life and death elimination tournament. No way. Princess Nanfeng rejected the idea without a second thought. In this tournament, it is indeed possible to kill Qin Feng openly, and the Six Realms Emperor would certainly consent to the disciples of the Heavenly Sun participating, given the opportunity to weaken Dixia. However, she had personally experienced Qin Feng's overwhelming power, which was utterly suffocating. Moreover, the participants would not only include Qin Feng, but also countless cultivators, each of whom would need to fight for their lives. The matter of the life and death elimination tournament could be addressed later. Feng Chang shifted the topic, mentioning that before the envoy to the Yin Moon dynasty, he had retained a backup plan to sow discord between the Qin family and Tianqin city. Are you suggesting? Princess Nanfeng appeared to grasp something, a knowing smile gracing her lips. In addition to using the Heavenly Sun's disciples to manipulate the aristocratic families, Feng Chang was also devising ways to create rifts among them. After 7 years of scheming, cracks had indeed begun to appear between the families. Meanwhile, the little princess of Tianqin city, Lin Xiner, arrived with a group of formidable experts to visit, specifically to annul her engagement with the Qin family. 7 years prior, her father, Lin Hao, betrothed her to Qin Hao solely due to his possession of the supreme bone, his father being the head of the Qin family, his mother a revered saintess of Taibai Xianshan, and his brother endowed with imperial potential. However, now that his supreme bone has been extracted, his father's position has been stripped away, and his brother has defected to the Yinyu dynasty. Qin Hao himself has languished in mediocrity throughout these 7 years. In stark contrast, the little princess of Tianqin city has ascended to the status of a disciple of the emperor. How could she possibly resign herself to marrying a man deemed a failure? Ultimately, under the long-term subtle influence of Feng Chang, who instilled the notion that women should seize their own happiness and pursue love that belongs to them, she resolved to confront the Qin family and annul the engagement without informing her father, Lin Hao. The announcement of the annulment sent Qin Tian's expression plummeting into darkness, nearly losing control of his primordial power. For aristocratic families, reputation holds paramount importance, and being confronted directly by the woman seeking to annul the engagement was akin to a brazen slap in the face to the Qin family. If word of this spread, how could they ever navigate the aristocratic circles again? Furthermore, his son, Qin Hao, was not truly a failure. He merely endured sacrifices for the greater strength of the Qin family. Indeed, an annulment. Lin Xin felt no fear whatsoever. In the past, Tianqin city might have hesitated before the might of the Qin family, but now, as a disciple of the emperor with the backing of the royal family, she was emboldened by the support of these two formidable forces and had no reason to fear the Qin family. How audacious! Qin Tian slammed the table and rose to his feet, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. This is bad. The expressions of a group of royal experts changed drastically as they hurriedly shielded Lin Xin behind them. However, Qin Tian's strength was formidable, even united. They found it difficult to withstand him. What should we do now? A hint of panic appeared on Lin Xin's face, clearly unprepared for such a predicament. Just then, a youthful yet resolute voice rang out. "Father, may I take charge of my own marriage?" Everyone's gaze shifted towards the entrance of the grand hall, where stood a young man with sharp brows and a striking demeanor. He was tall, his muscles defined, already exhibiting traits of a fierce beast. His eyes reflected an unwavering determination beyond that of ordinary folk. He was Qin Hao, now 12 years old. It was evident that over the past 7 years, he had matured significantly, particularly in his composure, facing the prospect of a broken engagement with remarkable equanimity. "How or what brings you here?" Qin Tian retracted his oppressive aura. A look of concern etched upon his face. Both of his sons were fated to endure hardship. His elder son bore the family's disgrace alone in a foreign land, while his younger son suffered physical pain, enduring an unimaginable regimen of training each day, now subjected to the humiliation of a rejected engagement. As a father, he felt powerless to intervene. Qin Hao fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiner, his tone calm as he recounted a phrase his brother had once shared with him. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. I may be down now, but that does not signify my inability to rise again. Is that so? Lin Xiner, still shaken by the earlier scene, feigned composure and retorted, very well, let us settle this in 3 years at the imperial capital. Should you lose, you shall publicly annul our engagement. Why complicate matters to dissolve an engagement? Qin Hao strode confidently to the table, swiftly penning a letter of divorce. You dare to cast me aside? Lin Xiner exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, suspecting she might still be ensnared in a dream. Given Qin Hao's current circumstances, neglected by his uncle and unloved by his grandmother, how could he possibly relinquish a union with her, the cherished princess of Tianqin City? Did he not realize that his sole value within the Qin family lay in his engagement to her? 3 years hence, we shall meet in the imperial capital, Qin Hao declared, his eyes ablaze with determination, undeterred by any challenge. However, Qin Tian, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy, recognizing that his second son had forged an indomitable spirit, ready to rise once more to his rightful place of supremacy. This thought inevitably led him to ponder the eldest son, Qin Feng, wondering if he was faring well on his own. In the Moon God Palace, the music resumed, and the dance continued. Qin Feng, devoid of any stress from impending examinations, was engaged in teaching the young ladies the intricacies of traditional court dances. At that moment, a young lady delivered a piece of intelligence regarding the annulment of his brother's engagement. An annulment? Qin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming that this plot felt all too familiar. However, his second brother had already been bestowed with the supreme bone. How could an engagement annulment suddenly arise? Was it simply a matter of stacking buffs? Furthermore, when had he ever uttered the phrase, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, do not underestimate the youth in poverty? What he had actually said was, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, the deceased holds the greatest importance, for goodness sake. Chapter 45. A respectable gentleman does not use poison. Only aphrodisiacs. This truly vexes this divine maiden. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's gaze fixed upon the young ladies dancing, Ziyuan's countenance turned as round as a dumpling in fury. And then there was Little White, the rabbit, who, after receiving 2 carrots from Qin Feng, joyfully joined the young ladies in their dance. Clutching the carrots, it wagged its short tail and twitched its ears in delight. Indeed, one can discern the nature of a pet by the character of its owner. Could it be that this little creature has developed an affection for Qin Feng? At this moment, the moon goddess appeared nearby, casting a worried glance at Ziyuan. Previously, when Qin Feng was still young, she did not pay much heed, merely considering Ziyuan's fondness for this little brother. However, it seems evident now that her feelings run deeper. The moon goddess has never doubted Qin Feng's talents and firmly believes he shall bring unparalleled glory to the Moon Palace. Yet, she cannot condone his character. A person willing to excavate the supreme bones of a younger brother for the sake of power cannot possess commendable morals. He is indeed an unsuitable match. At this time, within the palace of the Six Paths Emperor of the Yin Moon Dynasty, Princess Nanfeng has come to pay her respects to the Six Paths Emperor, expressing her desire to participate in the life and death elimination tournament. Initially, after witnessing the terror that is Qin Feng, she had no intention of partaking in such a perilous contest. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that if she were to champion the cause of restoring the honor of the great Xia, leading the charge into the deadly elimination tournament, the esteemed scions of the noble families would surely follow her into the fray. If the demise of a few individuals could aptly fulfill the quota, and if victory could effectively cleanse the stain of disgrace, it would undoubtedly enhance her standing in the eyes of the emperor and augment her influence among the civil and military officials, thereby paving the way for her ascension to the throne. Regardless of winning or losing, there is much to gain. Why not seize the opportunity? The great Xia envoy is set to participate in the deadly elimination tournament. Upon receiving this news, the Six Paths Emperor felt little surprise. The Great Xia dynasty dispatches disciples of the imperial lineage as envoys to showcase their strength, a means of flexing their muscles. Participating in such a tournament is the most direct method to demonstrate their prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, the Six Paths Emperor nodded in agreement to their participation. As the leader of the Moon dynasty, he harbored unwavering confidence in his own prodigies, unafraid of any challenge. And the prospect of openly vanquishing several disciples of the Great Xia was indeed to his liking. "Thank you, Emperor." Both parties exchanged smiles, their collaboration remarkably harmonious. Meanwhile, the aristocratic prodigies among the Great Xia disciples remained blissfully unaware of their exploitation, eagerly preparing to subdue Qin Feng. Soon, the registration for the Moon dynasty's deadly elimination tournament commenced. Due to the exceptionally high mortality rate, participation was voluntary, with no coercion involved. However, even those who registered were not guaranteed entry into the tournament. Prior to that, they must compete in a preliminary selection match to demonstrate their capability to partake in the deadly elimination tournament. The Moon dynasty seeks true prodigies, not merely impetuous cannon fodder. Due to the vast number of participants each year, the dynasty has delineated over 10,000 battle zones, each selecting 10 representatives to compete. Ultimately, from this pool of over 100,000 individuals, 1,000 will be meticulously cultivated through the art of nurturing. Those particularly exceptional prodigies may even have the opportunity to be conferred the title of Holy Son of the Moon dynasty, akin to the princes of the Great Xia dynasty, with the potential to inherit the position of the sovereign of the Moon dynasty, thereby becoming the true wielders of power. Holy Son, how can it be that this title seems less noble than that of my own divine son? Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur as he was pulled by Ziyuan to register, even though he currently holds the esteemed title of Divine Son of the Moon God Palace. He possesses no privileges and must first compete in the selection tournament to obtain his qualification. Ziyuan, with a haughty tilt of her head, declared that indeed, within the Moon dynasty, the Moon Goddess is revered as a guardian deity, while the Divine Maiden is the future heir to the Moon Goddess. The Holy Son is merely a prince. How could he possibly be compared to the Divine Son and Divine Maiden of my Moon God Palace? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered, grappling with the question of why, given his prestigious identity as Divine Son, he would compete in a deadly elimination tournament for the title of Holy Son. Wouldn't that be a diminishment of his status? What a fool. Ziyuan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "In the future, when you ascend as the sovereign and I as the Moon Goddess, it will be more convenient for us to converse privately. I understand now." Seated upon Qin Feng's shoulder, the diminutive Bai suddenly exclaimed, "This is what we call collusion and complicity, a conspiracy among the unscrupulous. What brazen words are these?" Ziyuan, incensed, rolled her eyes. The once rosy atmosphere now thoroughly disrupted. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the registration area, drawing all eyes towards Qin Feng. "Look, it's Qin Feng from the Moon God Palace. Is he participating too? I remember he is only 15, too young for this." In the life and death elimination round, participants must be no older than 25, and a 15-year-old is at a considerable disadvantage. It is said that this year alone, there are over 1,000 candidates at the entry level, and his 9th-level extraordinary cultivation is hardly sufficient, lacking in both age and cultivation advantages. It seems rather rash for him to enter. He should wait for the next realm. In 10 years, he will be precisely 25, and the title will surely be his. However, youth and low cultivation do not equate to weakness. One cannot forget the terror of the half-drawn sword from days past. In the realm of renown, no weakness persists. He is indeed the foremost prodigy of the ancient era. As many witnesses observed Qin Feng's registration, they hastened to other battlefields to enlist. The reputation of Qin Feng's full potential is daunting, and few desire to encounter such a monster during the selection trials. Yet, some, undeterred by superstition, yearn for the chance to confront Qin Feng head-on. After all, the participants of the life and death elimination tournament are all young individuals under the age of 25, whose youthful fervor instills in them a misguided sense of invincibility, believing they are the masters of their own destinies. It is only upon reaching middle age that one realizes they are merely transient beings in this world. Suddenly, a crisp clang of a gong resonates through the air, heralding the arrival of Princess Ne Feng in her opulent carriage, accompanied by a dozen elite disciples from the imperial entourage. Yet the figure of Zhu Tu is conspicuously absent. What brings them here? Ziyuan questioned with suspicion. We are here to register. Today, Princess Nanfeng has donned a practical martial arts uniform instead of her usual extravagant attire. We are here to redeem our honor. The young scions of noble families shouted in unison, their intentions to exact vengeance unmistakable. Especially when recalling the state in which Zhu Tu was left, their animosity towards Qin Feng surged exponentially. The fates of these noble heirs were intertwined, success or failure. They shared it all. To be used as pawns, and yet maintain an air of superiority. Qin Feng could not help but scoff internally, realizing these young elites were still rather naive. With just a few persuasive words from Princess Nanfeng, they charged forth with impassioned zeal. Did they not comprehend that she could withdraw from the competition at any moment? However, upon noticing Feng Chang's participation, he immediately felt invigorated. A resounding clang of the gong silenced the crowd, marking the end of registration and the official commencement of the selection tournament. A stern-faced man clad in black hovered in the air, forming a gesture with his fingers and forcefully pointing towards the ground below. With a resounding rumble, the earth began to tremble violently, and hundreds of platforms gradually emerged from the depths. The selection tournament had commenced. Countless cultivators converged from all directions to witness the spectacle. Some stood upon flying swords suspended in midair, others perched atop rooftops and trees, while a few utilized spells to project the scene across vast distances, akin to a live broadcast. Before long, several thousand candidates entered the arena to draw lots for their designated platforms. Is this truly the extent of the participants? The black-clad man furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Qin Feng, who stood upon the platform. In previous tournaments within this battle district, there would typically be tens of thousands of participants. However, due to the presence of Qin Feng and the disciples of the great Xia Emperor, the numbers had dwindled to less than a tenth of their usual count. After all, the disciples of the great Xia were scions of noble families, their strength beyond question. Those who remained were merely gambling on luck, hoping to avoid encounters with Qin Feng and the imperial disciples. Should such a confrontation arise, they would promptly concede defeat. I concede. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. He had already achieved victory for the 8th time. While others engaged in fierce exchanges, he had won 8 consecutive matches without even breaking a sweat, effortlessly advancing to the top 16. It seemed as though the heavens had heeded Qin Feng's silent prayers. For in his 9th match, he faced a youth named Wang Peng. He is a disciple of the emperor from the great Xia, and unlike others who may choose to concede, he boldly lunges forward with an iron rod aimed at Qin Feng. Truly a disciple of the emperor. The force behind this iron rod is formidable. Qin Feng can distinctly sense the immense power contained within this strike, and with an agility akin to a specter, he swiftly evades, while simultaneously launching a few concealed silver needles towards his opponent. Despicable. Wang Peng's eyes brim with disdain, taken aback by Qin Feng's use of hidden weapons. With no time to dodge, he raises his arm to defend, and several silver needles pierce his skin, inflicting minimal harm. You have lost. Qin Feng states coolly. Lost. You poison me. Wang Peng's expression shifts dramatically as he hastily removes the needles to inspect. I am a gentleman of integrity. How could I resort to poison? Qin Feng replies with utmost seriousness. Wang Peng exhales in relief, grateful that there was no poison involved. However, Qin Feng's next words send him into a fury. I have administered an aphrodisiac. Even a sow would go wild. Chapter 46. He truly is despicable. The audience erupted in laughter, utterly taken aback by Qin Feng's actions. Here stood the renowned prodigy of the ancient world, capable of defeating his opponent through sheer strength, yet resorting to underhanded tactics. Where's the morality? Where's the dignity? Where's the integrity? They gazed upon the scene with judgment, ready to vehemently condemn such despicable practices. What? The sow has gone mad. Wang Peng's complexion turned ashen, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of his comrade Zhu Tu, recently rescued, appearing dazed, disheveled, and utterly disenchanted with life. Referee, I protest. Wang Peng quickly raised his hand to lodge a complaint, asserting that Qin Feng had employed unscrupulous methods during the match. The man in black, floating in midair, frowned and remarked, Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace, the life and death elimination round is a place devoid of rules. Everything is for survival. In that arena, any means to secure victory is permissible. However, this is a selection match, one that emphasizes fairness and justice. Understood. I will assist him in detoxifying. Qin Feng nodded like a well-behaved child, then propelled himself forward with the force of a cheetah. Whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air startled Wang Peng as he beheld Qin Feng materializing before him, propelled by a fierce gust. Before he could react, Qin Feng unleashed a devastating kick. With a resounding crash, chaos ensued. Wang Peng's eyes widened in astonishment as a searing pain enveloped his entire being, leading him to adopt the name Wang Peng from that moment forth. The black-clad man's eyelid twitched involuntarily, his heart echoing with the anguished cries of a groundhog. How could such a method of detoxification exist? This was a complete and utter cure. Yet, with the moon goddess silently supporting Qin Feng from behind, the onlookers could only turn a blind eye, treating the incident as if they had witnessed nothing. For the victim was not one of their own from the Yin dynasty. Wang Peng's sorrowful wail resonated throughout the arena, sending shivers down the spines of all the male spectators. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for severing the lineage, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Unlike the 100 villain points gained for murder, shattering an egg surprisingly yielded 1,000 villain points. Reflecting on the years lost in pursuit of such opportunities, he felt immense regret. A full tenfold. Princess Nanfeng, disregarding her dignity, shouted furiously at Qin Feng. You shameless scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Who was truly shameless? Who had launched a sneak attack? Qin Feng retorted immediately. I have already offered to help him detoxify. If you don't believe me, try feeding him a kilogram of pig feed and see if he still reacts. If he does, consider it my defeat. I extend goodwill, yet you repay me with insults. Truly uncouth. The audience was left utterly speechless, gaining a newfound understanding of shamelessness. If there was still a reaction, would that mean his defeat? He has been thoroughly cured by you. It would indeed be strange if he still exhibited any reaction. Simultaneously, everyone silently admonished themselves to never become adversaries of Qin Feng. While others may be wealthy yet lacking in compassion, he is truly contemptible. Princess Nanfeng inhaled deeply, fearful of being infuriated to death by Qin Feng. The man in black glanced at Wang Peng, who had transformed into Wang Peng, and expressionlessly declared, Wang Peng, disciple of the Son of Heaven of the Great Xia, is unable to continue fighting. Victory goes to Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Is this truly the legendary first prodigy of the ancient era? After waiting for so long, one anticipated a grand battle. Yet, what a surprise it turned out to be. The use of aphrodisiacs in combat has completely broadened my horizons. The subsequent antidote segment was nothing short of a masterstroke, utterly unexpected. I have finally come to understand how he has earned the title of the first prodigy. As tales of Qin Feng's unorthodox exploits spread, doubts began to arise regarding whether he truly deserves the title of the first prodigy of the ancient era. Where are the sword intent, the invincible sword heart, the celestial tribulation light, the ancient, and the two self-created divine skills? All that was witnessed was how he managed to breach the shameless limits of humanity. Soon enough, the round of 16 concluded, paving the way for the quarterfinals. It is uncertain whether the number of participants in this battle zone is scarce, or if the disciples of the Celestial Emperor are indeed formidable, aside from Wang Peng, who was transformed by Qin Feng into Wang Peng. All others have successfully advanced to the top 16, including the esteemed Princess Nanfeng. Qin Feng, prepare to face us. The disciples of the Celestial Emperor cast glances at Qin Feng, their eyes seething with a desire to devour him whole. In response, Qin Feng regarded them with indifference, his gaze gradually descending until it unexpectedly halted upon a certain part of his anatomy, a wicked smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. The disciples of the Celestial Emperor shuddered involuntarily, a sudden chill coursing through them. This prompted thoughts of hastily conceding and distancing themselves from this devil. At that moment, a man clad in black floated in midair, his expression devoid of emotion, announcing, first match, in the Moon Goddess Palace. Qin Feng versus Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia Dynasty. It is him. It is her. Both were taken aback, unable to suppress their gazes toward one another. The Princess Nanfeng looked at Qin Feng with an evident hint of panic. Though she yearned to annihilate him, she still dared not engage in combat, contemplating conceding at any moment. Qin Feng, however, regarded her with a teasing glint in his eyes, confident that competing against this princess would undoubtedly yield a wealth of villain points. Be careful. Feng Chang expressed his concern, urging Princess Nanfeng not to overestimate her capabilities. I understand, she replied, Princess Nanfeng nodded obediently. After witnessing Qin Feng's arrogance and terror, she realized that she was certainly no match for him, especially considering his shamelessness. Go, Princess Nanfeng. The audience below the arena fervently cheered for her, and despite her status as a princess of the Great Xia, no one offered support to Qin Feng, making him acutely aware of the principle that beauty is justice. The competition commenced. The man in black signaled the beginning as both sides took their positions. With a swift whoosh, Princess Nanfeng lunged towards Qin Feng like a leopard, her dagger gleaming with a piercing light as she thrust it fiercely towards his chest. Aware of her inferiority in strength, she knew she must exert her utmost effort. What incredible speed! Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as Princess Nanfeng suddenly appeared before him. Even though he had aspired to be the fastest man in the ancient world since childhood, he was astounded by her speed, which far surpassed his own. Should I use my heavy pupils? This thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, but was quickly dismissed. His heavy pupil ability remained concealed as a trump card. And with a long journey ahead, he could not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. I will endure. Without hesitation, Qin Feng decided to brace himself, extending his arm to shield his chest. Thud! The dagger pierced through, blood splattering forth. What? The audience gasped in unison, stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Princess Nanfeng struck swiftly, inflicting a wound upon the illustrious Qin Feng, the most remarkable talent of the ancient realm, marking the first time he had ever been injured since his debut. The famed prodigy was revealed to be not so formidable after all. Following her successful strike, a disdainful smile graced Princess Nanfeng's lips as she swiftly withdrew her dagger, maintaining her distance and preparing for another rapid assault on Qin Feng. Is that so? The injury on Qin Feng's arm healed at a visibly remarkable rate, and he revealed a pink apron adorned with an embroidered duck, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his arm in front of Princess Nanfeng. An extraordinary thievery technique, the ability to seize objects from afar. The realization struck Princess Nanfeng, her hand clasping her collar in panic, bewildered as to when Qin Feng had taken it. With a devilish grin, Qin Feng provocatively inquired if anyone was curious about what lay beneath Princess Nanfeng's attire. Chapter 47. The spirit of the scoundrel. The audience erupted in condemnation, their voices echoing with outrage, yet their gazes were laced with anticipation. Curiosity swirled around them, wondering how Qin Feng had managed to procure the undergarment from Princess Nanfeng. The expression on her face made it abundantly clear that it indeed belonged to her. Truly, what a rogue he is. A faint blush crept across Ziyuan's delicate features as memories of her first encounter with Qin Feng 7 years prior flooded her mind. It was in a similarly audacious manner that her own red undergarment had vanished. However, the thought of Qin Feng employing such tactics on another woman ignited a flame of unnameable fury within her, prompting her to seize Little Bai and relentlessly squeeze him. Oh dear, I am innocent. Little Bai's round face contorted under her grip as he struggled to produce a small notebook, in which he recorded, on this day, the innocent rabbit, was wronged by Qin Feng and deserved compensation of 10 carats. Qin Feng, you are shameless. Feng Chong shouted vehemently from the sidelines, resolutely denouncing any tarnishing of his beloved princess's honor. The man in black merely cast a disinterested glance, acknowledging that while the method was indeed unscrupulous, it was not technically against the rules. Is this not a violation? The noble students of the Daxia Empire voiced their protests, casting serious doubts on the impartiality of the referee. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for defiling the goddess in the heart of the chosen one. You have earned 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng, observing Feng Chang's anxious demeanor from the arena, understood that he had successfully exploited his opponent's weakness. Princess, concede. Feng Chang observed the noble princess being so brazenly tormented by Qin Feng and realized that Princess Nanfeng was certainly no match for him. Relinquishing her position now would be the wisest choice. I understand. Princess Nanfeng's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she yearned to conclude the contest. However, before she could utter a word, Qin Feng's shameless voice echoed. Tell me, are you conceding quickly, or shall I strip you of your garments even faster? What do you intend to do? A flicker of panic crossed Princess Nanfeng's face, as she perceived Qin Feng's smile to be that of a devil. The silent manner in which he had surreptitiously removed her undergarment indicated that he could undress her in mere seconds. This meant that the moment she uttered the words of concession, she would be laid bare before the world. For a princess of her stature, such a fate was utterly intolerable, especially as a member of the Great Xia dynasty. As soon as the words left her lips, the crowd erupted in fervor. Goodness, Qin Feng is utterly shameless. I refuse to believe he would dare to strip her. Indeed, Princess Nanfeng, you must trust in yourself. Qin Feng would never have the audacity to do so. You are the princess of Great Xia. What is Qin Feng even worth? He is merely boasting. I believe Qin Feng would kill, but I cannot accept that he would strip you of your clothing. If he dares to, I shall vow to reverse my surname. A friend of mine has asked, where did Qin Feng acquire such skills? The entire assembly of male compatriots was in a fervor, vociferously urging Princess Nanfeng to stand resolute against the forces of malevolence. Qin Feng, do you dare? Feng Chong, thoroughly agitated, bellowed, ready to confront Qin Feng with fervor. Yet, the dark-clad figure in the sky cast a piercing gaze, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Feng Chong, immobilizing him, forbidding any disruption during the contest. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, you have tarnished the image of the chosen One's goddess, earning 10,000 villain points. Seize every opportunity to amass wealth. Qin Feng, out of the corner of his eye, caught a glimpse of Feng Chang's menacing stare, but paid it no heed as he strode directly toward Princess Nanfeng. What do you intend to do? Princess Nanfeng feigned composure, her heart yearning to sink her teeth into this scoundrel. Despite being the noble princess of the Great Xia, she felt repeatedly threatened by Qin Feng, utterly helpless in her predicament, which was exceedingly vexing. What do you think? A wicked smile played upon Qin Feng's lips as he boldly leaned in and kissed her before the gathered onlookers. Gasping, Princess Nanfeng's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank. Heaven! Her first kiss had been snatched away by this scoundrel. Wait, what was this rogue doing? He was extending his tongue. He was kissing that woman. The audience below was utterly incensed as Zi Yuan seized Xiao Bai and began to knead him mercilessly. Woo-woo, I am innocent. Xiao Bai's cherubic face was contorted under the relentless squeezing, yet he valiantly retrieved a small notebook, inscribing the date, on a certain year and month. Qin Feng had recklessly plucked wildflowers, subjecting me to trials unbefitting my tender age, warranting a compensation of 15 carats. The surrounding spectators echoed with disapproval. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could he? The moral fabric of society has deteriorated, the youth of today. According to the code of the martial world, whoever claims it, owns it. The one stirred not only was Zi Yuan, but also Feng Chong, the chosen one. Witnessing his idol being wronged ignited a fervor within Feng Chong, unleashing the full force of his fifth level of spirit martial prowess. With formidable willpower, he gradually rose despite the oppressive aura of the man in black. Qin Feng, I will slay you. Feng Chong bellowed, a terrifying golden light erupting from within. What? The expression of the man in black shifted dramatically, finally recognizing that Feng Chong was no ordinary prodigy, but an exceptional talent, endowed with immense fortune and unparalleled determination. Incredible. The audience gasped in astonishment, recoiling in awe. If anyone in this battlefield had a chance to contend with Qin Feng, it would undoubtedly be this prodigious disciple known as Feng Chong. Shameless. Princess Nanfeng, her face flushed with embarrassment, pushed Qin Feng away, wishing fervently to sink her teeth into this man. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for tarnishing the goddess in the heart of the chosen one, sowing seeds of discord and earning 100,000 villain points. Seeds of discord? Bah, scoundrel. He knows all too well that these chosen ones harbor certain complexes. The disdain on Qin Feng's face was palpable, as if he were the quintessential good man at home. He could fancy a lowly from Dongwu while possessing the prowess of a prime minister in Wei. Roar. Feng Chong let out a thunderous roar, golden light coalescing above him into the form of a majestic Buddha, resonating with celestial sounds. Is he getting spirited? Does he truly think I fear him? Qin Feng gazed at the enraged Feng Chong, teetering on the brink of losing his composure, and with a flick of his hand, summoned his Long Kong divine sword from his spatial pocket. His pupils transformed, one large and one small, signaling the emergence of the ancient double pupil. The audience, witnessing the change in Qin Feng's eyes, erupted in excited screams. Ever since the legend of Qin Feng as the unrivaled prodigy of primordial times circulated 7 years ago, everyone yearned to witness the full extent of his power. Yet, upon his reappearance 7 years later, he displayed an array of unsettling tactics. And rather than witnessing the terror of the ancient prodigy, they instead bore witness to the rise of the ancient rogue. At last, he is about to take this seriously. They are on the verge of witnessing the legendary ancient dual pupils. Chapter 48. The greed for another's wife. A thunderous roar erupted as Feng Chong unleashed an immensely terrifying wave of energy. Remaining as steadfast as a mountain, yet moving with the swiftness of lightning, charging forth with unbridled ferocity. The golden Buddha behind him bore down upon Qin Feng with a force akin to an overwhelming tsunami. Impressive, gasped the onlookers, recognizing the formidable nature of this strike. It seemed the time had come for me to refine my own agility, utilizing the ability of his heavy pupils to slow down time. Qin Feng effortlessly tracked the rapid movements of Feng Chong. However, the opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, making complete evasion a daunting task. Without hesitation, he called upon the system to exchange for the third volume of Phantom Evasion. In truth, he had yearned to enhance his agility for 7 years, but had yet to encounter a chosen one or find opportunities for combat, thus postponing his aspiration to become the fastest man of the ancient era. Now, with newfound wealth, it was time to upgrade from a mere bird gun to a formidable cannon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to successfully exchange for the third volume of Phantom Evasion. Before Qin Feng appeared a figure, exhibiting an unparalleled grace and movement, reminiscent of an ethereal being. In a flash, Feng Chang's speed was breathtaking, as he suddenly materialized directly in front of Qin Feng. The ferocious gusts of wind caused Qin Feng's garments to flutter violently, yet his expression remained devoid of panic. With lips pressed together, his entire form became a fleeting shadow, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he retreated several paces. His flowing white attire reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Such a bewitching agility. A chorus of astonished gasps echoed around as the crowd recognized the extraordinary agility of Qin Feng. However, in that moment, Feng Chang's eyes blazed with fury. Unable to pinpoint Qin Feng's location, he unleashed a terrifying barrage of firepower, determined that no matter how swift Qin Feng was, he could not escape the onslaught. Boom! The golden Buddha behind Feng Chong erupted with overwhelming energy, relentlessly bombarding the area where Qin Feng stood. Countless terrifying energy blasts enveloped him, creating a net so dense that it seemed as if he were a fish caught in a trap, unable to evade. Qin Feng, Ziyuan's heart clenched, beads of sweat forming in her palms. Truly, he was the chosen one. Without revealing his true strength, he could not be subdued. Like a whirlwind, Qin Feng surged upward from the flames, his ghostly movements instilling fear as he successfully evaded the firestorm. Nowhere to hide, Feng Chong exclaimed, seizing the moment to leap after Qin Feng. Who said I would hide? Qin Feng's gaze crackled with intensity, radiating an overwhelming aura that left others breathless. The fierce winds whipped his long hair wildly about him, as an incredibly potent energy emanated from his being. His pale right hand gently rested upon the hilt of his sword. Sky-slashing sword technique. Was this the legendary union of man and sword? The attention of the entire assembly was captivated by Qin Feng, who, at that moment, resembled an unparalleled sword of legend. Clang! The celestial sword, akin to a soaring dragon, swiftly emerged from its sheath, its clear and resounding chime echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. A dazzling and blinding beam of sword light surged forth with unparalleled swiftness, trailing a terrifying torrent of sword energy that harbored a chilling intent and coldness, as if brushing past like a gentle breeze, yet seemingly poised to part the vast clouds. It was utterly unstoppable and insurmountable. What a magnificent sword! The hearts of the surrounding crowd raced fervently, nearly leaping from their throats, their eyes wide with astonishment. Breath caught in their chests, captivated by the awe-inspiring spectacle of the celestial sword technique. Boom! The long sword resembled a dragon, its sword energy akin to a rainbow. The golden Buddha statue seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, disintegrating into nothingness amidst the sword light. A fierce wave of energy surged forth, the deafening sound of slicing winds sending shivers down one's spine. Splutter! Feng Chong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A deep sword mark now etched across his chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have severely injured the chosen one and earned 20,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have instilled a psychological shadow upon the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Excellent. Qin Feng could not help but extol. You are the first to survive my celestial sword technique. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the crowd erupted in fervor. This was the divine sword technique created by Qin Feng, the celestial sword technique. It had long been rumored to be terrifying. Yet none could have anticipated its sheer magnitude of fear. They had all claimed that Qin Feng was too young to participate in the life-and-death elimination tournament. It seemed nothing more than absurdity. Indeed, Feng Chong, possessing the formidable cultivation of the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm and unparalleled talent, was nonetheless vanquished by the extraordinary Qin Feng of the 9th level. This young man is truly fearsome. Had they been of equal standing, this disciple of the Heavenly Sun named Feng Chong would undoubtedly have perished. The spectators collectively expressed their regret towards Feng Chong. It was not due to any inadequacy on his part, but rather the cruel fate of sharing an era with the prodigy Qin Feng. Feng Chong, are you all right? Princess Nen Feng rushed forward, presenting healing medicine to tend to his wounds. However, Feng Chang's demeanor had evidently shifted. His gaze towards Princess Nen Feng was no longer filled with the boundless affection it once held, but instead carried an air of estrangement, as if he were deliberately avoiding something. He understood that this was not Princess Nen Feng's fault, yet he could not reconcile this in his heart. Since arriving in this world, he had regarded her as a personal treasure, his affections for her surpassing all others. She was, in his mind, the embodiment of purest light. Yet now, having never even held her hand, he found himself overshadowed by Qin Feng, leaving him with an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. It's all right. Princess Nen Feng feigned a smile, assuring him that it was fine, though a flicker of disappointment betrayed her true feelings. Acknowledging that Feng Chong still harbored concerns about the earlier incident. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shattering the ideal of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task, to inherit the will of the Chancellor and covet another's spouse. Qin Feng resolutely declined in his heart, asserting that he was not that kind of person. The system continued to elaborate on the task requirements. Successfully breaking apart the couple would yield a divine treasure chest as a reward. Let me give it a try. Qin Feng stepped forward and inquired of Princess Nan Feng. Did you just stick out your tongue? As soon as the words left his mouth, silence enveloped the scene. All eyes fixated upon the two, the flames of gossip igniting fervently. You shameless wretch. Princess Nanfeng's face flushed crimson with indignation, wishing she could bite Qin Feng to death. Am I not allowed to have teeth? Are you unaware of that? Qin Feng defended himself with a sense of grievance. After kissing for such a long time, I suspect you've counted how many teeth I possess. Good heavens! Such audacity was unprecedented. The audience surrounding them turned their gaze toward Feng Chong, eager to witness his reaction. Yet, Feng Chong did not respond as they had anticipated. Instead of losing his composure and confronting Qin Feng, he cast a deep glance at him before turning away and departing the scene. A barking dog does not bite. Qin Feng observed Feng Chang's retreating figure, aware that his adversary still held cards close to his chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully instigated discord between the two parties. The task is now 50 complete. Chapter 49. On a moonless and windy night. Teasing a married woman, Qin Feng was evidently dissatisfied with the progress of the task, yet it was apparent that Feng Chong was not as composed as he appeared. At this moment, the black-clad man floating in the air remained expressionless and calmly stated that the Southern Wind Princess of Daxia had faced off against Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace, with Qin Feng emerging victorious, and the competition would proceed. However, after witnessing the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chong, the audience found the other matches utterly uninspiring. The two were on entirely different levels. Proceed with the competition? The disciples of the Emperor of Daxia exchanged glances, beginning to hesitate about whether to continue. Their motivation for participating in the competition was straightforward: to defeat Qin Feng and redeem the honor of their illustrious families. Yet, who could have anticipated the terrifying prowess of Qin Feng, who had transcended to the 9th level? In truth, Qin Feng's formidable strength was not the sole factor. As distinguished disciples of noble families, the emperor's students were not without their own merits. It was merely Qin Feng's shamelessness, devoid of any limits, that instilled fear in their hearts, leaving them dreadfully concerned about becoming companions to Zhu Tu and Wang Peng. After a brief discussion, the disciples of the Emperor of Daxia collectively conceded defeat. Regaining the face of their companions was inconsequential. What mattered most was preserving their own dignity. TCH. A chorus of disdainful murmurs arose from the crowd, deriding this group of imperial disciples. "We're leaving." The Southern Wind Princess was so enraged she nearly lost her composure, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Qin Feng, initially intending to enhance her influence through a life-and-death elimination match and simultaneously resolve a few prominent family's heirs. She did not anticipate that Qin Feng would not only steal her first kiss, but also create a rift in her relationship with Feng Chang. It was truly a case of losing both the husband and the soldiers. "Your Highness, are you leaving just like this?" Qin Feng said with a mischievous grin, licking his lips. In front of Princess Nanfeng, he even took out a pink tissue to wipe his mouth. How utterly shameless. The surrounding audience could hardly bear to watch, itching to give Qin Feng a resounding slap. Qin Feng, Princess Nanfeng, suppressing her fury, vowed that he would pay a price for this. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. For sowing discord between the two parties, the task has been completed at 10. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that discord could arise unilaterally. Unlike the virtuous girls he knew in his past life, the girls here also adhered to the principles of propriety, but simply lacked martial skills. Humph. Ziyuan huffed in annoyance, clutching her little white rabbit as she returned to the Moon Goddess Palace. Was the goddess feeling jealous? The onlookers exchanged glances, clearly sensing Ziyuan's anger. According to the rumors they had heard, it was precisely because of Ziyuan that Qin Feng chose to join the Moon Goddess Palace, having grown up together as childhood friends. It was hardly surprising that the goddess would be moved. The contemporary youth. In contrast to Qin Feng's terrifying prowess, the public seems to revel more in his sensational gossip. With his childhood companion, the divine maiden Ziyuan, and having publicly kissed the princess of Daxia, Nanfeng, one can only wonder who will be the next to be embroiled in scandal. It is widely believed that Qin Feng is certainly not a man who can endure solitude. At this moment, a man clad in black in the sky was feeling immensely vexed. Because of Qin Feng, Feng Chang had stormed off. Ziyuan had also left in a huff, and the students of the Emperor of Daxia were so intimidated that they collectively withdrew from the competition, turning the top 16 selection into a farce. It seemed that a fresh start was the only option. After pondering for a while, the man in black reserved a spot for Feng Chang. He had an inkling that the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chang was far from over. The grudge of a humiliated spouse would surely demand resolution, and a life-and-death elimination match seemed an excellent venue for it. As for Ziyuan, her participation was unnecessary. Should any unforeseen mishap occur, it would be difficult to explain to the moon goddess. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, as Qin Feng toyed with a married woman, he resembled a famished old ox who, after 7 years of drought, had suddenly encountered a chosen one, drinking deeply and without restraint. This must be the envoy's guest house. Following the guidance of professionals, Qin Feng arrived at the place where the Daxia diplomatic delegation was residing. Channeling his spiritual energy, he leapt effortlessly over the several-meter-high wall, moving through the guest house with an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. Why are we awake at this late hour, wandering here? Little Bai, perched upon a shoulder, stifled a yawn and could not resist pulling out a small notebook to jot down. On a certain year and month, Qin Feng disturbed my slumber and must compensate me with 3 carats. Of course, this was all about making a profit. Qin Feng, intrigued, glanced around and noted the serene ambience of Princess Nanfeng's garden. Making money? Little Bai immediately perked up, asserting its familiarity with this line of business. Without waiting for Qin Feng to utter a word, it vanished into the night with a whoosh. White rice bucket, where are you off to? Qin Feng hastily pursued. In no time, Little Bai arrived at a brightly lit attic, where Princess Nanfeng was opening a window, her chin resting in her hand, gazing wistfully at the moon intermittently shrouded by clouds. Rabbit, rabbit. Startled by the sudden appearance, Princess Nanfeng quickly found herself enchanted by the fluffy little creature. Little Bai blinked its big eyes innocently and asked, "Miss, do you lack love? Do you need a man?" Lacking love? Needing a man? Princess Nanfeng was taken aback by such bluntness, and inadvertently, the figure of Feng Chang surfaced in her mind. Could it be that this little creature was sent by Feng Chang? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Feng Chang was indeed a mysterious person, often producing things she had never encountered before. Sending a talking rabbit to convey affection seemed quite plausible. The Southern Wind Princess shyly nodded, admitting, "I lack love and require a man. Where there is demand, there exists a market. We rabbits thrive in this business." Xiaobai produced a golden abacus, deftly manipulating it while stating, "To be candid, We rabbits have been waiting for this deal with our esteemed patron for 7 years. Despite being a blatant rogue, he insists on masquerading as an innocent, virtuous gentleman. Indeed, the Southern Wind Princess couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although she found some of the rabbit's words perplexing, she had indeed known Fong Chang for 7 years. Had it not been for Fong Chang's persistent flirtation during that time, her first kiss would not have been squandered on that scoundrel, Qin Feng. Xiaobai continued, now that one is too impoverished to support a rabbit, it seems you've come to terms with it, making you an ideal match. Rest assured about the quality of service. He claims to be destitute, which is quite literal. We rabbits have yet to comprehend this. Now, I shall refrain from further comments, and as the intermediary, I shall require 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Southern Wind Princess appeared utterly bewildered. She watched as the little rabbit chattered incessantly, its tiny hands tapping rhythmically on the abacus, before extending a hand towards her, demanding 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. What does this mean? Is it too expensive? Xiaobai helplessly waved a small hand and retrieved a beautifully crafted jade bottle. As a rabbit raised by Qin Feng himself, possessing a bottle containing a frenzied sow seemed entirely reasonable, wouldn't it? This would surely double the joy. Now, can we settle the payment? Xiaobai presented an exquisite jade bottle before Princess Nanfeng, urging her to promptly provide him with 10,000 superior spirit stones, so that he might arrange for Qin Feng to come and earn a living for the rabbits. Huh. Oh. Princess Nanfeng remained utterly bewildered, and in her confusion, she handed over the 10,000 superior spirit stones. However, once she completed the transaction and curiously opened the jade bottle to take a whiff, she was immediately enveloped by an inexplicable warmth coursing through her entire being. Chapter 50. The darkening intensifies tenfold. What is happening? A faint blush crept across Princess Nanfeng's face, her heart racing uncontrollably. With a sudden whoosh, Qin Feng pursued the white rice barrel and ascended to the loft. Qin Feng. The princess's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily drew her sword, aiming it at him. Yet, inexplicably, whereas she once harbored a desire to obliterate him, she now found herself yearning to embrace him instead. No, what am I thinking? Startled by this thought, Princess Nanfeng shook her head vigorously to regain her composure. At last, I've caught you. Qin Feng leaped into the room, seizing the rabbit's ears. He had nearly been terrified moments ago. This was the rabbit he had nurtured for 7 years, weighing several pounds. Losing it would be an immense loss. Just in time, my rabbit has successfully negotiated a deal. And now it is your turn to take the stage. Little Bai excitedly showcased the spirit stones to Qin Feng, thrilled at having accomplished such a significant transaction for the first time. Take the stage? Qin Feng replied, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. The master you refer to is Qin Feng? Princess Nanfeng suddenly realized something, dropping the small vial in her hand and instinctively distancing herself from him in alarm. What else would it be? Little Bai replied innocently. You. Princess Nanfeng, utterly flustered, felt as though she had lost her senses. Hastily channeling her internal spiritual energy to regain control, she never anticipated that this rabbit was actually raised by Qin Feng, and she fell prey to its deception while completely unguarded. 10,000 exquisite spirit stones seemed trivial. If she truly lost control, death would be preferable. However, the cultivation of Princess Nanfeng was evidently insufficient to withstand it, as she transformed entirely after merely a few seconds. Qin Feng. The gaze of Princess Nanfeng was filled with affection, reminiscent of a princess from a realm of women encountering her esteemed elder brother. Hey, calm down. Qin Feng half-heartedly attempted to deter her, asserting that he was not the sort to be trifled with so casually. At that moment, Fong Chang arrived beneath Princess Nanfeng's residence, clutching a bouquet of crimson roses. After a day of contemplation, he had finally come to realize that it was merely an accident. Life, in its pursuit of harmony, inevitably brings unforeseen incidents. Concurrently, he resolved to participate in the life and death elimination contest, intent on personally dismembering that scoundrel Qin Feng to cleanse the shame that tainted his existence. Yet, just as Fong Chang revealed a relaxed smile, preparing to reconcile with Princess Nanfeng, and thus with himself, the scene before him rendered him motionless. He beheld Princess Nanfeng and Qin Feng nestled together like a pair of young lovers, appearing utterly harmonious beneath the resplendent moonlight. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The smile on Fong Chang's face instantly froze, as he could not fathom that the scene before him was genuine. Fong Chang. Qin Feng looked down at Fang Chong from a position of superiority, and a surge of malevolence welled up within him. He reached out and embraced Princess Nanfeng. Her soft and voluptuous figure, her slender waist akin to a delicate willow, eliciting an expression of irresistible allure from her. He deliberately whispered in her ear, "What you said earlier about liking me, is it true?" "Of course it is." The princess's eyes brimmed with affection, ensnared in his charm. Fang Chong felt as though his mind had been struck by a colossal hammer, his body losing balance as he staggered back several steps. How could this be possible? They had only met twice. How could it possibly rival their 7 years of affection? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing 50 of the tasks concerning the Chancellor's ambition. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking action against the Chosen One's White Moonlight, earning 200,000 villain points. What the hell? A direct reward of 50 plus 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to inquire in her ear, "Between Fang Chong and me, who do you dislike the most?" Fang Chong. Upon hearing Fang Chang's name, Princess Nanfeng's body momentarily stiffened, as if doused with cold water, a glimmer of rationality returning to her gaze. Yet, Qin Feng's question, coupled with her utterance of Fang Chang's name, transformed into a response of who she disliked in Fang Chang's ears. With a thunderous roar, Fang Chong felt as if a storm had erupted in his mind. The red rose in his hand fell to the ground, and he seemed to be drained of his very soul, a mere shell of a person departing. In the end, he had misallocated his affections. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the Chancellor's will task, thus acquiring a divine treasure chest. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for making the Chosen One lose faith in love, earning 500,000 villain points. 500,000. What a tremendous windfall. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with golden light, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Fang Chong departed like a soulless specter, having long since lost his former brilliance. Particularly upon hearing Qin Feng's jubilant exclamations from the attic, he tilted his head back in a futile rage. Why? Why does their 7-year relationship pale in comparison to merely meeting Qin Feng twice? Qin Feng, I shall tear you to shreds. Fang Chong let out a furious roar, his disheveled hair rendering him quite fearsome. His aura instantly turned malevolent, the energy within him surging several-fold, transforming the golden Buddha he had previously summoned into darkness. Cultivation is arduous, yet succumbing to evil is effortless. A millennium of cultivation pales in comparison to a single night of becoming demonic. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for forcing the Chosen One into darkness, earning a chance to draw a lottery. Is this how one succumbs to darkness? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, his mind echoing with disbelief. Previously, protagonists would only embrace darkness after being relentlessly ground down by life's trials. Now, mere romantic entanglements lead to such moral decay, and the desire for love even threatens to annihilate the world. Who, pray tell, is the true villain here? However, the transformed Fang Chong exudes a truly terrifying aura, palpable even from a distance. His power has increased tenfold. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, for as a seasoned bibliophile of 10 years, he was well aware of the dread that accompanies such transformations. The next time he encounters Fang Chong, he must muster every ounce of his focus. Qin Feng, you despicable scoundrel. Princess Nanfeng, upon hearing Fang Chang's name, finally wrested her will from the effects of the potion, forcefully pushing Qin Feng away, striving desperately to maintain her composure. What does this have to do with me? Qin Feng felt utterly wronged, clutching the rabbit's ears with a sense of grievance, exclaiming that it was she who sought to barter with the rabbit. Having taken so much advantage earlier, he was the true victim here. What do you mean? Is this deal off? Xiaobai wailed in despair, resolutely declaring there would be no refunds, even at the cost of his life. Get away from me. Princess Nanfeng seethed, gritting her teeth, wishing only for Qin Feng to distance himself. As if anyone would care about you. Qin Feng remembered a formidable elder from the Daxiao envoy. Now that their mission was accomplished, it was best to return swiftly to upgrade their weaponry before coming back to teach Princess Nanfeng a lesson in conduct. I, the rabbit, shall not refund your money, but I am a rabbit that understands rules. The transaction is not based on benevolence, but I can assist you in detoxification. Xiaobai, with a pained expression, placed a carrot on the table and then vanished into the night alongside Qin Feng. Can a carrot really detoxify? Princess Nanfeng, with a conflicted expression, picked up a carrot and attempted to take a bite, contemplating the choice of consuming it. Chapter 51. From birdshot to cannon in the Moon Goddess Palace, Ziyuan sat at the entrance, her demeanor radiating indignation. Earlier in the day, the arena had already provoked her ire when Qin Feng had brazenly interacted with Princess Nan Feng, and now, to her dismay, he had ventured out again at night with his little companion. Why? It was all too clear where he had gone, to seek out that insufferable little vixen, the princess. Ziyuan could not comprehend how, despite possessing beauty, figure, status, and position, she could still be overshadowed by that wildflower of a princess. Humph. This divine maiden would not forgive him this time. Seated at the entrance, Ziyuan awaited Qin Feng to approach her and initiate a conversation. Ah, what are you doing here? Upon his return, Qin Feng was taken aback to find Ziyuan waiting at the door. In that moment, he realized how much she had matured. If 7 years ago she had been a bud waiting to bloom, now she had blossomed into perfection. Her figure soft and ample, her waist slender like a delicate willow, her skin fair, and her legs long and graceful, fit for carrying burdens. While people sought poetry and distant horizons, they often overlooked the beauty that lay before them. As Ziyuan sensed Qin Feng's unseemly gaze upon her, a flush crept across her cheeks, and much of her anger dissipated. However, upon recalling Qin Feng's late-night escapade, her irritation reignited, and she retorted, "Where did you run off to at this hour?" Qin Feng, confronted by Ziyuan's regal tone, dared not confess that he had spent the long night in restless insomnia, toying with the idea of teasing another's wife alongside his rabbit companion. "I am going to buy you a late-night snack." Qin Feng produced a meat sandwich, the kind without salt. "Really?" Ziyuan's eyes brimmed with skepticism as she took a bite of the sandwich. "There is no salt." Just as Ziyuan felt puzzled, Qin Feng exchanged a bouquet of purple roses from the system, his gaze filled with profound affection as he declared, "Loving you requires no excess salt." "Oh dear." Ziyuan's face instantly flushed crimson, akin to a locomotive igniting, her heart racing like a startled deer at Qin Feng's boldness. How annoying. With her cheeks flushed, Ziyuan bashfully ran away, casually taking the purple roses with her. As for the saltless meat sandwich, it turned out to be exceptionally delightful. I, the rabbit, believed this venture could flourish. Xiaobai gazed at Ziyuan's retreating figure, contemplating that her greatest desire in this life was to sell Qin Feng for a profit. Should I intervene? The moon goddess hovered in the air, having witnessed everything that transpired, her heart torn over whether to prevent Ziyuan and Qin Feng from furthering their connection. As Ziyuan's aunt and elder, she naturally wished for her happiness, yet Qin Feng remained an enigma to her. The fact that he had personally unearthed his brother's supreme bone revealed a ruthlessness that surpassed mere cruelty. However, during her 7 years in the Moon Goddess Palace, aside from occasionally teasing the disciples, he had committed no egregious acts, while that troublesome rabbit frequently stirred up trouble, becoming the prime example of what not to do in the Moon Goddess Palace. Recently, it has become quite perplexing to observe Qin Feng's audacity, as he brazenly auctioned off the students of the great Xia Emperor in broad daylight and compelled the Southern Wind Princess to kneel in public, even daring to provoke her during a contest. Nevertheless, such matters of youth are best left to the young. The Moon Goddess quickly found solace in her thoughts, believing that allowing Ziyuan to experience the pangs of love might not be entirely detrimental for her. At this moment, Qin Feng returned to his chamber, ready to exchange his modest means for grander ambitions. His villainous points had amassed to an impressive 47 million, sufficient to redeem a card for the realm of great perfection, alongside a divine treasure chest for completing tasks and a lottery opportunity acquired through Feng Chang's transformation. He promptly decided to exchange for the 100 compatibility card. Summoning the system, he initiated the transaction for the great mighty heavenly dragon's full compatibility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 1 million villain points and successfully redeeming the 100 compatibility card for great perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the 100 compatibility card. The great mighty heavenly dragon has now attained the realm of great perfection. Roar! A melodious dragon's roar resonated within Qin Feng, and the golden dragon tattoo adorning his body became increasingly lifelike, resembling a vibrant, living dragon coiled around him. It was that dragon. Xiaobai immediately perked up, its eyes revealing an inexplicable fear. It was aware of the golden dragon tattoo on Qin Feng. However, in the 7 years of following him, it had never witnessed Qin Feng wielding its power, leaving it unaware of the significance of the golden dragon. Yet every time it encounters the golden dragon, an overwhelming sense of dread envelopes it, as if faced with an arch-nemesis. Just moments ago, that fear intensified. Perhaps I should simply retire for the night, thought the rabbit. Xiaobai unfurled the sage's bamboo scroll beside Qin Feng, yawned, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Unfamiliar with the nature of the sage's bamboo scroll, it only knew that it had used it as a mat since childhood. It was a cherished blanket it carried everywhere. Often dreaming of transforming into a student rabbit, listening to an elderly figure mumbling incomprehensible texts in its ear. Next, the divine treasure chest awaited. Qin Feng summoned the system to open the divine treasure chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the divine treasure chest and obtaining a sword intent upgrade card. A sword intent upgrade card? Qin Feng paused momentarily, struggling to grasp its significance. The system elucidated that sword intent exists in levels. The degree of comprehension in the sword path naturally correlates with varying damage. I see. Second-level sword intent inflicts greater damage than first level. Qin Feng nodded in understanding, eager to utilize it without delay. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for using the sword intent upgrade card. Your sword intent has been elevated to the second level. With a resounding clarity, the phrase swallowing the 8 desolations, sword sweeping through the heavens echoed within Qin Feng's mind, accompanied by the vivid apparition of a figure. The sword technique was none other than the familiar celestial slashing sword technique, yet it now emanated a formidable aura, as if sweeping across the desolate expanse, instilling awe and trepidation in all who beheld it. As the slumbering Xiaobai was abruptly awakened, he found that Qin Feng resembled an extraordinary sword, radiating with an unmistakable brilliance. The essence of swordsmanship captivated Xiaobai, who promptly climbed onto Qin Feng's lap, emulating him in an attempt to comprehend his sword path. Aspiring to become an unparalleled sword rabbit, time passed unnoticed. Qin Feng gradually absorbed the sword energy enveloping him, awakening fully as his sword intent ascended to the second level, thereby enhancing his celestial slash technique. Now, should he confront Feng Chang from earlier that day? He harbored confidence in his ability to shatter the formidable opponent and potentially claim his life. Alas, Feng Chang had succumbed to darkness. Reflecting on the corrupted Feng Chang, Qin Feng pondered whether his second-level sword intent could prevail in a direct confrontation. However, engaging head-on was not his style. He preferred to embody the spirit of cunning, striking from behind. Suddenly, Qin Feng sensed a presence on his thigh. Looking down, he beheld Xiaobai, peacefully dozing, with bubbles of snot rising and falling with each breath. Indifferent to the little creature, Qin Feng summoned the system to initiate a lottery. With a flourish, a grand spinning wheel materialized before him, beginning to turn slowly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning. Chapter 52. Gathering the 7 Chosen Ones. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing the divine physique, the celestial dominance body. The celestial dominance body, a supreme combat-oriented physique, endows its possessor with unparalleled strength, often referred to as the indestructible golden body. The more one battles, the stronger one becomes. Upon reaching full maturity, one can wield astonishing power capable of slaying saints and vanquishing immortals. What a remarkable special physique. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he playfully patted little White's rear. During his 7 years in the Moon God Palace, he had remained discreet, not only to solidify his foundation but also because the entire ancient realm was aware of what his complete form entailed. While he could easily crush ordinary foes, encountering a chosen one, an entity devoid of reason, could prove perilous without hidden cards up his sleeve. Now, with the celestial dominance body, he had an added layer of security. Smack! Little White smacked its lips, showing no signs of awakening. After feeling the playful slap, it skillfully shifted positions and continued to slumber. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in Qin Feng's mind, and his consciousness seemed to transcend back to an ancient battlefield. The cries of battle reverberated through the air. Blood, hot and splattered, soaked the ground. The earth trembled, and dark figures surged across the battlefield, their gathered might causing the heavens to change hue. Opposite stood a towering figure, wielding a war spear, treading upon a terrain littered with blood and corpses, charging headlong into countless enemies, anticipating an utterly predictable conflict. One man, wielding a spear, remains tireless. The exhilaration of bloodshed drives him into a frenzy. My goodness! Qin Feng could not help but utter an exclamation, his consciousness returning to reality. The celestial titan physique is indeed a combatant's essence, seemingly born solely for battle. No matter how many adversaries stand before him, he is enough. Is this the celestial titan physique? It is utterly terrifying. Qin Feng clenched his fist, acutely aware of the immense power coursing through him. His body has grown even more formidable. Should Princess Nanfeng attempt to stab him with a dagger, she would likely fail to pierce even his skin. Coupled with the formidable healing abilities of the 33 celestial transformation technique he has cultivated, slaying him would require no less than the assembly of 7 chosen ones. One less would be insufficient to inflict a fatal wound. Suddenly, a resounding bell echoed through the air. If memory serves, it heralds the commencement of the decade's life and death elimination tournament. From over 1 million young practitioners, a mere 100,000 are selected to compete, a testament to their exceptional talent. Yet, in the eyes of the Shadow Moon Dynasty, this is evidently insufficient. They intend to employ a method akin to nurturing insects, selecting 1,000 individuals from this pool of prodigies for further cultivation. These 1,000 shall be groomed into true paragons, forming the backbone of the Shadow Moon Dynasty's future. The path to ascendancy within the Shadow Moon Dynasty lies clearly ahead. With the right abilities, one can rise to the pinnacle. Is it beginning? Qin Feng harbored a keen interest in this life and death elimination tournament, having heard that the mortality rate could soar to an astonishing 50. This implied that of the 100,000 participants, only 50,000 would emerge alive. Even if he were not ultimately chosen by the Inu dynasty, these 50,000 individuals would become coveted targets for various powerful factions. As the tolling bell signaled the commencement of the tournament, projections appeared in the major cities of the Inu dynasty, employing magic to broadcast the live events across these urban centers. Prior to the tournament's initiation, a comprehensive ranking of combat prowess was unveiled, a result of assessments by several martial arts masters, with Qin Feng currently positioned beyond the 30,000 mark. Is it true that Qin Feng ranks beyond 30,000? Gasped the crowd, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Despite his lack of noteworthy achievements over the past 7 years and the disadvantages of age and cultivation level in this life and death contest, surely the unparalleled prodigy of the ancient era could not be relegated to such a lowly rank. In response to the rising skepticism, a projection of a young lady appeared in the cities, accompanied by a venerable elder with white hair, known as Master Ma Daigua, a distinguished martial arts master of the Inu dynasty. The young lady, with a melodious voice, addressed the audience's concerns. We have invited the esteemed martial arts master, Ma Daigua, to provide an analysis regarding Qin Feng's ranking beyond 30,000. Greetings to all. I am the founder of the Hunyuan Jin, Master Ma Daigua. After the introduction, Ma Daigua began to analyze why Qin Feng ranked beyond 30,000th place. This conclusion, derived from our repeated examination as martial arts experts, can be succinctly encapsulated in the phrase diverse yet superficial. Diverse yet superficial? The young lady responded, puzzled. Indeed, Ma Daigua continued. It is widely acknowledged that Qin Feng possesses a myriad of abilities, each capable of driving countless formidable practitioners into a frenzy. However, the very convergence of such diverse talents within a single individual has resulted in a dispersion of his focus, evidenced by the fact that it took him 7 years to break through to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Ah, I see. The audience experienced an epiphany, realizing that this insight was indeed more enlightening than a decade of study. Ma Daigua, as if possessed by the spirit of Kolan, further elaborated that one could also observe this dispersion of focus in the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chang. His sword intent had not yet advanced to the 2nd level. Despite being a prodigious talent who comprehended sword intent and the invincible sword heart at the tender age of 8, he had failed to grasp the 2nd level of sword intent in 7 years, a clear indication of his scattered energies. Indeed, the audience nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statements. Ma Daigua continued, stating that in the current life and death elimination tournament, Qin Feng lacked advantages in both age and cultivation level. Coupled with his diverse yet superficial abilities, it was reasonable to place him beyond 30,000th place, especially considering that over 1,000 participants had entered the Dao realm, with those at the 7th and 8th levels of the spirit martial realm numbering in the tens of thousands. In stark contrast, Qin Feng, at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, found himself at the bottom of the rankings. The young lady could not help but inquire. Do you believe that Qin Feng might emerge as a dark horse, breaking through the ranks to ultimately claim victory in the life and death elimination tournament? Absolutely impossible. An expert from the country of Mad Horse confidently asserted that Qin Feng, possessing the lowest cultivation level and age, coupled with a lack of specialization and limited combat prowess, could never stand out among such a multitude of formidable competitors. Indeed, the audience nodded in agreement. Experts are undoubtedly experts. The representative from Mad Horse solemnly advised everyone that the path of martial arts lies in refinement, not quantity. Just like my self-created mixed origin force and five-linked whip, which are sufficient to traverse the world, I have learned much. The audience nodded repeatedly, as though they had gained more wisdom than a decade of study. At this moment, in the battleground where Qin Feng was located, 8 out of 10 participants had arrived, with Qin Feng and Xiao Bai arriving fashionably late. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng glared at him through gritted teeth, wishing she could devour him alive. That rabbit was no better. It was said that carrots could detoxify. Yet she found them utterly ineffective and had to summon 2 maidservants to help her endure. Chapter 53. We are all adults, regarding last night's events. Qin Feng. It is indeed Qin Feng. The audience erupted in astonishment. After the commentary from the representatives of Mad Country, everyone had dismissed the possibility of Qin Feng's participation in the life and death elimination match, yet he had unexpectedly shown up. What on earth is happening? Qin Feng, perplexed, touched his face, unable to comprehend the peculiar glances directed at him. Could it be that he had become more handsome? Is this rabbit your spirit pet? A man in black approached Qin Feng, scrutinizing the little white creature perched on his shoulder. According to the rules of the life and death elimination match, there were no regulations governing the competition. Spirit pets were permitted to participate, provided their levels did not exceed a certain threshold, or else they would be deemed to be cheating. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in affirmation. A rabbit? The crowd exchanged incredulous looks, utterly baffled by this ancient prodigy. Resorting to underhanded tactics was one thing, but bringing a mere rabbit to a life and death match, was he so certain of his inability to secure a commendable rank that he had chosen to give up? Transcendent level 9. Eligible to compete. The man in black quickly discerned the little white creature's cultivation level, which was on par with Qin Feng's. However, unlike the others, he did not underestimate this adorable rabbit. He recognized it as an extraordinary variant among spirit beasts, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying potential and capability. Moreover, with its deceptively adorable appearance, anyone who dares to underestimate this rabbit is likely to face dire consequences. 9 have arrived, yet 1 remains absent. The man in black surveyed the crowd, aware that they were still missing the final individual, Feng Chang. Will Feng Chang come? Princess Nanfeng anxiously scanned her surroundings, searching for Feng Chang's figure. After enduring the previous night with the assistance of 2 maidens, she had intended to seek out Feng Chang to express her grievances, but to her dismay, he had already departed, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Does he still care? Princess Nanfeng felt an overwhelming sense of dejection, all because of that vile Qin Feng. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, landing heavily before the crowd. Feng Chang. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the onlookers, unable to trust their own eyes. Feng Chang appeared disheveled, his eyes accentuated with a smoky gaze, exuding an aura of profound malevolence that starkly contrasted with his previous sunny demeanor. He has succumbed to darkness. Princess Nanfeng stared in disbelief, her mind swirling, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She could hardly fathom that Feng Chang, provoked merely by a kiss from Qin Feng, had chosen to embrace the darkness. Surely, his temperament was excessively fragile. A millennium of cultivation pales in comparison to a single night of succumbing to evil. The crowd sighed in unison, all expressing their sorrow for Feng Chang's plight. The phenomenon of being possessed by demonic forces can bestow one with immense power in a fleeting moment. However, this very power is perilously capable of leading individuals astray, ultimately transforming them into true fiends, bloodthirsty and lawless, becoming the universal adversaries of the ancient world. Possessed. The man in black furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. According to the rules of the life and death elimination tournament, possessed participants are indeed permitted to compete. Yet, considering that his opponent is a favored disciple of the Emperor of the Great Xia, and additionally sanctioned by the Six Paths Sovereign to participate, is it truly wise to allow him entry to wreak havoc? However, upon further reflection, Feng Chang's talent is extraordinarily formidable, should he perish in the tournament. It would serve to diminish a formidable rival for the future of the Yin dynasty. What a sense of cheap melodrama. Qin Feng assessed Feng Chang, and the more he scrutinized, the more he perceived the air of cheapness surrounding him. Qin Feng, I shall tear you to shreds. Feng Chang's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, yet it radiated an aura of lethal intent. In response, Qin Feng turned to face Princess Nanfeng, solemnly stating, "Let us consider ourselves adults. Let us pretend that last night's events never transpired." You, Princess Nanfeng exhibited an extraordinary fury, yet her eyes betrayed a sense of evasion. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted in excitement, demanding that Qin Feng elaborate further. They were eager to uncover the events that transpired between him and Princess Nanfeng the previous night, particularly any matters that warranted emphasizing their adult status. Qin Feng Chang was nearly driven to the brink of madness by Qin Feng's provocations, feeling the malevolent energy around him surge uncontrollably. "You think I fear you?" Qin Feng declared boldly, showing no sign of intimidation. Regardless of whether one was possessed or enlightened, there was nothing that could not be resolved with a bottle of Mother Pig's madness. If one was insufficient, then 100 would suffice. For this life and death elimination tournament, he had prepared over 1,000 jin. As everyone gathered, the life and death elimination contest commenced. The man in black, sensing the palpable tension between the two, hastily announced the start of the tournament. He swiftly formed a hand seal and forcefully pointed into the void. Boom! The fabric of reality suddenly tore open, creating a black hole that violently sucked the 10 participants inside. When Qin Feng regained his bearings and opened his eyes again, he and Xiao Bai found themselves in a dimension resembling ancient ruins, enveloped by a vast sea of trees, intermittently disturbed by the roars of ferocious beasts. According to the rules of the life and death elimination contest, hunting beasts of varying ranks would yield different points. The higher the beast's rank, the greater the score. Should a contestant be slain, their accumulated points would be claimed by the victor. The contest would last for 3 days, with the top 1,000 scorers emerging victorious. So, this is the battlefield of life and death. Xiao Bai perched on Qin Feng's shoulder, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Feng Chang and the other 9. They must have been randomly transported into the arena. Simultaneously, it sensed the presence of numerous terrifying beasts lurking nearby. With their extraordinary 9th level of cultivation, neither Qin Feng nor Xiao Bai possessed even the qualification to serve as cannon fodder here. Indeed, the life and death battlefield lived up to its formidable reputation. Qin Feng lowered his gaze and observed the scattered bones around him, remnants of both humans and demonic beasts, enveloping the battlefield in an inexplicable, chilling aura. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated nearby, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. Engaged in battle already were some participants. Frowning, Qin Feng turned and walked in the opposite direction. Apart from the 100,000 candidates entering the arena, a multitude of demonic beasts lurked nearby, eyeing the scene with predatory intent. Engaging in combat now would yield minimal rewards and plunge him into a chaotic melee. It was prudent to avoid conflict in the early stages, conserving strength for a later, more aggressive harvesting of points. As the 10,000 candidates streamed into the life or death battleground, various skirmishes unfolded and were broadcasted, eliciting excited reactions from the onlookers. The leaderboard was a veritable battlefield of competition, with participants vying for supremacy. Yet, the renowned prodigy of the ancient era, Qin Feng, remained conspicuously silent. A full day passed with his score still at 0, lending credence to the critiques from the Ma Dai nation that Qin Feng was indeed incapable of making significant waves. Occasionally, cameras would capture glimpses of him, but he was merely seen by the riverside, fishing with a rabbit, completely detached from the life and death elimination contest, resembling more of a leisurely outing. On the second day, Qin Feng calculated the time and felt it was nearly time to engage. "Are we to fight now?" Little White exclaimed excitedly, hastily assisting Qin Feng in retrieving his long, divine sword. "How have I taught you since childhood?" As Confucius said, "A gentleman is not a tool." Qin Feng felt a profound disappointment. A true gentleman would disdain to resort to weapons to vanquish his adversary. After an entire day of fierce combat yesterday, those exceptional individuals must be parched with thirst. If they were to cast a few kilograms of sows into the water source, they could wait idly for points to come pouring in. Chapter 54. Never have I encountered such brazen individuals and their outrageous tactics. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with realization that the path ahead was still long. With a resounding splash, Qin Feng retrieved a jar from his spatial pocket and hurled it into the river, within which lay at least a dozen pounds of frenzied mother pigs. At that moment, the live broadcast shifted focus to Qin Feng, sending all viewers into a frenzy. Goodness, he actually carried so much with him? This was not merely the first prodigy of the ancient era. He was, without a doubt, the most contemptible individual of that age. No wonder he lingered by the water source yesterday. He was scheming all along. It must be said, the plan was remarkably successful. However, surviving the chaotic battle yesterday required a certain level of skill. Who would fall for such a ruse? Perhaps seasoned hunters would not, but these were merely 20-something youths. How much experience could they truly possess? Was this unfolding spectacle something I could witness without payment? A protest arose. A vehement objection to Qin Feng's actions. I advise you to mind your own business. As some demonic beasts approached the riverbank to quench their thirst, they immediately perked up. Demonic beasts. Faced with the opportunity for points laid before them, the candidates unsheathed their weapons and charged into battle. They have clearly underestimated the dire state of the demon beasts at this moment. After being attacked by the candidates, the beasts unleashed a frenzied assault, intent on swiftly resolving their adversaries to return to more pressing matters. In an instant, the area within a 20-mile radius of the water source erupted into a cacophony of battles, large and small. Wow, the fighting is incredibly intense. Qin Feng could distinctly perceive the ferocity of the clashes, far surpassing the chaos of the first day. Indeed, it is quite fierce. Xiao Bai, munching on fresh carrots, nodded its little head, hearing the occasional anguished cries echoing through the forest. Some disheveled candidates appeared at the riverbank. After enduring the turmoil of the first day and the recent violent skirmish with the demon beasts, they were parched beyond measure. Upon spotting the water, they rushed over and began to drink fervently without hesitation. Wait, why do I feel something is amiss? After quenching their thirst, the candidates exchanged glances, realizing that one of their companions appeared unexpectedly handsome. It's an illusion, just an illusion. They were startled and quickly diverted their gazes. However, when a few graceful figures appeared by the river, they could no longer suppress their impulse and rushed forward. What do you intend to do? A few young ladies raised their eyebrows, sensing that the newcomers bore ill intentions. No need to be anxious. We merely wish to make friends. The men's eyes glimmered with a sinister light as they couldn't help but let out a chilling laughter. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The young ladies were at a loss regarding their intentions, yet they found themselves encircled by the opposing figures. Just as despair began to envelop the young ladies, a voice imbued with righteousness descended from the heavens, proclaiming, "Bold ruffians, release those girls." Clad in white, Qin Feng descended like an ethereal being, embodying the very essence of justice. It was Qin Feng. The young ladies appeared as if they had encountered their savior, retreating behind him in a flurry. Get lost. The men, consumed by their wrath, dismissed Qin Feng entirely. Suddenly, a sharp and fierce gust of wind sliced through the air, the force within it restoring a semblance of reason to the men. Without a moment's hesitation, they attempted to retreat swiftly. Boom. The invisible sword energy unleashed by Qin Feng surpassed their retreat in speed, flashing past, and leaving behind a vivid splash of crimson. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully shattering the eternal governance, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully shattering the eternal governance, earning 1,000 villain points. With each system notification, a sound of shattering echoed. A dozen men lay on the ground, wailing in agony, while Xiao Bai seized the opportunity to collect their storage bags. Little money. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with greed as she exclaimed inwardly that fortune was finally within her grasp. After Qin Feng completed the harvest of the eggs, he declared with righteous fervor that, in accordance with the benevolence of heaven towards living beings, he would impose a minor punishment as a grave warning, hoping that they would act wisely. How dashing! The young lady's eyes sparkled with admiration, wishing they could offer themselves to him. The audience outside was left speechless, expressing their astonishment at such unabashed audacity. Were it not for their knowledge that Qin Feng was the true instigator, they might have genuinely believed him to be a gallant hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Thank you. One man clasped his fists in gratitude towards Qin Feng, acknowledging that, had he not arrived in time, he would have undoubtedly committed a grave mistake. The spectators were utterly dumbfounded, internally exclaiming in disbelief at this turn of events. This was a quintessential case of being sold out while still counting the money for the seller. Had the cultivation rendered them foolish? Ultimately, several men, severely injured, had no choice but to voluntarily concede defeat in the life-and-death elimination match, forfeiting their accumulated points to Qin Feng, which propelled his ranking to new heights. In the Yin dynasty, within the palace of the sixth Dao Emperor, a man clad in a black robe exuding an aura of authority sat in the center. He was none other than the leader of the Yin dynasty, the sixth Dao Emperor. Surrounding him were numerous formidable figures, including the Moon Goddess and Princess Nanfeng, who had been invited to witness the proceedings as part of the Great Xia delegation. Their mission focused on the life-and-death elimination match. The sixth Dao Emperor turned to Princess Nanfeng and inquired about her thoughts on the brutal life-and-death elimination match held by the Yin dynasty. It is exceedingly cruel. Princess Nanfeng felt a surge of fear as she witnessed the unfolding events. Within a mere day, 20,000 participants had perished or been injured amidst the carnage. The gruesome scenes incessantly testing her nerves, and she began to worry for Feng Chang. Cruelty? The Six Paths Emperor chuckled softly, choosing to say no more. Perhaps it was indeed brutal for the noble families of the Great Xia, yet for those oppressed from humble backgrounds, it represented an opportunity to realize their dreams. Oh, this little one possesses quite the ambition. The projected images shifted to Qin Feng, as various influential figures exchanged knowing glances towards the Moon Goddess. How embarrassing. The Moon Goddess was now in a state of utter discomfort, wishing fervently to disappear into a crack in the ground. She had never anticipated that Qin Feng would resort to such tactics to vanquish his enemies, even if he had no shame. Could he not spare a thought for the dignity of the Moon Goddess Palace? At this moment, a similar scene was unfolding elsewhere along the riverbank, with Qin Feng resembling a tireless little bee, darting towards any source of eggs. Qin Feng earnestly declared that there were but 3 tasks at hand: gathering eggs, and once more, gathering eggs. Xiao Bai, with equal seriousness, stated that their purpose in this endeavor was solely to acquire wealth, and yet again, acquire wealth. This rogue duo, one man and one rabbit, swiftly made their mark in the battlefield of life and death. People gradually became aware that there was an issue with the water source, and considering Qin Feng's previous indiscretion involving Mad Sao, it was quickly concluded that he had introduced Mad Sao into the water supply. What a beast! Everyone was filled with indignation, their teeth itching with rage, wishing to tear Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces. This was hardly the act of the so-called #1 prodigy of the ancient era. It was nothing short of the behavior of the most shameless scoundrel. At the same time, they were confronted with a pressing dilemma: what to do in the absence of water. Their cultivation had yet to reach the stage of fasting, and given the consecutive battles, they could not possibly endure without water. However, the water source had been contaminated by Qin Feng, severely diminishing their combat capabilities. Water for sale, the highest bidder wins. Qin Feng set up a stall by the river, pricing each bottle of water at a minimum of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. How utterly shameless. The candidates, having reached their breaking point, set aside all personal grievances and united to confront the despicable Qin Feng. Indeed, being handsome made one an easy target. Terrified, Qin Feng hastily packed up his stall and fled, tossing a bottle of Mother Pig Goes Wild behind him, proclaiming, "Dear friends, we shall meet again." At that moment, the darkened figure of Feng Chang happened to arrive by the river. Chapter 55. A thought becomes Buddha. A thought becomes demon. Quick, hide. The crowd, upon witnessing the powder released by Qin Feng, instinctively recoiled, fearing that a single misstep might tarnish their reputations irreparably. Qin Feng, the darkened Feng Chang, arrived at the riverbank, his gaze instantly turning menacing upon spotting Qin Feng. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Chang was not fully aware of Qin Feng's past transgressions by the river. He only understood that his own descent into darkness and participation in the life-and-death elimination contest was driven by an insatiable desire to rend Qin Feng into pieces. Without a trace of hesitation, the darkened Feng Chang surged forward to confront him. Wow, such bravery! The onlookers could not help but admire him, internally exclaiming their approval. How did he catch up so quickly? Qin Feng, however, had no intention of engaging in a duel with Feng Chang just yet. Employing an ethereal agility, he maneuvered gracefully through the trees, intending to conserve his strength for a more frenzied harvest the following day. For now, he sought merely to provoke hostility. Qin Feng, don't run. Feng Chang's expression was terrifyingly fierce, relentlessly pursuing Qin Feng from behind. Don't run? Standing still is for turtles. Qin Feng scoffed disdainfully, his body appearing as light as drifting snow. With a delicate push of his toes against the branches, he soared effortlessly over 1,000 meters, clad in white, resembling an immortal soaring through the heavens. What remarkable agility! The audience outside could not contain their gasps of astonishment, realizing that this legendary figure from ancient times possessed undeniable prowess. Even though his age and cultivation level placed him at the bottom of the survival elimination competition, his innate talent was undeniably extraordinary. In particular, the revelation of Qin Feng's complete form had once sent shockwaves throughout the entire ancient wilderness. Had it not been for the formidable prowess of the moon goddess, who single-handedly subdued the various powerful factions, the major forces of the Yin Moon dynasty would likely have engaged in fierce conflict over the opportunity to seize Qin Feng. Simultaneously, attention began to shift towards Feng Chang. His earlier fierce pursuit of Qin Feng seemed to suggest an element of madness akin to that of a crazed sow. What was happening? What was that thing? Feng Chang swiftly sensed an anomaly within his own body. He was no stranger to the underhanded tactics of that scoundrel Qin Feng, having encountered them during their first meeting. Had he not succumbed to demonic influence, he could have forcibly subdued it using his cultivated Buddhist techniques. However, now that he had fallen into darkness, his temperament had altered, rendering him unable to suppress the demons within. After experiencing the sensation akin to a crazed sow firsthand, a flicker of realization dawned upon him, leading him to believe that what he perceived with his eyes was not the truth. Could it be that Qin Feng had administered that substance to the princess? The more Feng Chang pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility, as if he had found a glimmer of solace. He began to repeatedly chant the heart purification mantra, and a great Buddha materialized behind him. Yet, this Buddha was unlike the traditional representations. It was a magnificent golden figure on one half and a sinister black demon on the other. To become a Buddha is but a thought away. To become a demon is also a thought away. The Six Paths Sovereign and others gasped in astonishment, internally exclaiming that this young man must not be allowed to remain. If Feng Chang were merely enchanted, it would be one thing. However, he is now grasping the profound truths of both Buddha and demon. Should he succeed in this enlightenment, it would be akin to Qin Feng attaining the invincible sword heart, endowing him with the capacity to dominate the present era. Unlike Qin Feng, who is a jack of all trades but master of none, Feng Chang is devoted solely to the path of Buddhism, ensuring his growth will surpass that of Qin Feng in due course, thus posing an undeniable latent threat to the Yin dynasty. Alarmed, Princess Nanfeng quickly recognized the impending danger and sought out the elder tasked with her protection. "Fear not, Your Highness, for my wounds have nearly healed. I am prepared to fight to the death." The elder's demeanor was grave, fully aware of what Feng Chang signifies for the great Xia. Meanwhile, in her grasp, the princess clutched a life token, ready to summon her father and grandfather if necessary. At that moment, the projections across major cities were entirely replaced with images of Feng Chang. Would they witness the emergence of a new Buddha or the birth of a formidable demon? As the public engaged in fervent debate, Qin Feng's figure unexpectedly materialized in the projection. Upon noticing Feng Chang's delay in pursuit, he realized the effects of the medicine were indeed taking hold. Thus, his innate mischievousness began to stir, having encountered the chosen one. It would seem uncharacteristic of him not to take some action. Yet, it was only upon retracing his steps that he discovered the unexpected twist. He was, astonishingly, in the process of redeeming himself. It is a well-known adage that a character who has fallen into darkness is immensely powerful, while one who seeks redemption is considerably weakened. If not now, when would he seize the opportunity to strike? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering a task to disrupt the chosen one's comprehension of the great Tao. The reward is a Sword Intent upgrade card. A Sword Intent upgrade card. Qin Feng's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, utterly defenseless against such a reward. Qin Feng. A flicker of panic crossed Feng Chang's gaze. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's return. At this critical juncture in his trial, any disturbance from Qin Feng could lead him astray, resulting in serious injury. In that moment, Feng Chang could no longer afford to conceal his trump cards. A golden jade stone surged forth from within him, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. It was the relic of the Buddha. The spectators outside exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing Feng Chang's extraordinary fortune. The relic of the Buddha, a treasure formed from the essence of a supreme Buddha after their passing. not only repels all evils and enhances the potency of Buddhist practices, but also possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Given the luminous aura emanating from the relic, even Qin Feng, or indeed all the candidates on the battlefield combined, would find it exceedingly challenging to breach this protection. Alas, the Six Paths Sovereign and others sighed, aware that some matters cannot be forced. They had initially believed that Qin Feng's return would extinguish Feng Chong in his infancy, but little did they know of the latter's immense fortune and the protection afforded by the relic. However, the crowd had evidently underestimated Qin Feng's audacity. He exhibited no surprise at the sudden appearance of the relic, smiling as he pulled out a book titled The Pure White and began to read aloud with vivid expression. That wretched individual, at such a fiery and impetuous age, with the effects of the drug still coursing through his veins, how could he possibly endure such provocations? The inner demons he had just subdued surged back to life, even threatening to spiral out of control. The spectators outside displayed peculiar expressions, momentarily unable to discern whether this was a serious life-and-death elimination match or a frivolous reading competition. Within the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, various influential figures cast odd glances at the moon goddess, as if to inquire, "Did you truly teach Qin Feng all of this?" "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." "Don't make such absurd claims." The moon goddess hastily denied the accusations, asserting that she was not of that ilk. Simultaneously, she harbored a deep resentment towards Qin Feng, lamenting how this young man had completely tarnished the illustrious image she had cultivated over the years. Whoosh! A faint sound of slicing air startled Qin Feng, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. An ambush! The first thought that surged through his mind propelled his body into instinctive, lightning-fast motion. His peripheral vision quickly scanned the darkness of the rainforest, revealing a shadowy figure drawing a bow, releasing a crimson feathered arrow that soared like a rainbow, aimed directly at his chest. Bang! The slender arrow pierced through Qin Feng's illusion, continuing to penetrate several towering trees before finally coming to a halt, far more ferocious than a Barrett sniper rifle. Good heavens! In Qin Feng's heart, a torrent of grievances surged forth as he gained a fresh perspective on the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One. Just as he was about to drive his opponent into a corner, an inexplicable individual emerged to disrupt the situation and buy time. How infuriating! He managed to evade my grasp. A gaunt man perched atop a tree muttered a curse under his breath, swiftly drawing 3 crimson-feathered arrows and launching them once more. "I care not who you are. Today, Feng Chong is mine to conquer. Not even Jesus can save you. Mark my words." Qin Feng, perturbed by the relentless onslaught, felt that he must demonstrate his prowess. Otherwise, his adversary would show him a modicum of disrespect. Chapter 56. Faster, stronger, and more ferocious. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows, resembling swift streaks of feathers, once again soared across the sky, aiming directly for the vital points of Qin Feng. Damn it! Has he become addicted to shooting? Qin Feng cursed under his breath as he swiftly dodged, executing the phantom dance to perfection, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the forest. Despite his efforts, the chilling sensation behind him did not wane. Instead, it intensified, flooding his heart with the impression of being relentlessly targeted by countless venomous serpents. As if no matter how he struggled, he would inevitably be struck. "Oh dear, I certainly do not wish to be shot." Little White clung tightly to Qin Feng, determined not to fall during their rapid movement. "It is Bai Ri." The audience outside erupted in excitement, instantly recognizing the archer. This individual, named Bai Ri, is renowned for his exceptional talent and youthful fame. He is a top contender in this life-and-death elimination tournament, having reached the first level of the Dao realm. With his current ranking standing at an impressive 153rd, it was all but certain that victory would be his. This Bai Ri, the Six-Path Emperor and others rubbed their temples in exasperation, aware of the immense fortune that favored him, as his life was destined to endure. "Damn it! Did I throw your child into a well, or something? Why are you chasing me to shoot?" Qin Feng understood the vast disparity in cultivation levels between them, decisively activating the ancient heavy eye, causing the entire world to slow down in its wake. It is the ancient heavy eye. The spectators outside were utterly exhilarated, their cheers echoing in anticipation as they finally witnessed Qin Feng engaging in earnest combat, wondering if they would behold his full prowess. A hum resonated. The bowstring quivered lightly. Bai Ri, wielding a longbow, resembled a seasoned hunter, preparing to sever all avenues of retreat as he drew back the string. Draw the sword. At the very instant Bai Ri released his bow, a shadowy blade, glimmering like water, emerged from its sheath. Unlike the previous sword technique of heaven's slashing, this iteration was infused with a second-level sword intent, enhanced by the might of the celestial body. Swifter, fiercer, and stronger. In the blink of an eye, before Bai Ri could even react, Qin Feng's figure streaked past him, the long sky divine sword slicing through the void before gracefully returning to its sheath. How? How is this possible? Bai Ri's eyes widened in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. With a resounding crack, the longbow in Bai Ri's grasp shattered, the swordsmanship so precise that only a scarlet trace remained below. At this moment, silence enveloped the spectators, stunned by Qin Feng's sword technique of heaven's slashing. Damn, was it truly necessary to be this swift? They had anticipated a fierce clash, yet before it even commenced, Qin Feng had already concluded it. How could this be possible? The Six Paths Emperor and other esteemed figures rose in astonishment, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. Even if Qin Feng's talent is unparalleled in history, it seems rather exaggerated for him to defeat a first-level Taoist with a single strike from the extraordinary ninth layer, especially considering the vast gap of an entire realm within the spirit martial domain. There's no need to be anxious. It's merely basic operations. The moon goddess immediately lifted her chin, proudly raising her delicate head. She had personally experienced the ferocity of Qin Feng. The only surprise for her was when he had managed to break through to the second level of sword intent. Bai Ri emitted a mournful wail over the loss of his brothers, collapsing to the ground and rolling in despair, unable to accept reality. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving eternal governance, earning 1,000 villain points. Another 1,000 villain points have been credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system. His villain points had surged from 470,000 to 1,210,000, signifying that 74 brothers could now cast aside their worries and focus solely on their cultivation. Truly, my merits are boundless. Qin Feng commended his own actions and began recounting the tale of Bai Jie before Fang Chang. The audience outside was utterly speechless, as words failed to describe this primordial prodigy. Despite possessing the power to annihilate all, he chose to act in a manner that defied expectations. At this moment, due to the content of the projection failing to pass review, it switched to an interview from the nation of Ma Dai. The young lady could not help but inquire of Master Ma. You previously mentioned that Qin Feng is eclectic yet lacks refinement, and that he would not excel in this life-and-death elimination match. However, now he has defeated a first-level cultivator with a single strike, wielding extraordinary ninth-level prowess. What is your perspective on this matter? Master Ma appeared somewhat awkward and perplexed, responding, from that single strike. It is evident that Qin Feng's sword intent has already transcended to the second level. Nevertheless, even with this advancement, it seems implausible that he could defeat the first level Bai Ri with just one blow. The young lady probed further. Are you suggesting that there exists some other power within Qin Feng's strike? Could it possibly stem from a unique physique? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Master Ma asserted with conviction. It is widely acknowledged that Qin Feng possesses the ancient dual pupil trait. How could he possibly have a special physique as well? I suspect he has merely consumed some temporary enhancement elixir. Now it all makes sense. The audience awakened to the truth, as if they had gleaned wisdom from a decade of study. Master Ma continued. The fact that Qin Feng's sword intent has advanced to the second level indicates that he has devoted the past 7 years predominantly to the path of the sword. His supreme bone and ancient dual pupils, therefore, would not be overly formidable. Judging by his ability to defeat Bai Ri, who ranks 153rd, it seems his limits lie around the 100th position. Beyond that, he possesses no significant advantage. Indeed, the audience nodded in agreement, convinced by the expert's insights. As the scene shifted, the content that could not pass scrutiny concluded, and the circumstances on site began to evolve once more. As Fang Chang listened to the essay read by Qin Feng, he could no longer suppress the malevolent force within him. The golden statues of Buddha and demon behind him were instantaneously riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering completely. Cursed Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, having made multiple pleas to the Six Paths Emperor, all of which were met with refusal. She understood that Fang Chang posed a threat to the Six Paths Emperor, who would never allow him to leave the battlefield of life and death unless he was utterly incapacitated. With a resounding crash, the golden statues of Buddha and demon shattered entirely, transforming into specks of starlight that vanished into the void. Feng Chong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath plummeting to an icy low. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a Sword in 10 upgrade card. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for severely wounding the Chosen One. You have received 500,000 villain points. Is this all? Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for another chance to draw a prize. However, he quickly turned his gaze toward the relic of Buddha, realizing that possessing treasures at home is not a fault, but tempting me with them is indeed a grave error. As Feng Chang's comprehension of the great Tao faltered, the Buddha's light emanating from the relic began to dissipate. With a swift motion, he summoned the relic into his grasp. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for seizing the opportunity of the Chosen One. You have received one chance to draw a prize. Now this is satisfying. Qin Feng finally revealed a contented smile, transforming into a white shadow that vanished from the spot. It is not that he is unwilling to take advantage of the situation to eliminate Feng Chong, but rather that the Chosen One is utterly unreasonable. He fears that instead of vanquishing his foe, he might inadvertently lose the relic of the Buddha. It would be wiser to retreat while he still can. Qin Feng, return the relic of the Buddha to me, Feng Chong exclaimed, his expression fraught with anxiety as he scrambled to pursue. For that relic was the very foundation of his standing in the ancient wilderness. However, having failed in his enlightenment, leading to a state of madness, and now suffering grievous injuries, he could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng absconded with his sacred relic. At the same time, he could not fathom why he was consistently subdued by Qin Feng during their encounters, being defeated by a myriad of underhanded tactics, never even granted the opportunity for a fair fight. A sense of dread overcame him as he noticed a sudden change in his complexion. The effects of the medicine within him were once again taking hold, and he cast a glance at the lamenting Bai Ri, whose striking features were all too captivating. Chapter 57. Do not come near me in the vastness of the forest. Qin Feng seized the relic of the Buddha and fled. However, he had underestimated the unreasonable nature of the Chosen Ones. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a youth clad in black barred his path. This individual wielded a long black sword, his gaze imbued with an extraordinary resolve, his mind as tranquil as a still lake. His emaciated form resembled a sharp blade, exuding an unmistakable aura of ferocity. He was the 53rd on the leaderboard, the young master of the Mingjian Manor, named Yijian. The audience outside erupted in excitement, astonished that Qin Feng had encountered Yijian. Mingjian Manor is one of the foremost powers within the Yinyu dynasty, renowned for its legacy of producing unrivaled swordsmen. In this era devoid of sword gods, they have garnered the reputation of one sword in 1,000 years, a title reflecting their prowess. It is undeniable that Mingjian Manor possesses the capital of arrogance, standing as a sanctuary in the hearts of sword practitioners across the realm. Especially Yijian, the current young master, hailed as a prodigy in swordsmanship for centuries. At merely 18 years of age, he had transcended to the first level of the Tao and comprehended the third tier of sword intent, possessing the legendary heavenly sword physique. The thought of his encounter with Qin Feng, the future sword god, ignited the imagination of what explosive clash might ensue. I require your assistance in honing my sword, Yijian uttered without superfluous words, disregarding whether Qin Feng wished to engage in battle. He unsheathed his long sword, embodying the king of swords, resembling a blade piercing the heavens. A crisp sound of sword resonance echoed through the forest, a testament to his formidable strength. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted as he sensed the formidable power of his opponent. With a foundation of first-level cultivation, third-tier sword intent, and the body of a celestial sword, this individual was undoubtedly the most formidable genius he had encountered since his own ascension. However, what puzzled him was the fact that such a terrifying prodigy was not a chosen one. He had not heard the system's notification. Suddenly, an intense wave of energy surged toward him, and a melodious sound of a sword echoed through the forest. The long sword in the opponent's hand erupted with dazzling brilliance, trailing a splendid light as it surged toward Qin Feng with astonishing speed, creating sharp gusts of wind. Qin Feng leaned forward, stepping out with a fluid grace, as if he were a gentle breeze, both swaying delicately and sweeping through like a tempest. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the opponent, who stomped the ground fiercely, causing his aura to swell dramatically. With a sweeping motion of his long sword, he resembled a roaring dragon, instantly shattering the residual shadows. Faced with the relentless advance of his adversary, Qin Feng grasped the hilt of his sword tightly, transforming himself into a drawn blade, his edge unyielding. He unleashed the sky-slaying sword technique. The crisp sound of the sword being drawn resonated through the woods, followed by an overwhelming wave of sword energy. The clash of their blades echoed sharply, the sound of metal striking metal ringing out. The spectators outside the fray gasped in astonishment, witnessing the two combatants refusing to yield an inch, enveloped by an invisible tempest of sword energy that carved terrifying marks into the ground. How could this be possible? The Sixth Tao Emperor and others exclaimed in astonishment, utterly intimidated by Qin Feng's formidable presence. Indeed, it was Qin Feng who instilled fear in them. To the untrained eye, it was mere spectacle. To the experienced, it revealed profound truths. Unlike the prior encounter whereby Ri possessed the first level of entry into the Tao, this time, Yi Jian not only wielded the first level of the Tao, but also commanded a third-tier sword intent, along with a unique physique, the heavenly sword body. Yet, he remained only able to contend evenly with Qin Feng, suggesting that Qin Feng possessed additional enhancements. How could this be possible? Yi Jian's countenance was devoid of expression, yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. His cultivation surpassed Qin Feng by an entire major realm, and his comprehension of sword intent was a level higher, complemented by the might of the heavenly sword body. Still, he found himself unable to vanquish Qin Feng with a single strike. Was the invincible sword heart truly this terrifying? Just as Qin Feng began to feel overwhelmed, the little white creature perched on his shoulder intervened, extending its tiny claw and unhesitatingly poking towards Yi Jian's eye. To be a successful hunter, one must master the art of concealment, remaining as still as stone, locking onto the target, gathering strength, and then striking with the swiftness of the wind. Attack. The audience outside the arena could not help but erupt in exclamations. Realizing that the rabbit Qin Feng had raised shared his nonchalant disregard for the situation, Yi Jian, caught off guard and in pain, quickly retreated, nearly having his eye poked out. However, instead of screaming as he might have anticipated, he drew insights from his previous battle with Qin Feng, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword chi that surged around him. The entire being seemed to have undergone a sublime transformation, akin to a solitary snow lotus standing proudly against the winds atop a sheer cliff, exuding an aura that resonated deeply with the very core of one's being. Qin Feng, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming shock, for this scene was all too familiar to him. It was precisely this sensation he experienced when he attained the invincible sword heart. In other words, during his battle, Yi Jian had already begun to grasp the essence of the invincible sword heart. What a jest! System, come forth. With such a monstrous talent, how can you claim he is not a chosen one? The system responded that while the individual indeed lacked the fate of a chosen one, he possessed the destiny of a formidable antagonist. An antagonist? A rival. Qin Feng stood frozen, his mind racing with astonishment. The protagonist had encountered 3 epic figures thus far, yet he had never crossed paths with a true archvillain. Holding on to the notion that rivals are akin to enemies, he had no intention of collaborating with this individual. Instead, he sought to seize the opportunity to eliminate him, lest he become a source of experience and equipment for the protagonist, complicating his own role as a villain. Is this the invincible sword heart? Yi Jian had already brushed against the invincible sword heart, his gaze towards Qin Feng shimmering with intensity. He intended to use Qin Feng as his whetstone, striving to fully comprehend the legendary invincible sword heart. With a swift motion, Yi Jian summoned numerous indistinct figures, wildly swinging his long sword, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy that engulfed Qin Feng in its overwhelming embrace. This is perilous. Qin Feng resolutely activated his dual pupils, engaging in combat with his opponent. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the forest as invisible sword energy splattered in all directions. However, apart from the celestial sword technique, Qin Feng possessed no other sword skills. He could only rely on the slow-motion perception of his dual pupils to counter the strikes. Yet he found himself retreating under relentless assault. Qin Feng was on the brink of defeat. The audience outside sighed, realizing that his loss was imminent. His celestial sword technique indeed astonished the world, yet once faced with a formidable adversary without swiftly vanquishing them, it indicated his impending exhaustion. unless he resorted to the supreme bone and dual pupils in battle. With this thought, the spectators fixated their gazes on the luminous screen, eager to witness the might of the supreme bone and the ancient dual pupils. Yet, it seemed that Qin Feng had no intention of employing the supreme bone and ancient dual pupils. He quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and his opponent, gradually sheathing the Longkong divine sword. Are you about to use the supreme bone and dual pupils? One sword-wielding figure immediately grew vigilant, wary of any miscalculation. You are not worthy, Qin Feng replied coolly. Not worthy. The Six Paths Emperor and others fixed their eyes upon Qin Feng, curious to discover what other means he possessed. Just as the crowd brimmed with anticipation, they witnessed Qin Feng gesturing to retrieve several vials of Mother Pig is mad, while a distant, sorrowful wail echoed faintly in the air. Please, don't come any closer. Chapter 58, Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Body, cursed Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng was seething with rage as she brandished her life token, ready to call upon her father. The elder tasked with protecting the delegation hurriedly intervened, urging, Your Highness, you must not. This is a life-and-death elimination match of the Yin dynasty, one that Feng Chang voluntarily entered. If you seek the Emperor's aid at the first sign of trouble, how will the ancient powers perceive our great Xia dynasty? They will deem us unworthy of the game. But, Princess Nanfeng was nearly overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to bear witnessing her beloved face such peril. The elder, bewildered, murmured, given the circumstances. Why does Feng Chang not concede? Has he lost his reason, or does he genuinely relish such strife? With a heart seemingly shattered, Nanfeng covered her mouth and fled in tears. Within the grand palace of the Six Paths Emperor, various dignitaries turned their gaze toward the moon goddess upon hearing the commotion, as if to accuse her. This turmoil is your Qin Feng's doing. Do not look at me. I do not know him. The moon goddess, stripped of her previous haughtiness, wore an expression that conveyed her unfamiliarity with Qin Feng. In the arena of life and death, a swordsman immediately lost his composure, hastily retreating a few steps. The tales of Qin Feng using a wild boar in the fray had already circulated, with 70 candidates falling prey to his cunning tactics, employing methods that were both simplistic and brutal. Once armed, Qin Feng was not fearsome. Rather, it was his disarming smile that truly instilled terror. Utterly shameless, the audience outside was left speechless, just as they had begun to forget Qin Feng's disgrace through 2 battles. Who could have anticipated that he would once again lose all semblance of integrity? Behold, an invisible tempest enveloped Qin Feng, wildly sweeping up several jade vials containing sows, while the fallen leaves in the forest danced gracefully in the whirlwind. Leaves fluttered down. This was the signature technique he had learned from the 10 ancestors, which, after 7 years of exploration and refinement, he had successfully transformed into a fervent palm technique. Its power may not be the most formidable, nor its damage the highest, but its lewdness is universally acknowledged. With a single strike, it radiated with passion. Yi Jian's expression turned grave as he felt a pang of regret for seeking out Qin Feng. He could distinctly sense the vast area covered by this strike, necessitating not only evasion from the frenzied medicinal powder mixed with the sows, but also the avoidance of those leaves transformed into lethal cutting blades. Moreover, he could afford no errors. Otherwise, Qin Feng would seize the opportunity, robbing him of the bliss inherent to manhood. Go! Qin Feng gently waved his palm, unleashing a powerful gust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves instantly morphed into terrifying weapons, slicing through the air like chainsaws, accompanied by a dense white mist that enveloped the vicinity for hundreds of meters. Yi Jian held his breath, showing no sign of retreat. The black longsword in hand traced a flawless arc, unleashing a tempest of fierce sword energy amidst the trees. The falling leaves, propelled by the onslaught, were obliterated, while the swirling medicinal powders were cleaved apart by the sword's might. Now was the moment. As the sword energy carved a breach, a path connecting him to Qin Feng emerged. Qin Feng swiftly assumed the stance of the celestial slash, his heart summoning the system to utilize the sword intent upgrade card acquired from completing a task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the sword intent upgrade card. The 2nd level sword intent has ascended to the 3rd level, embracing all rivers, a harmonious unity. In a moment of daze, Qin Feng perceived a fleeting glimpse of a sword light, as graceful as a startled swan, breathtakingly dazzling, traversing the night like a moonbeam, scattering a myriad of clouds. Surely, There must be limits to childishness. The sword, feeling deeply offended by Qin Feng's actions, regarded them as an affront. For a swordsman to repeatedly employ the same technique, especially one that had been successfully countered, constituted the utmost humiliation. Even if cloaked beneath a facade of fervor, it could not disguise the disgrace. Clang! The resounding, crystalline sound of the sword drawn was akin to thunder splitting the heavens, stirring the hearts of all present. No, this was not the earlier celestial slash. Qin Feng's figure, draped in snow-white attire, flashed like a bolt of lightning, his alabaster hand grasping the hilt of the long sky divine sword, rising gracefully, akin to a startled swan. As the stunning sword light suddenly manifested amidst the forest, the actions of drawing, striking, and sheathing the sword flowed seamlessly into one another. Third-level sword intent. A sword, with eyes wide open in disbelief, felt a chilling breeze akin to a mountain stream's gentle flow sweeping towards him, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. An incredibly sharp and intangible sword aura surged around him. Clang! The sound of steel clashing resonated through the forest as two figures crossed each other at an astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though time had frozen. Qin Feng's sword had returned to its sheath, standing still as he could only faintly hear the sound of muffled sobs nearby. Who emerged victorious? The audience outside felt their hearts in their throats, their gazes fixed on the light screen, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Initially believing that Qin Feng's second-level sword intent was his limit, they were astounded to discover he had comprehended the third-level sword intent, truly a terrifying feat, solidifying his reputation as the foremost prodigy of the ancient era. Spurt. Qin Feng could not suppress a cough of blood, and fresh wounds appeared across his body. The intangible sword aura that had surged from the sword just moments ago was no ordinary sword energy. It was the divine sword energy innate to his heavenly sword physique, possessing formidable lethality, and he had been injured while breaking through with the Sword of Heaven technique. However, according to the law of bloodshed in duels, his injury must be greater than his opponent's. Spurt. Following the established rules, the sword knelt on one knee, unable to contain a spurt of blood. As a gaping wound tore open on his body, blood flowing forth as if it were free. Did Qin Feng emerge victorious? The spectators outside were in disbelief, their hearts unable to find tranquility for a long time. Although Qin Feng was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, his extraordinary cultivation at the 9th level of the transcendent realm was hardly impressive. Yet, despite this, he managed to triumph over the ranked 53rd expert, One Sword. It is noteworthy that in the current life and death elimination tournament's power rankings, One Sword is among the top 10 masters. This young man is truly remarkable. The various dignitaries, including the Six Paths Emperor, were left speechless, utterly astounded by Qin Feng's prowess. Who would have anticipated that an individual at the bottom of the 9th level of the transcendent realm could rise to become the brightest star of the event, effortlessly defeating renowned experts one after another? Such humility, such finesse. The moon goddess, now puffed up with pride, wore an expression as if she were the closest confidant of Qin Feng. Yet, in her heart, she contemplated how to give Qin Feng a thorough lesson. Having already broken through to the 3rd level of sword intent, how dare he conceal his true abilities before her? After all, she had nurtured him from infancy. Who was he trying to outsmart? The dignitaries were utterly speechless, realizing that the moon goddess seemed to lack any sense of propriety. Qin Feng's extraordinary feats were likely inextricably linked to her influence. This child is no ordinary talent. The Six Paths Emperor narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Feng, noting that his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and that the injuries he sustained from clashing with the celestial sword's aura should not have been so trivial. I have not yet been defeated. With a sword in hand, the injured figure rose once more, as an invisible sword aura began to coalesce furiously around him, forming a colossal transparent blade towering 20 meters high. This was the innate celestial sword of his celestial sword body. He swung the sword, and the divine beings recoiled in fear. Goodness, it seemed endless. Qin Feng, however, was not one to indulge anyone, as a golden light flickered at his chest, revealing the intricate flow of runes. The Supreme Bone. It truly was the Supreme Bone. The audience outside erupted in excitement, realizing that even more thrilling moments lay ahead. The clash of the Supreme Bone against the celestial sword body. But wait, just as everyone anticipated the duel, Qin Feng suddenly called for a halt, claiming he needed to adjust the energies to the right. To the right, confusion spread across the faces of the onlookers, unable to comprehend the notion of adjusting energies and feng shui. Immature, the sword master, uninterested in quarreling with Qin Feng over such trivialities, willingly conceded the right side position. Celestial sword, heavenly cataclysmic light. The earth trembled as both forces collided, the unleashed energy uprooting trees and enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying tempest of power, extending for hundreds of meters. Was this the prowess of the younger generation? The audience could not help but swallow hard, awed by the formidable strength of the current youth. They had long heard of the extraordinary might of this generation, but they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Even before the battle commenced, the Supreme Bone had already met the celestial sword body, showcasing such devastating potential. I shall observe how you withstand this. Qin Feng let out a furious roar, his celestial dominance beginning to amplify. How is this possible? A sword felt as though he were on the brink of madness, utterly bewildered by the enigma that Qin Feng represented. His supreme bone was inherited from his brother, his heavenly sword body was innate, and his cultivation far surpassed that of Qin Feng, yet he was being overwhelmed in battle, teetering on the edge of defeat. Where, indeed, had things gone awry? Chapter 59. Who do you think you are? With a thunderous roar, a sword was unexpectedly hurled away by the wrath of the heavens. As the tempest of energy subsided, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, albeit in a state of utter disarray. The sword, battered and torn, struggled to regain its footing, panting heavily, clearly drained of any resolve to continue the fight. In stark contrast, Qin Feng remained invigorated, exuding an aura of increasing ferocity with each passing moment. Had he been drinking counterfeit wine? Both the spectators outside the arena and the weary sword within it gazed at Qin Feng as if witnessing a ghost. They could scarcely fathom how, after such an intense battle, Qin Feng appeared utterly unscathed, radiating an impression that he could effortlessly continue his endeavors throughout the night. Is this the might of the celestial body? Qin Feng realized that the celestial body was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only did it prevent him from feeling fatigue during combat, but he also sensed that with the passage of time in battle, his physical form grew increasingly potent, ultimately evolving into an indestructible golden body. It seems my rabbit need not intervene. After a series of antics, Xiao Bai finally settled comfortably on Qin Feng's shoulder, nibbling on a carrot. Indeed, the Six Paths Emperor couldn't suppress a chuckle, having finally uncovered Qin Feng's little secret. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had withstood the onslaught of the heavenly sword's energy, an injury that seemed utterly inconceivable. It is worth noting that the heavenly sword's innate energy is notoriously fierce. A mere brush could spell doom for the unwary, while the fortunate few might be left with severed limbs in their desperate struggle for survival. In stark contrast, Qin Feng seemed entirely unscathed, merely bearing minor superficial injuries. Presently, he appeared invigorated, devoid of any weariness, and aside from the legendary celestial tyrant body, there could be no other explanation. The celestial tyrant body. The dignitaries within the palace were rendered speechless, their minds echoing with incredulity. Goodness! Possessing an ancient dual pupil and comprehending the invincible sword heart was already sufficient to incite envy. Yet now he was additionally endowed with the celestial tyrant body. Born for battle. Oh heavens, your favoritism is rather excessive, is it not? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The moon goddess shook her head vehemently, refusing to believe that Qin Feng possessed the celestial tyrant body. Having resided in the moon goddess palace since the age of 8, she was acutely aware of what he possessed. If he had the celestial tyrant body, how could she possibly be oblivious? The Six Paths sovereign interjected, stating that this was merely the second day, and the final day would undoubtedly bring further chaos. The celestial tyrant body could not be concealed in such circumstances. The various dignitaries exchanged glances, anticipating the ultimate confrontation on the morrow. At that moment, figures began to emerge from all directions, their gazes towards Qin Feng, and one sword rife with avarice. Brother Qin, we have ample time ahead, until we meet again. One sword was acutely aware of their intentions to benefit from the unfolding chaos. With a final remark, he hastened away, dragging his injured form. Do you presume you are someone of significance? You think you can challenge me at will, and depart unscathed? With a powerful push of his foot, Qin Feng surged forward like a fierce leopard. The sharp sound of wind slicing through the air startled Yi Jian, who witnessed Qin Feng appear before him in a flash, leaving him no time to react before being struck by the devastating severing of offspring move. What? Yi Jian's face contorted in terror, realizing that even in this moment, Qin Feng had not forgotten about his brother. With a resounding thud, chaos ensued. Yi Jian's eyes widened in horror as excruciating pain enveloped his body. He never anticipated he would ultimately fall victim to this technique. Hiss! Those lurking nearby to seize the opportunity gasped, feeling an inexplicable chill beneath them. They simply could not fathom why Qin Feng had such a peculiar obsession with crushing eggs. With unverified reports suggesting that over 70 brothers had already fallen prey to his sinister hands. Simultaneously, they pondered a pressing question. Was it truly worth provoking Qin Feng for the sake of points? Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for achieving the egg-crushing feat, earning 1,000 villain points. The 1,000 points have been credited. Qin Feng showed no signs of relenting, donning an innocuous smile as he surveyed the crowd around him. The number of onlookers was not particularly large, merely over 100. Calculating at 1,000 villain points each, a complete harvest would amass a total of 100,000 villain points. Buzzing. Suddenly, a series of piercing sword sounds erupted. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand gesture, causing the Longkong divine sword before him to split into 9 miniature swords. Floating in the air and encircling him, 9 swords unsheathed. Qin Feng executed a series of finger gestures, pointing towards the crowd of 100. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of piercing wind filled the air as the 9 swords streaked through the void like meteors, devoid of any superfluous movements, aimed unerringly at their brethren. Oh! The wails of despair echoed incessantly, as one after another fell to the ground. Run, run. Witnessing their comrades collapse, a palpable fear spread among the remaining souls. Especially upon seeing the flash of sword light, devoid of mercy, it felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. A chilling sensation coursing from their heads to their heels. The transformation from hunter to prey occurred in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Shattered Egg Yongji, for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Shattered Egg Yongji, for acquiring 1,000 villain points. With every upheaval and chaos, the system notifications continued to resonate. Run! He is a demon. No one could withstand the terror swelling within their hearts. In a panicked frenzy, they began to flee, fully grasping the dread instilled by this ancient prodigy. He may not be the strongest, but he is undoubtedly the most unscrupulous. At this moment, due to the inappropriateness of the scene for young viewers, the broadcast shifted to an exclusive interview in Madai country. The young lady, rather pointedly, inquired of Master Ma. Previously, you mentioned that Qin Feng would rank around 100. Now, having defeated 54 with a single strike, he seems poised to overpower hundreds of candidates. What is your perspective on this matter? Master Ma, appearing somewhat awkward, replied. From Qin Feng's demonstration of third-level sword intent just moments ago, it is evident that he is not as eclectic and lacking in precision as I had surmised. Over the past 7 years, he has devoted himself solely to the sword path, a testament to the guidance of Lady Moon God in his training. The young lady, still perplexed, countered, yet, Qin Feng exhibits remarkable proficiency with Supreme Bone, suggesting he is not exclusively focused on the sword path. Is it not possible that he possesses extraordinary talent, allowing him to master multiple disciplines simultaneously? Absolutely not. Master Ma declared with grave seriousness. One must recognize that human potential has its limits. Qin Feng, having lived merely 15 years, achieving such mastery in swordsmanship is unprecedented. At best, he may have sacrificed his own cultivation to hone the Supreme Bone, but it is utterly implausible for him to excel in multiple arts concurrently. Ah, I see. The audience collectively grasped the insight, feeling as though they had gleaned the wisdom of a decade's worth of study. Master Ma sighed, adding, "It is regrettable that Qin Feng has misprioritized. The dual pupils are a path to invincibility. Why rely on another's bone when he possesses his own? Neglecting his innate gifts to pursue another's supreme bone could lead to a grievous loss." The audience nodded in agreement, acknowledging the expert's reasoning. At that moment, the scene shifted back, revealing everyone sprawled on the ground, lamenting in despair. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for severing the lineage of 104 individuals, thereby acquiring a total of 104,000 villain points. Over 100,000 points have been credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system, noting that he had amassed 7.26 million villain points, with one opportunity for a lottery draw still unused. It was time to bolster his abilities. After enduring several fierce battles, Qin Feng realized that his cultivation level was woefully inadequate. Tomorrow marked the final day of the life and death elimination tournament, which would undoubtedly incite a brutal conflict. To survive, he must significantly enhance his strength. Furthermore, he needed to thoroughly examine the Buddhist relic he had obtained from Feng Chang. Let the eggs shatter and the garments flutter, concealing merit and fame. As Qin Feng departed, the scene shifted to Feng Chang. He was seen sprinting through the forest in disarray, tears streaming down his face. There was no turning back. He could not return. Even knowing that Princess Nanfeng had been poisoned that night, they could never go back to the past. Chapter 60. The Enduring Bond of Friends. Alas. The spectators outside shook their heads in dismay, expressing profound sympathy for the unfortunate plight of the opposing party. Despite possessing terrifying prowess, they chose to squander their talents on frivolous pursuits. It is not the sight of Qin Feng wielding a sword that instills fear, but rather the disquieting smile he casts upon you. Flee, run swiftly, for if you do not escape now, it may soon be too late. Simultaneously, curiosity gnawed at them. What further misdeeds would Qin Feng perpetrate next? How could this transpire? Even with her mind steeled for the worst, Princess Nanfeng found it impossible to accept the grim tidings. How could the erudite gentleman, who could conjure clouds with a flick of his hand and summon storms with a mere jest, be so utterly debased? No, it seemed he was the one wreaking havoc upon others. This individual was a misnomer indeed. The venerable elder tasked with safeguarding the envoy let out a heavy sigh. Ever since Feng Chang had become an advisor to Princess Nanfeng 7 years ago, he had undeniably revitalized the waning dynasty of the Great Xia, igniting a glimmer of hope within the royal family to reclaim power from the aristocracy. Throughout this time, Feng Chang faced calamity with an unwavering demeanor, as though he held the reins of fate itself, which only deepened the royal family's trust in him. His scholarly brilliance often manifested in timeless verses, enchanting the princesses of the royal lineage beyond measure. Yet, during this expedition to the Inu dynasty, he found himself entirely on the defensive, repeatedly thwarted by Qin Feng. If 1 or 2 setbacks could be attributed to chance, then 3 or 4 were indisputably the work of design. From the moment Feng Chang orchestrated a scheme to provoke Qin Feng, it is likely that Qin Feng had already discerned his intentions. Gradually, he drove Feng Chang into a corner, managing to restrain even his darkest inclinations, ultimately sacrificing his own innocence in the process. Alas, what a tragic fate! You plot against me, and I against you. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. His vengeance is embodied in Qin Feng. Is it not a case of misnomer? The princess of the South Wind, even though reluctant to confront it, must inevitably face this dilemma. She harbors feelings of admiration for Feng Chang, yet her ambition outweighs her affections. She aspires to ascend to the throne as a woman, who claims that females are inferior to males. She yearns to demonstrate to the world the birth of the first empress in the history of the Great Xia. Yet, at this moment, it is evident that Feng Chang is no match for Qin Feng. Is it truly wise for her to stake everything on him? Just then, the seemingly defeated Feng Chang rose once more. Despite suffering both physical and spiritual blows, he refused to yield to fate. He sought vengeance. He yearned to trample Qin Feng beneath his feet, to instill in him the terror of those who traverse worlds. Feng Chang's expression was chillingly cold as he limped away, the tears at the corners of his eyes bearing witness to a dark history that is all too well known to the world. Qin Feng. The princess of the South Wind's gaze was equally frigid, her small fists clenched tightly, making a sound as they struck together, swearing to rend the villain Qin Feng into 1,000 pieces. She felt a furious resolve not only due to the myriad humiliations he had inflicted upon her, but also because of the grievous fate he had wrought upon her beloved. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for tormenting the chosen one's body and soul, earning 300,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leaving the chosen one with permanent psychological trauma, earning a chance to draw in a lottery. Torment. An inexplicable, inappropriate image flashed through Qin Feng's mind, causing him to shudder and abruptly dispel the vision. However, he would certainly not refuse the additional opportunity for a lottery draw. Thus, I now possess 2 chances to draw. Qin Feng sought refuge in a secret cave, designated for competitors to rest, where he would no longer be subjected to live broadcasts, and eagerly called upon the system to commence the lottery. With a whoosh, the grand wheel reappeared before Qin Feng and began to spin slowly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine level sword technique, the Great River Sword Technique. In that instant, it was as if Qin Feng beheld a surging river, composed of countless streams of sword energy, cutting through the air with magnificent splendor. What an extraordinary Great River Sword Technique! Qin Feng exhaled deeply, profoundly moved by its grandeur. At present, aside from the heaven-slaying sword art, he possessed no other sword techniques, which often left him in the awkward predicament of having no moves to employ if he could not dispatch his opponent with a single strike. The emergence of the Great River Sword Technique perfectly alleviated this awkwardness. Having just acquired 300,000 villain points, it perfectly brought his total to 1 million. Qin Feng cast a glance at his villain points, which had accumulated to 10,260,000, sufficient to exchange for a card that guarantees a perfect match, thus unleashing the utmost power of the Great River Sword Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points and successfully redeeming the Great Completion 100 match card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing the Great Completion 100 match card, elevating the Great River Sword Technique to the realm of Great Completion. Buzz! Buzz! Countless sword energies surged around Qin Feng, roaring forth like a mighty river in full flow. Little White, who was nibbling on a carrot, instantly perked up, sensing the sword energies released by Qin Feng, taking a step closer to becoming the legendary Sword Rabbit. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes, his gaze as dark as ink, revealing a hint of sharpness that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Having completely grasped the profound essence of the Great River Sword Technique. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and called upon the system to continue the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the divine level mark, Indomitable Will. The Indomitable Will divine level mark grants its bearer immunity to any spiritual attacks in the world. What a treasure! The brief description prompted Qin Feng to swiftly integrate it. In the context of ancient cultivation, spiritual attacks equate to soul attacks, and they are the most insidious form of assault, unseen, untouchable, and a perilous trap if one is not cautious. It is said that formidable psychic assailants can inscribe a mark of servitude upon the souls of individuals, rendering them devoid of freedom and reducing them to mere slaves. However, with this indomitable will, one need not fear such nefarious attacks. What lies ahead is the relic of the Buddha. Qin Feng retrieved the Buddha's relic, and a radiant golden light instantaneously illuminated the dim cavern, causing the dragon-shaped tattoos on his body to stir restlessly, as if encountering some extraordinary treasure. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon is a discipline of Buddhism. What effects might the fusion with the Buddha's relic yield? Qin Feng, filled with curiosity, decided to proceed without hesitation and began the process of refining the relic on the spot. Boom! As Qin Feng integrated with the Buddha's relic, a terrifying and almost frenzied energy surged forth from it. His body trembled violently, and he distinctly felt his vital energy swirling within, akin to a raging inferno, scorching his bones and flesh. In an instant, an excruciating pain engulfed Qin Feng's senses. He swore he had never encountered such agony before. Qin Feng, what has happened to you? Xiao Bai, sensing the anomaly, became as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet. Without concern for its efficacy, she handed him the sage's bamboo scroll, hoping it would aid him in resisting the energy of the Buddha's relic. Meanwhile, outside the cavern, a group of individuals had gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Are they truly going to confront Qin Feng? This fellow possesses no limits. It has come to my attention that nearly 200 brothers have transitioned into sisters. Thus, it would be prudent not to provoke him further. Currently, Qin Feng ranks 51st in points, and his cultivation is at the bottom, making him the most manageable adversary. What if he possesses a particularly frenzied boar as well? Fear not, for our camaraderie endures. Our spirits remain unyielding, and we shall not part ways. Chapter 61. Engaging in a multi-billion-dollar deal with the young lady within the cave. Qin Feng held the relic of the Buddha in one hand and the sage's bamboo scroll in the other. One was a sacred artifact of Buddhism, while the other belonged to Taoism. Were it not for the inability to conduct a live broadcast in the cave, the entire ancient world would undoubtedly be in a frenzy. It was also due to Xiao Bai placing the sage's bamboo scroll into Qin Feng's hand that the relic of the Buddha suddenly fell silent, no longer exhibiting its earlier ferocity. It seemed as though the sage's bamboo scroll had instilled a sense of awe in the relic, rendering it hesitant to act recklessly. Indeed, all things in the world exist in a delicate balance of mutual generation and restraint. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to breathe, skillfully channeling the 33 heavens transformation technique, directing the energy emanating from the relic of the Buddha into his limbs and bones. Roar. The golden dragon patterns on Qin Feng's body emitted a resonant roar, fervently absorbing the energy from the relic, and with this authentic power of Buddhism, the might of the great heavenly dragon would ascend to new heights. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted violently from within Qin Feng as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. An indescribable agony spread from his limbs and bones, akin to the sensation of his entire skeletal structure shattering and flesh being torn asunder. Yet, thanks to the extraordinary self-healing ability of the 33 heavens transformation technique, the shattered bones and torn flesh were restored, allowing his physical form to grow increasingly formidable with each reconstruction. This sensation was exquisite, yet the more exquisite it became, the greater the suffering one had to endure. Almost on the verge of breaking through to the spirit martial realm, Qin Feng felt the surging energy within him and resolved to make a decisive leap into the spirit martial realm. Unlike the external release of spiritual energy characteristic of the extraordinary realm, the spirit martial realm involves the manifestation of spiritual energy into form, depending on the martial techniques practiced. The forms that emerge vary. Some may transform into wolves, others into tigers, and still others, like Feng Chong, may take the shape of a great Buddha. Currently, his sky-slaying sword technique lacks a defined form, while the great river sword art manifests as a vast river, and the great dragon of heaven takes the shape of a soaring dragon. Given that his martial techniques resonate with him at a perfect 100%, there is no need to squander time on the manifestation of spiritual energy. Upon breaking through to the spirit martial realm, he can directly employ his martial skills. This is precisely why it is said that self-created martial techniques are the most formidable. Those that suit oneself are indeed the finest. Is everything all right now? Xiaobai observed Qin Feng's gradually calming demeanor and breathed a deep sigh of relief, nearly feeling like a forsaken stray rabbit. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the cave, causing Xiaobai's previously settled heart to leap once more. This is bad. Someone is coming. Watching Qin Feng, who was in the midst of his cultivation, Xiaobai resolutely stood at the entrance of the cave. It is Qin Feng's rabbit. Outside the cave, over 100 men approached, each possessing cultivation levels above the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm. They had also heard of Qin Feng's triumph over the One Sword, and were aware that the renowned first prodigy of the Antiquity Age was not merely a product of empty reputation. Yet, they could not resist the allure of the points held by Qin Feng. However, compared to other prodigies, Qin Feng appeared to be the most vulnerable target. His age and cultivation level offered him no advantage, and having engaged in a fierce battle with one sword, followed by shattering over 100 eggs, it was believed that he was left with little strength. My esteemed companion, Silver, along with 2 young ladies, was engaged in discussions concerning a multi-million deal. I advise you to leave at once. Although Little White seemed as steadfast as an old dog, internally, she was in a state of turmoil, uncertain whether she could intimidate them. Discussing business? A multi-million deal? And with 2 young ladies. That scoundrel Qin Feng, who even carries a sow around. What significant business could he possibly engage in? One could easily speculate what he was up to inside. The attendees, filled with envy, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. This was no jest. The title of King of Egg Shattering was not earned lightly. It was a result of Qin Feng shattering nearly 200 eggs in a single day. If they were to disrupt Qin Feng's negotiations, they could only refer to each other as sisters henceforth. Could one trust Qin Feng's rabbit? I suspect he is likely recuperating within. Someone immediately voiced their skepticism. However, before they could finish their words, Little White suddenly vanished from sight. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the wind startled everyone in the crowd, as Xiaobai suddenly appeared before the doubters. Without granting them a moment to react, it executed a swift and decisive move, the Severing Generations kick. With a resounding thud, chaos ensued. The opponents' eyes widened in disbelief, as excruciating pain coursed through their body, collapsing to the ground like a curled-up shrimp, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail of loss. It is the power of space. This little rabbit possesses spatial abilities. The crowd, filled with trepidation, hastily retreated, their gazes toward Xiaobai brimming with caution. The power of space is an extraordinarily rare ability. allowing one to manifest unexpectedly in various locations. Only the mightiest among humanity can cultivate such supernatural skills. However, the demon race is different. Some mystical beasts are born with innate powers, often referred to as anomalies among their kind. Little did they anticipate that the endearing rabbit nurtured by Qin Feng would indeed be one of these anomalies, possessing the innate ability of spatial manipulation. Xiaobai proclaimed, "I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who dares to oppose?" After establishing its dominance, it reached into its own space and retrieved a carrot, holding it in its mouth with an air of nonchalant superiority. Meanwhile, the scene outside shifted to a close-up of Xiaobai. "Isn't this Qin Feng's rabbit? This rabbit exudes such swagger, yet I find myself utterly charmed. Just like Qin Feng, this rabbit exudes an audacious spirit, truly a reflection of its master. A creature of extraordinary nature, it is no wonder that Qin Feng chose to accompany it." The spectators exchanged glances, suspecting that Xiaobai was merely deceiving them. If Qin Feng were indeed engaged in business within, it would be improbable for there to be an utter lack of commotion or silence. The more it maintained such an expression, the more they suspected it was merely stalling for time. Why can't there be a modicum of trust between humans and rabbits? Upon realizing that the others were not easily fooled, Xiaobai understood that it could only resort to desperate measures. With a swift motion, it chose to seize the initiative, utilizing its spatial powers once more. Movement, a powerful kick, shattering eggs, everything executed in one fluid sequence. Why is this rabbit as shameless as Qin Feng? Embrace your confidence and shed the why. Fear etched on the faces of those surrounding. They dreaded becoming the next victims. Yet, despite Xiaobai's formidable display and adept use of spatial abilities, those daring enough to participate in a life-and-death elimination contest were not without their own skills. Soon, someone discerned Xiaobai's weakness and charged towards the cave where Qin Feng resided. Alarmed, Xiaobai quickly rushed to assist, falling into the opponent's trap. Now was the moment. The adversary precisely calculated Xiaobai's arrival time and location, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches as soon as Xiaobai materialized, entering the battlefield of life and death. It is a matter of survival or demise. There is no mercy to be found. "Ah!" Little White cries out in agony. Its once pristine white fur now stained crimson with blood. The spectators outside watch with hearts full of anguish, fervently praying for the little creature's survival. With a resounding thud, Little White is violently hurled away, collapsing to the ground, motionless, teetering on the brink of life and death. Next, it is Qin Feng. The adversary's eyes gleam with excitement, for they believe that as long as they can eliminate Qin Feng, victory is assured. Yet, at this moment, a certain unscrupulous author forcibly injects more drama into Little White's plight, seeking to demonstrate that it is not a worthless rabbit. Trembling, it rises once more, defying the odds. Even though it is barely clinging to life, it stands unsteadily at the cave entrance, its frail voice imbued with unwavering determination. "As long as I, the rabbit, remain, you shall never enter the cave." Chapter 62. The heavens did not bestow upon me, Qin Xiaobai. The sword path is eternal like the long night, this little creature. Observing Xiaobai's indomitable gaze, the moon goddess felt a profound astonishment within her heart. While others might be oblivious to the true nature of this rabbit, she had witnessed its growth firsthand, piece by piece. It could be said that it was a rabbit devoid of moral integrity. For its primary ambition in life was to sell Qin Feng to the young lady in exchange for money. She had always been curious about the utility of such a morally ambiguous rabbit in Qin Feng's life, pondering if it would ultimately betray him in a moment of battle. Now, she finally comprehended that a lack of integrity does not equate to a lack of loyalty. This rabbit was truly capable of forming bonds. It would genuinely stand up when needed. Similarly, the spectators outside were deeply moved by Xiaobai's unwavering resolve. Even when faced with certain death, it was determined to buy time for its master, its petite form appearing extraordinarily grand at that moment. "How dare you seek to protect Qin Feng?" The crowd erupted in merciless ridicule, eagerly anticipating the moment they would slay Qin Feng and celebrate with Xiaobai as their drink companion. Was it truly amusing? Xiaobai, despite its feebleness, slowly lifted its small head, and in its eyes, a fierce glint of sword-like brilliance suddenly erupted. "What is happening?" The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically as they sensed the transformation within Xiaobai. If the previous Xiaobai was merely an adorable little rabbit, the current Xiaobai resembled a sword poised to be unsheathed. The edge was unrefined, yet the rabbit and the sword had become one. The sword comes forth. With an exuberant roar, the little white rabbit, brimming with confidence, slowly raised its trembling paw. A resounding clang echoed from the depths of the cave, and a beam of sword light shot forth like a meteor. As the rabbit raised by Qin Feng since its youth, it had not only mastered his mischievous ways, but also his swordsmanship. Moreover, Qin Feng had never held back from imparting his knowledge. During each epiphany regarding the sword, he openly shared his insights, actively teaching it how to become an unparalleled sword rabbit. Coupled with the enlightenment from the sage's bamboo scroll and the awakening of its spirit pet, Carrot, over time it developed its own unique sword path. Even Qin Feng's Long Sky Divine sword could be effortlessly summoned by it. Suddenly, the Long Sky Divine sword soared out of the cave, transforming into 9 small swords that floated around the little white rabbit. It was the Long Sky 9 swords. The expressions of those around shifted dramatically, their hearts racing with the foreboding of impending calamity. They were somewhat aware of Qin Feng's Long Sky 9 swords, a treasure he had shamelessly obtained from the emperor of the Great Xia, which subsequently became his signature weapon. They also knew that Qin Feng typically utilized the 9 swords in a unified form. However, disassembling them signified his transformation into a formidable force. Now, with the rabbit manifesting the Long Sky Divine sword as 9 small swords, they could hardly believe that such a creature raised by Qin Feng would possess any sense of propriety. Neither heaven nor earth gave birth to me, Qin Xiaobai. The sword path is eternal like the long night. The little white rabbit recalled a phrase spoken by Qin Feng, reminiscent of a scion's transformation after a fierce battle. The sword aura surrounding him began to surge with intensity, as 9 small swords seemingly received a command, transforming into streaks of meteoric sword light that swiftly darted towards the opponent. Astonishingly, I found myself stirred to fervor by a mere rabbit. The atmosphere among the spectators ignited in an instant, their minds echoing the phrase, "Heaven did not give birth to me, Qin Xiaobai." The path of the sword is eternally as long as the night. What audacity, what arrogance! Indeed, this rabbit raised by Qin Feng not only mastered its cunning, but also inherited his ferocity. Suddenly, the moon goddess appeared somewhat distracted, her thoughts drifting back 7 years. She recalled the first encounter with Qin Feng, when he boldly proclaimed, "At the pinnacle of immortality, I reign over the world. Where there is Qin Feng, there is heaven." However, it was the subsequent plea, "Sister Moon Goddess, save me," that nearly unsettled her heart. Danger! The expressions of those surrounding Xiaobai shifted dramatically as they witnessed the swift approach of the 9 swords, prompting them to hastily evade. Yet, they severely underestimated Xiaobai's combat prowess. Though its cultivation level matched Qin Feng's as a transcendent of the 9th rank, it possessed an epic-level talent, effortlessly challenging those of higher ranks. Even those at the 9th rank of spirit and martial arts would find themselves engaged in several exchanges. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sounds of eggs shattering echoed, accompanied by cries of agony. Truly, this is a rabbit nurtured by Qin Feng. The spectators outside could not help but swallow hard, instinctively shielding their companions. Who exactly is Qin Feng? The moon goddess found herself unable to comprehend Qin Feng after 7 years. His ruthless ambition in excavating his brother's supreme bone, his unrepentant defiance against the family elders, his audacious desire towards the princess of the Great Xia, and his shameless array of limitless tactics all painted a picture of a man who would stop at nothing. Yet, this very Qin Feng, devoid of scruples, managed to lead a tranquil life within the moon goddess palace for 7 years, skillfully concealing his true capabilities and nurturing the extraordinary sword rabbit, Xiaobai. With a resounding crash, the Long Kong 9 swords were forcefully sent flying by an unseen power, and the chaotic scene was swiftly brought under control. Descending from the heavens was a man clad in black armor, wielding a battle spear with an aura of dominance, effortlessly sending the Long Kong 9 swords soaring. His presence emanated the unique fluctuations of an entry-level cultivator. It was Qianjun. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they realized their comrade was safe. Although Qianjun could not be deemed a prodigy, his cultivation at the first level of entry still afforded him the capability to vie for a chance at prominence. And he should have little difficulty in suppressing the rogue rabbit, Xiaobai. The entry-level realm. Xiaobai's eyelids twitched slightly, and a sense of foreboding washed over it. While it was indeed capable of challenging opponents beyond its level, unperturbed even against those of the ninth tier of spirit martial arts. Not every rabbit bore the name Qin Feng. Facing an entry-level cultivator, the intent to kill could come swiftly. Within the cave, Qin Feng sensed the tumultuous battle outside and hastened to break through to the spirit martial realm, unwilling to suffer the same fate as Feng Chang. Interrupted in his pursuits by external forces. At this moment, the Buddha's relic in Qin Feng's hand had seamlessly merged with his being, leading to a profound metamorphosis. His vital essence surged with a vigor akin to a mighty river, ceaselessly flowing and churning. His bones and flesh gradually radiated a divine brilliance, enveloping him in a sacred aura. The celestial body had been partially awakened, further enhancing the strength of his corporeal form. Now, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly sprang open, revealing orbs as dark as ink, ignited by a flash of palpable brilliance. A tremendous wave of energy surged around him and behind him. A torrent of sword energy surged forth like a mighty river. The deafening roar of the waves startled those outside the cave. Is it Qin Feng? An expression of terror flashed across the faces of the onlookers, as if a ferocious beast were about to break free. They were oblivious to the source of the cataclysmic sound, yet they could distinctly sense that Qin Feng had transcended the spirit martial realm. With his extraordinary prowess at the ninth layer, he could vanquish a single sword, and now, having broken through, Qin Feng could not be underestimated in the perilous battleground of life and death. Someone, their eyes wild with rage, bellowed, "What are we waiting for? Let us rush in and eliminate Qin Feng, or we shall all become his sisters when he emerges." The air was thick with a gambling mentality. They had staked their lives in this harrowing contest, long having cast aside the fear of death. Now, slaying Qin Feng would pave their path to victory, an opportunity not to be missed. Wait. The resonant voice of Qianjun reverberated, as he wielded his battle spear and advanced through the throng, exuding an aura akin to that of an invincible war deity. Such formidable prowess. Xiao Bai's expression turned grave, bracing himself for a fight to the death. The formidable presence of Qianjun, the leader, elevated the spirits of those around him, providing them with a steadfast anchor. With a thud, Qianjun unhesitatingly knelt at the entrance of the cave, prostrating himself in reverence, declaring, "I am Qianjun." His admiration for the esteemed leader, Qin Feng, surged like an unrelenting river, as relentless as the overflowing Yellow River. Should Qin Feng refuse to accept him as a brother today, he would surely perish before this cave's threshold. Chapter 63. A wife is better found in another's home. Silence. An utter stillness enveloped the scene. Everyone had shed their trousers to join you in rebellion, yet you, without a moment's hesitation, chose to grovel. Goodness. Ultimately, it was a misplaced devotion. Oh my. Little Bai stood there, astonished, her heart racing with exclamations of disbelief. Having followed Qin Feng for so many years, she had thought she grasped the essence of humility. Yet little did she know that beyond the mountains lies another range, and beyond the brothels, even more alluring establishments, one form of humility surpassing another. These fools, thousands of warriors disregarded the gazes of others, prostrating themselves at the cave's entrance. It was not that he lacked shame in his adoration of Qin Feng, but rather he was engulfed in an unprecedented fear stirred by the overwhelming roar from earlier. If he was not mistaken, it must be an extraordinarily terrifying sword technique, one that resonated perfectly with Qin Feng. It is well known that to achieve perfection in techniques above the sacred level, one must create their own. Remarkably, Qin Feng had devised the formidable heaven-slaying sword technique at the tender age of 8. He could scarcely fathom what horrifying sword techniques Qin Feng could conceive with his current mastery. To pay homage to the powerful is, indeed, his virtue. At this moment, the tumultuous roar gradually subsided, and calmness began to settle within the cave. A sense of dread washed over everyone as they realized that Qin Feng was about to emerge. Upon glancing at the white figure, and then at the multitude, they recognized that the prospect of vanquishing Qin Feng had become utterly unattainable. The only recourse left was to retreat, employing the 36 stratagems to their utmost advantage. You dare to harm my cherished rabbit and attempt to depart without leaving any semblance of recompense? Qin Feng's icy voice resonated from within the cavern, as the fallen Longkong Nine Swords began to tremble violently, emanating a chilling radiance far more potent than before. Run! A terrified cry erupted from an unknown source, prompting a frantic exodus in all directions. However, the Longkong Nine Swords had already ascended, transforming into 9 slender beams of sword light that cleaved through the void. Unlike the previous display of Qin Feng's extraordinary prowess at the 9th level, after transcending to the first tier of the spiritual martial realm, the range of control over the 9 swords now extended over 1,000 meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shattering the eternal governance, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shattering the eternal governance, earning 1,000 villain points. As the harrowing screams echoed, the system's notifications continued to resound. Oh dear! This is too excessive. The spectators outside the arena averted their gaze, at a loss for words to describe Qin Feng, if one were to label him as cruel. It must be noted that he was the sole contender in the life and death elimination tournament to rank within the top 100 without resorting to murder. This was not merely an anomaly of the current tournament. No other participant in the history of such contests had ever achieved a position in the top 100 without taking lives. Yet, to assert that he lacked cruelty? Nearly 300 young men have transformed into sisters due to him, a phenomenon unprecedented in the annals of life and death elimination contests. How terrifying! Sweat beads glisten on Qian Jun's forehead as the sound of swords whistling past fills his ears. He has endeavored to overestimate Qin Feng's terrifying prowess. Yet he still finds himself underestimating it. The Long Kong 9 swords in Qin Feng's hands are of an entirely different caliber compared to those in Xiaobai's possession. Aside from the prodigies at the Dao realm, it seems no one can withstand his 9 swords. Thankfully, I knelt quickly. Qian Jun wipes the cold sweat from his brow, feeling an immense sense of relief. Just then, a voice as chilling as ice resounds. Halt! A stunning maiden, clad in flowing white, hovers in midair atop a flying sword. Upon witnessing such a brutal scene, she cannot help but arch her delicate brows, swiftly forming a hand gesture to immobilize the swiftly traversing 9 swords. It is none other than Fairy Yulan. The men below, as if beholding a great savior, hastily kneel and plead for this lady, named Yulan, to rescue them. So she is Yulan? The male spectators outside are captivated, their hearts exclaiming the undeniable beauty before them. Throughout the entire Yin dynasty, Yulan is a name known to all. She is the daughter of the Blue Demon and stands alongside the Moon Goddess as one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity, her biological father's identity shrouded in mystery. It is known that a century ago, one of the 4 great beauties, the Blue Demon, suddenly vanished, only to return to the Yin dynasty 100 years later, pregnant, and soon after gave birth to her daughter, Yulan. According to legend, Yulan is an extraordinarily rare embodiment of the mysterious Yin, exhibiting terrifying innate talent since childhood and possessing unparalleled beauty. Today's encounter indeed lives up to the reputation, if their memory served them correctly. Yulan has now attained the 2nd level of enlightenment, making her the most favored contender in this life and death elimination tournament. At this moment, Qin Feng stood frozen in the cave, as the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding dong, an epic chosen one has been discovered. A chosen one? The female protagonist? Qin Feng's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, momentarily taken aback. Since awakening the system, he and his second brother had encountered 3 chosen ones, including the stunning Zi Yuan and Princess Nenfeng, who graced their presence. He had always believed these beauties to be the protagonists, only to realize they were merely supporting characters, while the true heroine remained undisclosed. Whose wife could she be? Qin Feng murmured to himself, expressing his intrigue. Yulan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she coldly remarked, "Murder is merely a matter of nodding one's head. Why must you humiliate others so? If I am not mistaken, the one who delights in such vile tactics is none other than the unparalleled Qin Feng. Are you indeed Qin Feng?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 swords of the long sky broke free from their restraints, swiftly soaring into the cave. Not long after, Qin Feng, clad in white garments like a graceful young noble, emerged from the cave, wielding the Long Kong divine sword. His presence compelled admiration, evoking the thought, a jade-like figure among the commoners, unmatched in the realm. Yet, considering his methods, one couldn't help but scoff. "You wretched scoundrel! Are you truly Qin Feng?" Yulan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She found it utterly impossible to associate this exquisite youth with the notorious Egg King. The young lady had mistaken him for someone else. Qin Feng, with an air of cultured elegance, proclaimed, "I am Qing Chu, surpassing the blue from which I emerged." Qing Chu, Yulan. The crowd, upon digesting his words, could only exclaim at his audacity, "How shameless! You are indeed formidable." Yulan remained unfazed by Qin Feng's teasing, acutely aware of his terrifying prowess. Having recently broken through to the spirit martial realm, his aura was not yet fully under control, yet it was evident that he far surpassed others of the same level. It was clear that during his 7 years at the Moon God Palace, although his cultivation had not seen significant advancement, he had honed his foundation to an extraordinarily formidable degree, indicating a bright and steady future ahead. What aspect do you refer to? Qin Feng began to scrutinize Yulan, reluctantly acknowledging that the daughter of another family was indeed exceptional. She possessed a remarkable resilience akin to the majestic peaks of the snow-capped mountains. If he were to engage her in battle using the techniques of guiding dragons into the sea and igniting the fire to return to the source, it would undoubtedly provoke a grand upheaval within the system. How contemptible! The gazes of the entire crowd were filled with disdain, all perceiving Qin Feng's lascivious interest in the woman's physique. Chapter 64. The Jianghu is not merely about fighting and killing indeed, as the rumors suggested, it was utterly despicable. Yulan's delicate face flushed slightly as she let out a soft sigh, feeling completely uneasy under Qin Feng's penetrating gaze. Although she was aware that her beauty captivated many men, she could hardly endure the intensity of Qin Feng's fervent stare, which felt as though he could devour her at any moment. "Oh dear rabbit mother, you have finally emerged." Xiao Bai, utterly exhausted, plopped down onto the ground, his eyelids growing heavy until he could no longer resist the pull of slumber. Though endowed with an epic talent, he remained merely an extraordinary rabbit at the 9th level of cultivation, and faced with so many spirit martial practitioners, not to mention the presence of formidable Tao-seeking experts. He was only sustaining himself through sheer willpower. Now, upon seeing Qin Feng, he could no longer hold on. "Rest now." Qin Feng gently lifted Xiao Bai from the ground. Unlike the domesticated rabbits of his past, this version of Xiao Bai was nearly drenched in blood, his once pristine white fur now tarnished, and he looked far worse than any stray rabbit. Yet, Qin Feng harbored no disdain, cradling Xiao Bai in his arms, indifferent even as the blood stained his white garments. "Boss." Qian Jun scampered over, eager to ingratiate himself, his sycophantic demeanor on full display. "Scoundrel!" The audience's eyes brimmed with contempt, astonished by the true nature of Qian Jun. Despite possessing the first level of Tao-seeking cultivation, donned in armor and wielding a battle spear of extraordinary quality, he shamelessly prostrated himself before Qin Feng, doing so with such ease and naturalness. In response, Qian Jun remained entirely unperturbed, finding their childishness laughable. They all believed that participating in the life-and-death elimination match would allow them to alter their fates, unaware that they were merely serving as cannon fodder to highlight the prowess of the true elites. He perceived this matter with remarkable clarity. Rather than confront the myriad pressures of reality in the future, it would be far more prudent to become an appendage to Qin Feng's formidable stature. The world of martial arts is not merely about combat. It encompasses the subtleties of human relationships. As the scion of the Moon God Palace, and endowed with an extraordinary, almost unnatural talent, Qin Feng's future was destined to be anything but ordinary. Thus, the only way to transcend fate was to cling to him now. A sycophant? Qin Feng appraised Qian Jun and felt little resistance. It is quite normal for the strong to gather followers. After all, one cannot attend to every trivial matter personally. Can they? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sycophantic subordinate and obtaining the Celestial Slave Seal. The Celestial Slave Seal possesses no rank. When bestowed upon a loyal subordinate, it allows them to share half of the host's battle prowess. Should they harbor thoughts of betrayal, they shall be consumed by the flames of hellfire. What a splendid treasure! Qin Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, his heart exclaiming in delight. Even though his heavenly tyrant body, invincible sword heart, and third-level sword intent could not provide enhancements, the aura of his imperial lineage granted a tenfold increase, meaning the other party would enjoy a five-fold augmentation of their battle power. Do not underestimate individuals like Qian Jun, who may not be paragons of talent. Even among the most gifted, who can resist the allure of a five-fold enhancement in battle prowess? The price is merely eternal loyalty. Following someone as principled as him, one finds it difficult to justify betrayal. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qian Jun and softly inquired, "Are you truly intent on following me?" "Indeed," Qian Jun replied earnestly, his nod affirming the sincerity of his words. With his innate abilities, he could certainly vie for a chance to advance, yet even if he succeeded, he would merely find himself at the bottom, destined to serve others. Given that he was fated to be in servitude, Why not seek a master with potential? Very well. Qin Feng summoned a mysterious golden rune at his fingertips, and, before Qianjun could react, he swiftly pressed it against his forehead. The golden rune flickered momentarily on his brow before vanishing. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within Qianjun, causing the ground around them to fissure, and his aura skyrocketed by 4 or 5 times in an instant. What is happening? The onlookers, including the spectators outside and figures like the Six Paths Emperor, were all taken aback. To enhance someone's combat power by over 5 times merely by imprinting a symbol on their forehead would be astonishing if it occurred with a powerful being. Yet, Qin Feng had just recently broken through to the first level of spiritual martial arts, placing him a whole realm below Qianjun. Is this a stroke of sheer luck? How is this possible? The multitude stood frozen in astonishment, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves of emotion. He could distinctly sense the surging power within him, undeniably amplified 5-fold. Although he did not experience the elation associated with the prowess of the Emperor Qin Feng, he had undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary. No way. This leader was resolutely his. Even the arrival of Jesus would be of no consequence. Qin Feng paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. He raised his gaze towards Yulan, who hovered above on her flying sword, contemplating whether bestowing upon her a celestial slave seal would yield considerable rewards. However, the efficacy of the celestial slave seal hinged upon the voluntary relinquishment of resistance. Coercive measures would prove futile. Is this truly the foremost genius of the ancient era? Yulan's expression was grave as she sensed the overwhelming terror emanating from the foremost genius of the primordial age. Gulp. The audience collectively swallowed hard, enveloped in an eerie calm reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Since ancient times, legends have foretold that in times of great strife, prodigies would emerge like mushrooms after a rain, accompanied by immense fortune. By defeating one another, they could seize a fragment of the rival's fortune. The ultimate victor would harness the world's grand fortune, striving for the fabled pinnacle of existence. Since proclaiming 7 years ago, at the pinnacle of immortals, I, Qin Feng, shall reign supreme, he had earned the title of the foremost genius of the ancient era, naturally becoming the prime target for challenges from other prodigies. In this uncertain world, we are all dark horses. Originally, Yuan Lan intended to challenge Qin Feng before he matured, yet the recent display of prowess compelled her to reconsider her timing. She had already learned about the confrontation between Qin Feng and Yijian from others. The slashing heaven sword technique, bolstered by the invincible sword heart and the third level of sword intent, was already formidable. However, the Supreme Bone's celestial calamity light proved even more terrifying, decisively vanquishing Yijian's heavenly sword body. It was rumored that this was not even Qin Feng's complete form. Thus far, it had only exhibited its basic abilities in battle. Even these fundamental powers, such as deceleration, instilled a sense of dread in those who witnessed them. One could not help but wonder whether he had developed any additional capabilities during these 7 years. It seemed unlikely, for Yuan Lan furrowed her brows, contemplating the improbability of such an advancement. At merely 15 years of age, Qin Feng had already grasped the invincible sword heart and the third level of sword intent, an unprecedented feat coupled with the terrifying nature of his celestial calamity light. It was improbable that he had the luxury of time to cultivate new abilities for his. This implied that the battle against Yijian represented his full power. Otherwise, he would not have risked venturing into such perilous battlegrounds. The more Yuan Lan pondered, the more convinced she became that defeating Qin Feng was within her grasp. Across from her, Qin Feng's intentions lay far beyond mere victory. His focus was on the cleanliness of the kitchen and bathroom. Chapter 65. The Dragon Slayer. At the moment when both parties locked eyes, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Suddenly, a resounding roar shattered the stillness, echoing throughout the battlefield of life and death. Who had the audacity to confront the young dragon? The onlookers were left in a state of shock, collectively directing their gazes towards a singular point. In this realm of survival, one must hunt ferocious beasts to earn points, among which were 2 dragons, one large and one small. The larger was a true dragon, while the smaller was a flood dragon. Since the inception of this deadly arena, they had been confined within this space. Defeating them would not only yield abundant points, but also precious treasures such as dragon pearls. Yet, for a century, no one had managed to conquer them. Even during the previous survival elimination tournament, no one had succeeded in slaying these formidable creatures. It is noteworthy that the last tournament was hailed as an epic confrontation, during which the Six Paths Emperor had sealed 2 saints in one fell swoop, underscoring the caliber of that event. However, even in the tournament that birthed 2 saints, the combatants ultimately succumbed before the flood dragon, let alone provoke the mightiest true dragon. Who possessed such audacity? Qin Feng also turned his gaze towards the direction of the young dragon, faintly hearing a continuous cacophony of thunderous sounds. The noise was chaotic, as if a multitude was engaged in a fray. Yulan furrowed her brows and murmured softly, decisively stepping onto her flying sword, heading towards the young dragon's location. Upon reflection, it is evident that the moment to confront Qin Feng has not yet arrived. Today marks merely the second day of the life and death elimination round. Engaging in a mutually destructive battle with Qin Feng would only serve to benefit others. It would be more prudent to first investigate the whereabouts of the little dragon. Should an opportunity to seize a kill present itself, it would be an immense gain. The dragon pearl, in particular, is an exceptionally rare treasure. Its fusion would undoubtedly elevate one's power to unprecedented heights. Many shared this sentiment with Yulan, ceasing their skirmishes to hasten toward the location of the little dragon. Quickly, let us depart. Qin Feng, however, displayed no inclination to join the fray, leading Qianjun in the opposite direction. Very well, boss. Qianjun exhibited the awareness of a loyal subordinate, refraining from inquiring about their destination and silently following in Qin Feng's wake. A collective sigh of relief escaped the surrounding crowd as they expressed their gratitude for Qin Feng's apparent oversight. Yet, in the next moment, 9 beams of sword light surged forth, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for shattering a total of 121 eggs, earning 121,000 villain points. He had not forgotten after all. The spectators beyond the arena shuddered involuntarily, reminding themselves of the importance of not crossing Qin Feng. He bore no grudges, settling scores on the spot. At this juncture, at the sight of the dragon, before a cave, Feng Chong, adorned with smoky makeup, observed calmly as a group of candidates relentlessly assaulted a dragon measuring 40 to 50 meters in length. Unlike the collective effort of others, this group of candidates appeared dazed, as if they were mere shells of their former selves. Even after being injured by the dragon, they pressed on without hesitation, seemingly willing to self-destruct in the presence of the beast. What could possibly explain this? The candidates surrounding them wore expressions of wariness, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Come forth, all of you. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Feng Chang's lips as an immensely malevolent figure of a great Buddha materialized behind him. As the Buddha began to speak, an eerily enchanting sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. It was the demonic sound of the Buddha. Some individuals immediately covered their ears, terror-stricken as they retreated hastily. This was an extraordinarily potent mental assault. Those with wavering resolve would be easily swayed, transforming into soulless automatons. They had gravely underestimated the terror of Feng Chong after his descent into darkness. Their wills were swiftly invaded by the demonic sound, their gazes becoming increasingly vacant, teetering on the brink of total subjugation. Only Yulan, endowed with the aura of the Chosen One, managed to resist the encroachment of the Buddha's demonic resonance. Who on earth is this person? Yulan found herself bewildered by the presence of such a fiend in the life and death elimination round. Before her eyes, Feng Chong seized a man who had been enslaved, sinking his teeth fiercely into the man's neck, voraciously draining his life force to mend his own wounds. The scene was gruesomely bloody. After a violent shudder, the man fell utterly silent. This fiend had indeed become a creature of pure malice. The spectators outside were left in awe, their hairs standing on end, frightened by Feng Chang's methods. Although Feng Chong had not distinguished himself in the life and death elimination rounds, constantly outmaneuvered by Qin Lao Lu, the moment he comprehended the true essence of Buddha and demon was vividly etched in their minds, marking him as a rare prodigy of the primordial age. They could hardly believe that such a gifted individual could succumb to darkness, unleashing unimaginable calamities upon the entire ancient realm. Soon, he would recover. Feng Chong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with madness. If he could slay the dragon and obtain the dragon pearl, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights in a short span of time, allowing him to subjugate even more souls and inflict suffering upon Qin Feng. At that moment, as Feng Chong was employing the sound of the Buddha to enslave the candidates, unleashing a fervent assault on the dragon, Qin Feng led 1,000 warriors to a sheer cliff, where a massive natural cave loomed above, littered below with bleached bones, evidence of both beasts and humans. "Boss, why have we come here?" Qianjun trembled uncontrollably, sensing something amiss with their leader. While everyone else was eager to witness the slaughter of the dragon, hoping to partake in the spoils, he had brought them to the lair of the great dragon. Indeed, this was the true dragon, the one with the highest score on the battlefield of life and death. Qin Feng had initially intended to head toward the dragon, but upon reflection, he realized the dragon pearl of the true dragon was incomparable to that of the lesser dragon. Moreover, with everyone's attention captivated by the mythical dragon, he could unleash his full power against the true dragon without the fear of having his spoils divided among others. Confucius once declared that the sage does not speak of strange forces or chaotic spirits. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Qianjun, who was brimming with confusion. "What does that mean?" Qianjun inquired, utterly perplexed. "I don't know." The little white creature in Qin Feng's arms had regained some strength and, with a serious expression, remarked that using extraordinary powers to render the questioner senseless implied that the inquiries posed were utterly superfluous. "Superfluous? Do you mean to say that you intend to slay the dragon?" Qianjun ventured cautiously. "What do you think?" Qin Feng replied, twisting his neck and commencing warm-up exercises in preparation. "You truly intend to slay the dragon." Qianjun felt a dizzying sensation, convinced that his leader had lost his mind. The great dragon possessed a formidable strength at the 5th level of the Tao, being an exceedingly rare creature among the demon race, far surpassing even the most extraordinary talents of the human race at the same level. Even if Qin Feng's talent was indeed terrifying, did he truly believe he could vanquish such a beast with merely the 1st level of spirit martial cultivation? At that moment, the focus shifted back to Qin Feng. Everyone unanimously concluded that this child must have consumed counterfeit liquor, undoubtedly impairing his intellect. Chapter 66. The Unruly Qin Lao Lu, Dragon Slayer. The esteemed figures such as the Six Paths Emperor gasped in astonishment, deeming Qin Feng's audacity utterly preposterous. It is one thing for him to have just broken through to the 1st level of spiritual martial arts. Even at the 9th level of the Tao, one would scarcely dare to provoke a true dragon. The dragon race possesses an inherent advantage that far surpasses that of humans. Historically, it has always been the dragons who challenge humans at higher levels, with few instances of humans daring to confront dragons. The notion of challenging someone at the 5th level of the Tao, while only at the 1st level of spiritual martial arts, is utterly unheard of. Could he possibly have an ace up his sleeve? "Don't look at me. I am utterly clueless," the moon goddess exclaimed, her hands raised in innocent surrender. At this moment, she genuinely did not recognize Qin Feng. Having lived alongside him for 7 years, she had assumed that he was merely solidifying his foundation during this time. A notion she wholeheartedly endorsed, believing that a cultivator's focus should not be on the present, but rather on the future. Her motivation in allowing Qin Feng to partake in the life and death elimination tournament was solely to broaden his horizons. Yet it turned out he was the one imparting a lesson to her. The fact that his foundation was so remarkably solidified was already astonishing, but to quietly elevate his sword intent to the 3rd level was even more astounding. Moreover, the Six Paths Emperor's mention of the celestial dominance body raised questions about its authenticity. If it were indeed true, then this young man would be nothing short of an unparalleled trickster and a prodigy. Uncertain, the Six Paths Emperor's gaze remained fixed upon the projection of Qin Feng. He genuinely admired the talent that Qin Feng displayed. However, rules are rules. If Qin Feng did not voluntarily forfeit, the emperor would find it difficult to release him. At this moment, the location of the Jiaolong was engulfed in an unceasing cacophony of explosions. Art is akin to an explosion. A frenzied gleam flickered across Feng Chang's visage as he observed the Jiaolong being relentlessly assailed by a myriad of human bombs, its scales shedding incessantly while blood cascaded like a torrential downpour. Yet, despite this carnage, Feng Chang remained unsatisfied, employing the Buddha's magical voice to enslave even more spectators drawn to the scene. This individual was utterly ruthless. The onlookers outside the arena wore expressions of indignation, their tolerance for the demon cultivators having reached its limit. They could no longer be deemed human. Their reverence for life had long been extinguished, viewing human lives as inconsequential as that of ants, especially as Feng Chang was a disciple of the emperor of the Great Xia, subjugating the people of their Yin dynasty. Feng Chang. Princess Nanfeng's face displayed a flicker of shock, unable to fathom that Feng Chang had devolved into such a being. The gentleman she once admired, characterized by his profound knowledge and refined demeanor, now stood in stark contrast to this self-serving and unscrupulous figure, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. An elder tasked with protecting the envoy slowly spoke, suggesting that falling into madness meant unleashing the suppressed darkness within one's heart, implying that Feng Chang's previous elegance had been a mere facade, concealing the selfish and petty nature lurking within. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Princess Nanfeng shook her head vigorously, utterly unwilling to accept that Feng Chang could be such a person. In her heart, Feng Chang is the epitome of an ideal companion. His broad vision is astonishing, and his ability to conjure exquisite verses effortlessly is remarkable. Regardless of the complexity of the situation, he can deftly navigate through it, and his creations are unparalleled in history. He must possess a spirit as vast and selfless as the heavens. How could he possibly be a petty, selfish individual? Alas, the old man sighed in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had completed his warm-up, handing Little White over to Qian Jun before dashing into the cave with remarkable speed. Is he truly going in? Qian Jun stood dumbfounded, his mind a blank canvas. He had witnessed fearless individuals before, but encountering someone as reckless as Qin Feng was indeed a first. Found it. As Qin Feng rushed into the cave, he decisively activated his heavy pupil, revealing a colossal dragon head within. At that moment, the great dragon lay in serene slumber, oblivious to the audacity of any challengers. Even though it had faintly heard the cry of the flood dragon earlier, it dismissed it entirely, knowing that each time the battlefield of life and death opened, there would always be a few impassioned youths who deemed themselves invincible, only to become the evening meal of that little mudfish. The great dragon's eyelids fluttered slightly, as if sensing an intruder's presence. Draw the sword. Almost instantaneously, as the great dragon's eyes opened, a dark, fluid blade emerged from its sheath. Clang! The sharp and resonant sound of the sword unsheathing pierced the air like a bolt of lightning splitting the clouds, sending a jolt of alarm through the dragon's very being. Danger lurked. An insidious foe sought to ambush it. Yet, before the dragon could react, the figure of Qin Feng, clad in white as pure as snow, flashed like a streak of lightning, rising gracefully, akin to a startled swan, as a breathtaking brilliance of sword light erupted within the cavern. The sequence of unsheathing, striking, and sheathing the sword flowed seamlessly. With a resounding thud, a spray of vivid crimson burst forth, blinding the dragon momentarily. As a searing pain radiated from its left eye throughout its entire body, a roar of anguish erupted from the dragon, echoing through the heavens. As the blinding wound incited a frenzied rage, causing the cave's debris to rain down, while ominous fissures spread relentlessly. Alas, the cavern was on the brink of collapse. With an almost ethereal grace, Qin Feng dashed swiftly from the cave's confines. Boss! Qian Jun could not help but exclaim, his heart easing upon seeing Qin Feng unscathed. But in the next instant, anxiety surged back. Thunderous rumblings resounded as the cave succumbed entirely to ruin, the sheer cliffs crumbling. A colossal dragon, cloaked in darkness and nearly 100 meters in length, soared from the wreckage. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the dragon's left eye had transformed into a gory abyss, as it roared furiously in the air, seemingly vowing to hunt down that insidious foe and rend him to pieces. "Oh dear, Mother Rabbit, you're driving me mad," Xiaobai exclaimed, hastily tugging down his long ears, attempting to muffle the cacophony that nearly deafened him. Incredible! Qin Feng is truly slaying the dragon. The spectators outside the arena were utterly astonished, their hearts in turmoil. They realized that this Qin Feng was exceptionally ferocious, daring to challenge the formidable dragon despite being only at the first level of spiritual martial arts, and even managing to blind one of its eyes, a feat unprecedented since the inception of the deathmatch arena. Without granting the dragon a moment's respite, Qin Feng leapt before its massive head, disregarding any customary prelude of vengeance, and unleashed a formidable celestial calamity. A golden light flickered from his chest, revealing swirling runes. With a thunderous roar, the dragon was caught off guard, struck directly in the face, as crimson splattered through the air. This assault ignited the dragon's fury. It was unthinkable that this underhanded opponent would commence with such a crushing blow, marring its visage. Hadn't one heard that striking a dragon's face was taboo? Yet, before the dragon could retaliate, Qin Feng's pupils shimmered with a violet hue. Suddenly, the sky darkened, revealing immense, watchful eyes, an invocation of the heavy-eyed divine ability. The onlookers outside were driven to madness, their minds racing with disbelief. How could this be so different from what Master Ma Dui had described? Hadn't it been said that Qin Feng lacked the energy to develop the heavy-eyed divine powers? What, then, was this spectacle unfolding before them? Meanwhile, they realized that in comparison to Qin Feng, they seemed to be living in a state of utter mediocrity. At the mere age of 15, he had already grasped the invincible sword heart, mastered the third level of sword intent, cultivated the supreme bone and the heavy eye with unwavering dedication, and even devised 2 divine-level techniques. In stark contrast, at 15, they could only embrace the 48 techniques while wearing a foolish grin. Chapter 67. The frenzied output of Old Qin 6, how terrifying. Qian Jun, due to the close proximity, could distinctly sense the dread emanating from the myriad eyes in the sky, akin to the heavens gazing down upon mere ants on the earth. Frightened, he hastily embraced Xiao Bai and retreated to maintain a safe distance. Now is the moment. The dual energies of yin and yang. Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with an enchanting violet glow, leaving no time for the great dragon to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pairs of dual pupils in the sky unleashed beams of light, striking the great dragon like lasers. Roar. The dragon emitted a pained roar. Its once impenetrable scales no longer resilient, pierced directly by the divine light of yin and yang, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, the great dragon was indeed formidable. Its cultivation at the 5th level of the Tao was no trifling matter. Even though Qin Feng's divine light was devastatingly powerful, it could not inflict fatal damage. Instead, it only intensified the fury burning within the dragon. Roar. The great dragon let out a thunderous roar, its remaining eye glaring furiously at Qin Feng, as if to say, "You're finished, boy, now it's my turn to perform." However, Qin Feng displayed no signs of panic. Rather, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. This is bad. He is a cunning one. The great dragon felt a wave of anxiety wash over it from Qin Feng's smile, and before it could comprehend the situation, it sensed a sudden chill creeping up from behind. Suddenly, the divine sword in the vast sky fractured into 9 blades, transforming into streaks of sword light that shot towards its exhaust port. Roar. The great dragon widened its eyes and let out a wretched cry, experiencing the essence of a flower, a world. How shameless. The spectators outside the arena could hardly bear to watch, gaining a fresh understanding of Qin Feng's lack of limits. He cared not whether the cat was black or white. As long as it could vanquish the great dragon, he was willing to employ any despicable means necessary. Roar. From a distance, a mournful dragon's roar echoed, soon followed by silence, restoring tranquility. The flood dragon had been slain. The scene shifted back to the recent event, where, amidst the rampant onslaught of the human bomb, the flood dragon lay on the ground, unable to rise. Feng Chong, with a devilish grin, swiftly approached the flood dragon, heedless of its pitiful wails for mercy, and mercilessly plunged his iron hand deep within, extracting a pale yellow dragon pearl. The flood dragon's pearl. The audience outside the arena could hardly contain their excitement, their gazes fixed on the dragon pearl in Feng Chang's hand. Even the flood dragon's pearl was a rare treasure in the world, and besides the pearl, the other parts of the flood dragon were also invaluable, especially as Feng Chang's score skyrocketed to first place in an instant. A disciple of the emperor of the Great Xia, overshadowed in the realm of the Yinhua dynasty. It was a humiliation beyond measure. Now, all eyes turned to see if Qin Feng could surpass Feng Chang. The audience outside felt their hearts racing in their throats. And in an instant, Qin Feng transformed from the shame of the Yinhua dynasty into its sole hope. Truly, the ancient First Dynasty has proven to be a cradle of exceptional talents. The Six Paths Emperor's expression grew slightly grave, recognizing that it was not yet the time to confront the royal family of the Great Xia. Feng Chang dominated the various prodigies of the Yinhua dynasty. Yet Qin Feng was equally a representative of the Great Xia dynasty. He needed to confront the Great Xia, but he could not underestimate his own strength. It appeared that the Jiaolong had already been slain. Upon hearing the sound of the Jiaolong's demise, Qin Feng understood that he must hasten his dragon-slaying efforts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly attract other examinees eager to claim a share of the spoils. Life or death hinged upon this very move. With a grave expression, Qin Feng tore away his outer garment, revealing a shimmering golden dragon tattoo. Unlike the dragon tattoos of others, his seemed almost alive, continuously writhing upon his skin, accompanied by the resonant sounds of dragon roars. What is this? The onlookers were filled with astonishment, appearing utterly unaccustomed to such wonders. Simultaneously, they could scarcely fathom that Qin Feng possessed a hidden card at such a critical moment, one that ranked above even the heavy pupil. The Buddhist cultivation technique. The Six Paths Emperor and other influential figures were thrown into disarray, as their profound understanding allowed them to perceive that this was indeed a Buddhist art. Having reached the pinnacle of perfection, why do you gaze at me so? I truly do not comprehend. The moon goddess wore an expression of innocence. She had indeed seen the golden dragon tattoo adorning Qin Feng's body, yet she was utterly unaware that it was a unique martial art of his own creation. What do you understand then? The prominent figures around her were so incensed that they ground their teeth in frustration, itching to rush forward and deliver a collective beating to the moon goddess. While others would cherish a prodigy like Qin Feng as a precious gem to be revered, she, in contrast, feigned ignorance. This cannot stand. Once the life-and-death elimination round concludes, they must rally under the banner of justice to rescue Qin Feng from her clutches, lest a fine piece of unpolished jade be squandered by certain individuals. Great mighty heavenly dragon, supreme divine spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna emptiness. The dragon soars in the heavens. After executing a series of dazzling gestures, Qin Feng's dragon tattoo erupted from his body, transforming into a majestic golden dragon that rivaled even a black dragon. Roar! The golden and black dragons roared at each other, subsequently entangling in a fierce struggle. Thunder rumbled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thoroughly stirred, radiant brilliance cascading as if the Milky Way spilled forth from the heavens, vast and overwhelming. Two colossal figures coalesced within this brilliance, a formidable dragon's oppressive aura rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Yet, after the great dragon endured Qin Feng's sky-slicing sword technique, the celestial calamity light, and the divine light of yin and yang, it also had to withstand the devastation wrought by the 9 swords upon the world of flowers, resulting in a noticeable decline in its combat prowess by several tiers. Upon reflection, the great possesses a natural advantage against the demonic beasts, and after absorbing the relic of the Buddha, its power has intensified, firmly suppressing the colossal dragon. The audience outside the ring was utterly agitated, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. Qin Feng has astonishingly managed to subdue the 5-fold path dragon with merely a 1-fold cultivation of spiritual martial arts, not just slightly overpowering it, but rendering it incapable of lifting its head. Throughout the annals of ancient history, no one has ever accomplished such a feat, my heavens. The onlookers, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, beheld the fierce duel between the 2 dragons in the sky, utterly unable to comprehend the extraordinary prowess of their newly appointed leader. It was akin to a calf riding a flying sword, a sight that demands reverence. I doubt you will escape this. Qin Feng felt as though he was perilously close to exhausting his strength after unleashing a series of formidable attacks, as he manipulated the Longkong 9 swords to wreak havoc within the dragon's body. Roar! The colossal dragon, eyes wide and donning a mask of agony, lost control and plummeted from the sky. Now is the moment. Qin Feng hastily formed a hand seal, directing the great to strike down upon the dragon. Success hinged upon this singular action. Should he succeed, it would mean a feast of dragon meat and beer this evening. Should he fail, he would attribute it to the orders of Feng Chang. Boom, boom, boom. The great dove down, crashing into the earth, instantly conjuring a tempest of energy. As a cacophony of thunderous roars echoed through the void, relentless and tumultuous. Roar! The mighty dragon emitted a resounding roar, akin to a lamentation against the shameless Qin Feng. In that moment, it summoned the last vestiges of its strength and, in a fit of fury, unleashed a formidable tail swipe towards Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng's pupils constricted in alarm. He found himself devoid of the energy to evade. With a thunderous crash, he was struck squarely by the dragon's tail, the bones in his chest shattering instantly, and his internal organs sustaining varying degrees of damage. Had it not been for the dragon being reduced to a state of near defeat, along with Qin Feng's cultivation of the 33 days of creation and the celestial titan body, he might well have met his end right then and there. Thus, the age-old adage rings true: you may ambush me countless times, but a single strike from me is all that is needed. Chapter 68. I, Qin Feng, never waste a grain of food, boss. Qian Jun hurriedly rushed forward to catch Qin Feng. Boom. The enormous body of the dragon plummeted from the sky, and in its final moments, a tear escaped from the corner of its eye. It had initially thought Qin Feng to be just another shameless scoundrel, but it never anticipated that this rogue would disregard the unwritten rules of the martial world. Without affording it a moment to react, Qin Feng unleashed a barrage of formidable attacks, leaving not even a fraction of its strength displayed before it met its demise. It was indignant. It's done for. I'm fine, hurry and go. Qin Feng, already in a critically injured state, forced himself to step forward and stored the dragon into his personal space, instructing Qianjun to swiftly take him away. Soon, news of the dragon's demise would spread, and escaping would become impossible. Understood, boss. Qianjun grasped his war spear and quickly led Qin Feng away from the scene. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the audience was enveloped in a profound silence, all of them frozen in place. They had thought that Feng Chong slaying the flood dragon was already astonishing. Yet who could have imagined that in just a matter of minutes, Qin Feng, a mere first-level spirit martial artist, would have eradicated the colossal dragon on the battlefield. Truly, the strength displayed in this era of contention was utterly astounding. On another front, Feng Chong, with the dragon pearl in hand, wore a joyous expression as he meticulously examined it, his mind beginning to conjure images of defeating Qin Feng, envisioning himself force-feeding him countless pounds of sao, relishing in the thought of amplifying his suffering 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Yet, just as he was utterly enamored with the dragon pearl, a mournful dragon's lament echoed from afar, unmistakably the sound of a true dragon's demise. Could it be? Who has slain the great dragon? Feng Chang's face was awash with disbelief, and the allure of the dragon pearl in his grasp instantly faded. As if realizing something, he hastily produced a jade tablet and infused it with spiritual energy, revealing a projection of the leaderboard. To his astonishment, his erstwhile top position had been usurped by the name of Qin Feng. Feng Chong, caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not comprehend how Qin Feng had managed to kill a dragon, nor could he fathom why, whenever he felt assured of victory, this insufferable person would always appear just in time to thwart him. It felt as though they were bound by a karmic connection from their past lives, where one thrived in the presence of the other's absence. Yet, even if Qin Feng had indeed slain a dragon, he must be grievously wounded. Feng Chong refused to believe that Qin Feng could be invincible, emerging unscathed from such a battle. He was certain that Qin Feng must be injured, and if he could locate him, not only would he exact his revenge, but the dragon pearl would also rightfully belong to him. From that moment forth, Feng Chong descended into a frenzy. He began to wield the Buddha's demonic sound to subjugate the candidates, leading them in a grand march towards the lair of the dragon. What a terrifying fiend he had become. Yulan, hiding in a corner, collapsed onto the ground only after Feng Chong had departed. Had it not been for her formidable willpower honed since childhood, she would have likely fallen victim to Feng Chang's Buddha's demonic sound. Meanwhile, Yulan felt an immense sense of relief for not provoking that monstrous Qin Feng. It was indeed terrifying that he could slay a mighty dragon. At this moment, Qin Feng was recuperating in a cave. Although he had not been crushed by the dragon's tail, it would likely take him an entire night to fully heal. An entire night? Qianjun was left utterly astonished, inwardly exclaiming that Qin Feng was truly extraordinary. Such severe injuries would have claimed the lives of countless others. Yet he merely required a single night for recovery. Had anyone made such a claim to him before, he would have scoffed at the impossibility of it. However, after witnessing Qin Feng's dragon-slaying prowess, he felt compelled to adapt to this new reality. There were no feats too daunting for this leader to undertake. The mere notion of needing a whole night. Qin Feng was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome. Had he not broken through to the spirit martial realm, he would have been able to heal in no more than half an hour. Unfortunately, his advancement altered the density of his physique, and the 33 Heavens creation technique had not been promptly updated, resulting in a significant decrease in his self-healing abilities. Qianjun stood there in shock, internally howling like a groundhog. Goodness, is this truly the musings of a human being? To recover in a night and still express dissatisfaction. If this ability were to spread, how many would envy him beyond measure? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully thwarting the Chosen One's pretentiousness, earning 50,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for striking against the Chosen One, nearly destabilizing his moral compass, earning 100,000 villain points. Why is it only Feng Chong? What about Yulan? Qin Feng pondered, scratching his chin, suspecting that Yulan had developed feelings for him. Wow. Xiao Bai yawned, indicating that her dreams were filled with everything. Never mind. I am the man she cannot possess. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and opened the system to find he had 297 million villain points. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to spend 30,000 villain points to exchange for a month of 100-fold comprehension aura, aiming to elevate the 33 Heavens transformation technique to the 4th level. Suddenly, the system spoke, informing the host of the option to exchange for a 10,000-fold comprehension aura. The 10,000-fold comprehension aura could amplify comprehension by 10,000 times, lasting for 12 hours. With an exchange price of 100,000 villain points. 10,000-fold comprehension. Qin Feng was instantly captivated, decisively choosing to make the exchange. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to acquire the 10,000-fold comprehension aura. Thunderous roars. Qin Feng felt as if a bolt of lightning had erupted in his mind, enveloping him in an ethereal sensation, as if the entire world lay prostrate beneath his feet. What a marvelous feeling. Qin Feng was captivated by this overwhelming sensation, his mind frantically delving into the intricacies of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, particularly the 4th tier. He even found the energy to contemplate the dual energies of yin and yang within the divine light of his heterochromatic pupils, as well as the celestial tribulation light of the supreme bone. He could also manage to juggle the great river sword technique, the sky-slicing sword art, and the great power heavenly dragon. Meanwhile, the audience outside awaited an explanation from Master Ma, yet he had retreated into a shell, rendered mute by Qin Feng's antics, refusing to emerge no matter who called upon him. This was absurd. Such disregard for convention felt like an affront to the elderly. As the sun began to rise, the examinees enslaved by Feng Chang were still searching for Qin Feng's presence. Even those not under Feng Chang's dominion were filled with trepidation, fearful of succumbing to the Buddha's malevolent voice, causing them to hide in every nook and cranny, trembling at the slightest rustle. It was Yulan. She too was forced to seek refuge, only to find that she could not conceal herself. By her estimation, Feng Chang had already enslaved nearly 10,000 examinees. After 2 days of brutal trials, one could only imagine the formidable strength possessed by these thousands of candidates. With a sudden whoosh, Yulan heard a faint sound of friction, and before she could react, an arrow struck her from behind. Oh no, it was poisoned. Her vision began to blur, and she desperately sought a cave for shelter. However, as she entered, she was met with a legion brandishing their war spears, prepared to strike. My life is forfeit. Yulan, with a sense of reluctance, closed her eyes, never anticipating that she would only endure until this moment. Yet, in the fleeting second before she succumbed to unconsciousness, the mocking voice of Qin Feng resonated. Wait a moment. I, Qin Feng, never waste a single grain of food. Chapter 69, called Daddy Yes. Qian Jun hastily ceased his actions, tactfully vacating the cave. Yet, something felt amiss. Was this the sort of scenario a villain like me would encounter? At this moment, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming realization that time had come to an end. He picked up a small branch from the ground and poked it, utterly incredulous that the Chosen One had delivered herself so conveniently. As a villain of considerable professionalism, Qin Feng still felt the need to activate his special sight for confirmation. What the hell? He exclaimed, unable to restrain his colorful language, as he discovered that he had indeed stumbled upon a significant trap. Within Yulan's body lay sealed something terrifying, and merely glimpsing it sent waves of oppressive fear coursing through him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a selective mission. 1. Speak boldly after pulling up your trousers. Reward: a divine staff technique. 2. Slay the Chosen One with a single stroke. Reward: the legendary dragon-slaying sword. 3. Assist the Chosen One in detoxification. Reward: immunity to all poisons. System: I must say, you are truly audacious. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, indicating that he had no real options. He wished he could speak boldly after pulling up his trousers, and he also fantasized about slaying the Chosen One in one decisive blow. However, the terrifying entity sealed within her was not something he could handle without the assistance of the infamous red-haired old monster. Moreover, those ridiculous rewards. He was a swordsman. What use was a staff technique to him? What good was the dragon-slaying sword? The only reward that held any merit was the immunity to poisons. Wait a moment. If he remembers correctly, and he should, Yulan's mother is indeed Lan Emo, one of the four great beauties of ancient times, renowned alongside the moon goddess. Having rescued her daughter, it is only fitting to express gratitude. Considering the possibility that you may one day call me father, I shall assist you in alleviating your poison. Qin Feng gently placed Yulan upon a stone platform within the cave. According to the customs of the martial world, it is unnecessary to undress a male when administering an antidote, but for a female, it is imperative to do so. Rules are rules. They cannot be altered for personal convenience. In the interest of brevity, a lengthy exposition has been omitted. Fortunately, during my 7 years in the Moon Goddess Palace, I acquired some medical knowledge. Although Qin Feng had merely scratched the surface of medical arts, it sufficed for the task at hand. He retrieved several silver needles from his spatial pouch, their delicate texture almost causing his composure to falter, compelling him to repeatedly chant pineapple honey in his mind. Soon enough, Yulan's poison was dispelled, and to substantiate his claim of having cured her, he inscribed the words Qin Feng was here on her lower back. Should I change it to may the boss enjoy safe passage? Just as Qin Feng grappled with this dilemma, Yulan's body began to tremble violently. Her skin, as smooth as jade, appeared to be tinged with a rosy hue, while her alluring eyes remained closed, the long lashes fluttering, a testament to her awakening. Do not misunderstand. I am merely employing painless acupuncture to assist you in detoxification. Qin Feng transformed into an impeccably dignified gentleman, leaving no room for criticism whatsoever. What a preposterous notion of detoxification. She had merely sustained a shoulder injury from an arrow. What could possibly be the intention behind loosening her bodice and binding her lower back? Yulan, in silence, had her cheeks flushed and her eyes tightly shut, embodying a sense of willful ignorance. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the favor of the Chosen One, gaining 100,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the 3-choice task, earning a body immune to all toxins. Is it truly possible to amass 100,000 villain points in this manner? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovering a means to accumulate points. However, before he could proceed with his intentions, the sounds of battle erupted from outside the cave, echoing with the clash of thousands. What on earth is happening? Reluctantly, Qin Feng set aside his needlework and ventured out to ascertain the commotion. Once he departed, Yulan hastily opened her eyes, donned her clothing, her face reddening to the point of embarrassment. She never anticipated that this mischievous Qin Feng would witness her in such a vulnerable state. They had barely crossed paths on 2 occasions. Oh, how mortifying! Covering her crimson face, she felt a surge of relief that no one else was present. Otherwise, she would truly have no face to show in public, contemplating the idea of hiding away in a crevice for the rest of her days. Smack! Little Bai, nearby, smacked its lips and rolled onto its back, continuing its peaceful slumber. Outside the cave, Qianjun was engaged in combat with a burly man, towering over him by an entire head, reminiscent of the legendary black whirlwind Li Kuei. The man wielded a pair of massive war hammers, clearly a formidable warrior. Halt! I seek Qin Feng. The stout figure continually evaded, showing no intent to confront Qianjun directly. If you wish to harm my leader, you must first step over my dead body. A fierce glint flickered in Qianjun's eyes as the war spear in his grasp radiated a golden glow. Damn it! Do you think I fear you? The burly man, incensed, prepared to strike with his hammers. Enough! Stand down. Qin Feng interjected urgently, sensing a peculiar familiarity about the situation. Young Master Qin, I have finally found you. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the robust man became overwhelmed with emotion, discarding his colossal hammers to embrace Qin Feng's leg, weeping as if a lost child had finally returned home. Young Master? Qin Feng's expression shifted subtly. It had been a long time since he had heard this title. Back when he was with the Qin family, he had been addressed as Young Master, the heir, or the eldest son, and he finally recalled the identity of this individual. He was Qin Wan, the son of the leader of the 13 guardians of the Qin family, holding a position just below that of the family head. This meant he was sent by the Qin family. Had something transpired within the Qin family, or did they simply not trust others to assist him? Qin Shao, I have finally found you. Please accept me, from now on. I shall follow you like 1,000 steeds in your charge. You direct me east, and I shall never stray west. Qin Wan whimsically concocted a name for 1,000 steeds, gazing up at Qin Feng with tear-filled eyes, causing Qin Feng to feel a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Brother, with your appearance akin to that of Li Kuei, it would be best if you refrain from attempting to be adorable. Enough, enough, I shall accept you. Is that satisfactory? Qin Feng, disregarding whatever arrangements the Qin family had in store, was genuinely repulsed by the other party. He hastily formed a celestial slave seal and placed it upon Wan Ma's forehead, hoping desperately for him to distance himself. As Wan Ma showed no sign of resistance, he accepted the fact that Qin Feng was indeed his master, allowing the celestial slave seal to be effortlessly affixed, thus amplifying his combat power fivefold. This. Wan Ma's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing an expression of someone who had never witnessed such marvels. He understood that this young master was the hope of the entire Qin family, yet he had not anticipated such extraordinary capabilities. With a mere gesture, he could elevate one's combat prowess fivefold. Ding dong, the celestial slave seal has reached its limit. The host can unlock the upper limit by enhancing their cultivation. There is a limit to this thing. Qin Feng felt a deep sense of disappointment. He had hoped this technique would allow him to amass more followers. It would be rather embarrassing to venture out without at least 1,000 underlings. Yet now there was a cap, and he would be confined to an elite path henceforth. Fortunately, these two fellows were not entirely weak. Qin Feng surveyed the multitude of soldiers and horses, evoking the essence of Su Chu and Dian Wei. In other words, with these two guardians at his side, he could openly inherit the will of the Chancellor. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and from the darkness emerged numerous figures, their gazes vacant yet fixed unwaveringly upon Qin Feng. Not good. Boss, we must flee. Wan Ma's expression changed drastically, realizing that Feng Chong had arrived. What could he possibly do? Qin Feng had already comprehended the 4th level of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, and his injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. With the Supreme Bone, the Reincarnated Eye, the Heavenly Slashing Sword technique, and the Great River Sword art all within his grasp, he had no reason to fear this chosen one. He couldn't help but emit a sinister laugh characteristic of a villain, turning once more to enter the cave. If Yulan didn't address him as father, he would ensure she did. What has happened to the boss? Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, left with no choice but to dutifully remain outside the cave. Chapter 70. For justice, for world peace, a thunderous roar echoed. With unwavering determination, Qianjun and Wan Ma unleashed a frenzied assault upon a throng of enslaved candidates. What an exhilarating experience it was. Wan Ma, brimming with excitement, let out a jubilant cry. As the son of the eldest among the 13 guardians of the Qin clan, he possessed extraordinary talent from a young age, coupled with an innate divine strength. Now, with the quintuple enhancement granted by Qin Feng, he was immersed in an entirely new realm of experience. It was akin to a young calf soaring on a flying sword, astonishingly impressive. With both hands wielding a colossal hammer, each strike sent tremors through the earth, accompanied by several anguished cries. In contrast to the violent aesthetics embodied by Qianjun and Wan Ma, the former adopted a bold and forceful approach, wielding his battle spear to sweep away foes mercilessly, claiming heads with reckless abandon. While outside the cave, a fierce battle raged. A similarly intense skirmish unfolded within. Yulan, unable to conceal her shyness, employed the golden snake entwining silk technique against the entering Qin Feng, who reciprocated without restraint. First, he executed a graceful maneuver, followed by a swift retrieval technique. Oh no, it was an ethereal grasp. Oh, you've changed your attire, Qin Feng remarked, observing the red belly band in his hand, distinctly different from the one he had seen during her healing. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have taken advantage of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. You shameless creature. Yulan had never encountered such a rogue before, her face flushed with indignation, leaving her momentarily speechless. In a fit of exasperation, she resorted to intensifying her attacks. Qin Feng pretended to be struck, collapsing to the ground with an expression that conveyed, I shall not rise without a few million. Hey, don't feign death. I barely exerted any force with that last strike, Yulan exclaimed, observing Qin Feng's prolonged silence. She picked up a branch and prodded him gently. Feigning a state of near demise, Qin Feng weakly replied, Today, I suffered grievous injuries while slaying a dragon. Assisting you with the antidote depleted much of my vitality, and now, having taken your punch, I fear I may never see the sun rise again. Please, don't frighten me. Yulan panicked, rushing to help him up. Whether Qin Feng's claims regarding the antidote were true or not remained uncertain to her. Nevertheless, he had indeed slain a dragon today, an extraordinary feat for one at the first level of spirit martial arts. It was even more implausible to consider that he had emerged unscathed. "Where are you hurt?" Yulan inquired urgently. As she suspected, her intuition about him was correct. Yulan's actions from the previous day, when she had rushed to save someone, clearly illustrated that the Chosen One possessed a compassionate heart. Regarding the criticisms of those who vilified the sacred maiden, Qin Feng could not agree. He felt it a tremendous loss to dismiss her. He thought it prudent to leverage the situation while it was still favorable. Nestling closer to Yulan, he gazed at her with profound affection and asked, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" As Yulan's delicate face flushed crimson, she feigned composure and urged, "What time is it? Quickly tell me where you are injured so that I may aid you. There's no need for your efforts. I am fully aware of my own condition." Seizing the moment, Qin Feng grasped Yulan's slender hand, his gaze brimming with emotion. "Previously, I did not believe in love at first sight, yet the instant I beheld you, I was compelled to reconsider my stance. My heart has succumbed to you, beating solely for you from this moment forth. Even if it means perishing by your hands, I would gladly embrace such a fate." Yulan's cheeks deepened in hue, her heart racing like a startled deer. She could not comprehend the tumult within her. In the past, she had received similar declarations, her stunning beauty having drawn countless admirers. Yet she had always maintained an unruffled demeanor. Today, however, she found herself utterly unsettled. Was it perhaps due to his act of saving her? Qin Feng extended a finger to rest delicately upon Yulan's crimson lips, his voice a blend of weakness and fervor. "Before you part, grant me this request. Kiss me. Kiss me." Yulan was evidently reluctant to acquiesce to such an audacious demand. However, upon witnessing the despair in Qin Feng's gaze, as if he were on the brink of death, and recalling the moment when he had treated her wounds, along with the guilt of having injured him, perhaps she could indulge his final wish? Yulan, still naive to the cruelties of the world, stifled her maidenly embarrassment, constantly reassuring herself that whatever was meant to be seen had already been seen. It was merely a kiss. It would not lead to pregnancy. At present, she is engaged in an act of kindness, attempting to touch the heart of a scoundrel with love. Not far away, Xiaobai excitedly gnaws on a carrot, his eyes fixed intently on the two. Yulan, her cheeks flushed crimson, closes her watery eyes and leans closer to Qin Feng's forehead, her long eyelashes fluttering, betraying her inner turmoil. However, Qin Feng is not content with merely a forehead kiss. He yearns for a passionate kiss, seizing the moment to strike unexpectedly. To conserve bandwidth. 10,000 words omitted. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Oh. Yulan's eyes widen in shock as she finally realizes she has been deceived. He actually extended his tongue. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Yu. In a fit of anger, Yulan pushes Qin Feng away, her face burning as she struggles to articulate a single word. "What do you mean, you? It was you who took the initiative. I am the victim here. You took advantage of me, understand?" Qin Feng, the villain, preemptively shifts blame, standing up and brushing off his pants before departing. Yulan, nearly overwhelmed with rage, feels as if she may start her period, exclaiming she has never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a fierce battle rages on. The two, amidst a sea of soldiers and steeds, have lost count of how many foes they have slain. Yet the candidates enslaved by Fang Chong continue to swarm toward them. Even with the quintuple strength bestowed by Qin Feng, they are beginning to struggle to maintain their endurance. What an astonishing turn of events. The spectators, awakening from their slumber, were greeted by this gruesome spectacle. Unlike previous events, the mortality rate in this edition is poised to reach unprecedented heights. The number of individuals coerced by Fang Chong to serve as living explosives against dragons alone exceeds tens of thousands, and now, with countless lives lost in battle, it is evident that Fang Chong holds the Yin Moon dynasty in utter disdain. The prominent figures of the Yin Moon dynasty wore grim expressions, filled with a desire to rush in and annihilate Fang Chong on the spot. Meanwhile, the Six Paths Emperor sat silently to the side, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. His reluctance to halt the deadly elimination match stemmed not only from a sense of fairness, but also from a desire to allow Fang Chong to fully exploit the candidates. instilling a profound hatred within the populace of the Inmun dynasty towards the imperial offspring of the Great Xia dynasty. Only with a unified target of animosity among the people could they be compelled to fight willingly for him in the forthcoming war. Regarding the candidates who perished under enslavement, they were not exceptional talents. True prodigies would not fall prey to Feng Chang's beguiling sound of the Buddha. For instance, Yulan remained unenslaved. As for these non-prodigies, their deaths elicited no sorrow from him. At that moment, an eerie Sanskrit chant echoed in the ears of Qianjun and Wanma. What was happening? Feng Chang, concealed in the shadows, found himself momentarily stunned, realizing that the Buddha's sound had no effect on the two. Yet, that could not be right. Given their status, there was no reason they should be able to resist the Buddha's resonance. Amidst the chaos, the two figures, Qianjun and Wanma, were engulfed in uncertainty, pondering whether it was connected to Qin Feng's celestial slave seal. With a thunderous roar, Feng Chang, devoid of any inclination to ponder these matters, took matters into his own hands, effortlessly overpowering Qianjun and Wanma. "It is you," they exclaimed in astonishment. For the newcomer was none other than the darkened Feng Chang, adorned with smoky makeup and enveloped in a swirling aura of darkness. An ominous chill emanated from him even from a distance of several meters. Feng Chang had successfully refined the Jiaolong Pearl. The spectators outside the arena wore expressions of deep concern, uncertain of Qin Feng's current state. Simultaneously, they were filled with anticipation for the final showdown between the top two contenders on the leaderboard. For justice, for world peace, Qin Feng proclaimed, emerging from the cave, illuminated by the light of righteousness. Chapter 71. Do you wish to dance as well? It is Qin Feng. The audience outside erupted into fervent cheers upon the appearance of Qin Feng, completely oblivious to how he had become the disgrace of the Yin dynasty, confiscating the tools of crime from nearly 300 individuals. Qin Feng. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Feng Chang's eyes instantly filled with tears. Ever since encountering the scoundrel, Qin Lao Lu, he had been subjected to myriad betrayals and schemes, unable to unleash his true potential. Ultimately, he had faced ruin and lost the woman he cherished most. Now, it was no longer about interests. He harbored but a single thought: to eliminate that scoundrel, Qin Lao Lu. With a resounding crash, Feng Chang propelled himself from the ground, transforming into a shadow racing towards Qin Feng. What astonishing speed! Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy eye, slowing Feng Chang's velocity and dissecting his subsequent movements. Alas, it was too late to evade. He could only cross his arms before his chest in a defensive posture. With another thunderous impact, Feng Chang's kick struck Qin Feng's arms, yet the tremendous force failed to force Qin Feng back even a step. What? Feng Chang's face was a mask of disbelief, questioning whether he was lost in a dream. At this moment, he had already ascended to the 7th level of spirit martial arts, bolstered by the power of the dark transformation and having absorbed the dragon pearl of the flood dragon. How could his strength possibly be inferior to that of Qin Feng, who had just breached the 1st level of spirit martial arts? This was undoubtedly the embodiment of the celestial dominance body. The Six Paths Emperor's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Feng, recognizing that only the celestial tyrant could possess such formidable physical prowess. Indeed, after his transformation, he had grown immensely stronger. Qin Feng could distinctly sense Feng Chang's newfound power. Seizing the opportunity to grasp his foot, and, akin to the Hulk's ferocious onslaught on Loki, he slammed him onto the ground with a series of wild strikes. With a resounding crash, the earth was indented, leaving Feng Chang peacefully reclined within the crater. What a farce! This so-called son of the emperor was pathetically weak. After delivering the blows, Qin Feng could not resist a taunt before springing into the air, poised to deliver a righteous strike upon Feng Chang. With another thunderous impact, Qin Feng descended like a missile from the heavens, but Feng Chang narrowly evaded the blow, utilizing his swiftness to engage in a tactical dance with Qin Feng. How could this be possible? Feng Chang found himself increasingly bewildered, his mind swirling with countless questions. Was this truly the 1st level of spirit martial arts? Hadn't he just vanquished a dragon the previous day? Why had he emerged unscathed from such a confrontation? It wasn't only Feng Chang who was perplexed. The spectators outside were equally confounded, having witnessed Qin Feng being severely struck by the dragon's tail just yesterday. How could he possibly be revitalized overnight, seemingly restored to full strength? What profound technique had he comprehended since his inception? The Six Paths Emperor continued to observe Qin Feng with unwavering scrutiny. suspecting that the extraordinary speed of his recovery was due to an exceptional cultivation method. This situation could not continue. Qin Feng was far too occupied to assist them with their inquiries. Confronted by the speed of Feng Chong, he was compelled to adopt a defensive stance, unable to pinpoint his target for the execution of the celestial blade technique. Thus, he resolved to enhance his shadowy transcendence. Casting a glance at his remaining 497 million villain points, Qin Feng summoned the system to exchange for the 4th volume of Shadowy Transcendence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 400,000 villain points, successfully exchanging for the 4th volume of Shadowy Transcendence. Instantly, a figure materialized before Qin Feng, his movements a blur as he continuously shifted positions, rendering him inscrutable. Whoosh! Feng Chong once again appeared before Qin Feng in an instant, his terrifying gusts of wind causing Qin Feng's garments to ripple violently. Yet, there was not a trace of panic on his face. His lips pursed as suddenly 7 or 8 phantoms of Qin Feng emerged, making it difficult to discern the genuine one. Shift and shadow. The onlookers outside gasped in astonishment, internally exclaiming that Qin Feng was a prodigy. After acquiring such a plethora of offensive techniques, he still found time to master his agility to the extent of achieving this level of skill. This is troubling. Feng Chong could not help but raise an eyebrow as he observed Qin Feng adopting a sword-drawing posture. Having witnessed Qin Feng's celestial blade technique, he dared not underestimate this move, knowing he must summon all his strength to withstand it. Buzz! Buzz! Within Feng Chong, the spiritual energy surged wildly, transforming into a sinister black demon statue. With a powerful thrust of its feet, it charged towards Qin Feng with an overwhelming ferocity. Had he not succumbed to darkness, he would have employed the Golden Bell Shield for defense. However, in this corrupted state, he recognized that the finest defense lay in offense. Even at the peril of injury or death, a collision of strength awaited, and it became a contest of resilience. Qin Feng's gaze sparkled with electric intensity, exuding an imposing aura that was suffocating to behold. The fierce winds whipped his long hair wildly, while an indomitable presence emanated from his being. With a swift motion, his fair right hand drew the long sky divine sword. He unleashed the sword technique of heaven's severance. An impressive display. The spectators outside held their breath, fixated on the two combatants. Clang! The long sky divine sword leapt from its sheath like a soaring dragon, the crisp sound of the blade resonating through the heavens and the earth. A dazzling and blinding sword light surged forth with incredible speed, trailing a torrent of terrifying sword energy, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, as if it were a gentle breeze parting the clouds. It was utterly unstoppable and insurmountable. Boom! The clash of sword light and demon resonated violently, generating a tempest that swept through the forest. The deafening sound of the wind slicing through the air, sending chills down one's spine. Is this truly a battle within the realm of spiritual martial arts? Thousands trembled like frightened maidens in the embrace of a mighty army, for even they, as cultivators of the Tao, could not unleash such devastation. The young master is indeed terrifying. One Ma couldn't help but swallow hard. Who would have imagined that in just 7 short years, Qin Feng would have grown to such an extent, all without relying on the Qin family? However, upon further reflection, excitement surged within him. Being assigned to follow Qin Feng meant he was privy to a portion of the Qin family's top-secret plans. The faster the two brothers, Qin Feng and his sibling, grew, the closer the Qin family came to dominating the ancient wasteland. In a flash of lightning, their figures intertwined. Qin Feng's sword had returned to its sheath, and he bore several new wounds. In contrast, Feng Chang's black demon weapon was adorned with cracks, but showed no signs of shattering, clearly having endured the celestial/sword technique. The spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. The audience outside was immediately aflame with enthusiasm, their blood boiling with excitement. It was indeed the final showdown between two unparalleled prodigies. Qin Feng's ability to effortlessly slay cultivators at the Tao realm with the celestial/sword technique had been thwarted, and it was none other than Feng Chong, a practitioner of the 7th level of spiritual martial arts, who had done so. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in their hearts. Had Feng Chong comprehended the true essence of the Buddha and demon yesterday, it was likely that Qin Feng would have found himself at a disadvantage in that last strike. With the sword technique exhausted, your end is certain. Feng Chong could no longer conceal the exhilaration on his face, aware that Qin Feng relied solely on that one sword technique. Without the slightest hesitation or doubt, he prepared for the next move. Suddenly, Fang Chong swiftly pivoted and charged fiercely towards Qin Feng, determined to deny him the opportunity to employ his supreme bone and heavy eye divine abilities. He commanded the enslaved candidates to launch a collective assault on Qin Feng. Such a disregard for martial ethics is not exclusive to you, Qin Feng. How dare you? The two, with eyes blazing in fury, propelled their weary bodies forward to protect their master. Kill! The battle cry reverberated through the air as the enslaved candidates fearlessly surged towards Qin Feng. It seems you two wish to join the fray. Unperturbed, Qin Feng calmly turned around. His garments began to flutter without a breeze, transforming him into a drawn sword. Radiant and sharp, the surrounding weapons resonated with a humming sound, as if the swords of the world were bestowing a crown upon him. Chapter 72. I will return what? Fang Chang's pupils constricted violently as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pushed off the ground, swiftly retreating, and for added safety, he activated the Buddha's most formidable defense, the Golden Bell Shield. Boom! Qin Feng's surroundings trembled with a palpable energy, the sound of swords resonating endlessly. A vast wave of sword energy swept through the forest, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air, as countless streams of sword energy converged into a roaring river, seemingly capable of devouring all existence. The myriad swords trembled in unison, their harmonious cries echoing, as if the waters from the heavens were pouring forth. What? A river of gathered sword energy. Fang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind screaming in denial. He was the traveler of the Red Star. He was the hero of the primordial era. How could he possibly be subdued by Qin Feng? Heavens! The audience outside was filled with astonishment, utterly captivated by the grand spectacle of the river sword technique unfolding before them. What kind of absurdity is this? They had fought to such an extent. He had already slain the great dragon, yet he still retained hidden cards. He could not possibly be merely 15 years old, nor could he be at the initial stage of spiritual martial arts. The expressions of the Six Paths Emperor and other prominent figures were remarkably calm. Having run out of words to express their astonishment, their gazes fixated on the moon goddess, hoping she would provide a reasonable explanation. From the manifestation of the great river sword technique by Qin Feng, it is evident that he has undoubtedly attained a state of consummate mastery. This implies that he comprehended this sword technique before the great river. As the guardian of Qin Feng in the Yin Moon dynasty, the moon goddess could not possibly be oblivious to the existence of the great river sword technique. Weakly, she remarked, "Do you believe that the back mountain of my moon goddess palace harbors but a mere waterfall? Indeed, I wholeheartedly believe you. As the guardian of Qin Feng, how could she have spent 7 years in close proximity without discerning the skills he possessed? Where, pray tell, had her attention been focused during those 7 years? Was she merely there to fulfill her role as Qin Feng's guardian, or was she acting as a mere caretaker? If the moon goddess were to oversee Qin Feng's academic endeavors, it would feel like a betrayal of their own morals, an utter squandering of this flawless gem." The various dignitaries cast a knowing glance at the moon goddess, urging her to voluntarily relinquish Qin Feng. At this moment, due to Fang Chang's protagonist aura allowing him to evade danger promptly and activate his defensive mode, he was spared from immediate annihilation. However, those candidates enslaved by Fang Chang were far less fortunate, being directly consumed by the surging sword energy of the Great River. Following the Great River sword technique, the surroundings were littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Gasping for breath, Fang Chang's face was a portrait of terror. He found himself psychologically haunted by Qin Feng. Such horror. Not only had he been toyed with like a ball, but he could also be kicked about as one. Before him, it seemed as though there was no power to resist, akin to the diminutive sun Wukong in the hands of the Buddha, easily manipulable at will. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for instilling a psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. A mere 100,000. Qin Feng felt immense dissatisfaction, his figure shifting as he initiated an attack. "Stop him!" Fang Chang shouted in terror while swiftly retreating. "Kill!" Many of the enslaved examinees, still alive, rose once more to charge at Qin Feng. Enough noise. Qin Feng's heavy pupils began to flicker with a purple light, and the sky was once again adorned with massive, ominous eyes. The divine light of Yin and Yang. This is the power of the heavy pupils. Fang Chang gazed at the sky filled with colossal eyes, feeling a rush of dread. his body trembling involuntarily as his fear of Qin Feng escalated to new heights. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for deepening the psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning another 100,000 villain points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pairs of heavy pupils in the sky unleashed beams of light, akin to lasers, purging those on the ground. Is this his secret to slaying dragons? Yulan stood outside the cave, witnessing the earlier confrontation, awed by the grandeur of the great river sword technique and horrified by the terror of the heavy pupils. Oh, dear mother, grant us your protection. Amidst the clamor of countless soldiers, two individuals trembled in each other's embrace, fervently praying that Qin Feng would take careful aim, ensuring that he would not mistakenly harm his comrades. Qin Feng, you have forced my hand. Even if it means selling my soul to a demon, I shall take your life today. Faced with no avenue for retreat, Feng Chang's visage twisted in rage as he howled to the heavens, a formidable aura of dark energy beginning to swell around him, as though some dreadful entity were on the verge of awakening. Alas, this has escalated beyond control. Qin Feng suddenly recalled that his opponent was a Chosen One and hastily retracted his dual-eyed divine ability, calling out loudly for someone in authority, alleging that Feng Chang was employing a proxy fighter. Crash. The audience outside the arena collectively collapsed to the ground, their perception of Qin Feng's shamelessness transformed anew. His myriad of unreasonable actions had become the norm, while his opponent merely emanated a dark aura and was accused of hiring a substitute. Was there no semblance of dignity left to uphold? A thunderous roar erupted on the battlefield, the terrifying pressure surging like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire arena of life and death in an instant. A towering figure materialized before Qin Feng and his companions, gazing at Feng Chang with an expression tinged with gravity. Had it not been for Qin Feng's earlier warning, he might not have discerned the presence beyond the luminous barrier. The Six Paths Sovereign. The audience outside erupted in astonished exclamations, instantly recognizing the formidable individual before them as the Six Paths Sovereign. Why has the Six Paths Emperor appeared on the battlefield of life and death? Could it truly be as Qin Feng suggested, that Feng Chang has found someone to fight on his behalf? The once impetuous young lad from the Yin dynasty has astonishingly reached such heights. Feng Chang's voice suddenly became hoarse, an ancient aura swirling around him. The Six Paths Emperor replied nonchalantly, I too did not anticipate that you, esteemed elder, were still alive. However, this is a battle amongst the younger generation. Your involvement seems rather inappropriate, does it not? What if I insist on intervening? Feng Chang narrowed his eyes and retorted. Then I must apologize. The Six Paths Emperor was not one to adhere to martial ethics, and an overwhelming pressure surged toward Feng Chang in an instant. Ha ha, with your abilities, you cannot hope to kill me. Feng Chang let out a hoarse, eerie laugh, transforming into a shadow that tore through the void and vanished. Thinking to escape now? It is too late. The Six Paths Emperor unleashed a terrifying energy, ripping through the void in pursuit. Is this for real? The spectators outside were left in stunned disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to comprehend the scene before their eyes. The Six Paths Emperor referred to that dark entity as esteemed elder, while the dark entity addressed the Six Paths Emperor as a mere youth. Goodness! Feng Chang truly has found someone to fight on his behalf. Boom! The sky above the battlefield of life and death darkened, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Initially, there was a slight tremor, followed by violent shaking, and after several quakes, calm gradually returned. The Six Paths Emperor emerged from the void, his face etched with fatigue. Immediately, two furious voices erupted. Damn you, Six Paths! You dare to strip away my millennia of cultivation. Just you wait. Curse you, Qin Feng. I shall return. How could he have let him escape like this? Qin Feng once again experienced the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One, questioning whether he was secretly acquiring even more formidable enhancements. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for weakening the Chosen One's fortune, earning a chance for a lottery draw. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the Chosen One, earning 300,000 villain points. Qin Feng silently took out a small notebook and inscribed, on a certain year and month, that the Emperor of Six Paths had diminished his opponent's strength, hindering his own ability to refine himself, necessitating compensation of 10 million top-quality spirit stones. The Emperor of Six Paths cast a glance and vanished from sight, utterly unwilling to converse with such an unabashed entity. Chapter 73. Peering into the secrets of heaven after Feng Chang departed, the enslaved candidates regained their consciousness. Upon witnessing the scattered remnants of severed limbs around them, they were instantly reminded of the events that transpired during Feng Chang's dominion over them. Truly, it was a blessing from the heavens. The crowd was drenched in cold sweat, internally grateful for their extraordinary fortune. During the period of enslavement under Feng Chang's mesmerizing voice, they had skillfully evaded the human bomb and successfully avoided the formidable river sword technique of Qin Feng, ultimately escaping the lethal glare of his dual energies. However, they never anticipated that after evading both Feng Chang and Qin Feng, they would ultimately fall victim to a mere rabbit. "Line up, everyone." Xiao Bai approached with an air of indifference, exuding a fierce charm as it proclaimed, "I am the handsome and unparalleled embodiment of justice and wisdom. Admired by all, my name is Qin Feng, renowned as the most striking figure of the ancient times. I have saved your lives. Gentlemen, line up to pay your protection fee. Ladies, be prepared to offer yourselves in devotion. Beautiful maidens who have been previously wed shall take precedence." A rabbit? All eyes turned to Xiao Bai, as the rumor of Qin Feng's shameless pet had already spread across the battlefield. Yet, given its extraordinary cultivation of the ninth realm, no one seemed to regard it with any seriousness. With a resounding crash, thousands of soldiers stood in solidarity behind Xiao Bai, while a myriad of horses thunderously smashed a colossal hammer into the ground. Some voiced their dissent. "Isn't this approach rather tyrannical?" With a loud bang, with a swift motion, Xiao Bai pinned her opponent beneath her foot, declaring with a fierce yet innocent demeanor, "This is how we conduct our affairs." The onlookers around her swallowed nervously, their hearts racing with trepidation. Unlike the elite masters, their aspirations did not revolve around securing one of the coveted 1,000 spots. They merely sought to band together for warmth and survive the brutal elimination round, thereby gaining the opportunity to integrate into the other factions of the Moon dynasty. Simply put, it was akin to aiming for a second-rate university. Faced with such a brazen rabbit, it seemed they had no choice but to comply and pay up. What a domineering creature! The spectators outside were utterly astonished, realizing that this was indeed a rabbit with a cute facade concealing a fierce heart. At that moment, Qin Feng was too preoccupied to acknowledge Xiao Bai's antics. His gaze fixated vacantly in the direction from which Feng Chang had departed. Feng Chang had simply walked away. A long-forgotten loneliness surged within him once more. He pondered whether his next moment of infatuation would require another 7 years of waiting. Oh, and there was also the fated woman. Qin Feng felt invigorated, as if he had doused his tools of mischief with invigorating oil. However, upon entering the cave, he discovered that Yulan had inexplicably fled. It seemed that the current generation disregarded the principles of chivalry. According to the rules of the martial world, she ought to have offered herself instead of eloping. Should he capture her again, he would surely have her ink the words exclusive to Qin Feng upon her. Qin Feng remained seething with indignation, feeling utterly disrespected by the disregard for the esteemed values of Confucian gentlemanliness. Confucius once said, "To hear the way in the morning is enough. I can die in the evening." At this moment, Yulan was fervently striving for victory in the life and death elimination round. Although she could not provoke the perverse Qin Feng, she still sought points through other means. How perplexing! Yulan furrowed her delicate brows, reaching to touch her lower back. Ever since Qin Feng had relieved her of the poison, she had experienced a slight pain in that area, likely a result of his unrefined skills. She resolved to examine her reflection upon returning home, hoping fervently that no scars would remain. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, the esteemed figures had lost interest in the life and death competition. The terror of Qin Feng had already spread throughout the battlefield, and no one dared to provoke him further. Thus, the ensuing conflicts had become rather dull. The Six Paths Emperor declared, "I have decided to appoint Qin Feng as the third holy son of the Moon dynasty." There was unanimous agreement among the dignitaries, with no one daring to voice dissent. Given Qin Feng's extraordinary talent, which overshadowed all others, he was indeed qualified for the position of holy son, and one day he could contend for the title of emperor of the Moon dynasty. However, their current interest lay not in his role as holy son, but rather in claiming this unrefined gem for their own factions. Qin Feng practiced the sword, and among the entirety of the Moon dynasty, only the old man's swordsmanship held supremacy. Surely, they must be cautious in their approach. The most formidable technique of Qin Feng is the golden dragon of the Buddhist sect. I have conducted extensive research on Buddhism, and it is only fitting that I impart my wisdom. Nonsense. It is evidently the supreme bone. My ancestors have produced a supreme bone. Thus it should be I who offers guidance. The true invincibility lies in the dual pupils. My great-aunt's second cousin's third grandmother's fourth uncle's fifth aunt's sixth son's seventh concubine can trace back a lineage of 108 generations with dual pupils. The moon goddess sat beside, savoring the spectacle, occasionally fanning the flames to incite a quarrel among them. In truth, these individuals vying to take Qin Feng as their disciple do not genuinely wish to teach him skills, nor do they possess the capability to do so. They are merely attracted by Qin Feng's prodigious talent, seeking to invest in him. Presently, there are 3 saints, including Qin Feng. While there is only one position for the emperor, various factions will naturally choose to support their favored saint, thereby aiding him in ascending to the imperial throne and reaping the rewards of such an endeavor. Thankfully, I possess foresight. I invested in Qin Feng 7 years ago. The moon goddess is quite pleased with her investment and will continue to silently support Qin Feng in his quest to become the next emperor of the Yin Moon dynasty. Enough. The Six Paths Emperor is weary of this faction's incessant power struggles. He declared coldly that regarding Qin Feng's master, I have already chosen someone in my heart. There is no need for you to squander your efforts. Indeed, the leaders from various factions, upon witnessing the Six Paths Emperor's fury, dared not even breathe audibly. The Six Paths Emperor continued, stating that he would dispatch an envoy to the Qin family to advocate for reconciliation on behalf of Qin Feng. Advising reconciliation? After a moment of contemplation, the influential figures inwardly lament the cunning nature of the emperor. The extraordinary talents displayed by Qin Feng have undoubtedly caused great alarm within the Qin family, who must be regretting their decision to expel him. At this juncture, advocating for peace could potentially lead the Qin family to descend gracefully from their high horse. If they were to be swayed by the identity of Qin Feng, the Holy Sun, it would signify a considerable loss for the Great Xia, particularly in the Eastern Territories. Even if the Qin family stubbornly refuses to forgive Qin Feng, their overt efforts could instigate discord between the imperial family of Great Xia and the Qin clan, significantly benefiting the Yin dynasty. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remains blissfully unaware of these unfolding events, engrossed in summoning the system for a lottery draw. As an avid enthusiast of such games, he would never allow a single chance to linger overnight. With a flourish, the familiar lottery will reappears before him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning a Tianji card. A Tianji card? Qin Feng is filled with questions and hastily checks the relevant information. The Tianji card, when utilized, allows one to glimpse the secrets of fate, unveiling a potential opportunity for cosmic creation. Note: cosmic creation is not easily found. The Tianji card should be used judiciously, preferably beginning the search from the perspective of the chosen one to facilitate the discovery of such treasures. Isn't this akin to a treasure map? Qin Feng cannot help but roll his eyes, contemplating from whom he should initiate this venture. His second brother? Too young, currently posing no real threat. Lin San. The relationship between the two parties is rather amicable, not yet reaching a point of irreconcilable conflict. As for Yulan, the more she resists, the more exhilarated he becomes. It can only be you, Feng Chong. Upon contemplating the terrifying dark energy within Feng Chong, Qin Feng decisively utilized this heavenly card. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng's expression began to blur, as he experienced a sensation of traversing through time and space. Moments later, Qin Feng awakened with a peculiar expression. Not only did he witness Feng Chong discovering a significant fortune, but he also uncovered a small secret about himself. His protagonist's fate was, astonishingly, that of being favored by 6 emperors. This fate, if possessed by a woman, would lead to a tragic existence, becoming a plaything for men's rivalry. However, if it manifests in a man, it guarantees a life of wealth and honor, as long as there is no external interference, destined to be cherished by 6 emperors throughout his life. To put it simply, there are 6 spots, unrestricted by gender, and in the days to come, Feng Chong can defy fate and ascend to the position of an emperor. Goodness! Qin Feng could not help but exclaim in his heart. He had always believed that Bai Ri was a victim in name only. Little did he know, he was, in fact, a quiet beneficiary, reaping great rewards without effort. Chapter 74. A grand transformation of heaven and earth. How can there be such a vast disparity among those who are equally gifted? Qin Feng reflected upon his own imperial potential, with an increase of all attributes by tenfold, which was already formidable. Yet, When compared to Feng Chong, he felt utterly overshadowed. Feng Chong merely had to nudge his way forward to ascend to the throne of an emperor, 6 times over, no less. Is there still a semblance of law? Is there any justice left? Perhaps this is simply fate. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng acknowledged that envying others was futile. He must forge his own path. As a diligent disciple of Confucianism, he would naturally safeguard the small secret that Feng Chong was favored by 6 emperors. However, he did not hesitate to accept the profound revelations about the grand transformation of heaven and earth that he gleaned from Feng Chong. Through the successful use of a divination card, he learned that the Kunlun secret realm would soon be opening in a month's time. This ancient sanctuary is said to materialize once every millennium, accessible only to cultivators under the age of 30. Within its depths lie not only abundant treasures of heaven and earth, but also the legacies of numerous ancient powerhouses. Moreover, he had just witnessed through the divination card that Feng Chong would also enter the Kunlun secret realm, where he discovered the ultimate treasure nurtured by the cosmos, the spring of purity. After bathing in its waters, one would possess the purest of hearts, allowing him to cultivate a demonic heart of the path, a concept previously confined to theory. From that moment, he melded his demonic form with a righteous heart, overwhelming the talented individuals within the Kunlun secret realm and leaving an indelible mark on the ancient wilderness. Goodness, even novels dare not depict such a narrative. Qin Feng could not help but express his disdain. Having just severed his Buddhist nature, he found himself confronting the Taoist heart a mere month later. It was as if the antagonists were being treated as mere experience points. In that moment, Qin Feng's patience wore thin. A month hence, he was determined to secure the pure spring of Kunlun. Not even Jesus could impede his resolve. However, to successfully obtain the pure spring within the Kunlun secret realm, his current cultivation level of spirit martial first rank was evidently insufficient. At that time, all the prodigies under the age of 30 from the ancient wilderness would flock to the Kunlun secret realm in search of their fortunes. Unlike the life and death elimination tournament held by the Inmun dynasty, these prodigies were all at least sword masters, akin to talents of Yulan's caliber. Even with the strength to slay great dragons, he would struggle against such a multitude of gifted individuals. At best, he could only manage to survive, unable to act freely within that realm. He would need to break through to the Dao entry realm to roam freely in the Kunlun secret realm. A month was rather brief. Qin Feng realized that time was not on his side, even if he devoted every hour to relentless training without sustenance. He could only hope to ascend 2 minor ranks within that month. There was even a risk of destabilizing his foundation, which would be a grave miscalculation. Suddenly, the system interjected, suggesting that the host could exchange for a foundation pill of the spirit martial phase, which, with just one, could instantly solidify his foundation, saving a considerable amount of time in consolidating his cultivation. The foundation pill for the spirit martial phase could reinforce the foundation without any usage limits, restrictions, or side effects. Available for an exchange price of 500,000 villain points. The product devoid of any credibility is being sold to me for 500,000. Does your conscience not ache? Qin Feng could not help but exclaim how outrageous it was. Calculating based on the necessity of 1 for a minor level, he required 9 in total to solidify the foundation of the spirit martial stage, summing up to an astounding 4,500,000 villain points. Presently, his account held only 5,900,000 villain points, barely enough to procure 1. He was still short by over 390,000 villain points. Since acquiring the system, he had never accumulated such a vast amount of villain points. The system coldly remarked that it was merely a system, devoid of conscience. Quite the audacity. Qin Feng's teeth ground in frustration as he resolved to exchange for 1 and experience it for himself. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for a foundational pill for the spirit martial stage. In his hand appeared a pitch-black pill, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Upon consumption, a warm current began to flow through his abdomen. Just as advertised, it had no limits on usage, no restrictions, and no side effects whatsoever. In mere seconds, he felt his internal spiritual energy becoming unimpeded, robust, and concentrated. Is this the sensation of having an advantage? Qin Feng was utterly astonished, internally exclaiming in disbelief. He had spent 7 years fervently honing his foundation in the extraordinary realm. Yet the effects mirrored that of this insignificant pill sold by the system. It appeared that waiting at home was no longer an option. He must actively seek out the chosen ones in the future. Crash. A bell tolled across the battlefield of life and death, signifying the conclusion of the 3-day elimination tournament. At last it has ended. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, his form dissipating into the ether. When he reappeared, he found himself in a vast square, surrounded by a throng of people, at least tens of thousands strong. Mother, I have succeeded. I have emerged alive. This year, the number of survivors is exceedingly scarce, barely over 20,000. Historically, the mortality rate has hovered around 50%, yet this year it has soared to an alarming 80%. This is all due to that prodigious disciple of the great Xia, Feng Chang. The emperor should never have permitted his participation. After all, he represents the great Xia delegation. How could one refuse such a request? It is rumored that Feng Chang, unable to compete fairly, sought a proxy to fight on his behalf. The successful candidates, ecstatic and exuberant, resembled students celebrating the end of their college entrance examinations, reveling in their newfound freedom. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard a venomous voice behind him, and upon turning, he was met by his rival, the young master of the Mingjian manor, Yi Jian. Ah, Brother Jian. Qin Feng appeared to forget the enmity between them, eagerly approaching Yi Jian to extend his greetings. Step away. Yi Jian's fury was unmistakable, his eyes blazing with resentment. He would never forget the one who had caused him such humiliation. This is quite unamusing. Qin Feng began to express his grievances, stating that previously everyone had participated in a life-and-death elimination match, where conflict was inevitable. Now that the tournament had concluded, it was time to forge friendships. After all, having more friends opens up more paths, does it not? To his astonishment, the crowd around him was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's audacity to seek friendship after the actions he had taken during the brutal competition. Noticing that Yi Jian remained furious, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and proposed, "Let me share a grand secret as compensation, but you must promise not to divulge it to anyone else." The mention of a grand secret immediately piqued the interest of those around, and they eagerly leaned in to listen. Qin Feng glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice, saying, "I possess a method to swiftly attain the title of emperor." The words title of emperor caused a palpable pause in the breaths of the gathered crowd, including Yi Jian. Continuing in a hushed tone, Qin Feng revealed, "The secret to achieving the title of emperor can be summed up in 4 words. The future is long." "You must be jesting," Yi Jian exclaimed in fury. "Who is jesting with you?" Qin Feng replied, pulling Yi Jian aside and squatting down. Continuing in a hushed tone, "Listen closely. You absolutely cannot share this with anyone else. In truth, the destiny of the future is meant for 6 sovereigns. As long as one believes in the longevity of the future, they can defy fate and achieve the title of emperor. Originally, there were 6 slots available, but now only 5 remain." Upon finishing his revelation, Qin Feng lifted his head, only to find himself surrounded by an eager crowd.